Chapter 1. The most eye-catching stall in the night market. The bustling night market is filled with a chorus of calls and the mingled aromas of various foods. With lights twinkling like stars along the streets, winding their way towards the distant mountains. This is the night market on the outskirts of the city, the place with the highest number of visitors. Lin Hung sat cross-legged on the ground, cheerfully packing up his stall's items. Feeling relaxed for the first time in days, today was another day of booming sales within just 3 hours. He had sold out the 200 to 300 pieces of small accessories he had brought. As Lin Hung skillfully claimed his trading rewards from his system, he casually organized the money and tucked it into his waist pouch. He bent down to pick up the sign that read 3 for 10 and the lamp that was clipped to it, rolled up the canvas he had laid out for his stall, and stood up, ready to head back to school. He was a sophomore at a university in the city, and if he hurried, he could just catch the last subway back to his dorm. Just as he was about to leave, the voice of a vendor from the stall next to him reached him, half envious and half complaining. "Kid, your stuff is too popular. You sold out so quickly. Why didn't you bring more? If you leave, there won't be many customers around here, and we'll be in trouble." The vendor glanced at Lin Heng's somewhat pale and frail face and his tall, but not very sturdy build, and ultimately decided to keep quiet. After all, arguing with someone who looked sickly would be quite unseemly. Lin Hung had been selling at this market for 3 days, and the small accessories he brought were quite special. Such high-quality gems had never appeared in the flea market before. These accessories were diverse, all wrapped in metal wire craftsmanship around the gems, sparkling brilliantly under the lights, their effect rivaling that of displays in high-end shops, visible from afar. In just 3 days, he already had returning customers and tourists coming from afar specifically to buy his accessories. Many people even brought live streaming equipment to take pictures at his stall. Earlier tonight, several vendors nearby had discreetly inquired about his sourcing channels. Lin Hung dared not divulge any details. It wasn't that he feared losing business, but rather that he simply couldn't explain that the items were randomly provided by the system. 3 days ago, he had just received the doctor's notification that, according to the current treatment plan for his genetic condition, he might have less than a month left to live. Having hidden this from his foster mother, he had struggled alone for a year. Lin Hung was exhausted, working hard in the gaps of his studies to save up for medication, relying on his living expenses and wages. Fortunately, he had major medical insurance and additional commercial insurance. But he truly didn't know how long he could hold on. Lin Hung actually had a good relationship with his foster mother. She was just too busy with work and was a single mother of 2. Most of the time, he tried not to bother her. Especially with matters like this, the longer he waited, the harder it became to bring it up. That night, just as he was about to give up on treatment, he received the star refinement system. The system interface abruptly displayed his life balance. 12 days, temporary health boost, 4 days remaining. Simply put, by completing the system's trading tasks, he could extend his life. The items for trade were randomly assigned by the system, much like drawing from a blind box. The system's tasks varied in requirements, with an additional scoring system and other rewards. However, Lin Hung had only just completed his second task and had never fully completed one before, so he was still figuring things out. In any case, being alive was a tremendous blessing, especially with the long-lost health. He could now run and jump, feel no pain, and could carry things to set up his stall. Aside from appearing sickly, he was absolutely healthy, thanks to the week's health boost provided by the system. This was on credit. He would have to repay the system with energy points later. "Uncle, I'm just trying to get back before the curfew. I didn't bring that much," Lin Hung explained casually, waving his hand to leave, but suddenly someone grabbed his arm. "I'm just an ordinary worker. I really don't know about sourcing." Lin Hung thought it was the neighboring vendor unwilling to give up, and as he spoke, he turned to pull his arm away, only to find the grip was so tight that he couldn't budge. A sense of alarm gripped him. Before he could see who it was, the person stepped forward, putting an arm around his shoulder. Speaking in clear Mandarin, "Lin Hung, you little rascal, how did you sell out so quickly? You didn't even give us a heads up." From the accent, it didn't sound like a local. From Lin Heng's angle, he could only vaguely see the person's profile, and he didn't recognize him. The vendor next to him gasped, "Whoa, you didn't steal this stuff, did you? Why are you attracting someone in uniform? Looks like a cop, right?" "A cop?" Lin Hung frowned slightly. Before he could say anything, the person patted his shoulder reassuringly while still holding him in place, appearing friendly to outsiders, and said to the neighboring vendor, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm from the city management, and this is my little brother." Before the words were out, the person led Lin Hung away. The crowd was dense, and Lin Hung had no choice but to follow. Behind them, he could hear the vendor continuously apologizing, his voice fading away. As Lin Hung moved forward with the person's pull, he elbowed backward fiercely. He heard a muffled grunt from the man. It was a solid hit, causing the man's grip to loosen for a moment, but he quickly tightened his hold again. "Ouch!" You're really something else. We came to find you for a reason. We can't just rush in and ask you to cooperate with the investigation, right? As they reached the street corner, the crowd thinned out a bit, and the man gradually released his hold, though his hand remained on Lin Heng's shoulder. What investigation? The city management is checking me? Lin Heng forcefully shrugged off the man's hand. Rubbing his arm, his good mood had been disrupted by this inexplicable encounter. The man beside him was slightly taller than Lin Heng, dressed in a fitted uniform that gave him an air of steadiness. Yet the serious atmosphere around him was softened by the smile on his face. At a glance, he didn't look much older than Lin Heng. Lin Heng was eager to return to his dorm and had no patience for strange people. He tried to shake off the man, but when he turned around, he found a few people had gathered nearby, blocking his path. Seemingly certain that he had nowhere to run, the man who had held Lin Heng's shoulder introduced himself. Hello, Lin Heng. I'm Yen Lei from the Provincial Special Operations Bureau. We're here hoping you can cooperate with us to understand the recent appearance of Finternet celebrity accessories at the night market. Lin Heng concealed his inner shock and put on a confused expression, while secretly he began to panic about the system. Could it be that this cheap system had stolen something from somewhere to use as inventory? Otherwise, how could the Provincial Special Operations Bureau have come knocking? What a big deal that was. Clearly, the Special Operations Bureau didn't seem to be concerned with what others were selling at flea markets. Since they had found his stall, they must have checked everything they needed to. If it weren't for the fact that his items were selling like hotcakes, they might have tried to catch him in the act. Of course, the system wouldn't respond, and Lin Heng vaguely guessed that the items from the system likely came from a very mysterious source. Probably not from this world at all. After all, he had never heard of gems that glowed faintly on their own. Could they contain some radioactive material? Lin Heng worried a bit that selling this batch of accessories might affect the buyer's health. He tried to remain calm and asked, the wire-wrapped. The internet celebrity accessories. Are they harmful to health? Yen Lei seemed taken aback for a moment, not expecting Lin Heng to ask that. He explained, I haven't noticed this issue. This batch of accessories should be safe and harmless. We just want to understand the general situation, nothing else. How about this? Let me treat you to a late-night snack. Lin Heng thought it was a hassle, but for now, he could only hold steady and see what the other party wanted to do. I'm about to reach the dormitory curfew. Is it okay to go near my school? Sure, get in the car. We could talk while we eat. Chapter 2. Dare to say my trading is illegal? Lin Heng sat in the back seat, lost in thought as he gazed out at the night scenery. There were only two people in the car, him and Yen Lei, who was driving. Their vehicle was following another car in front, with a few more discreet models behind. Blending into the traffic without drawing attention, Yen Lei seemed uninterested in chatting, so Lin Heng leaned against the window, quietly observing the system interface. The trendy accessories must be the gemstones wrapped in metal that he was selling. Lin Heng pondered. Could it be that the gemstones were special? This batch of accessories varied in form, with the larger ones being brooches and bracelets the size of a cup's opening, while the smaller ones included rings, pendants, and hairpins. Lin Heng Henti examined them closely, as he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about such items, but fortunately, they were sold for 10 yuan for 3. As long as the transaction was successful, the amount didn't matter. Additionally, after the transaction, there should be no after-sales issues within 7 days. Lin Heng understood that it meant no one would come to him for returns during that week. The task interface slowly opened, displaying a task related to the wrapped accessories. The trading method was limited to street stalls, with no restrictions on the suggested selling price and a minimum transaction volume of 999. The task reward was 500 energy points, which could be exchanged for 5 days of lifespan. There was also a special beginner reward, physical enhancement. The system suggested that Lin Heng pay attention to this reward. Perhaps because Lin Heng's physical condition was indeed not optimistic, the system highlighted the importance of this task, especially since Lin Heng hadn't completed his first task. The system could currently only assign him 2 tasks at a time. If he didn't complete them, they would occupy a slot on the list, preventing him from taking on new tasks and thus hindering his ability to exchange for energy points or lifespan. In other words, if he failed to complete both tasks, Lin Heng wouldn't survive for a month. So after buying items at the market today, Lin Heng was eager to return because the minimum transaction volume was stuck at 999, just one short of reaching 1,000. He speculated that meeting this condition would complete the task, and he was really looking forward to it. If it weren't for the vendors at nearby stalls keeping a close watch on him, he could have found a discreet place to retrieve goods from the system. Although the system task required a successful transaction of 1,000 items to be considered complete, the system had sent him about 300 more accessories, all piled up in the system warehouse. Feeling careless, Lin Heng silently bumped his head against the car window. Since he was only one short, he lost the sense of urgency, relaxed, and didn't try to find a way to sell one from the system at the night market. Lin Heng originally planned to start selling at the coffee shop where he worked from tomorrow onward, which would make it easy to sell even one. The coffee shop owner was generally generous and willing to let students use a space to sell secondhand goods. As for the system's first task, it wasn't that Lin Hung didn't want to do it. He arranged for an auction as soon as he received it. Task: Jade Drug Trading Method. Limited to auction suggested selling price. 280,000 minimum transaction volume. 1 task reward. 1,000 energy points, which can be exchanged for 10 days of lifespan. Newcomer special reward. Warning function. Lin Hung reached out to tap on the car window, lightly hovering over the system interface, his finger gliding over the words warning function. He wondered what kind of feature this would be. The task was straightforward. And on the same day, Lin Hung found an official auction website and listed the piece of jade. He had no choice, having never engaged in auctioning before. He had no connections, and the website was the quickest and simplest option. It was within his expectations that it might not sell. Without authentication and being a new user, he feared no one would dare to bid. The auction period was 7 days, and Lin Hung thought he would focus on completing the second task before figuring out how to deal with the jade. In addition, the system had a redemption page where money could be used for exchanges. Currently, this page only had 3 options, 2 items from the tasks he was working on: the jade and accessories. The icons were still gray and not redeemable, and there were no written rules for redemption. The other option was to exchange for life points, which had clear rules: 1 million for a day, but that option was also gray, leaving him unsure of the conditions to activate the exchange. Lin Hung sighed, realizing that his life was indeed valuable. If it could be redeemed, it would be over 700 per minute when rounded. Time is money. Unfortunately, he didn't have that much money. He gently bumped his head against the car window, watching the scenery outside become increasingly familiar as they approached the school. For now, he needed to get past Yanlei first. Soon, the car stopped in front of a small noodle shop near the school. The shop was somewhat out of the way, and it was quite empty inside. Yanlei led over 20 people into the shop, spreading out at several tables, not communicating with each other, just ordering their meals. Their positions subtly blocked the entrance and kitchen, enclosing Lin Hung and Yanlei in the middle. Lin Hung ordered a bowl of spicy noodle soup, taking advantage of the health boost from the system, wanting to indulge his taste buds. Since being diagnosed with a genetic disease, various organs in his body had gradually started to fail, and he hadn't tasted spicy food in a long time. The kitchen soon filled with the aroma of cooking. He hadn't noticed it at the night market, but now he realized that everyone around Yanlei was dressed in casual clothes, while only Yanlei was in full uniform, which felt quite strange. When the noodles were served, Yanlei smiled and beckoned Lin Hung, saying, "Eat up. After you're done, I'll take you back to your dorm." He even referred to himself as Lin Hung's brother. Hearing this made Lin Hung feel uneasy. It was clearly a threat. Being escorted back in a police uniform would make him famous throughout the school the next day. Amid the overwhelming spicy aroma, Lin Hung stared at the bowl of hot noodle soup filled with chili oil, contemplating his strategy. As if sensing his thoughts, Yanlei explained, "I'll change my clothes in a bit. I came in a hurry for the meeting and didn't have time to change." Only then did Lin Hung pick up his chopsticks, dragging his bowl of fragrant spicy noodle soup closer. Just as he lifted a noodle dripping with red oil, he saw the shop owner and his wife being escorted out of the shop. Then, a few people at the table next to them pulled out a box and took out several devices, scanning the area before quickly putting them away. One of them nodded at Yanlei and returned to eating noodles. Yanlei waited until they finished their actions before speaking again. "We came this time because we received an urgent notification. The higher-ups emphasized that we must have a good conversation with you." He stressed the word must. This clouded conversation made Lin Hung quite anxious, so he directly asked Yanlei, "What exactly do you want to know? Can't you just ask directly?" "It's like this. The batch of accessories you sold recently coincidentally ended up at a research institute. They tested them and found that the metal components are quite special, so they hope to inquire about your sourcing channels. I sell ordinary wire wound accessories. I checked online, and most of the metal is copper wire, with some gold and silver. But those are rare. Most of mine are probably just ordinary copper wire." Lin Hung never expected that it was a metal issue. He always thought the problem would be with the more dazzling gemstones. Something that could attract the attention of a research institute was likely not ordinary goods. But judging by the calm and unhurried tone of the other party, it probably wasn't very important. In that case, let them investigate on their own. After all, he wouldn't be selling these items anymore. If they didn't mind the trouble, he could help them recover some online, which should yield a portion back. "I really don't know the sourcing channels, but I still have some left that I can sell to you. 3 for 10. Lin Hung felt relieved and slurped a big mouthful of noodles. The situation seemed much better. Little did he know, Yanlei had received countless calls on the way over, with everyone advising him to be polite, friendly, not to scare the young man, and to definitely ask about the origins of the metal. Originally, this task didn't fall to Yanlei. He hadn't been on field duty for a long time. However, among the entire Special Operations Department, he was the only one who could be considered relatively gentle and approachable, so the higher-ups reluctantly called him in. If it weren't for the extreme confidentiality required for this matter, they probably would have wanted to find two negotiation experts instead. Lin Heng wasn't truly foolish. It was just that after experiencing great joys and sorrows, he viewed these matters without much emotional response. Anything that could be negotiated wasn't a big deal. Even if what you sold was indeed ordinary copper wire accessories, your pricing was far too low. It didn't even cover the cost. You should know, this is a type of mimicry alloy, and private transactions are illegal, right? Yan Lei's voice, neither heavy nor light, uttered this sentence, causing Lin Heng to almost knock over his bowl of noodles with his chopsticks, spilling the soup and chili oil onto his hand, but he felt nothing. What mimicry? What alloy? What is illegal? Lin Heng looked at Yan Lei in confusion for a while, gradually becoming angry. Are you saying his transaction is invalid? That his 999 accessories were sold for nothing? That he set up a stall in the night market for nothing? That this one task he could do couldn't be completed? He could tolerate other things, but he couldn't tolerate something that threatened his livelihood. He just needed one more accessory to complete the task, with a life cost of 700 per minute. Is it really fair to tell him the transaction is invalid just over a meal? No. He had to find a way to salvage this. How much do you want? I have my own supply channel, Lin Heng asked in a deep voice. Isn't it just about finding a supplier? He could very well be that supplier. Once he completed the task, he could exchange money for the accessory. Surely, he wouldn't be supplying to a research institute. That would be illegal, right? Now it was Yan Lei's turn to be stunned. He stood up suddenly, his voice almost cracking. You say you can make metamorphic alloy? Chapter 3. Handcrafted metamorphic alloy? I said I'm a supplier. I sell the most ordinary winding accessories. Just tell me how many you need. Lin Heng insisted that it was just ordinary accessories. Leisurely wiping the soup off his fingers with a napkin, red oil smeared all over his hands. In the small noodle shop at night, the atmosphere became eerie. The people that Yan Lei brought along gradually stopped eating. A few turned to stare wide-eyed at Lin Heng, as if he had said something extraordinary. Captain, he can handcraft metamorphic alloy? Finally, a younger team member couldn't hold back and blurted it out, only to be slapped on the head by someone across the table. Quickly retracting his head and focusing back on his bowl of noodles. Ahem, Captain, this student might not understand the nature of this matter. How about we take him back for a proper chat? Student, don't tell me you've been fooled into helping someone sell stolen goods? According to the laws here, possessing or selling prohibited items illegally can lead to a minimum of 5 years. Lin, this kind of alloy requires rare metals that are strategic resources. Even if you really have this ability, you wouldn't be able to obtain the raw materials. Don't let yourself be used as a pawn. We've all seen your information, and everyone here is aware. It would be better if you just tell the truth. We're not trying to make things difficult for you. These 20 or so people were newly assigned to Yan Lei, and since he hadn't been strict with them, on the way here, he had advised them to treat it like a casual late-night snack to avoid scaring Lin Heng. They had loosened up and started chatting. Amid the cacophony of voices, Yan Lei shouted, "Shut up." The noodle shop fell silent instantly, as if even the air had turned cold. Yan Lei sat back down, took a deep breath, and gazed steadily at the slightly naive young man across from him, trying to speak gently. Lin Heng, to be honest, we've looked into your situation. Given your current state, it's very difficult for you to produce such alloy. Moreover, the metamorphic alloy you're selling is exceptionally high quality. With data comparisons that stand out, it's a material that has never been seen in the industry worldwide. Even the closest alloys are made from extremely rare materials, with very low production capacity. Just the raw materials alone can fetch astronomical prices, which is not something a student can afford. This is not just talk. Countries are in a technological competition, and rare materials are incredibly precious. Many materials and technologies cannot be measured by money. Yan Lei looked at Lin Heng, who was looking down, pondering the changes in his emotions. After some consideration, he spoke up, stating that it wasn't just the research department that was interested. Several technology companies collaborating with the aerospace industry were also paying attention. We're not here to investigate your business dealings. We just want to clarify the source of these items. If possible, it would be a significant contribution to help the development of relevant fields in the region. Sure enough, hearing this, Lin Heng relaxed again. However, he decided to expedite the system task to avoid any further complications. Moreover, completing the task quickly would allow him to understand the exchange rules for the accessories. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a payment QR code, smiling slightly at Yan Lei. Do you have 10 yuan? Yan Lei was taken aback, unsure of what the young man was up to, but he went ahead and scanned the code, transferring 10 yuan. Upon hearing the system's completion notification, Lin Heng casually grabbed a handful of accessories from the system and slapped them onto the table. In a good mood, he waved his hand. 3 for 10 yuan. Take more if you want. Yan Lei watched in astonishment as Lin Heng seemingly conjured up a handful of accessories, around 6 or 7 pieces, without any packaging. The items were tangled together, and he couldn't help but gasp, feeling that something uncontrollable was about to happen. Noticing Yin Lei's silence, Lin Heng remained calm, picked up his chopsticks again, and continued eating his noodles, which were getting cold. The team members around them didn't quite catch Lin Heng's actions. They only saw the accessories on the table and assumed he had brought them along. Only Yin Lei faced the shock directly, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. Did you make these? Yin Lei cautiously picked up a wire-wrapped ring, examining it closely under the light. I'm the supplier. I've said it many times, Lin Heng replied, slurping his noodles while speaking vaguely. Just assume I can perform miraculous feats. In any case, if you want it, I can sell it. I don't know more than that. Didn't you say you checked my information? I'm a dying man. What would I have to gain from deceiving you? You can check for yourselves. Just let me know how much you want, but I don't provide after-sales service. Hearing this, combined with Lin Heng's sickly appearance, Yin Lei sighed internally. All right, I'll go confirm it. Yin Lei hurriedly got up to report to his superiors at the entrance of the store. The subsequent matters were beyond his decision-making power. They were also worried that if they didn't find the source in time, Lin Heng might be gone, which is why he had brought the team so urgently. In fact, higher-ups had already started mobilizing medical resources to see if they could assist Lin Heng. Meanwhile, Lin Heng continued to eat while checking the system interface, ignoring Yin Lei's reaction. The system remained as straightforward as ever, simply indicating that the task was completed and prompting him to claim his reward. After confirming, a new option appeared on the system interface, Physical Enhancement, Beginner, with a note suggesting it be used before sleeping. Additionally, the system asked if Lin Heng wanted to convert his energy points into life balance, totaling 502 energy points. Of course, I need to exchange them. Preserving my life comes first, Lin Heng decisively confirmed, watching his life balance increase from 12 days to 17 days, adding 5 days filled with hope. At this point, Lin Heng finally managed to put his mind at ease. The next step was to see how things would go after this month, along with the physical enhancement. He stared at the system for a while and decided to give it a try before going to bed that night. However, the task offered a total reward of 500 energy points, and he had a hunch about the extra 2 points, needing to try again. So he tapped the QR code on the table again and said to the teammate at the adjacent table, who was looking down at his bowl, "Come over and scan for another 10. When the teammate looked over, he appeared dazed but quickly completed the payment. Then he stared in shock at the trinket Lin Heng casually tossed on the table. He didn't dare to ask where Lin Heng got it from. Nor did he attempt to take the trinket, quickly retreating back to his seat with a bewildered expression. Lin Heng confirmed once more, and this time he managed to produce 6 items. The system prompted him that he received an additional 2 energy points for the same type of transaction. This meant that the extra 300 trinkets he received from the system were indeed part of the bonus rewards. If he could sell them all, he would earn an additional 100 energy points. This was great news. After all, living another day was still living. Lin Heng switched to the exchange page and found that the section for metallic wire ornaments was indeed available for selection. Wow. These little things cost 1 energy point each to exchange. What a cunning system. Fortunately, they could also be exchanged for money. And the price was much more appealing at 10 yuan per pound, with unlimited supply. Lin Heng chuckled. The system's pricing was a bit inflated. Unfortunately, he couldn't buy them at 10 yuan per pound and then sell them to the system for 1 energy point each to make a profit. Lin Heng sighed, but began to look forward to what other surprises the system might bring him. Chapter 4. High Technology, 10 yuan per pound wholesale. Selling to locals from the region, Lin Heng really wasn't he interested in making a profit. He wasn't he foolish. Although the other party spoke vaguely, he understood that the mimetic alloy was most likely not a civilian product, but intended for military supply. After all, being on the National Health Insurance Plan, Lin Heng felt grateful. Otherwise, relying on a student to cover the costs of serious medical treatment would be extremely difficult. Fortunately, after experiencing the highs and lows of life and death, he was emotionally stable and never really considered using 1,000,000 to buy a day. It was much simpler and more reliable to complete tasks. Selling to the official channels at 10 yuan per pound, how much do you plan to take? A youthful, crisp voice echoed in the noodle shop. Lin Heng intended to let the research institute have their fill. If it weren't for the system having costs involved, he would have wanted to hand over the items directly. The main concern was to resolve this matter quickly so that he could continue to focus on the system tasks. 17 days felt a bit short. Besides, with the task of the wire ornaments, he was given 300 extra items, and selling them would yield 100 energy points. The national acquisition would save Lin Heng from the hassle of setting up a stall at the night market. How much? 10 yuan per pound? Your wholesale? The teammate, who seemed dazed, exclaimed, but this time no one paid him any mind. Are you sure? Yin Lei had just entered the room, unable to believe what he heard. His fingers continuously tapping on his phone. Absolutely, at cost price. I didn't even factor in labor costs. However, I do not accept after-sales service. You need to find a way to check if it is what you need. I can ensure that each item is of the same quality as what I sold before. Moreover, I require payment up front. Lin Heng only has about 3,000 in savings, which is really not enough to buy materials in bulk for the research institute. He also needs to save some for his living expenses. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Lin Heng felt much more comfortable and his tone became more casual. Yin Lei cautiously asked him, "How much do you have?" Without thinking, Lin Heng replied, "I have as much as you need, no limits." Yin Lei looked at his phone and said decisively, "I want as much as you have. I will definitely give you a good price." In fact, it wasn't just the budget that was sufficient. Yin Lei's superior had told him that the relevant department was actively coordinating to mobilize quality medical personnel. They planned to consult Lin Heng's case after getting his approval. However, they intended to keep this matter from Lin Heng for now, to confirm the feasibility first, as they feared giving the child false hope without a result. Yin Lei's superior was currently working overtime in a meeting. Lin Heng shook his head, saying that he really couldn't afford to provide unlimited quantities, and reiterated, "It's 10 yuan per gene. You count how much you need in total, give me a number, and then provide a warehouse for delivery. Set the time and place, and let me know. Be sure to make it clear to them that I need payment up front and do not offer after-sales service. If there are issues after you take it back, don't come to me. Moreover, I am selling wire-wrapped accessories." Lin Heng made sure to emphasize the nature of the product. Yin Lei felt that this kid really didn't care what he was selling or how valuable it was. He was indeed a strange college student. Lin Heng recalled that the gemstones on the accessories looked quite extraordinary and added, "Are you sure you don't need the gemstones from this batch? Can you confirm there is nothing special about them? Currently, it is known that they should be a type of synthetic diamond, but slightly different from the common ones. The specific details would need to wait for the report from the research institute, which is expected to arrive in the next few days." Yin Lei expressed that he also didn't know much about the gemstones, as they were only informed about the importance of the metals. "All right. As long as there are no negative effects, that's good." Lin Heng asked, "So is that settled?" He was just curious and didn't really need to know the result, as it was already clear that the goods provided by the system were indeed somewhat special. However, he didn't care too much. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be avoided just by being cautious. No matter what the system provided, as long as it didn't harm others, he still had to complete the task and sell it. However, it would be a good idea to consult the research institute if he encountered goods he was unsure about. He sells things, and the research institute benefits as well, which is a win-win situation. Lin Heng was quite happy. "All right, as you said, let's leave it at this for today. I'll confirm the information tomorrow and contact you. Let's exchange contact information." Yin Lei signaled to take Lin Heng back to the dormitory. "Okay, I'll wait for your news." Finally, it was done, and Lin Heng breathed a sigh of relief. The team members around him could no longer hold back and began to whisper, their tones filled with disbelief. Yin Lei did not stop them this time, only relaxing completely after changing out of his uniform and sending Lin Heng back to the dormitory. "Captain, are we really just letting him go?" It was only at this moment that someone dared to approach Yin Lei. "What else can we do? Our task is to not scare him and to find out about the supplier." Yin Lei watched Lin Heng bounce up the steps to the dormitory, squinting and rubbing his still aching chest. It was likely that Lin Heng's hit had left a bruise. Lin Heng's file indicated he had a serious illness, yet he looked like a patient but had considerable strength. "Captain, he clearly concealed a lot, and can he really provide the goods? Should we continue to follow up and see if he will contact the supplier behind the scenes?" "Exactly, Captain. It can't be that he's actually crafting adaptive alloys in the school dormitory, right? That's absurd." The group whispered among themselves, but suddenly, a team member who had previously scanned the QR code and paid 10 yuan spoke up. "No, he didn't craft it by hand. He conjured it out of thin air." Yin Lei glanced back at him, and the team member quickly explained about his QR code payment. Yin Lei then remembered that when he had just finished a call back at the shop, he did indeed see a few more winding ornaments on the table. "Let's just pretend we didn't see that. I'll transfer you 10 yuan later," Yin Lei said, pausing as if unsure how to handle it. After a long moment, he continued, "Let's first engage with him and see the specific situation before drawing any conclusions. For now, let's keep it low-key." Yin Lei himself did not expect things to develop this way. He felt a mix of joy that it went relatively smoothly, but also worry about how to write the report afterward. Fortunately, his direct supervisor had just told him over the phone not to make things difficult for a student, but to keep a close watch on the situation to ensure that the people and things Lin Heng was involved with were safe. Yin Lei understood the implication. The matter itself was not severe, but the adaptive metal was too extraordinary and its appearance was indeed mysterious, so it needed careful attention. His superiors specifically instructed him to communicate the follow-up arrangements with Lin Heng and not to scare him. Yin Lei was also a bit curious if Lin Heng had some other background, given that he was repeatedly advised not to frighten him away. He felt that it was merely an issue regarding adaptive metal and shouldn't escalate to such a degree. This was the first time in his years at the Special Operations Bureau that he had received a task that felt like babysitting. Yet he did not dare to be careless. While Yin Lei quickly set his mind at ease, his supervisor, Li, was busy. God knows how many calls Li received that night. His phone was practically burning. No fewer than 5 departments and companies were frantically contacting him for information about Lin Heng and his contact details, all of which he blocked. It wasn't for any other reason, but because of the personal information and medical report laid out on his desk. The doctor estimated that Lin Heng had only a month left to live. A 19-year-old child, with no suspicious behavior detected, there was no need to push too hard. Lili still trusted the abilities of his subordinates and decided to keep a closer watch. However, he never expected that Lin Heng would actually claim to be the supplier and even asked them to report how much metamorphic alloy they needed, which was a total game changer. What could he do? He had to contact the people who inquired about Lin Heng one by one, starting by asking how much material the research institute planned to purchase. Lili touched his thinning hair and sighed. He had taken on this work and couldn't really push the kid into the spotlight. He could only grit his teeth and continue to intervene. He hoped that once everything was clarified and defined, they could help Lin Heng secure some additional benefits. If Lili could still hold on for a while, losing a few more hairs in the process, the situation at the research institute had already exploded. Chapter 5. Good things are shared by those who see them at the beginning. Lin Heng's accessories only suddenly became popular online, being dubbed as trendy accessories by some local self-media, dominating social media for 2 days. As for why even the research institute would pay attention to him, it all started on the first day Lin Heng set up his stall at the night market. A popular influencer named Su Ming immediately spotted a ring at Lin Heng's stall, but Lin Heng stubbornly insisted on selling 3 for 10 yuan and refused to sell individually. Su Ming had no choice but to buy 3 pieces to take home. It was the first time Su Ming had encountered a seller who wouldn't sell at a high price, and after returning home, he criticized it during his live stream, which quickly went viral among his fans, contributing to the fame of the trendy accessories. Little did he know that Lin Heng wasn't focused on the transaction price, but rather on the total volume of sales. Su Ming cherished the ring he bought, taking countless photos, while the other 2 pieces were carelessly tossed aside at home. Coincidentally, Su Ming's father, Su Yonghui, was a senior researcher at the Research Institute, specializing in rare metals and alloy research. Their team's recent focus was on metamorphic alloys, and they had made significant progress, recently achieving new breakthroughs. The entire team was working overtime to put some pressure on their competitors. In the past few years, certain advanced fields in the country had always been constrained by some powerful nations, facing both overt and covert threats. However, in the area of metamorphic alloys, everyone was starting from the same point. No one had a significant advantage, and how far they could go depended entirely on their capabilities. All countries were working hard to compete. Moreover, the development of this material was linked to the planning of various subsequent fields such as military industry, aerospace, and bioengineering, meaning that nearly all research institutions and tech companies with any connection were closely monitoring the progress of Su Yonghui's research group. Su Yonghui took advantage of his dinner break to return home for some materials and chatted with his daughter for a bit. When he left, he inadvertently swept 2 wire-wrapped pendants off the coffee table into his briefcase along with the file folder. These 2 accessories ended up swaying along with Su Yonghui to the workbench at the Research Institute. When Su Yonghui pulled out the file folder from his briefcase, he was puzzled about where the 2 shiny little items had come from. He didn't care whether they were pendants or something else. He just found them annoying and wanted to toss them aside. However, as soon as he picked them up, Su Yonghui sensed that something was off. He has specialized in rare alloys for decades, and this metal material is generally too simple to categorize. Besides, there are only a few types of metals that can be made into jewelry, and the texture and weight of this pair of accessories clearly seem off. Due to his professional habits, Su Yonghui quickly handed the items over to a student he brought along, instructing them to have it tested and to provide a detailed report as soon as possible. He did not expect that this would lead to such a significant response. When he heard the loud cheers from the neighboring lab, he even suspected that the soundproof glass was malfunctioning. It wasn't until an intern joyfully ran over with the report, congratulating him on successfully developing a mimic alloy, that he realized something was amiss. Is this really a mimic alloy? Do all the data match up? But this is something I brought from home. Su Yonghui, ignoring the crowd of celebrators, quickly contacted his daughter to clarify the origin of the items, only to find out that she had bought them from a night market stall for 10 yuan for 3 pieces. 10 yuan for 3 pieces? This is unbelievable. By the time Su Yonghui sorted out the situation, high-level officials from the Research Institute had already caught wind of it and were visiting their lab to inspect the mimic alloy. Those who usually held themselves with great arrogance were now unusually humble and friendly. Xiao Su, I knew you were the most hard-working and reliable one. Let me see how far you've gotten with this mimic alloy. Can it support the continuation of our transformable structure project? This was the deputy director of the Research Institute, an old scientist who was typically very hard to communicate with and quite reclusive. Hey, no, Sugu. Our latest thermal insulation material project also requires different attempts to make breakthroughs. Lu Ji, another researcher who often competed with Su Yonghui, was now smiling and friendly towards him. which was quite a pleasant experience. Teacher Sue, I'm your own student. Our project on the plasticity power device still has no leads. Teacher Sue, what about the progress on our liquid metal research? Nonsense. What does liquid metal research have to do with mimic alloys? Our research in biomechanical direction needs it more. A group of researchers of various ages were arguing in the lab over two small accessories, as if they were competing over groceries at a market, full of fighting spirit. But Su Yonghui still painstakingly clarified the source of the items, paying no mind to the reactions of others. He had already taken the two mimic alloy accessories and called his daughter to ask her to bring her ring as well. He couldn't let others in different groups take them. Su Yonghui began ushering his team members out and started preparing to focus on the more specific experimental data of the mimic alloy. How could such a high-grade mimic alloy appear at a night market, especially at such a price? Could it be that their competitors had reached such a level? Are mimic alloys becoming so cheap? This was extremely anxiety-inducing for Su Yonghui, who was tugging at his scarce hair, even more eager to send unrelated researchers away so he could quickly start his research. The senior researchers at the National Research Institute are not to be underestimated. If you, Su Yonghui, find this path unfeasible, then naturally you should first approach the director. After all, this was bought from a street stall. What if there's more? Such important materials cannot be allowed to leak outside. Regardless of their origin, they should be collected back first. So everyone dispersed, showcasing their abilities, quickly spreading the news. And soon enough, prominent figures in the research community learned about the metamorphic alloy. Several influential technology companies in the research field also began to inquire about the news from the National Research Institute. It must be said that scientists who have reached a certain height in research often possess a bit of obsession, because so many people were concerned about this matter. A group of influential figures from the National Research Institute began to bombard the provincial director, Li, with phone calls, demanding that he investigate the source of the accessories as quickly as possible. At that time, Li had just received Lin Heng's personal information: orphan, foster family, single mother, serious illness. With this combination of terms, Li handled the matter with great caution. He wasn't afraid that Lin Heng had any real problems. He was more concerned that Lin Heng might not have any issues but would suffer from the repercussions of harsh enforcement, affecting his reputation and future development. This matter had to be handled carefully and cautiously. Chapter 6. We must prosper perhaps because Lin Heng was roughly the same age as his son. Li felt a bit more compassion. Thus, he communicated Lin Heng's situation to the National Research Institute, intending to advise several influential figures not to privately seek him out, so as not to disturb Lin Heng's personal life. He only revealed that there was such a person who was in poor health and required rest. As for the alloy, Lin Heng merely happened to acquire it. The Bureau would strive to find the specific supplier, but he hoped they wouldn't interfere with each other. Of course, this was what Li conveyed to the National Research Institute. Unexpectedly, those influential figures became active, starting to contact their networks, recommending doctors, linking medical resources, and offering internship positions, which left Li unsure whether he should intervene. It was only at this point that Li realized the significance of the metamorphic alloy, reassessing the situation and reporting upward once again. After all, as the head of a special operations bureau, he didn't usually keep up with technological advancements. Now, he had to educate this group of influential figures, emphasizing the specific prospects of the metamorphic alloy, with national investments reaching hundreds of billions, closely tied to the development of many industries, especially with the emergence of this new type of metamorphic alloy, which had far surpassed the research progress of several major powers. This presented an opportunity for the nation to lead in this field by nearly a decade. This time, it wasn't about the nation facing sanctions. This time, they were the ones controlling others. Li began to pay more attention to Lin Heng, arranging for someone to check if Lin Heng had any high-risk individuals in his social circle, and called in Yin Lei, who was attending a meeting in the province, to take charge of this matter. After all, they were the Special Operations Bureau, which typically prioritized comprehensive strength. Their team members could be described as all-rounders. But in terms of approachability, perhaps only Yin Lei could be found in the entire bureau. Even though Yin Lei had not been on external assignments for a while, he was still pulled out by Li to get to work. This led to the scene where Yin Lei took a team to the night market to find Lin Heng. Now, everyone at the Research Institute received the news that the supplier of the mimicry alloy had been found. Although Li did not disclose specific information about the supplier, he hinted at Lin Heng's significant role in facilitating the transaction. The other party's transaction requirements were quite simple. The Research Institute needed to report the quantity of materials required, then conduct their own inspection. The price was very low, but the other party would not be responsible for after-sales service and requested payment in advance. This was not a big problem. As long as the inspection confirmed it was indeed mimicry alloy, the researchers did not actually need after-sales service. However, the specific price was not reported to the Research Institute, but was sent to the higher-level unit responsible for coordination for unified allocation. The relevant leaders from the region reached a consensus, albeit subtly. Such a rare material priced at 10 yuan per pound was exaggerated, and they felt it was necessary to ensure their own people were not shortchanged. Within the budget, they had to offer a reasonable amount. Moreover, the higher-ups had already begun scheduling meetings to discuss follow-up arrangements, such as participating in a technology exhibition a few months later, where they could discreetly showcase their recent achievements. After years of being constrained by technology restrictions, it was time for them to demonstrate the strength of their country. Of course, they still hoped the research institute would make progress, as truly mastering the development of mimicry alloy was the ultimate goal. However, before that, it was better for fewer people to know about the new mimicry alloy. Additionally, they needed to find a way to retrieve the popular accessories without raising public suspicion. In contrast to the methodical arrangements by the upper echelons, the researchers at the institute were just caught up in their excitement. When Su Yonghui heard the news, he rushed over to embrace the old director of the institute, eagerly applying to personally go for the transaction inspection. The subsequent matters were very straightforward. Various research groups related to metal materials quickly submitted applications regarding the mimicry alloy, and the institute soon compiled the approximate quantities needed for further reporting. This time, the material application approval process was remarkably swift. Not only did the research institute take action, but other technology companies with ties to the region also quickly caught wind of the news and inquired about the institute, even reaching out to Li, leading to an increasing number of demand orders being submitted. The emergence of a new high-tech material had the entire industry buzzing throughout the night. Back in the dormitory, Lin Heng, finally ready to enhance his physique, did not sleep soundly that night. When he returned to the dormitory, there were still 2 minutes until lights out, and his 3 roommates were engrossed in gaming. In the chaotic dorm room, only one person glanced up at him, casually greeted him, and then continued with the game. Lin Heng nodded casually, went to freshen up, and then returned to his upper bunk, finally able to reflect on the events of the day. The agency. Although Lin Heng had been busy earning medical expenses for himself this year, he had still heard about it in various news reports. He didn't expect the products released by the system to attract so much attention. It seemed he would need to pay more attention to future items. If something high-tech came along, that would be one thing, but what if a destructive and aggressive virus appeared? He could end up being blamed. Fortunately, the metamorphic alloy this time was relatively easy to handle. Lin Heng's intentions today were quite clear. He didn't plan to make excuses or deceive the other party by claiming he had sourcing channels. He knew he couldn't hide anything from the authorities. Moreover, his primary focus was on completing the task, and he didn't have the energy to concoct too many reasons. If he accidentally let something slip that raised suspicions, it was better to be straightforward now and see how the authorities would react before deciding on his next steps. This was also why he directly told Yanlei to prepare a place for receiving the goods, as he planned to go there personally and create something out of nothing by exchanging items from the system on-site. As someone who had been seriously ill for a long time, Lin Heng's bottom line was very low. As long as he was alive and free, that was the best outcome. After all, from the day he received the diagnosis of his genetic disease, he had come to terms with it. However, he thought that with the grand demeanor of his country and Yanlei's performance today, they shouldn't be too harsh on a sophomore student. Who wouldn't want to live a better life, ideally with wealth, leisure, and health? Speaking of which, Lin Heng wondered what exactly this system was. He recalled the day he bound the system to himself. If it hadn't been for that medicinal jade falling into his hands, he would never have believed the system was real, no matter what. The jade was smooth and warm to the touch, an irregular oval shape that looked quite pleasing, resembling jade in texture. Lin Heng had researched online and found that historically, there was a type of glaze known as medicinal jade. However, it seemed what the system provided might not be the same thing, and he was unsure if it would have any special effects. In any case, he had kept it with him for the past 3 days, as it was supposed to be worth 200,000, and leaving it in his dorm felt a bit careless. Lin Heng reviewed the day's events once more and felt that things were progressing well. His transaction task had been completed as planned, and he no longer needed to go to the night market. Yanlei from the agency had been very friendly, and if the state was acquiring it, he could also earn back 100 energy points from the wire-wrapped jewelry. Supporting the development of technology in his country, it was all quite perfect. If things continued this way, as long as the system didn't cause any trouble, he would be able to complete his task step by step and ensure his survival. Feeling relieved, Lin Heng eagerly opened the system interface, and a new task appeared. Chapter 7. Is the system stealing medicine to support me? The lights had already been turned off, and the sound of his roommates typing on their keyboards gradually quieted down. Lin Heng adjusted his mosquito net to cover the head of his bed and couldn't wait to open the system interface. He first glanced at the most important data. Life balance, 17 days. Temporary health boost, for days remaining. Remaining energy points, 2 points. It really feels a bit disheartening. Anyone who sees that they only have a few days to live wouldn't be in a good mood. However, Lin Heng has managed to accept his short lifespan with remarkable calmness. He even feels that his situation has improved, thanks to the system providing him with enhancements that ensure he can live healthily through each day. To put it another way, after being ill for a year, experiencing complete health before his eventual demise is something Lin Heng finds satisfying. Of course, he is determined to make an effort to stay alive. Moreover, he wonders how much energy he will need to supply the system once this temporary health boost expires. It seems wise to keep some energy reserves just in case. Lin Heng briefly glanced at the exchange page, which still had the same 3 options as before. He poked around other areas of the system to see if any new features had appeared before finally taking a closer look at the task completion page. The task for the decorative accessory showed 2 vague characters behind it, indicating a rating, but there was no specific level displayed. Remembering the previous prompts from the system, Lin Heng guessed he would have to wait until after the warranty period to find out more. The system's trading tasks would yield additional rewards 7 days later if there were no issues reported. Selling items at a market stall for $10 each surely wouldn't lead to anyone seeking after-sales support, and it would be unlikely for them to even find him. Lin Heng thought the chances were slim. He should be able to collect this reward, though he was curious about what kind of surprise it might entail. After receiving the health buff from the system, Lin Heng experienced the sweetness of good health, especially in contrast to his previous year of illness. His now vibrant body gave him a great sense of security. He opened the task interface again, casually skipping over the unfinished jade medicine task. As online auctions were indeed unreliable, he planned to think of a solution after the auction period ended. For now, Lin Heng focused on the newly appeared task. The task titled Good Medicine Soon had no restrictions on trading methods, a suggested selling price of 10,000, and a minimum transaction quantity of 50. The task rewards included 800 energy points, which could be exchanged for an additional 18 days of life. This time, there was no beginner's reward. The task name left Lin Heng puzzled. What kind of naming style was this? Did good medicine soon refer to its efficacy or a person's name? Was the system really borrowing from someone named Good Medicine Soon? Lin Heng felt a headache coming on. In the region, pharmaceuticals were strictly regulated. Selling them online or at an auction was not feasible, especially with products that lacked proper documentation. If he dared to sell medicines at a stall, it would likely lead to substantial trouble. The amount involved was quite significant, potentially leading to serious consequences, at least a 2-year sentence. The system provided him with 70 bottles, neatly arranged on the system's shelf, indicating that the surplus was likely part of an additional reward. A gray bottle icon also appeared on the exchange page. Lin Heng flipped back to check the jade medicine task and confirmed that it only gave him 1 jade medicine, which was directly placed in his hands rather than on the system's shelf. What was so special about this jade medicine? Anyway, without an answer, Lin Heng quickly set the question aside and took out a product from the system that was ready for sale. Using the light from his phone, he carefully examined his next item. The medicine was surprisingly packaged in a small, square wooden box containing a porcelain bottle. The deep blue bottle featured some golden trim, giving it a very high-end appearance. Along with the porcelain bottle was a thin card, and under the phone's light, Lin Heng saw a line of bold text, immediate results. Everything can be fixed immediately. There was a small label in the lower right corner that read, for external use. The back had some small, fragmented text that Lin Heng couldn't clearly read, so he turned it back to the front. Gazing at the bold text, Lin Heng felt the veins on his forehead nearly popping out, his blood pressure rushing to his head. Was this a prank or what? Was he supposed to just go out and ask someone, do you want to buy medicine? The kind that works immediately? What kind of person would that make him? Lin Heng tossed the card aside and picked up the small bottle. It felt smooth and heavy in his hand, though the bottle itself was not large. He estimated it was about the length of his finger, and at its widest point, it was no more than 2 fingers wide. He had no idea what kind of medicine was inside. However, this was a product, so Lin Heng didn't open it. He just carefully placed it in his waist bag. He still didn't know how to sell it, but after dealing with the orders from the research institute, he would think of a way. He didn't want to stress about it now. What kind of big spender would be willing to spend 10,000 on a bottle? After all, he wasn't too keen on directly selling medicine. He didn't even know how to introduce its efficacy. He also didn't know what kind of medicine it was. Lin Heng pulled out his waist bag and counted the money inside. This was today's earnings from his stall, totaling over 1,000 yuan. After 3 days of selling at the market, he had made 320 yuan, and with over 4,000 in his bank account, he now had around 8,000 yuan. Lin Heng felt quite satisfied. He hadn't expected selling at the night market to be so lucrative. He had underestimated the street stalls. Of course, this amount was still far from the million needed for a day's exchange in the system. Before he could feel too melancholic, his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Lin Heng quickly silenced his phone and checked the message. It was from Yenlei. They had exchanged contact information just downstairs in the dormitory. agreeing to reach out as soon as there was news, and he hadn't expected it to be so soon. Yin Lei, classmate Lin, what time is convenient for you tomorrow? We've arranged the warehouse here, and we have a rough idea of the quantity for the goods. If possible, can we start with a small transaction? It seemed Yin Lei wanted to make a small test transaction first. Lin Hing thought about it and agreed, replying with his class schedule. He was a sophomore and had professional classes tomorrow. His health had been poor this year, and he was on the verge of failing one class. If he didn't attend, he feared he would attract the teacher's attention. Yin Lei, all right. 8:30 p.m. at the warehouse located at 355B7 Pinko Road, Tongwan District, near the airport. The payment can be sent to you by tomorrow morning. It's a bit far. Do you need a ride? Lin Hing thought for a moment and replied, no, I'll head over after class. There's a bus. Yin Lei didn't persuade much and quickly sent over the demand, which Lin Hing thought was indeed not much, only 500 jin. He confirmed the transaction process again. Lin Hing would first deliver the goods, and then the inspection would be handled by personnel from the relevant research institute. At 10 yuan per jin. It was only a matter of 5,000 yuan. He had thought the institute would order a few tons, especially since it was clearly stated that they would take as much as they needed. Surely, it couldn't be that they were hesitant to ask for more. Perhaps they wanted to inspect the goods first? However, Lin Hing didn't dwell on it. He happily received the items, comfortably lying in bed, staring at the button labeled Physical Strengthening, Beginner, on the system interface, and activated it without hesitation. Chapter 8. Who ate the sign? Physical Strengthening, Beginner, activated. Suddenly, Lin Hing lost control of his body, lying on the bed unable to move, yet his consciousness remained very clear. At first, there was only slight dizziness, but soon the sound of his heartbeat began to amplify in his ears. Before long, Lin Hing started to sweat profusely, and intense pain abruptly surged within him. Yet he couldn't utter a sound, as if his body was no longer his own. Later, it felt as if his consciousness was being scorched by fierce flames. Inch by inch, licked by the scalding heat, only to cool down rapidly afterward. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that Lin Hing finally fell into a deep sleep, and this time he slept exceptionally well. It was hard to describe the sense of peace. When he woke up again, all his fatigue had vanished, and he felt much lighter. Lin Hing hadn't slept this well in a long time. In the years since his genetic condition was diagnosed, he hadn't had many good nights of sleep. Various worries and pressures had left him physically and mentally exhausted, enduring pain while hiding it from his family. To avoid revealing any signs, he had reduced contact with his foster mother, and along with working to support himself while ensuring his studies, this year had drained all his energy. Now, he finally felt at ease. In a great mood, Lin Hing checked himself and saw on the system panel that the physical strengthening was successful, with the host's physical condition rated as C and health status passing. Lin Hing was very satisfied. Passing was already good enough. He leisurely pulled out his phone and happened to see a notification of a deposit into his bank account. He wasn't surprised that Yin Lei's superior could check his account. When he clicked in, he saw a deposit of 300,000 yuan, clearly marked, deposit, balance to be credited after transaction. This was obviously inconsistent with Lin Hing's request for upfront payment, but this amount was enough for him to buy 15 tons from the system. While yesterday Yin Lei had said they only needed 500 jin, it was clear that the authorities wanted to offer a bit more, yet were cautious about scaring him off. Both parties were carefully probing each other. Lin Hing waited for further reactions from the higher-ups, unsure how they would respond to the system's seemingly unreal capabilities. Soon, his leisurely mood was shattered by a loud exclamation in the small dorm room. It was already noon. He had classes in the morning. Skipping class. As the lights began to glow and the sunset cast its warm hue, Lin Hing wandered alone at the wide intersection. In the distance, the sounds of unloading cargo echoed, occasionally interrupted by workers' shouts and the sounds of warehouse doors opening and closing. This 355B7 warehouse near the airport was indeed not easy to find. Lin Hing grabbed a quick bite after school and rushed to the airport. On the way, he received a message from his roommate asking if he was going to the night market to set up a stall again and whether he needed food brought to him. Several roommates were not from the same major as him. They said they had tried to wake him up in the morning but gave up and let him rest. Considering his frail health over the past year, they were cautious not to speak loudly around him, fearing he might accidentally cough up blood or something. However, during class in the afternoon, familiar classmates remarked that Lin Hing looked much better today and appeared healthy. Throughout the afternoon, he could clearly feel that his physical condition had improved significantly, filled with energy. He just wondered what it would be like once the temporary health buff from the system expired. Lin Hing followed the GPS to number 353 on Pinko Road. Beyond that intersection was a long red brick wall. The GPS persistently directed him to climb over the wall and continue for another 2 kilometers to find a road. Peering over the wall, he saw nothing but a stretch of overgrown grass. There wasn't even a building in sight. Frowning, he turned off the GPS, lowered his head to contact Yin Lei, but but there was no response. He tried calling, but nobody picked up. Lin Heng started to suspect that Yin Lei might be deliberately playing tricks on him. What a fool he was for not asking Yin Lei for credentials from the relevant agency, though even if he saw them, he probably wouldn't be able to tell if they were real or fake. Sighing, Lin Heng circled around the road sign at the beginning of Pinko Road again. Logically, 353 shouldn't be too far from 355, right? Could it be that he got off at the wrong stop? But the next stop was the airport. It wasn't that Lin Heng was lost. It was just that the area around the airport was suburban and had recently undergone renovation, leaving it full of warehouses and factories, with significant distances between them, making it very empty. Additionally, after marking 353, the directional signs were nowhere to be found. Who took the signs? Frustrated, Lin Heng kicked at the weeds by the roadside. If he had known, he would have asked Yin Lei to send someone to pick him up. He really shouldn't have been afraid of inconveniencing others. As Lin Heng struggled to find his way, Yin Lei was also pondering why he hadn't received any news as the time approached. Neither of them realized that Lin Heng's phone signal had already started to falter. With about half an hour left, Yin Lei didn't dare to contact Lin Heng too much to urge him, so he could only wait anxiously while also reaching out to others to check on Lin Heng's whereabouts. Given the current tense international situation, the alloy was a crucial material, and Yin Lei couldn't afford to be careless. He regretted not having someone stay close to Lin Heng. Just moments ago, his superior had urged him to probe further to see if he could obtain Lin Heng's genuine supply channels. On top of that, throughout the day, various leaders had been inquiring for updates, and some big names from research institutes he could contact were calling him, keeping his phone constantly busy and creating quite a commotion. Recalling Lin Heng's ability to create something out of nothing, Yin Lei decided to pick him up later and assess the situation. When Yin Lei contacted Lin Heng yesterday, he deliberately did not ask how the goods would be delivered, and Lin Heng did not mention it either, only saying that he would come. Without confirmation, Yin Lei was hesitant to submit the report. Soon, Yin Lei's phone rang. He looked down to see a message from his subordinate. Captain, there seems to be an issue with Lin Heng's phone signal. We contacted the command center to retrieve satellite imaging and located him near area 353, just across a highway from your position. It's not far if he goes through the underground passage. However, for some reason, he has been moving back and forth within a small area. Shortly after, his subordinate sent Lin Heng's approximate location, and Yin Lei called nearby team members to hurry and pick him up. Lin Heng had just noticed the problem with his phone signal. He was holding his phone up to navigate and had only just realized the signal was intermittent, especially when he passed an old warehouse. He was curious why a newly renovated area would still have such an old structure. But when he checked his phone signal, he became uneasy. He clearly saw the signal skip the weak phase and just disappear. Lin Heng stood still, the sky gradually darkening, with only the streetlight illuminating his feet. Occasionally, strange knocking sounds echoed around him. The unloading sounds were almost inaudible, and only sporadic water sounds could be heard, indicating that there were clearly no people nearby. He took a few steps back, staring at the signal on his phone as it slowly regained strength. A signal jammer. After several attempts, he realized something was off. This old warehouse had its large doors slightly ajar, allowing him to see the empty interior space illuminated by the streetlight. Why would a warehouse that no one used have a signal jammer? Even if it were a functioning warehouse, what kind of goods would require one? Would truly important goods be stored in such an openly accessible, newly promoted storage area? Could it be some peculiar hobby? Just as Lin Heng was pondering this, a sudden knocking sound rang out. His curiosity came to an abrupt end. After confirming the situation, he decided to take a detour and return to the spot where he had initially gotten out of the vehicle, waiting for Yin Lei to find him. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard the sound of sticks being swung behind him. Chapter 9. This kind of hard work is not suitable for him. The chaotic footsteps were particularly noticeable in the silent warehouse area, mixed with the sound of sticks swishing through the air and occasionally striking the grass. Voices emerged from around the corner behind Lin Heng. Did you find him? No. The kid is too good at hiding, but it's okay. With his injury, he won't last long if he runs away. How about the others? Is everything taken care of? Are they all set? Boss, don't worry, it's all good. Let us go back in and take another look. Be careful. This is a matter of life and death. The footsteps grew closer, and on the empty road, only the streetlights stood tall. The warehouses in the new district were designed wide enough for large trucks to pass side by side, and there was a considerable distance between the storage units. Lin Heng had nowhere to hide, so he could only jog a couple of steps and slip into an old warehouse. Fortunately, he was slender and didn't need to push the door. As soon as he entered the warehouse, a faint smell of blood hit him. He hadn't noticed it outside, and the lighting was too dim to detect anything unusual. It was only inside that Lin Heng saw the deep red stains on the floor, which looked like blood, though he couldn't tell if it was human. He quickly hid behind the door, holding his breath and peeking outside. The people had already come in, and it was too late to think of anything else. He regretted being so curious at the door and trying to test some signals. Now that he was physically better, his heart was bolder. He scolded himself a couple of times and focused on the 5 or 6 people outside the warehouse, each holding sticks of various lengths. "Brother Wu, are we not searching anymore?" one asked. "Forget it. The one who ran wasn't part of the plan anyway," came the reply. "But what if? Look at you, so timid. What if they head straight to the airport later? The Su family has everything arranged. Oldly, guard the door. Everyone else come with me to take a look. Remember to be sharp when we leave. Once we're out of here, no one recognizes anyone, got it?" The mention of the Su family hinted at something serious, and Lin Hung caught snippets of their conversation while trying to find another hiding spot. But he didn't pay close attention to the rest. He muted his phone and checked again. There were still no messages, and the signal was non-existent. Throughout his journey, Lin Hung hadn't really been concerned about the signal, too preoccupied with arguing with the faulty navigation system. Now he thought maybe there were multiple signal jamming spots, as this group of bandits likely had several backup locations prepared. After a moment of thought, he recalled there were indeed a few unused warehouses along the way, but none were locked. He couldn't hear what the group outside was saying, but they soon turned and headed towards the warehouse. Lin Hung cautiously looked for a place to hide, but there was nothing in the dimly lit warehouse. The bloodstains on the ground were unclear in their extent, and he didn't dare use his phone for light, so he walked deeper inside aimlessly. The warehouse was enormous, with several large windows on one side, the sills quite high, letting in faint light from the street lamps outside. The entire space was open, with a few columns scattered around to support the high ceiling, which Lin Hung estimated to be about 5 meters tall, too high for him to climb. As he moved a couple of steps further in, he could vaguely see several figures curled up near the last window. Lin Hung felt that his vision seemed a bit better than before. He scanned the warehouse for places to hide and cautiously approached the figures lying on the ground. The footsteps behind him were getting closer, and the people were about to enter. Lin Hung adjusted his breathing to remain as quiet as possible, crouching low and quickly taking a few steps. He soon saw 2 people on the ground with their hands bound, their fate unknown. Judging by their outlines, it appeared to be 1 man and 1 woman. Before he could take a closer look, a shadow flashed in his right peripheral vision. Lin Hung quickly turned around, but saw nothing. Just as he was about to confirm again, the heavy door of the storage room was pushed open. The creaking of the door hinges was piercing. Lin Hung was already far from the entrance, so he retreated to the wall and quickly considered his options. Fortunately, his clothes were dark, which provided some cover. The few people on the opposite side were quite relaxed, chatting and wandering around. At that moment, a loud notification rang in his mind, and a huge system interface appeared, seemingly right in front of his eyes. Lin Hung's pupils constricted, and he had to admit he was startled. He felt his heart pounding against his ribs, and his scalp began to tingle while his limbs grew cold. He struggled to steady his breathing and quickly glanced at the system prompt. Mission, Medicinal Jade, completed. Lin Hung had no time to be surprised. He skipped over the task details and quickly scanned to the last line. Beginner's bonus. Early warning function, enable? Yes. Hurry up. Although he didn't know what it was for, it was better than standing still. Early warning function activated. The system detected an 80 chance of danger for the current host. Lin Hung looked at the floating text in front of him and thought, do you really need to tell me this? If you keep rambling, I want to survive the remaining 16 days. The system was very cooperative. Almost the moment Lin Hung thought this, a small arrow appeared in his line of sight, pointing to his side and behind him. Host is advised to hide quickly. There was a wall behind Lin Hung. He was getting frustrated with the system. At this moment, both old grievances and new ones came to mind as he cursed the useless thing and reluctantly turned to look in the direction the system indicated. The man and woman on the ground were behind a pillar that was pressed against the wall, protruding about 40 centimeters. Lin Hung cautiously moved over and discovered that the inner side of the pillar was hollowed out at the bottom, leaving only rebar, and there was a significant indentation into the wall. However, because it was blocked by the pillar, it was indeed not visible unless one got close. That space was just big enough for him to fit in. Lin Hung didn't know whether to be angry or amused. Only the system could find such a place. In such a dim environment, a normal person would struggle to locate it. From the front, the wall and pillar appeared intact, and due to lighting issues, it was hard to detect the recessed hole from the side. He could probably hide there with a bit of caution, especially since none of the intruders were using any tools to illuminate the area. They were only relying on the light from the street lamps to look around, not even pulling out their phones. Lin Hung had no time to think about this. He quickly checked if there was anything dangerous in the indentation and curled himself inside. Due to the small space, he inevitably brushed against the wall as he entered, causing the sound of fabric rubbing against it. Sure enough, the few people in the distance heard it. Had those 2 woken up? The one leading came directly towards Lin Hung's direction. Impossible. The medicine had been administered well. They wouldn't wake up at this time tomorrow. Could it be that the one who ran away came back? How could you think about saving someone in that condition? Be careful and assess the situation. 2 individuals were walking towards Lin Hung's direction, while others were scattered around the warehouse, checking various corners. As the few people approached, Lin Heng held his breath and tried to press himself further inside. Thoughts were swirling chaotically in his mind, and Lin Heng decided that once he got out safely, he would never deliver goods to someone's door again. This hard labor was not suitable for him. He would just open an online store and let customers take their own pictures of what they wanted. Delivery would be handled by someone else. Suddenly, one of the thugs who had come close to inspect pulled out a phone to illuminate a man and a woman on the ground. Lin Heng's heart stopped for a moment. If that person turned slightly, they would see where he was hiding. He could even make out the pattern on their shoes. Chapter 10. It's fine. It's just fine, as long as it's fine. As the sound of clattering stones echoed, Lin Heng felt his heart stop momentarily, and all he could hear was a faint buzzing in his ears. His body stiffened for a moment before starting to tremble slightly. He couldn't tell if the noise was made by him or from outside. The thug holding the phone quickly became alert. Who is it? Lao Ji, go take a look. Someone whispered in command. Gradually, a figure approached, swinging a club that buzzed through the air. Lao Ji also pulled out his phone and quickly moved toward the wall. As he raised his hand to shine the light, a shadow pounced like a beast in the night, darting through the darkness like a flash of lightning. In the dim light, everything became blurry. The indistinct shadow danced on the wall as if it had a life of its own. Lao Ji let out a scream, and Lin Heng could hear the fear and despair in his voice. My leg. Lin Heng couldn't see clearly, but noticed a figure coming down from above that knocked Lao Ji to the ground, causing him to wail in pain. The impact was heavy, echoing through the warehouse. They found him. He actually ran here. Someone rushed forward and kicked the man who was pinning Lao Ji aside, quickly dragging Lao Ji away. Lin Heng couldn't tell if there were bloodstains on the ground. Lao Ji, cursing, was pulled up but staggered and couldn't steady himself. Once the others saw who the man on the ground was, they picked up their clubs and struck him fiercely. Lin Heng almost felt as if he could hear the sound of bones breaking. Enough. Stop hitting him. It's a waste of time. He.s. unresponsive. Boss. We found the guy. If everything's fine, can we leave? Let us go. We're running out of time. Stop dawdling. The group shouted at Lao Ji, supporting him as they hurriedly exited, quickly disappearing outside the warehouse door. Lin Heng waited for a moment, and only after the system indicated it was temporarily safe did he crawl out of his hiding place. The first thing he did upon coming out was rush to the man's side to check for signs of breathing. He could see clearly that this man had come to save him. He didn't know where the man had been hiding, but if it weren't for Lin Heng, he wouldn't have been exposed. Thankfully, the breathing was weak but still present. Lin Heng finally noticed that the man was covered in blood. Through the torn areas of his white shirt, he could see the gaping wounds and bruises on his flesh. The man also had injuries on his legs, but the dark color of his pants made it hard for Lin Heng to see the extent of the damage. At least there was no blood oozing from his legs. It seemed that the most severe injury was the stab wound on his chest. It was likely that the bloodstains in the warehouse belonged to this man. This meant that he had been hiding by the warehouse door, looking outside. Perhaps the knocking sound Lin Heng heard was also made by him, maybe to scare him away. Lin Heng felt he should try to help the man. If he just ran out to call for help, he might have to go far to get a signal, especially now that he seemed to have some medicine with him. He pulled out a box of medicine from his waist pack. He wondered if this medicine could really work quickly. After thinking for a couple of seconds, Lin Heng decisively took out a ceramic bottle and opened the cap. Before pouring the medicine, he paused to take out his phone, not to use as a flashlight. He could still see the wound clearly with the streetlight, but to record a video as evidence. He turned on the flashlight function and aimed it at the man's chest wound, then started recording. Luckily, his phone supported this function. Lin Heng knew very well that the medicine he had was a product provided by the system, and he couldn't afford to buy it for 10,000. Even if he could, selling it to himself probably wouldn't count as a legitimate transaction in the system. He needed to complete the task to extend his life. By recording a video, if he could save the man, he could also charge him later. If not, Lin Heng decided he would go to a place with a signal to call for help. In any case, the medicine had to work. He needed to get his money back. Having made up his mind, Lin Heng aimed his phone at the man's gruesome wound and poured the medicine onto it. The system prompt immediately sounded. Product has been used. Please complete the transaction as soon as possible, or there will be penalties. Then, a countdown of 24 hours appeared on the system. Lin Heng's heart sank, but he could only grit his teeth and focus on saving the man. The medicine was powdery, looking somewhat heavy, and it shimmered faintly under the light. As Lin Heng shook his wrist, a thin layer of powder covered the man's wound. He figured he had poured enough and put away the medicine bottle. Soon, right before Lin Heng's eyes, the bleeding from the wound stopped, gradually shrinking and twisting into a reddish-brown mass. Then, it began to swell and close up. The color faded, leaving only a hideous scar. Lin Heng stared intently at the entire healing process, watching as the scar eventually disappeared completely. The skin on the man's chest looked smooth and new. Although it felt a bit strange to be staring at a man's chest, Lin Heng couldn't help but hold his phone up close to examine it for a while. The only rational thought he had left was to avoid touching it directly. Well, he ended up pressing down on it a couple of times anyway. But could he really be blamed for that? This medicine was just too incredible. Was it really that effective? What's going on? Is this a miraculous external injury remedy? Doesn't this mean the medicine is extraordinary? If this were brought during a disaster relief effort, it wouldn't seem so expensive after all. Lin Heng turned off the flashlight and watched as the man's breathing gradually became stronger. He sat back down and began to repeatedly watch the footage recorded on his phone. Hiss! The video showed that the external injury healed quickly, but he wondered if the man had any rib injuries. If there were fractures, would that mean chest surgery would be necessary later? Lin Heng didn't know much about how to handle broken bones, so he decided not to think about it. After all, he couldn't help with that at the moment. If he could stop the man's most serious wound from bleeding, the chances of survival would increase significantly. Next, he should look for an ambulance. Lin Heng stood up, stretched his limbs, and scanned the area, but he didn't see any signs of fire. He checked the two people tied up on the ground. Judging by their figures, he estimated they were quite young. He tried to pull the two of them, realizing they were heavier than expected. Perhaps he should move the man out first. Unfortunately, there were no handy tools to untie the ropes, and after a couple of attempts to tug at them, he gave up. He figured Yin Lei must have started looking for him by now. Lin Heng glanced at the time. It was already about 8:30. It was clear that Yin Lei would be the one most anxious since he hadn't shown up. Given the efficiency here, he estimated it would take another 10 to 20 minutes for someone to find him. Just as Lin Heng was contemplating whether he should leave quickly or wait for help, a strange smell wafted in from the direction of the main door. Almost instantly, the system provided a notification, fire source detected, predicting an 88% chance of a fire outbreak, suggesting the host evacuate. Lin Heng turned around abruptly. Flames were already shooting up at the entrance of the warehouse. That was the only exit. Chapter 11. The fire rages. Did you bring money? What happened to the early warning? Is 3 seconds in advance considered early? The smell of smoke gradually spread. Outside the main door, the light from the street lamp filtered through the smoke swirling in the flames, only to be devoured again by the fire. Listening to the crackling sound of flames licking the wood, Lin Heng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He looked at the 3 people on the ground, especially the man he had just saved with the medicine, hesitating for a moment. He felt a bit reluctant to run away first. Lin Heng thought the deal wasn't complete. He couldn't let 10,000 go to waste here. Besides, the other party had saved him. Even though the system had enhanced his physique, he didn't think he could take on 6 armed robbers right away. In that moment of hesitation, the fire had already climbed up to the roof of the warehouse through the old wooden door. In that instant, Lin Heng suddenly understood why these villains chose such an old warehouse. The system prompted again, advising the host to leave quickly, and kindly drew an arrow indicating the direction. However, the direction was entirely opposite to the exit, toward the window. Lin Heng leaned over to take a look. Although it was an old warehouse, the glass was double-layered laminated safety glass. Lin Heng recognized this because the hospital had installed the same type. When he went there for treatment, he overheard the workers chatting during the renovation. This kind of glass is dust-proof, theft-proof, and fireproof. It's considered a relatively high-end type, which seems out of place in such an old warehouse. It's already strange for a warehouse to have large glass windows, let alone an old one with double-layer fireproof glass. It felt as if they intended to trap someone inside to burn. Lin Heng was more certain that this place had been carefully selected by the other party, indicating a deep-seated grudge between the two sides, not just an impulsive act. Moreover, these people had already arranged an escape route. Lin Heng reached out and pushed the window. The heavy glass didn't budge, almost mocking him. The impact resistance of this glass surely couldn't be broken by bare hands, could it? The system suggested kicking it with force. It seemed the system was playing a joke on him, suddenly displaying this line. Lin Heng felt that this star-refining system was definitely problematic, but he still jumped onto the windowsill to find a suitable angle to exert force. He had to give it a try. There was really no second exit in this place. Lin Heng kicked hard, and the first layer of glass dented slightly where his foot landed, slowly cracking a line. He took a deep breath, feeling a surge of anger, that sense of helplessness reminiscent of a year spent struggling under the grip of illness. Crying out just to live one more day, he kicked the glass again, and a crisp sound rang out, the cracks on the window becoming more pronounced, slithering across the glass like a snake. The first layer of glass had lost its tension and softened. He breathed heavily, a drop of sweat sliding down his forehead. His lips tightly pressed, brows furrowed. Wiping the sweat, he slowly calmed his inner emotions. Lin Heng aimed at the same spot and kicked a third time. A muffled shattering sound emerged, and the second layer of glass began to crack. Watching the glass shatter and the cracks widen, Lin Heng realized his physical condition was likely not as adequate as he had thought. This was specialized reinforced 3-proof glass. As the sound of cracking continued, Lin Heng's anger gradually subsided. He took a few deep breaths and used his elbow to break through the first layer of glass, calculating how much space would be needed to get someone out. While Lin Hung was figuring out how to clear the glass, the man behind him slowly woke up. The sound of the man getting up caught Lin Hang's attention. When he turned to look, the man was already sitting against the wall, checking his chest. The fire was spreading along the wall, and under the glow of the flames, the man's actions appeared calm and unhurried, as if he was well practiced. If there were more people to help, they might really have time to drag everyone out. It was only then that Lin Hung considered the survival chances of the other two. Without thinking, Lin Hung lunged forward, grabbing the man's collar with one hand while skillfully raising his phone with the other, starting a video recording. There's a fire. 10,000. Do you have the money? The man looked at Lin Hung with confusion, seemingly not expecting that the first thing he would hear after escaping death was a question about money. Don't be dazed. What's your name? Xiaomu. The man's voice was hoarse, and there were faint traces of blood around his mouth when he spoke. His injuries seemed quite serious. Lin Hing thought for a moment and said pointedly, I saved you. The wound on your chest was treated by me. Now, I can immediately help you with the remaining external injuries, but you must swear that after escaping, you will pay me. Lin Heng added, and keep it a secret. Xiaomu was well aware that the person in front of him had just risked his life to help him avoid being discovered. As for the chest wound, Xiaomu touched the area where the injury was supposed to be. Not only was the skin intact, but even the old scar had disappeared. This felt a bit surreal, and Xiaomu was momentarily unsure if he was still dreaming or if the person in front of him was not human at all. Xiaomu struggled to understand what the other person was saying, but he only caught that he needed to give the other party 10,000 yuan. All right. Xiaomu nodded in agreement. However, Lin Hung was not reassured and reached out to check. There was no phone in Xiaomu's pockets, indicating he couldn't make the payment right now. So, Lin Hung raised his phone and said to him, Come on, say it again. I treated you. And after you leave here alive, you will pay me for the medicine, 10,000 yuan. Xiaomu looked beyond Lin Hung at the fire that was gradually spreading behind him and assessed his physical condition. His thoughts began to clear up. He pushed Lin Hing forward with some force and whispered, Run, hurry up, you fool. Run? I'm not running just to live a few more days. Lin Hung stumbled from the push but steadied himself and took out a medicine bottle. Noticing that Xiaomu was still trying to push him away, Lin Hing stepped onto his shoulder to pin him firmly against the wall. This posture was rather ungracious. With one hand holding the medicine bottle and the other holding the phone, Lin Hung found himself with no other options. Xiaomu looked up at the somewhat youthful face of the boy and struggled to keep up with his train of thought. What did he mean by not running to stay alive? Was he really planning to stay here and play with fire? Xiaomu glanced at the two people bound and lying on the ground, and then looked at Lin Hung, who appeared energetic yet frail. He lowered his voice to advise. I may not have a chance anymore, but you still can. Just keep quiet and say whatever I tell you to say. Lin Hung put on a fierce expression, which seemed somewhat ridiculous to someone as seasoned as Xiaomu. However, Xiaomu could tell Lin Hung was serious, given that this might be the end of his life. He relented. You say it. Lin Hung instructed. Say you are grateful for being saved by me, that you voluntarily agree to pay me for the medicine after escaping, and that you will keep it a secret. Hurry up. Lin Hung impatiently bit open the cork of the ceramic bottle with his teeth, tossed it aside, and tilted the bottle slightly towards the wound on Xiaomu's thigh. With his other hand steady and aimed at Xiaomu's face, he started recording a video. Xiaomu didn't ask any more questions and began to repeat what Lin Hung wanted him to say, rambling on for quite a while, even stopping to catch his breath in between. As soon as Lin Hung heard him finish, he quickly poured the medicine out of the bottle. As the medicine was sprinkled onto the wound, Xiaomu's pupils constricted, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. Chapter 12. Get well soon. Xiaomu's injuries were far more severe than Lin Hung had observed. Throughout the night, he had protected two individuals, enduring numerous blows, and several of his wounds were deep enough to expose bone. After being captured, he had gathered strength for a counterattack, resulting in even more injuries. The medicine Lin Hung held spilled out, and in some places, Xiaomu had to pull aside the torn fabric to show him the wounds. It was a miracle that Xiaomu had not bled to death. Lin Hung initially thought the worst injury was the deep, bleeding scar on Xiaomu's chest. But to his surprise, the injury on his leg was even worse. There was a deep knife wound on his ankle, likely damaging the tendons. Lin Hung distinctly remembered that the attackers had only wielded clubs. He had no idea how this knife wound had occurred. However, there was no time to ponder further. There were too many areas on Xiaomu's body that needed treatment. Not to mention the grotesque, bloody flesh wounds that Lin Hung did not overlook at all. What kind of grudge could lead to such brutality? This person, so severely injured, still wanted to save him once more. A young man raised under the banner of his homeland had steadily reached adulthood, with the greatest suffering coming from a genetic illness over the past year. Even though he could face death calmly, Lin Hung had never encountered such a brutal world. This was far from his understanding. He trembled as he sprinkled the powder. The small bottle, now carrying endless hope. At that moment, The weight of the medicine bottle felt like 1,000 pounds. Finally, when all the external wounds were covered with a thin layer of powder, miraculously accelerating the healing process, Lin Heng glanced at the bottle in his hand. He gently shook it, as if there was still some powder inside. There was no time to think about why such a small porcelain bottle contained so much powder. Lin Heng didn't overthink it. Seeing Xiao Mu's dazed expression, he brought the bottle to Xiao Mu's mouth. He poured the remaining medicine into Xiao Mu's mouth, disregarding whether the external medicine would cause problems if ingested. In that moment, he had only one thought: get well soon. When Xiao Mu tasted the bitter medicine, he swallowed it without a second thought. The scene before him reshaped his understanding of reality. It turned out that such magical things really existed in this world. Yes, he didn't believe this was the effect of medicine. He even pinched himself secretly, thinking perhaps this was all a wonderful dream. Xiao Mu's day had been thrilling, and in the end, despite his desperate efforts, he had not received any rescue. He was already prepared to lay down his life here. He had accepted a military order, concealed his identity to carry out a mission, publicly acting as the bodyguard for the Su siblings while secretly investigating the traitors hidden within the Su family. However, unexpectedly, after all his hard work and following the plan to the final step, his prearranged backup suddenly lost contact during this operation. There was a trap, although he was unclear about where things had gone wrong. At that moment, he was ready to face death. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid. It was just that the mission and responsibility were more important. Even when he was severely injured during the fierce battle, he did not waver. He knew he bore an important mission and could not let physical pain stop him. He had to keep moving forward until the very last moment. He had done his best to stall for time, hoping that if he could save the pair of siblings in the end, it would not be in vain. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough. Just moments ago, he was still thinking about doing a good deed by saving the intruder. He never expected to receive such a huge surprise. As he felt the pain gradually fade away from his body, the wounds began to tighten, and his body temperature slowly rose. As if his body was once again filled with vitality. His body found its balance again and regained its former strength. In truth, the sudden healing of his injuries felt quite uncomfortable. The entire recovery process was compressed into just a few breaths, with pain and itching intertwined, exhausting a great deal of his energy, especially the severed tendons in his foot. He could even feel that beneath the tremendous pain, new muscle was being forged. Fortunately, he had no strength to cry out now. Moreover, the shock of everything happening before him left him too stunned to think. The fire was gradually closing in, and Lin Heng looked out the window with his hands hanging down. While the two were healing and preparing to save themselves, two groups of people were frantically searching for them. One of them was Yen Lei, leading a team from a special operations unit. After receiving Lin Heng's approximate location and noticing something was off with his behavior, they rushed over. However, as Yen Lei made his way there, his heart grew colder. The area where Lin Heng was located was directly opposite the warehouse designated by Yen Lei's team, separated by a highway. The difference between the two areas was that Lin Heng's side mainly consisted of warehouses for civilian rental and sale, while Yen Lei's chosen side was public territory. After a dozen people drove around, they discovered that the signal interference was extremely severe on this side. It wasn't just Lin Heng's location. The entire area had sporadic signal disruptions. If one were to investigate, it was a lapse caused by the Special Operations Unit's failure to arrange things properly in advance. No one had anticipated that in this newly constructed storage area, which was promoted for its complete infrastructure and adequate security, there would be such issues. Yen Lei first sent someone to check and then reported to find professionals to handle the signal jammers. Soon, his men reported back that nearby road signs had been deliberately damaged. Although 353 and 355 were far apart, there shouldn't have been a complete absence of road markers during construction. Furthermore, after a brief observation, his subordinates found that there were almost no signs of life. Even the staff had been cleared out. Up to this point, Yen Lei was just a bit anxious, but when he received a call from superiors, he truly panicked. Yen Lei, the position of your team currently conflicts with the military's operational area. Do you want to pull back a little? Director Li gritted his teeth and advised. Yen Lei, give me 10 minutes. I will clarify things with them now. Don't rush in. Try to stay in place and not move. Yen Lei held his phone without saying a word. It wasn't that he was afraid of clashing with military personnel. After all, they weren't there to cause trouble, and each had their own rules. He remained calm, and the impact wasn't significant. The issue was that according to common practices in the region, if this truly was a military action area, there shouldn't have been a need for him to lead a team to investigate for an entire afternoon before anyone notified him. This was a city, and even its most remote locations were part of a major urban area. Military personnel in this region couldn't possibly make mistakes. Unless, of course, the situation was severe enough that they couldn't manage it. Unable to believe what might have happened to their allies, Yen Lei was only concerned about whether Lin Heng could get out. His expression gradually turned serious as he noticed something, and he suddenly asked, Director Li, forget about the task conflicts. This area is a newly established storage zone specifically for cargo, not far from the airport and cargo train station, with well-promoted infrastructure and security. Why do you think there are no fire alarms here? What do you mean? Lily was instructing someone to file a report when he suddenly grasped Yin Lei's words. Are you saying there's a problem? I'm saying there's a fire. Can the police put it out? Yin Lei tossed his coat to the back seat of the car, pointing toward the thick smoke ahead, commanding his team to proceed to extinguish the fire at full speed. That direction was where Lin Heng was located, according to previous investigations. Chapter 13. I'm here to save lives. How can this be called coercion? When Yin Lei arrived, he only saw, beneath the night sky, filled with flames, Lin Heng standing firmly amidst the shattered glass, his silhouette resolute against the light. He towered over a man on the ground, pressing him against the wall with one foot on the man's shoulder, holding a phone up to the man's face, its dim screen barely illuminating anything. In his other hand, Lin Heng held something that he was letting fall, with the drifting dust shimmering in the firelight. Yin Lei quickly approached the two, the chaotic sounds of burning, collapsing structures, water, and the loud shouts of firefighters blending together. He could only see Lin Heng's profile. The other man's mouth was moving, but Yin Lei couldn't hear what he was saying. The man on the ground looked up at Lin Heng, his expression a strange mix of helplessness and relief under the fire's glow, with bloodstains on his white shirt indicating serious injuries. Yin Lei couldn't understand why. In such a tense situation, the two weren't escaping. What were they waiting for? The flames were about to engulf them. Was there anything more important than life? Lin Heng certainly understood the value of life, but having decided to save someone, he naturally needed to ensure that this transaction would be compensated. However, to be honest, he found that malicious individuals were far more terrifying than a fire. Faced with the blaze, he became calm instead. The heat wave was gradually closing in, and the fire's intensity did not diminish. It wasn't until Yin Lei got closer and, with his team, broke through the window that he discovered two more people lying on the ground nearby, unconscious. A man and a woman, both young, were bound and barely clinging to consciousness. It would be hard for them to survive on their own. Lin Heng put away his phone and kicked the man at his feet. Get up. You can't back out now. Yin Lei was puzzled, but Lin Heng didn't explain anything. He simply put away the medicine bottle and turned to leave. At that moment, Yin Lei noticed what the other person was holding, but there was no time to ask further. The fire in the area was still quite dangerous. Yin Lei briefly asked Lin Heng if he needed help, and after receiving a negative response, he casually picked up the boy who was tied up and thrown on the ground, pulling Lin Heng along to leave. Yin Lei intended to call his subordinates to quickly get everyone out, but unexpectedly, the man covered in blood who was leaning against the wall stood up nimbly, picked up the girl on the ground, and rushed out, moving even faster than Yin Lei, showing no signs of injury at all. Yin Lei was surprised. Who was this person? He would need to interrogate him later. It was already strange that Lin Heng appeared here, especially with the nearby signal jamming and the inexplicable fire. Yin Lei was worried that news about the advanced alloy might have been leaked, putting Lin Heng in danger. The competition between major nations inevitably involved bloodshed. Moreover, Old Li had just mentioned that this place was related to the military, which was too vague for Yin Lei to feel at ease. Lin Heng, however, didn't he care about all that. He just wanted to escape the danger as quickly as possible. Soon, Yin Lei noticed that after not seeing Lin Heng for a day, he was almost a step ahead of him. Once they ran out of the danger zone, the group stopped by the car, and Yin Lei called back his team members one by one. A team member jogged over to report the situation, disbelief evident in his tone. Captain, there's no one else in the vicinity. The firefighting equipment is just for show, nothing usable. Inside the buildings, it's not too bad. There aren't many flammable materials. However, the outer coating of the buildings is flammable, and there are many combustible materials around the warehouse. Especially at the warehouse entrance, our people didn't dare to get close. But it was visibly covered with oily liquids. The fire doesn't seem big, but if it spreads, people won't be able to withstand it. The fire department will arrive soon. The ambulance might take a bit longer, and the hospital is quite far. Yin Lei instructed everyone to retreat to a safe distance and wait for professionals to handle the fire. At that moment, he noticed that the unfamiliar man had more than just bloodstains on his shirt. He was almost covered in blood, with his clothes torn in several places and looking tattered. However, Yin Lei observed that the man had no visible injuries, and the skin that could be seen appeared intact. Could it be someone else's blood? Yin Lei instinctively glanced at Lin Heng to confirm he was unharmed, then checked the boy and girl they had brought out, finding no serious injuries on them either. With such a large amount of blood, could it not be human blood? Yin Lei felt a chill looking at Xiao Mu, who was covered in blood. Considering his responsibilities, he asked Xiao Mu a serious question. Are there any other injured people who haven't been rescued yet? This amount of blood could lead to shock. There shouldn't be any left. They all ran away. At least there are no other people inside the warehouse. Lin Heng, leaning against the car, interrupted Yin Lei's thoughts as he took the water and blanket handed to him by Yin Lei's subordinate. Yeah, Brother Yen, please help me remember this person's contact information. He owes me 10,000 and claims he doesn't have a phone. Yen Lei nodded slightly, but thinking back to the earlier scene, it really looked like Lin Heng was bullying someone. Cough. Lin Heng, our country doesn't condone coercive transactions. What are you talking about? This is a legitimate business. I'm saving a life. How can that be called coercive? If it weren't for him saving me, how could I waste my medicine? That's all merchandise waiting to be traded. Lin Heng argued adamantly for the legitimacy of his transaction. Despite his doubts, Yen Lei still found someone to register and inquire about the man, leaving behind contact information. The people Yen Lei brought were in plain clothes, but their movements were measured, clearly showing they had received training. Xiaomu was aware of this. He introduced himself properly, claiming to be a bodyguard, trapped here while protecting the two individuals on the ground, and saved by Lin Heng. As for why he was here and how he was rescued, the man refused to mention it, only stating it was a private matter. It was obvious that Xiaomu not only wanted to keep his identity hidden, but also wanted to conceal the matter regarding the medicine. Yen Lei furrowed his brows. How could there be so many private matters? He speculated that Lin Heng must have pulled out something extraordinary again. Considering Xiaomu's imposing demeanor and recalling the task conflict mentioned earlier by Director Li, it was clear what was happening. They decided to take him back first. The ambulance and fire truck arrived quickly. Yen Lei instructed his team members to take the vehicle to the hospital while he followed Lin Heng to get checked out as well. This time, Lin Heng sat in the passenger seat. The car only had him and Yen Lei inside. Lin Heng looked out the window at the receding flames, glanced down at his dust and blood-stained hands, rotating his wrists under the streetlight. Taking advantage of the red light, Yen Lei turned to look at Lin Heng. He was somewhat worried about Lin Heng's mental state. In his view, Lin Heng's emotions seemed too stable. In Yen Lei's impression, a sophomore student was typically at that naive and impulsive age, either wanting to destroy the world or save it. It was unlikely to find someone like Lin Heng, who was clear about his goals, emotionally stable, and not swayed by money. However, he hadn't misjudged Lin Heng. His emotions were indeed stabilizing, and even after leaving danger, he seemed a bit pleased. The effect of the medicine was just too stimulating. Thus, even if it was a product without any official backing, he felt confident he could discuss it with the relevant authorities in his country. Perhaps this mission could be resolved by tomorrow? His life balance had only 16 days left, and he needed to be efficient in completing the task. Chapter 14. I'm just selling a bottle. The buildings passed by outside the car window, appearing particularly tranquil in the night, with only the occasional vehicle leaving flickering trails of headlights on the road. In the distant sky, stars dotted the pitch-black night, as if silently guarding the peace of the city. Yen Lei broke the quiet atmosphere. What was that you just took? A product without official backing. Xiaomu replied. He agreed to pay, so I sold it to him. That's not a problem, right? Yen Lei almost laughed out loud, unsure whether to praise him as a dedicated businessman or to criticize him for taking advantage of others. Moreover, did he really have to say product without official backing so loudly? In short, as long as the other party is willing, that's good. Didn't I cure him? I even recorded a video as evidence. After witnessing the immediate effects described so eloquently by Lin Heng, no one could remain calm. At least during his limited time, he had never seen an external injury medicine that worked instantly. The man's bleeding wounds were gradually healing right before his eyes. The efficacy of this medicine could be described as miraculous. Lin Heng thought about taking out his phone, pulling up the video of the initial treatment for the chest stab wound, and editing a segment to showcase the effects, preparing to gauge Yen Lei's interest before sending it to him for advertisement. To his surprise, he didn't even need to say anything. Yen Lei pondered for a moment and directly asked Lin Heng, "Can I have the honor of learning about your product, which lacks any formal credentials?" Given Lin Heng's level of miraculousness, it was highly likely to be a good product. I have a batch on hand that targets external injuries. The results are good, but it's limited in quantity. Lin Heng clicked on his phone, sending the video. Well, it's a product without credentials, like a certain type of advanced alloy. Priced at 11,000 per bottle. Yen Lei nodded with a smile, confirming his assumptions. Lin Heng then pulled out an empty bottle from his pocket for Yen Lei to see. This is the small bottle. If you have the money now, you can buy one to take home. I have a video demonstrating the effects that I can send you a short clip of. However, I must clarify that I can only guarantee the effects. I have no other proof. And please don't come back to me later for accountability. I'm just selling bottles. As usual, payment first, no after-sales service. Although Lin Heng insisted that he was selling ceramic bottles, Yen Lei was already savvy enough to raise his phone, ready to scan the payment. He quickly transferred 20,000 and received 2 small boxes from Lin Heng. He wasn't foolish. Since Lin Heng said so, it was highly likely to be a good product. Given the nature of his work, it was wise to keep some external injury medicine on hand. Lin Heng was very pleased. The progress of this task made him quite happy. He believed that with such immediate effects, it could sell out in no time. As long as the authorities didn't interfere, it would be fine. After all, Buying medicine privately, especially a product without credentials, is illegal. Given the current situation, the transaction of the advanced alloy would definitely have to be postponed. Yin Lei straightforwardly addressed the current situation. Because the advanced alloy is a very important material with significant implications, the higher-ups want to know your stance. If you really don't want to accept payment, the government here is willing to cover your future housing. He added, specific details will be arranged for you later. And of course, you can express any requirements you may have. Additionally, there will be a tax exemption on part of the amount. After all, this is considered a significant contribution. However, the tax exemption issue has a considerable impact, and the higher-ups are still coordinating and discussing it. So it cannot be brought up yet. Although it couldn't be compared to the hundreds of billions saved in R&D investments for the country, Lin Heng was very satisfied. After all, even if they gave him money, it wouldn't mean much. Being able to have a free house in a first-tier city like Lanlin City was quite pleasant, even if he didn't know how long he could stay there. The currency exchange for life balance in the system has not yet been activated, and he still has 16 days to live. Holding a large sum of money at this moment, could it be that he intends to buy his own burial plot? Thinking of this, Lin Heng blurted out, is the housing covered by the government? Is the burial plot covered too? Yin Lei was momentarily taken aback by his strange line of thought and recalled Lin Heng's serious genetic illness, unsure of how to advise him. What nonsense is he talking at such a young age? Yin Lei pondered his words, considering the higher-up's attitude, and tentatively asked, this country is so vast. Perhaps there are other opportunities. Would you like to give it a try? No need. I have my own way, just a bit slow. Lin Heng interrupted Yin Lei and said meaningfully, if you want to help me, just do more business with me. Yin Lei was genuinely puzzled by him. Wanting to do business, but not wanting too much money. Was it just for the joy of the transaction? What kind of mindset is that? As for Lin Heng claiming he had a way, Yin Lei genuinely thought he might have found an impressive traditional healer to improve his health, which wasn't impossible. In this vast country, it wouldn't be surprising to have a few outstanding doctors, right? Perhaps there are experts in the community. Especially in the past few days of interacting with Lin Heng, he felt the strength in his body. Yin Lei was a well-trained, experienced special operations personnel. He could discern that Lin Heng's physical condition was actually better than that of his peers. However, he had seen Lin Heng's personal information and the medical records with crucial information obscured. The discrepancies were obvious. Yin Lei silently noted this, planning to report it to his superiors later and check if there were better traditional treatment options, as Lin Heng might prefer traditional medicine. The car drove all the way to the hospital entrance before Yin Lei tentatively said, Lin Heng, I know you probably have some miraculous opportunities. However, my job requires me to report truthfully if asked by my superiors. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me directly. Lin Heng laughed upon hearing this. It turned out he hadn't reported it yet. No wonder he always felt that the country's attitude was overly calm. It was because they still didn't know. I know, and I didn't intend to hide it. Moreover, I'm speaking the truth. What I want is for you to take good care of my business. Besides, I really am just a supplier. I don't understand the research part. I might at most just sell some raw materials to help the big shots at the research institute lose a bit less hair, Lin Heng said with a self-deprecating smile, surprisingly clear-headed. His only goal was to complete the transaction tasks and stay alive. Since selling to anyone is still selling, and as long as the transaction can succeed, why not make it easier for his own people? Yin Lei, however, knew that he was truly underestimating his own importance. Even if he was just a supplier, that was still a tremendous help. After all, creating something from nothing and further developing it are two different concepts, especially in the context of the technological competition among countries. Every little change affects the international situation. Yin Lei had already received preliminary information once the metamorphic alloy that Lin Heng presented emerged. Many plans from the higher-ups were influenced and subsequently altered, particularly evident in the diplomatic stance towards another nation. Strong countries always have more say. If the deal with Lin Heng goes through, he will soon feel the impact of technological advancements. Chapter 15. What a sci-fi blockbuster. The car arrived at the emergency department of the hospital around 9 in the evening. The streetlights cast a soft glow at the hospital entrance, illuminating the flow of people coming and going. The hustle and bustle of the hospital did not diminish at night. Instead, it felt busier and tenser. 2 ambulances stopped in front of the emergency entrance, and police were already cordoning off the area. As Lin Heng got out of the car, he was promptly arranged to go upstairs for a checkup with Xiao Mu and others. Watching Lin Heng being taken into the hospital for examination by his colleagues, Yin Lei returned to the car to report on today's work. And this time he made sure to arrange for someone to stay by Lin Heng's side. Fortunately, they managed to bring him back safely this time. Even so, Yin Lei estimated that receiving a reprimand would be the least of his worries. If anything were to happen to Lin Heng, not only would their director be unable to handle it, but the entire Special Operations Unit would be in trouble. Just the National Research Institute would probably tear him apart. Moreover, regarding the incident, The warehouse area alone needed to be thoroughly investigated for hidden conspiracies. The place was clearly designed with intent. The warehouse that caught fire was involved in military operations, and all these factors combined made it a serious matter. Yin Lei just hoped that the troublesome developments following this incident wouldn't implicate Lin Hong. At least, he hoped it wouldn't be a direct involvement. To make Yin Lei's career a bit easier, 2 bottles of the product he bought from Lin Hong were sitting in the car. Yin Lei reached for a wooden box, opened it, and saw the card and exquisite bottles inside. He could understand why Lin Hong said he was just a bottle seller. The porcelain bottle felt very nice. The body was deep blue with a hint of gold trim, and just the bottle itself could be considered a work of art. Yin Lei picked up the card from the box. Instant relief. Everything will be fine immediately. The coroner noted it was for external use. Interesting. Yin Lei rubbed the card. It was thin, but very resilient. He flipped the card over and saw a line of small print that was a bit hard to read. Yin Lei turned on the car light to look closely at the small text. Miracle remedy for external injuries. Don't worry. Everything will be fine immediately. Recommended for external use. May also be taken internally, whatever works. High plant content. If allergic to plants, use double. What is this? Yin Lei thought it might include some precautions, usage instructions, or formula. It felt like a child's prank. Double usage? Poison to counter poison? Yin Lei chuckled. Put the paper down, opened his phone, and took a photo of the card along with the porcelain bottle to send to the director. He quickly sent a text. Boss. New product today, 10,000. Please reimburse from public funds. Soon, Li returned a question mark. Yin Lei didn't continue the conversation, but started to look through the video Lin Hong sent. The video began with a close-up of a severe wound. Even though Yin Lei had seen many, he winced at the sight. The video was no longer than 20 seconds, shaky, but it clearly showed the entire process of the wound healing. Yin Lei's demeanor grew increasingly serious as he replayed the video several times by dragging the progress bar back and forth. The tattered edges of the clothing in the footage confirmed that this was indeed the person who claimed to be the bodyguard, Xiao Mu. So, all the blood on Xiao Mu was his own. He wasn't injured. Rather, he had healed completely. Yin Lei, with his keen eyes, noticed that not only had the external wounds healed, but several scars on Xiao Mu's chest had also disappeared. The thought of this miraculous medicine being widely promoted, even on a small scale, crossed his mind. Yin Lei had the privilege of participating in disaster relief efforts after an earthquake, and he felt deeply about this. If this medicine could become a standard treatment, it could save countless lives, especially in cases of severe external injuries where delays could be fatal. Yin Lei repeatedly reviewed the video and quickly sent it to Li, adding a note. I'll cover the cost of 10,000 for the head, just personal items. He felt that this time, Director Li might not have the time to criticize him. Li replied with a question mark. At that moment, Li was in a meeting. When his phone rang, everyone turned to look at him, but Li calmly silenced it. Sitting upright, with his gaze slightly lowered, Li played the video on mute. Soon, he could no longer remain calm. He glanced down at the video content. What kind of sci-fi scene was this? The title of the video read Demonstration of Effectiveness. Had his good subordinate finally lost it? Li watched the video twice, then reviewed the chat records. A new product? He understood immediately, and his palms began to sweat slightly, his heart racing, while his thoughts became increasingly clear. Tension and excitement surged through his veins. Li suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up to leave. Head, the meeting isn't over yet. Where are you going? What meeting? It's a waste of my time. Meeting adjourned. Without looking back, Li headed straight for his office, leaving his subordinates in stunned silence. A 50-something man moved as quickly as a 20-year-old. What happened to old Li? Is he stimulated? They had just mentioned that the military's attitude was poor, claiming their actions were influenced by them, expecting them to take responsibility. Bah, that's just an excuse. They don't want us to investigate. You all know that this time they ran into the special operations team, and they only agreed to negotiate with us because their people were held up in the hospital by Yin Lei. Otherwise, would we even have a say? Who will go check on old Li? Hope he is not too stimulated. A group of them quietly gathered at the office door to check on their superior. Soon, they heard Li's voice, filled with excitement, echoing through the walls of his office. I'm sure. Don't keep talking about meetings. This is real. I've already sent someone to get the stuff. Even through the wall, they could hear Li banging on the table. I sent you the video. Take a look, it's happening. Exciting. His subordinates scratched their heads again, wondering what had gotten Director Li so worked up. Li really had no mind to deal with so much. He contacted several leaders in the pharmaceutical field one by one. Soon, the message came back from above, instructing Li to send the items to a research institute under the National Pharmaceutical Academy, where people were already prepared to receive them. It was almost 9:30 p.m., and no one from various departments complained of fatigue. They were all working tirelessly. Li sent someone to fetch the medicine and deliver it to the research institute, and Yin Lei's report quickly arrived. Li glanced over it and quickly spotted the key point. Great. The person filmed in the video was named Xiao Mu, suspected to be a military staff member, currently in the hospital under the control of their Special Operations Bureau. This was likely a member of the so-called Group 7 under Lu Lu, detained in the hospital by Yin Lei. Very good. They had been delaying him all afternoon for a meeting. If it weren't for their obstruction, they would have found Lin Heng by now. Lily slapped his thigh and sent the news to the Research Institute as well. If they wanted someone, they should go to the Research Institute and ask those stubborn old folks. This is what it means to contribute to the country's development. Lily was indeed extremely excited. They were all veterans who had risen through hard work, with several of their subordinates having been injured and never able to return to the team. For these people, sustaining minor injuries was too common. If this medicine really worked so well. No, even if it only worked half as well. No, even if it worked at just 1/10 of its potential, it could still save many frontline personnel and lay the foundation for a stable life. Chapter 16, Medicine Needed. All needed in the end. Yin Lei kept one bottle for himself, and the other bottle was swiftly sent to the National Pharmaceutical Academy's Research Institute, expedited under the highest standards for testing. The Research Institute quickly arranged a special team and set a high confidentiality level. After the video circulated in a limited scope, all relevant personnel at the Research Institute worked overtime. That night, the atmosphere at the Pharmaceutical Research Institute was electric. Even those who had already gone home tried to return, hoping to qualify for the special team. Those not selected had already started to inquire around, and even showed up at the Research Institute, hoping to catch some first-hand information. The quiet streets at night contrasted sharply with the brightly lit building of the Research Institute. Several senior experts were respectfully invited back to the Research Institute late at night. After reviewing the video and the physical samples, they held an urgent discussion. Everyone speculated that the medicine likely contained a significant amount of traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients, especially since the card on the medicine box specifically mentioned plants. In the end, they decided to send invitations to several well-known practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. Had the components of this medicine been confirmed? Where did it come from? Could they find the researchers? It seemed very difficult, as it was obtained by the Special Operations Bureau during a mission and sent specifically. Coincidentally, those present were all seasoned experts and understood that this coincidence carried a lot of weight, but the willingness to send the medicine was already a great show of sincerity. After all, many old practitioners were quite averse to sharing their methods. They had taken a small portion of the medicine powder for testing, and results should come soon. The doctoral student beside him respectfully followed his teacher to report on the progress. This rare opportunity meant that if the teacher hadn't taken him along, he would probably be anxiously waiting by the door like the group outside. However, there was some good news. The injured person from the video was currently at a hospital affiliated with a medical university in a nearby city, reportedly undergoing a routine checkup. And both the person and a detailed medical report would be sent to us tomorrow. Moreover, teacher, this medication is clearly priced and reportedly in limited supply, costing 10,000 per bottle. The key point is, it is still available for purchase. The several senior professors exchanged glances, not because the medication was being sold, but because it seemed too cheap. Just looking at the effects, such deep puncture wounds could heal in 20 seconds. 10,000 really felt insufficient. Soon, the test report came out, and everyone gathered to review the documents. Indeed, among the known 1/3 of the components, they were all plant-based and consisted of several common traditional Chinese medicine varieties. However, the remaining 2/3 of unknown components could only provide a rough estimate of elemental content, with some elements even lacking records in the database. Humanity's unknown components. This was something everyone had anticipated. The most authoritative director of the Research Institute, seated at the head of the conference room, reviewed the test report with a serious expression. It was clear that traditional medicine might not be sufficient. We need to invite a few botanists, and yes, we should also include a paleobotanist. Let's discuss further. The specific situation requires more research. This is just the initial preliminary report, and follow-up testing has already been arranged, along with human trials. Coincidentally, this afternoon, Professor Qin's young daughter had a cut on her forehead at school and had to get stitches at the hospital. Now, the little girl was at home, sleeping when her father picked her up and brought her all the way to the Research Institute. Drowsy and confused, she leaned against the laboratory bench until someone accidentally touched her wound, waking her up. A crowd of people surrounded her, staring intently at the top of her head. Qin Zheng suddenly remembered that the cut on her forehead had been stitched at the hospital, and the doctor had said it might leave a scar. She was quite young and extremely beautiful, having studied musical instruments since childhood. Her teachers praised her talent, and her family planned for her to pursue a major related to musical performance in the future. Today, due to the injury that might mar her appearance, Qin Zheng had already cried once, and now being stared at while feeling both sleepy and wronged, tears streamed down her face again. Yet, her usually caring father didn't come to comfort her. Everyone was focused on her wound. Qin Zheng cried even harder, wondering if they had brought her here just to mock her. What a tragic situation. Usually, during holidays, they would ask her to showcase her talents. But now they were displaying her injury? In an instant, the room was filled only with the sound of the little girl's sobs. She was crying so heart-wrenchingly that no one dared to approach her. Soon, a researcher with surgical experience from the project team rushed in with a small medical kit. He first comforted the little girl, then applied local anesthesia, skillfully removed the stitches, and while Qin Zheng was still processing everything, he quickly sprinkled some powder on the wound. Everyone watched as the powder was slowly sprinkled onto the wound. The miraculous effect unfolded before their eyes. Within 20 seconds, the wound gradually closed, healed, and new flesh grew, returning to its original state. Seeing it in person was even more thrilling than watching a video. My goodness. Hurry, Lao Qin. Is it done? Did you record it? Oh my, it's terrifying that such a medicinal effect really exists. Go check. Confirm the personnel. Everyone has signed confidentiality agreements. Lao Qin. Have your daughter come over to sign as well. Arrange for her to take sick leave for now. She shouldn't go to school yet. Everyone was busy with excitement. While Qin Zheng cried for a long time before realizing that the wound seemed to be painless, she tentatively touched the spot on her forehead where the wound was. Feeling smooth, the wound had long disappeared. If it weren't for the bloodstained suture still in the disposal tray nearby, she would think everything today was a dream. What does this mean? Is the medical technology in the Dragon Country already at this level? Does that mean resurrecting the dead and restoring flesh and bones is just around the corner? The young girl sat there, both surprised and delighted, momentarily unable to believe it. Meanwhile, Director Qi had already started making calls to inquire about where the medicine was purchased. Who has the extraordinary ability to sell such a drug? Forget about 10,000. Even 100,000 would be worth it. When the metamorphic alloy first appeared, a few old leaders at the National Research Institute had a vague understanding of Lin Heng. But they only knew a general overview. No one really knew who he was. In the end, they all agreed to just say they found a supplier. When it came to the Drug Research Institute, the upper management held a meeting to study the immediate value of the drug and speculated that Lin Heng would likely be able to provide some fresh materials. So they decided to raise the confidentiality level of Lin Heng's file. Thus, the Drug Research Institute only knew that the medicine was purchased. The old professors at the Drug Research Institute began to frantically report upwards, applying to buy a few more bottles for samples. At the same time, formal invitations were sent to several top traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, botanists, and surgical experts. The old professors even invited a Taoist practitioner to discuss together. It had been many years since the medical field had mobilized like this. A silent transformation was about to begin. Chapter 17 Team Leader, buy it. The news reached Xiao Mu in just a few minutes. Xiao Mu had just finished the basic examination when his team had already contacted the Special Operations Agency. However, for some reason, this time communication with the agency was extremely difficult. They insisted on not releasing the personnel, claiming that their special operatives had caused severe distress due to their mistakes. What kind of ridiculous excuse is that? Why are your people so special? As both sides were at a stalemate, a breakthrough appeared in the report from the Drug Research Institute. Soon, Xiao Mu's team leader, Lu Yi, arrived at the hospital, succinctly saying one thing. Let us hand over the details. Starting tomorrow, report to the Drug Research Institute and cooperate with drug development. Seemingly fearing that Xiao Mu might overthink, the team leader unusually provided an extra explanation. Don't worry, it's traditional Chinese medicine. It will help regulate your body. Think of it as a vacation. It shouldn't take too long. The two children from the Su family were drugged, but after a check, there seemed to be no issues. Unless something unexpected happens, they should be discharged after a few days. Xiao Mu looked at the captain, who was in a sorry state, covered in blood and dirt, and felt a moment of regret. If he had brought some money, he could have bought a bottle of medicine from Lin Heng. Xiao Mu was concerned about the captain's injury and blurted out, "Do you have any money?" This question was asked with the essence learned from Lin Heng. The captain was a rugged man from the northwest, known for his straightforward nature. If it weren't for Xiao Mu staying behind to bear a lot of pressure and being held back by the Special Operations Agency, he wouldn't have come in person. Just being able to explain the mission details was already a special favor for Xiao Mu. So when he asked if there was any money, the captain's expression turned stern. Working for the country, and you're asking about money? Xiao Mu, are you itching for trouble? Xiao Mu immediately realized the captain misunderstood. The research institute was probably just going to check the medicine's efficacy. As the captain said, it could be treated like a vacation. It's a good thing if they can take a break. Would they even charge for that? Xiao Mu quickly explained, "No, captain. I meant, do you have any money with you? I didn't bring my phone on the mission. How much do you need?" The dark-skinned man asked seriously but swiftly took out his phone. "Should I pay for you? What do you want to buy? Clothes?" Xiao Mu's outfit from earlier was already in tatters, and now he was in a hospital gown. "No, they will send my uniform later. Captain, I was saved by someone this time. If you trust me, the external injury medicine he has is quite good. You can get some." Xiao Mu leaned closer to the captain and whispered, Lu Yi, though straightforward, trusted his teammates. Even though Xiao Mu was on temporary assignment, Lu Yi had come to recognize him during their time together. So when Xiao Mu said the medicine was effective, he didn't ask much, only inquiring how much it cost. Xiao Mu whispered, he said it's 11,000 per bottle. How much? Lu Yi was taken aback and began to doubt whether Xiao Mu had been hit too hard. What kind of external injury medicine could cost that much? That was as expensive as cosmetic surgery. Regular cosmetic procedures weren't even that costly. Captain, just go buy it. If it really doesn't work out, consider it a loan from me. I'll pay you back after I finish my handover tomorrow and get my phone. Xiao Mu quickly grabbed Lu Yi, who seemed on the verge of losing his temper, and lowered his voice, saying, Lu, trust me, the Research Institute assigned me here for this reason. Xiao Mu also specifically urged Captain Lu not to pay him back, promising that he would personally visit to express his gratitude tomorrow. Lu Yi actually remembered how, just before the fire that night, Xiao Mu appeared on video covered in blood during their last report, with the injury on his chest quite apparent. Moreover, when Xiao Mu injured his ankle, all the team members heard the incident over their earpieces. After that, to completely hide, Xiao Mu destroyed all communication devices, turning into a lone warrior. Just before coming to see Xiao Mu, he had asked the doctor responsible for examining him. The doctor, holding Xiao Mu's medical record, asked Lu Yi in surprise, you want to know about this, Xiao Mu? What injuries does he have? He was in excellent health, not a scratch on him. Just look at this test report. It could even serve as a textbook example. However, his clothes looked battered, far worse than any injury he had. TSK. What a waste of time, get out of the way. Lu Yi was ushered out by the emergency doctor. Ultimately, Lu Yi followed Xiao Mu's instructions and found the examination room where Lin Heng was. Standing guard at the door, the vigilant attendant eyed him sharply as he walked in. Soon, he dazedly spent 20,000 yuan. When he returned to Xiao Mu's side, holding 2 small boxes, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Xiao Mu's chest. Full of surprise, Lu Yi looked at Xiao Mu with a complex expression. The content was too stimulating, and he was contemplating whether to report back. Clearly, Lin Heng had used the video he shot of Xiao Mu as a product introduction. After confirming Lu Ye's identity and background, Lin Heng showed him the video directly. The effect was evidently more powerful than any introduction. Lu Yi was very swift when he paid, not asking anything. He simply opened a bottle on-site after payment, rolled up his sleeves, and tried it on his own wound. Lin Heng was also very satisfied with the new client. Quick and straightforward, paying right away. After being brought to the examination room, the doctor performed a simple check on him, confirming there were no external injuries before leaving. Given what he had just experienced, the doctor routinely suggested he stay for a day of observation in case there were any unnoticed internal injuries. The personnel from the special task force accompanying him also advised him to stay overnight and promised to take him back to school the next morning, ensuring he would make it to class. After confirming that Xiao Mu would also be hospitalized for observation, Lin Heng decisively agreed. He was worried about where to find him the next day. After all, the medicine to save Xiao Mu was a trial use, and the countdown in the system was still active. Thanks to some connections, Lin Heng was assigned a very nice single room. After washing off the dust and blood and changing into a hospital gown, Lin Heng remembered to tell his roommates he wouldn't be back tonight, to prevent them from worrying about him disappearing. Since he had been diagnosed with a genetic disease shortly after enrolling, which was essentially terminal, his body had been getting thinner and his complexion paler. Looking like someone seriously ill, his roommates would occasionally ask if he could return. It seemed they had discussed it among themselves, and if he couldn't, they would arrange an ambulance for him. His roommates treated him more like a humanitarian concern. After all, he wasn't in the same major as the 3 of them. And the only time they interacted was in the dormitory. He didn't have time to play games, so there wasn't much common ground. Usually, they were just acquaintances, or they would exchange dinners. Lin Heng himself was quite satisfied with this kind of distant closeness. Moreover, his roommates were generally polite to him, greeting each other when they met on the way, and everything was just right. Detached, yet connected. Chapter 18. Who is the system's favorite son? The ward was quiet, with clean white walls and the faint scent of disinfectant in the air. Lin Heng turned on the bedside lamp and relaxed as he lay down on the bed. After a night of tossing and turning, it was already past 10 o'clock. He still hadn't forgotten about the sudden task he had completed, the jade medicine that was up for auction. The task was completed quite timely. Lin Heng took out his phone, wiped off the dust on it, and after thinking for a while, finally remembered which auction website it was. After some effort, he accessed the back end of the website and found that the jade medicine had not only been sold, but also fetched a good price. Surprisingly, someone had bid 880,000. Not only was the price good, but there were also several bidders. However, he could only see the number of bids and not the specific bidders. The seller's shipping address was sent to him, which puzzled Lin Heng. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, was this jade medicine somehow favored by the system? In any case, this jade medicine couldn't be considered successfully traded yet, as it had only been successfully auctioned on the website, but the money hadn't entered his account. and he hadn't mailed the item to the buyer. According to any reasoning, it was still in the transaction process, far from completion. He couldn't understand the criteria the system used to judge this. Feeling confused, Lin Heng stared at the completed tasks page for a while, but of course, he couldn't find any clues. It was still the same line of text, just changed from a task to completed. Task: Jade Medicine Transaction Method. Auction only suggested price, 280,000 minimum transaction volume. 1 task reward, 1,000 energy points. Can be exchanged for 10 days of lifespan. Newbie extra reward. Early warning function. He clicked on the task panel, and the system prompted him. Would you like to exchange energy points for life balance? Lin Heng decisively clicked no. He still had 16 days of life balance left, but the temporary health boost he borrowed from the system hadn't expired yet. Lin Heng was still concerned about how many energy points he would have to pay the system then. He didn't even know if the system wanted money or energy points. He needed to keep some energy points on hand. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, he could complete another task tomorrow, which would bring in another 1,800 energy points. Calculating this way, it was more cost-effective to keep the 1,000 energy points. Lin Heng then remembered to check the exchange page. As expected, the icon for the jade medicine was still gray, indicating it couldn't be exchanged. Could it be that because he encountered danger, he needed the early warning function? So the system calculated the task for him in advance. Was that why he was favored by the system? Well, he didn't believe it. The system must have a bug. Lin Heng made a judgment and simply decided not to think about it anymore. After all, the benefits had been genuinely given to him, no matter the reason. He returned to the system's initial interface but couldn't find any introduction regarding the early warning function or any related icons, so he had to give up. He clicked back into the task interface and looked at the newly refreshed tasks. Task: Secondhand Cloak, one of the toy sets from the Giant Kingdom. Transaction Method: Unlimited Suggested Price. Unlimited Minimum Transaction Volume. 50 Task Reward. 800 Energy Points. Can be exchanged for 8 days of lifespan. This time, the system provided 10 extra stock items. As usual, Lin Heng took out a cloak. The heavy blood-red cloak felt vibrant in his hands, almost blindingly bright. Lin Heng was a bit surprised. It was almost weightless. He flipped over and grabbed one corner of the cloak, giving it a hard shake. It didn't unfold. The cloak was simply too large. He had to spread it out little by little on the bed. The fire incident today had given him a new understanding of his own strength, but this cloak brought his inflated confidence back down to reality. When fully spread out, the cloak was larger than the bed, with considerable lengths dragging on the floor. Lin Heng estimated that it could serve as a blanket, with plenty left over. This cloak was enormous. He lifted one end of the cloak and spent quite some time figuring out which side was the right one. Lacking experience, he searched online for ages before finding an image from an artist that featured a similar style. After some effort, he finally understood how to wear the cloak. It didn't even come with an instruction manual. What a letdown. Lin Heng silently complained about the system and then neatly folded the cloak. The blood red he initially saw was actually the inside of the cloak. Its outer layer was a silvery gray, reflecting a striking array of colors under the light. The upper part had faint silver gray patterns, adorned with a subtle fringe, exuding a sense of understated luxury. The cloak shimmered under the light, making Lin Heng wonder if it would turn into a spotlight in the sunlight. The fabric of the cloak felt like suede, incredibly smooth to the touch. But after a while, he could feel it warming up slightly. Moreover, it felt very thick, which was inconsistent with its light weight. It was strange to touch such thick material, yet find it so light. Upon closer inspection, there was a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance. Lin Heng searched online and found that the style resembled cloaks often paired with traditional attire. Overall, it looked quite stylish, but it was just too big. Lin Heng estimated that even a person weighing 300 pounds would find it oversized, let alone someone 3 meters tall. Was this really meant for someone to wear? Were the remaining dozens of items all in such an indescribable color? However, compared to the previous items provided by the system, this cloak was already very reasonable. Lin Heng planned to quickly open his online store and list the items for sale. If they didn't sell, he would resort to live streaming sales. If that didn't work, maybe a street stall? After today's experience, he had developed a bit of a phobia about delivering goods. Remembering he hadn't asked Yin Lei about the follow-up arrangements for the mimetic alloy orders, Lin Heng decided to send a message. Lin Heng, for the wire ornaments. Give me the quantity you need, and I'll arrange the pickup. Yin Lei, okay. Lin Heng, I'll use all the money from the orders to buy the alloy. So prepare more vehicles and manpower. Yin Lei, Lin Heng was pleased that the other party had no questions. He lay back down on the bed, gradually relaxing. Although today's experience wasn't very pleasant, he had a good start to his new tasks, having already sold 5 bottles. 40,000 was credited. And Lin Heng now has a total of over 48,000. The funds transferred from the government amounted to 300,000, which Lin Heng plans to use entirely for purchasing winding accessories. This money won't be counted in his savings. Lastly, Xiaomu still owes 1,000 for medical expenses. With such miraculous medicinal effects, the task of 50 bottles is expected to be nearly completed by tomorrow, and even the additional 20 bottles that come with extra rewards should be resolved soon. Remembering that he hadn't mentioned to Yan Lei how many were limited, Lin Heng took out his phone and sent a message. Lin Heng, limited, 6570, hurry up, self-pickup. Yan Lei, okay. There was nothing else to check in the system, so Lin Heng turned over and began to reflect on his physical condition. Today, when the doctor examined him, the results still indicated the presence of a genetic disorder in his body. However, his personal health condition was indeed improving, and he had experienced significant enhancements in strength and speed. Lin Heng pondered whether his state would change significantly once this temporary health buff wore off. However, that was not a concern. It wouldn't hinder him from planning his fitness routine, which he decided to start with running. After some time, he might also ask Yan Lei if there were any places to learn combat skills. Let's put that on the agenda. As Lin Heng contemplated, he gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 19. A millennia-old formula, exclusive secret medicine. Will you buy it or not? The special task force personnel guarded outside the hospital room all night, diligently staying close. Xiaomu felt he had struck a bargain, benefiting from such high-quality friendly security measures. Knowing it was all thanks to Lin Heng, this night was one of the rare peaceful sleeps he had recently. Xiaomu was not worried about being unable to contact Lin Heng, as it was clear from Lin Heng's demeanor that he would not let go of that 1,000. As soon as the door made a sound, Xiaomu already opened his eyes. Upon seeing Lin Heng, he immediately recalled the miraculous medicine. Lin Heng had to rush back to class in the morning, and it took over an hour to drive from here to school, so he woke up exceptionally early. When he entered the hospital room, he still looked drowsy, dressed in new casual clothes that made him appear younger. Lin Heng was holding a large cloak rolled into a bundle, burying his face in that fabric. Upon seeing Xiaomu, he raised his phone without a word, displaying the payment code. Xiaomu quickly pulled out the phone sent by his teammate, and without hesitation transferred 60,000 to Lin Heng. Lin Heng, clearly still half asleep, stared at the phone screen for a while, then gradually turned his gaze to Xiaomu, his expression becoming clearer. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and, using the cloak for cover, pulled out 5 boxes of the miraculous medicine in 2 batches and tossed them onto Xiaomu's hospital bed. The wooden boxes rolled around a bit before Xiaomu hurriedly scooped them up, cradling them in his arms. These were all treasures. Xiaomu was clearly eager to learn more about the miraculous medicine's details. Having personally experienced such a miraculous item made him very curious. Xiaomu thought about it. Such a good medicine must either be a product of significant development by the state that hasn't been widely promoted yet, or it could be an ancient family's secret remedy. No matter what, there is always a source for it. If you ask now, it'll be easier for him to know where to buy it next time he needs medicine. Lin Heng was annoyed by the question and casually replied, ancient formula. Exclusive secret medicine. Why do you have so many questions? Well, can I contact you next time I want to buy it? Xiaomu still didn't want to give up. Such good medicine, even if he couldn't find the source. At least being able to purchase it steadily would be enough. Alright, add me on contact. Here, it's all upfront payment, no after-sales service. Lin Heng casually opened the friend request QR code for Xiaomu to scan. After thinking for a moment, Lin Heng asked again, you have a legitimate address, right? Looking at the other party, he suspected that they were likely in a high-risk profession. He didn't want to end up delivering medicine to some strange place. I'll state this first. Either you pick it up yourself, or I'll ship it. I don't do delivery. When Lin Heng arrived at school, he just made it to class as the bell rang. On the way, he also stopped by the campus delivery point to send the medicine to the buyer who had won it at auction. This class was a large lecture combining 2 majors and 3 classes, and there were only a few seats left in the front row of the lecture hall. Lin Heng randomly found a spot at the edge of the first row to sit down. He was holding that bundle of cloak, carelessly stuffing it on the adjacent seat. Just as he was wondering why there were so many people in class today, a voice suddenly came from the back. Ha! Anyone can come and mooch? What a loser. Lin Heng was taken aback and turned around to look around. There was a boy with spiky hair sitting 1 row behind him. Judging by his outfit, the backpack he carried, and the computer on the desk, he seemed quite pretentious. Lin Heng smiled at him, but before he could say anything, a girl suddenly sat down next to him and slapped him on the shoulder. Don't mind him, Su Luo fan, a rich second generation from the neighboring major. Just a waste, thinks everyone is a loser. As soon as Lin Heng heard that cheerful voice, he knew their class representative, Tang Jing, had arrived. Sure enough, the textbook was slammed onto the desk with a sense of authority as Tang Jing pushed the book towards him. Your roommate brought this. Health reasons are understandable. But skipping class is not acceptable. Cough. It seemed she was referring to him oversleeping yesterday morning. Lin Heng nodded absent-mindedly and pulled his book over. Tang Jing was the kind of girl who was very straightforward, exuding happiness. Usually, she wore a ponytail, didn't bother much with makeup. Yet she was still very pleasant to look at. Her skin was healthy, her figure well-proportioned, indicating that she exercised regularly. Especially in her demeanor. She gave off a vibrant energy. She was the kind of girl who naturally radiated sunshine. Lin Heng had a deep impression of her, partly because he envied her sunny vitality, and partly because she was the only one in the class who could compete with him for scholarships. Fortunately, so far, he had been slightly ahead. Outside of studies, they had no other interactions, mainly because he had been busy seeking medical help, while Tang Jing hardly participated in anything besides her studies. However, since Tang Jing was the class representative, she made sure to address the performance of the underperforming students in class, especially regarding skipping classes. Other than that, if there was nothing urgent, she wouldn't come looking for him. Indeed, Tang Jing pushed a phone over. Lin Heng glanced down and saw it was the latest X series, which he remembered starting at least 5,000. What's wrong? Lin Heng was unsure what Tang Jing intended to convey. Tang Jing pressed the edge of the phone, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and pointed at the screen, saying, Lin Heng, a flagship store for the X series called me last night. They said they recently collaborated with a popular accessory brand, and you could exchange 3 wire-wrapped accessories for a phone. I thought it was a scam, but they sent me a message from an official account. I went to redeem it last night, and they really gave me the phone. All the girls I went with managed to get one too. Lin Heng, when did you start collaborating with the X series at the night market? Tang Jing held the phone and quietly watched Lin Heng. At that moment, he felt her gaze was incredibly sharp, but soon, her expression softened. Thank you, she said with a smile. Your accessories are lovely, and the phone is beautiful. But you should still attend your classes. Academics are important. You're welcome. Lin Heng rubbed his nose, not daring to explain anything. The day before, when he set up his stall, Tang Jing and her friends were at the night market. She had smiled and said she would support his business, and that group of girls bought quite a few accessories. He speculated that this phone exchange activity must be a remedial measure thought up by Yen Lei and the others, but he wondered how many wire-wrapped accessories they could recover. Once again marveling at the value of the alloy he had used, Lin Heng decided to rent a warehouse after school today to complete the transaction. Lin Heng immersed himself in his textbook. Today there were 2 consecutive classes of educational psychology. Soon, the teacher walked into the classroom. Hello everyone. I am the new substitute teacher, Zhou Yi. Due to certain reasons, I will be in charge of the remaining educational psychology courses this semester. Please get to know each other, and I will take attendance. A chorus of groans filled the classroom, and Lin Heng found it puzzling. So many people had come today, almost filling the classroom, so there shouldn't have been many absentees. Why all the commotion over attendance? After all, with a normal number of students, they were in a classroom designed for 300, which should theoretically have half the seats empty. He looked up at the teacher, a man in his 30s with very short hair and glasses, dressed in a dark suit. He leaned over the podium, reading names one by one. Although he said it was to get to know each other, the teacher didn't look up. He simply continued to call the next name whenever someone responded. How strange. Lin Heng thought. This substitute teacher is too casual. I hope the final exam is just as easy. Lin Heng still wanted to score high. Suddenly, Tang Jing nudged his elbow, and Lin Heng looked over. She whispered, the back is full. They didn't register for the course. Lin Heng immediately understood. So, they were all here to sit in on the class. Some people in the back leaned over to chat quietly with Tang Jing. Did everyone from your class squeeze in? We have a few standing in the hallway and couldn't find a seat. It was announced last night, and they say this teacher is a top student with a doctorate. Not just from the neighboring major. Even students from the adjacent department came to see the spectacle. Lin Heng finally understood that the term sneaking in mentioned by that overly dramatic guy at the beginning referred to the fact that there were too many people attending the class today. It's rare to have a handsome teacher. Hee. This is what they call a forbidden fruit type. Hee. Amidst the chattering voices, Lin Heng was confused. Is he really that handsome? He turned back to glance at the podium, just in time to see teacher Zhou slightly turn his head and cast a glance at Lin Heng, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Lin Heng. It seemed that his name had just been called. Lin Heng slowly stood up and shouted, but he knew this was wrong. Today, it was a combined class for 2 majors, and roughly estimated, there were about 170 people. According to the order in which teacher Zhou just called names, it would be quite a while before it was their class's turn. This teacher knows him. Looking at this somewhat familiar profile, Lin Heng seemed to have an idea of who he was. Chapter 20. Teacher Zhou is professional. With a loud clap, Lin Heng accidentally hit the table. He didn't care about the pain and quickly grabbed his phone to take a picture of teacher Zhou. This action was quite rude. But Lin Heng didn't have time to care about that. The commotion drew the attention of the surrounding classmates, even slowing down teacher Zhou's name-calling pace. Tang Jing gently nudged Lin Heng and whispered, don't be so blatant about taking pictures. Lin Heng ignored them and typed a message. Lin Heng, what's going on? Yen Lei. Oh, substitute teacher? Lin Heng, huh? Is your person already looking for a new job? So desperate? Otherwise, why not come sell stuff with me? Yen Lei. We only provide protection and assistance. Absolutely no interference with your freedom. Yen Lei. Trust me, I guarantee it. Yinlei, I reported your situation yesterday, you know? Yinlei, don't worry, he wouldn't dare to manage you if you don't come to class. Linheng, do you want to check what you're saying? Linheng banged his head on the table, now at a loss for words. Is this even about managing or not? If he doesn't come to class, how can he score high? In his dreams? Linheng, so many people are here for class, he wouldn't teach blindly, right? Linheng, this is a professional course. Linheng, these students are going to be teachers in the future. Linheng, I still want to study well. Yinlei, no worries, he is professional. Linheng, professional in educational psychology? Yinlei, professional in criminal psychology. Yinlei quickly retracted his message. Linheng only had time to see the word professional. Soon, Yinlei sent another message, detailing that Zhou Yi was indeed a big shot in the psychology field, cleverly omitting which specific branch of psychology it was. This was a professional talent that their superior had spent considerable effort to recruit. Generally, schools would have no way to get him to teach. The implication was that having Zhou Yi sent over was a benefit for these students. Linheng thought about it and realized that their school was at least a key institution, and it wouldn't agree to change a substitute teacher so quickly without some scrutiny. So what Yinlei said might indeed be true. Linheng, can you provide me with the exam scope? Yinlei, ahem, study hard. Linheng, 60-70, quickly. Sold 5 bottles this morning. Yinlei, save it. It is evident that teacher Zhou is indeed very professional. He completely disregards the rigid framework of the textbooks and focuses on practical cases related to the course content, leaving the audience wanting more. Many students from other majors regret not choosing education as their field of study. Zhou Yi is not without his own nerves. He has put in a lot of effort preparing for this class, and even spent the entire night consulting his former mentor. However, the mentor in criminal psychology does not have much experience in educational psychology, unless Zhou Yi intends to teach juvenile criminal psychology. Consequently, his mentor contacted a prominent figure in education overnight. Fortunately, Zhou Yi is genuinely a top student. He studied solidly during his school years, and now he quickly picks up the course content. With several experts refining the cases he plans to use in class, he speaks confidently. However, Zhou Yi always remembers that his task is not just to teach, intentionally or not. He keeps an eye on Linheng. Linheng is fully engaged when suddenly his phone rings. You have received 1 million in your account. Please check. The loud announcement echoes across the lecture hall, causing several attentive students to turn their heads toward Linheng. Zhou Yi's steady voice carries a hint of confusion, but he is trained and quickly resumes his smooth explanation of the case, as if he hadn't heard anything. Linheng is startled and looks down at his phone. The transaction detail showing the 1 million received is accompanied by a note. Medical expenses, rounding up, pick up at noon. They have added an extra 400,000. This is what just scared him. Worried he might sell everything too soon? Linheng is puzzled. He hasn't used this payment app in ages, only recently using it for a night market stall. He even forgot to turn off the notification feature. Moreover, he clearly used a bank card last time. Why is it a different payment method this time? Could it be that the funds are not from the same department? To be fair, Linheng guessed correctly. Research and medical funds indeed do not share the same budget. However, he has no time to ponder this now. Luckily, teacher Zhou remains focused and continues with the next part of his lecture, acting as if nothing happened. Meanwhile, the students near Linheng whisper among themselves for a while. What is this? Is that a notification sound? No way, I saw it. His phone really did get a notification. Wow, what kind of student life is this? How can someone have pocket money in the millions? What? I've never heard of rich second-generation students in computer tech. Girl, just saying. Could he be a rich first-generation student? Wake up, rich first-generation students don't have time to attend classes in person. Hearing the whispers around him, Linheng silently covers his face. Even Tang Jing, who probably knows his situation, turns to ask him if he is involved in something strange. Fortunately, the students are only murmuring quietly and haven't escalated to approaching him directly. He just wonders if he will be surrounded after class. In less than 5 minutes, news about a wealthy second-generation student majoring in computer science taking an educational psychology class had spread across various groups of second-year students. Countless people were trying to find out who this charming individual was, with a monthly allowance of 1 million. Wow, how come no one knew about this until now? They must have been hiding it too well. Fortunately, since most students were confused, they didn't realize that Linheng's computer science program was focused on education and was part of the College of Education. When everyone heard computer science, they were searching in the College of Computer Science. A group of netizens scoured the list from the College of Computer Science, even going through graduates from the past 2 or 3 years, but they couldn't find anyone named Linheng. As a result, the mood in the groups gradually shifted from curiosity to frustration. Who spread this ridiculous rumor, causing me to skip class to look for someone? Seriously, what's going on here? Be more reliable, everyone. Look at the true wealthy second-generation students in the neighboring program. So low-key. They practically announce their status as soon as they enter school. How naive. Do you really think there are so many hidden wealthy individuals suddenly being exposed? Are they talking about the sophomore in the College of Education, the biology engineering student? I remember he's in his second year, right? Oh yes, Sushiwedi. Didn't they say he was also a fake wealthy second generation? He hardly attends classes. No. I've heard it's true. It's just that his family doesn't give him money. Sisters, this is the real story. Chapter 21. The name of the wealthy second generation confirmed teacher Zhou was fully focused, determined to bring distracted students back on track with his teaching. Soon, only the sound of Zhou Ye's lecture remained in the lecture hall. Just as Lin Heng was beginning to relax, a sudden crisp crack echoed from behind him. He turned to see Su Luofan, the boy who had muttered about attending class for free when Lin Heng entered the room. With his stubborn short hair, he tossed aside a broken pen and began furiously typing on his laptop keyboard. In the large group of second-year students, Su Tianwang. What kind of wealthy second generation is he? Just barging in with a shabby bed sheet to sit in on classes. Su Tianwang. Are you all insane, comparing me to him? The annoying clatter reached a fever pitch. Soon, the blood he had smeared on his hand was splattered across the desk. Before Lin Heng could see clearly, teacher Zhou had already sprung from behind the podium, charging like a bullet towards Su Luofan's row. The rush of air created by Zhou Ye's movement hit Lin Heng nearby, and Tang Jing had already covered her blown-back hair. It was unclear how Zhou Yi moved so quickly, but when Lin Heng turned to look closely, Zhou Yi had already leaned over to check Su Luofan's laptop and pulled him out from across the table. With a loud clap, Zhou Yi closed the laptop. He remained silent throughout, his expression icy. When he first saw the blood, his heart nearly leaped into his throat. Thankfully, this student had only injured himself. He was terrified that the pen might have flown out and struck Lin Heng. The day before, at the night market and noodle shop, he had already met Lin Heng with Team Yin. Others might not know, but he had witnessed Lin Heng's extraordinary capabilities that day, and he understood how significant this matter was. Most of the teammates present that day were already aware of the situation, especially after the report submitted by Coach Yin yesterday. The attention on Lin Heng had increased again. If Lin Heng were to get injured right under his nose, it would truly be a dereliction of duty. The surrounding students were already too afraid to speak up, and the timid girls had started to huddle together for warmth. Poor Su Luofan, a tall guy at 1.8 meters, was like a little chick in Zhou Ye's hands. He glanced at Zhou Ye's stern expression, boiling with anger, but dared not voice it. Zhou Yi was not an ordinary teacher. He didn't care about the students' feelings at all. He simply carried Su Luofan out, taking him all the way to the infirmary. Before leaving, Zhou Yi quietly turned back to take a look at Lin Heng. On their way to the infirmary, they saw students who couldn't help but take photos. Soon, the class group chat was buzzing with new gossip. Isn't this the Su Ershi we talked about before? Where did you get this photo? Is this self-harm? Someone shared a screenshot of what Su Luofan said in the group chat. I can't stand this newcomer laughing at me. Not to that extent, right? After all, he's a rich second generation. Doesn't he have a bit more tolerance? This newcomer, of course, referred to Lin Heng, the recently successful rich second generation who had made $1 million during class. Teacher Zhou took the student to the infirmary, and at this moment, the lecture hall was filled with the sound of chatter. Students occasionally glanced at Lin Heng, but since they weren't familiar with him, even classmates were hesitant to approach him. So everyone pretended to be busy finding the class representative. Tang Jing was almost going crazy. She soon shouted in the class group for everyone to behave. The group was relatively quiet since Lin Heng was also in it, and they didn't dare to chat openly. Quickly, they formed a small group privately and successfully added the class representative to gossip together. By the way, is Lin Heng really a rich second generation? Class monitor. Please say something. Wow. Is the rich second generation hiding so deeply? Is it possible that he just, succeeded in business? No, if you have that ability, why come to school? It's a waste of time for making money. Don't joke around. A degree lasts a lifetime, but $1 million isn't enough for a lifetime. Tang Jing decisively turned off her phone, showing her disinterest through action. Others might be unclear, but as a class committee member, she had some understanding of Lin Heng's family situation. Regardless, it was not right to pry into a classmate's privacy. Lin Heng had completely lost interest in his classmates. He had already started browsing the system during his free time. That $1 million was the money for purchasing medicine from the research institute, which was 40,000 more than the actual amount. Lin Heng certainly didn't want to take advantage of the state, nor was there any need to. He planned to exchange the 40,000 entirely for medicine and hand it over to the person collecting it later. Now, he was just waiting to see how much it would cost per bottle once the task was completed. Just when everyone thought that today's class would be cancelled, Teacher Zhou strode back in confidently. Amidst the students' surprise, Teacher Zhou calmly continued the lesson. By lunchtime, everyone was still buzzing about the events. Isn't the teacher's speed a bit outrageous? Maybe he handed over the student to someone else to escort to the infirmary? Just kidding. Someone has a photo of him carrying the student into the infirmary. Oh my, Our classroom is quite far from the infirmary. He wouldn't cross the campus that quickly. Never mind. The teacher is handsome and teaches well, so it's all good. Exactly. Lin Heng listened to the girls chattering beside him, tossed his book to Tang Jing, and sulkily walked out. He almost fled the scene. There were already quite a few people wanting to corner him after class because of that million-dollar issue. And then, Zhou Yi, for some unknown reason, greeted him properly after class when Lin Heng passed by the podium. Lin Heng's head buzzed, and before the other could continue speaking, he turned and ran away. What is going on here? Isn't it all about undercover schools protecting people in secret in novels? This is just laying all the cards on the table. If those girls see this, how can he have any peace? Lin Heng was in a hurry and didn't have time to think. He dodged Zhou Yi and ran outside. Before class ended, he received a message from Yanlei, saying someone was waiting for him at the main gate and wanted to treat him to lunch. Thinking about the task he was about to complete and the 1,800 energy points he would soon earn, Lin Heng felt motivated. This was the highest reward he had ever received from the tasks he had done. In terms of life balance, that's an extra 18 days. A big deal. The area near Binhai Normal University is a college town, with a street full of small eateries right across from the main gate. As soon as class ended, everywhere was bustling. Stepping out of the school gate, the aroma of delicious food hit Lin Heng, making his stomach growl. He quickly spotted the person Yanlei mentioned at the gate. It was Xiao Mu. He stood there, his aura quite out of place in the campus setting, leaning against a low-key black car. But as soon as he met Lin Heng's gaze, he approached warmly and opened the back door for him. Heaven knows how hard he worked to snag this task. Lin Heng's supervisor, team leader Yan, was really tough to deal with. Seeing Lin Heng's surprised expression, Xiao Mu smiled and explained, I'm reporting to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute this afternoon, so I'm taking this over for them. It'll be quicker. Lin Heng thought about it. This person had such impressive skills even when heavily injured, so the Research Institute would likely trust him to deliver the medicine. Chapter 22. Accept the card for face recognition. Lin Heng wasn't surprised by Xiao Mu's somewhat special identity. After all, he never believed Xiao Mu was just a bodyguard from the start. As Lin Heng stepped into the car, students at the gate, who were well informed, quickly recognized him. Soon, someone in the group chat shared a screenshot of Lin Heng getting into the car. The rich second-generation evidence is here, with pictures. You guys are so idle. Always digging into wealthy boys' lives. Step aside, let me in. What kind of treatment is this, having a bodyguard pick you up for lunch? Does anyone recognize this car? It's said to start at 800,000. Which class is this person from? Let us find out, sisters. The class group quickly forwarded the screenshot. But didn't he dare to discuss it further? Lin Heng silently turned off his phone, feeling a bit at a loss. He casually piled the second-hand cloak beside him and heard Xiao Mu say that the medicine could be placed in the back seat since the car was quite safe. Watching Lin Heng carry around a strange cloth bundle, Xiao Mu thought, did he really bring 60 boxes of medicine with him all day? Just thinking about it made Xiao Mu anxious for Lin Heng. Lin Heng was caught off guard by Xiao Mu's remark. He was holding the cloak because he had no time to return to his dorm and had to carry it with him. After all, it was merchandise. And if he lost it, the system would deem the transaction invalid, leaving him with no place to complain. Fortunately, the cloak was large yet very light, making it easy to manage. However, he certainly couldn't just swap out the medicine in front of Xiao Mu. Lin Heng wasn't afraid of the country knowing. But he didn't want to put on a show of conjuring things out of thin air in front of someone he didn't fully understand. So, taking advantage of the cloak's cover, he started tossing boxes out from his space. The sound of the wooden boxes clattering together made Xiao Mu's heart race. But he didn't dare to say anything to Lin Heng and could only silently turn back to drive. Just as Lin Heng counted out 40 boxes, the system's notification sound chimed in. Ding! The task for the needed medicine has been completed. A reward of 1,800 energy points has been issued. Would you like to exchange for life balance? Lin Heng decisively clicked yes, exchanging all 1,800 points. Watching his life balance increase from 15 days to 33 days, Lin Heng felt very pleased. He had an additional 20 boxes of medicine from the system, which he piled into the back seat. The system quickly responded, showing no notifications. Just the energy value on the interface continually displaying 10. In total, he had received 200 energy points, bringing his total to 1204 energy points. Once he resolved the wiring accessory issue, he could earn another 100 energy points. Lin Heng planned to tackle that tonight. He relaxed against the back of the seat, stretched lazily, and quietly cheered in his heart, celebrating that he could finally survive for a month. A small victory. Although he dared to face life and death, who wouldn't he want to live? 33 days still seemed short, but compared to the time when he was critically ill and had no cure, Lin Heng felt much better now. Next on his mind was how to sell the cloak. A new task had silently appeared on the system list, but Lin Heng didn't rush to check it. With his survival balance a bit more comfortable, he planned to finish up the previous tasks first. He opened the exchange page, and sure enough, the icon for the needed medicine was lit up, and the exchange price was displayed. Needed medicine, 5,000 per bottle. Lin Heng thought to himself that this price was quite reasonable. At 5,000 per bottle, it was half the cost compared to the system task fees. The pharmacy had overpaid 400,000, and Lin Heng had exchanged it for 80 bottles. Although he told Yen Lei it was limited, he was still happy to get more for the pharmacy. He hoped they could develop better formulas. In the past year of seeking medical help, Lin Heng found his dignity saved by domestic medicines. 140 wooden boxes filled the seats, overflowing even to the space beneath his feet. Sitting amidst the pile, Lin Heng suddenly realized that the pricing was the profit margin set by the system for him. No matter the logic, it was impossible for the items priced at 10,000 to drop immediately. Therefore, for the subsequent goods sold for exchange, he could earn the difference as profit. For example, if the normal price was 10,000, he could continue selling and earn 5,000 per bottle. Was the system really expecting him to make money to exchange for life balance? 1 million a day? Over 700 per minute? The numbers spun in Lin Heng's mind. And he thought, never mind, the task is more reliable. When he could earn 1 million per order, he would think about it then. Xiaomu, taking advantage of the pause at the traffic light, turned back to look at Lin Heng, his eyes widening in shock. You have so many medicine boxes. And you're just wrapping them in cloth? Can you even fit them all? Didn't you say 60 boxes? These are all miraculous medicines. You're just treating them so casually. Lin Heng was taken aback and managed to stammer. I'm good at organizing. This isn't organizing. This is like magic. Xiaomu felt a slight headache coming on, wondering how he would deliver this batch of medicines. But for now, he decided not to dwell on the scattered medicine boxes and would deal with that headache later. I'll take you to Conghai. Order whatever you want. Oh wow, Conghai. Even someone like Lin Heng, who was indifferent to worldly matters, had heard of Conghai's reputation. Originally named Conghai Restaurant, it was a well-known establishment in Bin Province, said to have once been run by the imperial chef, and it had been thriving for 34 years. It later transformed into the current Conghai Hotel, which sounded ordinary, but their Chinese restaurant, Jiaozhong Pavilion, required reservations 6 months in advance. This old establishment in Bin Province overshadowed a number of luxurious dining places. It wasn't a place one could simply dine at with money. Lin Heng, being a student, knew about this place thanks to online influencers. For a time, those small influencers on live streaming platforms boasted about having the privilege to take people to Jiaozhong Pavilion. Later, it was revealed that several influencers had teamed up to make a reservation a year in advance, visiting together and each live streaming from different angles. They even nearly got into a fight over unequal angle distribution. Lin Heng thought this was the surprise for the day, considering a meal at Jiaozhong Pavilion would likely cost over 10,000. However, he was unexpectedly gifted a special invitation to Jiaozhong Pavilion. As soon as they entered Conghai's front desk, the staff accurately called out Lin Heng's name and handed him a card. It was a thin card with a black background and golden edges, prominently displaying the words invitation in cursive. Xiaomu explained, this card is just for decoration. In reality, those who can use it just need to show their face. Those without the right qualifications won't benefit from it. The card's function is quite simple. You can dine without needing to make a reservation. This card is quite famous in Bin Province and even nationwide. There are only a few issued in total, and calling it a symbol of status is not an exaggeration. It's like saying that the establishment issued Lin Heng an invitation that allows unlimited use, making him a distinguished guest whenever he chooses to come. Lin Heng guessed it might be because of his good fortune, but he couldn't figure out the exact reason. Moreover, he wasn't too concerned, as he wouldn't casually come here for a meal, especially since the establishment is a bit far from his school. Until Xiaomu told him that he could treat the place like a takeout restaurant, just call in to order whatever he wanted. That seemed feasible. Additionally, thinking about his uniquely styled trading system, Lin Heng felt that the establishment should also be a good place for negotiations. If he happened to draw something of extremely high value that the country couldn't use, he could bring people here to promote the goods. And with the establishment's endorsement, the chances of a deal would likely be much higher. However, he still wanted to confirm that there wouldn't be any other complications. With a somewhat reluctant expression, Lin Heng made the staff at the establishment look surprised. It was the first time they had seen someone so dismissive of their invitation. Last time, the young master of the Zhang family had sought after their young master for months without even touching the invitation. The Zhang family is the richest in Bin Province. Chapter 23. A reliable warning. Xiaomu noticed that Lin Heng didn't really want to accept. So he took the card first and led Lin Heng upstairs to eat. You didn't think the establishment was just a dining place, did you? Xiaomu pointed down with his thumb and asked Lin Heng with a smile. Did you know there's a shooting range below? A shooting range? Yes, a shooting range. It's run by my comrade's family. This building isn't just for dining. I borrowed a garage from him. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to throw the goods in the car to treat you to this meal. How about it? Interested in trying out the shooting range? There are trainers available. With this card, you can move freely throughout the establishment. I believe the basic consumption is all waived. Xiaomu was confident that a sophomore wouldn't refuse a shooting range. In his view, building a good relationship with Lin Heng was a crucial step. However, he didn't expect Lin Heng to shake his head decisively. It wasn't that he didn't like it. Mainly, I have a class this afternoon, and in a little over a month, there are exams. I can still get a scholarship this year, even when plagued by illness. Lin Heng never gave up on his studies. There was no reason to stop learning now that he had found a way to continue living. It wasn't that he loved being a teacher. It was mainly a promise he made to his adoptive mother after finishing university. The shooting range, maybe another time. Xiaomu was speechless, not realizing he had overlooked the academic issue. The establishment is located on the 9th floor of a building, and the two sat in an elegant private room with a fantastic view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. However, Lin Heng was indeed a bit hungry. The dishes Xiaomu ordered were quite lavish, and Lin Heng was focused on eating. As he was about to finish, Lin Heng still hadn't taken the card. So Xiaomu decided to come clean. The establishment belongs to the family of my former captain. The year I enlisted, my captain took us to carry out missions on the border. He saved me several times, and during the last time, he was injured in the leg. It has probably been 5 or 6 years since I last stood up. Xiaomu looked down at the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window, not making eye contact with Lin Heng. Lin Heng slowed down his eating pace and quietly listened. Actually, I broke a rib and injured my lung yesterday. Xiaomu pressed his hand against his chest, marveling. It's strange. When I woke up, I checked, and there were no signs of a fracture at all. I don't know if I'm lucky, but it seems like my bones are perfectly fine. So, are you planning to let your captain try the medicine? Lin Heng put down his chopsticks and thoughtfully said, it says for external use, but no one knows if it works on old injuries. I'm just here to sell it. No after-sales service. Xiaomu smiled at Lin Heng and added, or you could wait for the pharmacy. I have a way. He mentioned that his old captain also agreed to give it a try. Although he referred to him as the old captain, he was actually not much older than Xiaomu. Xiaomu immediately sent the video of his wound healing that he got from Yin Lei to the old captain. After watching the video, they quickly came to an agreement. In response to Lin Heng's puzzled gaze, Xiaomu quietly said, we're preparing to make it an external injury again. Seeing that Lin Heng understood, Xiaomu didn't elaborate further. After dinner, just as Xiaomu sent Lin Heng back to school, he received a call from the old captain. How's it going? This kid seems to be quite interesting. I heard he didn't even want the invitation card? The old captain's booming voice echoed on the phone, making Xiaomu chuckle. Isn't that right? He thinks it's a hassle. I offered him takeout, and he still thinks it's a bother. 37 years in business, and he's the only one. The old captain grumbled a bit, then cautiously asked in a lower voice, so, did he accept it? Well, reluctantly. It's not a big deal. There was a sigh of relief from the old captain on the other end of the line, and after a long pause, a choked voice said, thank you. What are you talking about? I'll give you his contact info later. You can just reach out to him next time you need to buy medicine. After hanging up the phone, Xiaomu sighed, feeling that meeting Lin Heng was truly a stroke of luck. He had worked hard to take this job from Yin Lei and insisted on bringing Lin Heng to this meal, ultimately to ensure the old captain had no worries. No one knew if their method would work, but they felt they had to try. The Zhangjiao Pavilion in Conghai truly lived up to its reputation, offering a feast of delights. Lin Heng encountered many ingredients and cooking methods he had never heard of before. After a hearty meal, he was sent back to school, carrying a paper bag with the Zhangjiao Pavilion logo, inside which was a second-hand cloak. Lin Heng returned a bit late, and by this time, there were not many people outside on campus. Most had gone to their classrooms to wait for classes to start. In the afternoon, there was a practical class on algorithm analysis and design, which required going to the computer lab. Lin Heng carried the bag as he walked past the administration building. Just as he rounded the corner of the building, a warning suddenly popped up on the system. Warning, collision alert, please avoid. Lin Heng quickly reacted and halted his steps. A second later, someone came tumbling towards him. Hey! Lin Heng swiftly dodged, pressing himself against the wall. The person who fell crashed to the ground, their metal poster stand jabbing into the floor. If it hadn't dodged, that stand would have pierced Lin Heng. The system is finally reliable. The sound of the paper bag tearing was crisp, and Lin Heng leaned against the wall for a moment before remembering that the bag he was holding had just been in front of him. He quickly threw away the torn bag and went to salvage the cloak that had fallen on the ground. Fortunately, it wasn't dirty, and Lin Heng searched for any damage. Hey, can you help me up first? The person who fell was complaining, but still hadn't gotten up. Soon, someone in a black windbreaker and sunglasses caught up. The man came forward and effortlessly lifted him up. Brother Ming, you nearly killed me. This classmate didn't help me at all. When I fell, he even dodged. Hey, Brother Ming, this is really not my fault. Look, the person who lifted him casually pushed him behind and walked up to Lin Heng. Hello, classmate, I'm Ming Guan. Lin Heng vaguely remembered that this seemed to be a celebrity, said to have a bad temper. Sorry, that's my assistant. He's a bit clueless. Did he hurt you? Ming Guan looked Lin Heng up and down, confirming that he was fine before turning back to deal with his assistant. He had seen clearly that if it weren't for this classmate dodging quickly, he would have been pierced by the stand by now. Mengguan felt unlucky to have such an assistant, especially since he was related to him and couldn't just get rid of him. Today was supposed to be just a simple promotional shoot for the school, but unexpectedly, it caused trouble. Lin Heng was surprised that the other party seemed to be in a good mood. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Mengguan irritably slap his assistant's back, then turned to point at the cloak in Lin Heng's hand. How much is it? I'll buy it. Did I damage it? Mengguan saw the paper bag on the ground. His assistant didn't recognize valuable items, but he knew that place was not for ordinary people. Just that paper bag alone could sell for hundreds online. Mengguan was in a bad mood and his tone was no longer polite. Hurry up. I'm in a rush. He needed to avoid being blocked by fans at the school gate. Chapter 24. What? A second-hand bedsheet sells for 50,000. Lin Heng was taken aback for a moment before realizing that the other party wanted to buy the cloak. He didn't explain. After all, it was a commodity, and anyone could buy it. However, he hadn't thought about what price to set, so he vaguely said, it's second-hand, so let's go with this price. Lin Heng took out his phone with one hand and opened the payment code, waving his other hand casually. Mengguan felt a pang in his heart, thinking, you're selling a second-hand item for such a high price. Is it worth it? He glared fiercely at his assistant and gritted his teeth as he scanned the QR code. Lin Heng watched the payment notification, 50,000. Mengguan paid, took his assistant, and left without looking back. By the time Lin Heng counted the amount on his phone and looked up, the person was gone. Could this be the price of being a celebrity? Lin Heng thought he would settle for 50 at most. He was indeed a bit lucky, but he never imagined it would exceed 500. Starting today, he will firmly tell everyone that Mengguan has an excellent temper. A truly good person. He picked up the broken bag from the ground, folded it simply, and prepared to find a trash can to throw it away later. Mengguan, filled with frustration, finally got on the vehicle and left the school safely. Once in the van, the first thing he did was message his agent. Immediately, he demanded that this assistant be dismissed. He really couldn't bear it any longer. What second-hand item could possibly be sold for 50,000? He had no idea what he had bought. He looked down at a large bundle of fabric he had placed beside him, the blood-red side facing outward. He tugged at it a couple of times, and it turned out to be so large that he couldn't find the end. Mengguan couldn't help but wonder if he had bought a bedsheet. A $50,000 second-hand bedsheet? This was insane. He carelessly tossed the item to the back seat, anxious to catch his flight, with no time to deal with it. Little did he know, his good assistant had packed it into his backpack along with his outdoor gear. In the afternoon, there was a practical class on algorithm analysis and design. With such a specialized course, Lin Heng couldn't fathom how it related to psychology. Zhou Yi at the podium clearly hadn't expected to teach so many subjects either. But surprisingly, he was indeed capable. At least it was sufficient for teaching second-year students. After all, the Special Operations Department also required a well-rounded skill set. Zhou Yi was capable of teaching this course, and he felt that the students were quite receptive. Especially in Lin Heng's class, where there were many girls who were very friendly towards Zhou Yi, overly enthusiastic in their friendliness. However, he still felt inexplicably guilty under Lin Heng's expressionless gaze. Today he would go back, immediately start studying. He needed to find the most skilled computer engineer in the department to be his mentor. He had to study hard and, ideally, pursue a doctorate for further education. The top student Zhou Yi, spurred by Lin Heng's gaze, embarked on an irreversible path. Lin Heng quietly opened the chat with Yan Lei and directly sent a simple message. Lin Heng, you guys aren't arranging someone in the cafeteria, are you? Yan Lei. Only Xiao Zhou is still at school. Yan Lei. However, the department did send a few newcomers who wanted to experience life. Once again lamenting the importance of adaptive alloys, Lin Heng overlooked the stimulation that would come soon. He put away his phone, immensely grateful that the system had given him adaptive alloys instead of adaptive weapons. Otherwise, it might not be the Special Operations Department accompanying him at school for a life experience. He might have to personally go to the Special Operations Department to experience life instead. He arrived a bit late, casually greeted Teacher Zhou, and entered the classroom. Before he even sat down, he heard a classmate whispering behind him, Lin Heng, did you go to Jiajiang Pavilion? Lin Heng looked at his classmate in surprise, who waved their phone and whispered, someone posted a photo of you with a Jiajiang Pavilion bag in the big group chats for all grades. By the time Lin Heng checked a few large group chats, the rumors about him had spread to the point where he barely recognized himself. Observing this uncontrollable trend, Lin Heng thought about simply letting it be. He not only refused to explain, but even added fuel to the fire. Lin Heng personally posted an advertisement in various large groups under his real name. He stated that he is not a second-generation individual, but a second-hand merchant. The quality is high and the price is low, welcoming patronage, payment up front, limited stock, no after-sales service. Below that was the link to his newly registered online store, which only featured one item, a second-hand cloak, a toy from a giant country. The price was set at 500, with a stock of 59 pieces. The product images were casually taken by him in the hospital, simply showcasing the colors from both sides. The product description consisted of just one word: immensely huge. In no time, this online store went viral on campus. Everyone was curious about what a university student could sell online to earn $1 million in a single transaction. Mengguan became an overnight sensation. The topic quickly surged into the top 3 trending discussions. However, the title was not very appealing. Stubbornly trapped in a snowy mountain. A scream triggers an avalanche. Official emergency rescue. Mengguan buried in the avalanche. Mengguan rose to fame due to 2 recently released hit web dramas, where he portrayed a righteous police officer, leaving a deep impression on viewers. Coupled with his handsome appearance, distinct facial features, especially his deep-set eyes, outstanding temperament, and solid acting skills, he quickly garnered a lot of fans. However, his personality was completely opposite to his character in the show. He was spontaneous, quick-tempered yet righteous. Coming from a family of merchants, he had never lacked money and acted purely out of passion. Aside from acting, he loved extreme sports the most. Today, after leaving the normal university in Bin province, Mengguan headed straight to the airport. He had planned a trip with several friends to climb a snowy mountain, timing their departure to enter the mountain right after dinner. As the snow poured in from all directions, he was in the valley live streaming with his equipment. The guide warned him that after a while, there might be no signal for live streaming. Therefore, all the fans in the live stream saw the rushing snow behind him. The endless snowflakes suddenly lost balance, rapidly sliding down from the mountaintop with immense force, crushing everything into powder. The barrage in the live stream went wild, while Mengguan could no longer see anything. When the avalanche began, massive snow blocks swept down like an overwhelming flood, producing a deafening roar. The entire scene resembled the apocalypse, showcasing the irresistible force of nature, making Mengguan feel the fragility and insignificance of life. His filming equipment was long gone, but Mengguan was lucky enough to cling to a tree at the edge of the rushing sea of snow. He was then pulled into a snow cave by the guide and friends, barely clinging to life. The guide, Zhou Zhuang, looked terrified and dared not make a sound, quietly urging everyone to gather the supplies in their backpacks to see how long they could last in there. Mengguan listened to the howling outside the cave, felt the tremors of the ground, and stiffly opened his backpack. They were trapped here, most likely buried under the snow. Chapter 25. Gratefully kneeling for second-hand bed sheets. The narrow snow cave had been blocked at the entrance by the residual snow from the avalanche. I still had some food and water. My friend Zhang Wen's calm voice barely concealed the fear beneath it. Zhou Zhuang, the guide, had already started to cry. 2 people huddled together with their backpacks, their eyes filled with hope as they looked at Mengguan. I should still have ways to keep warm. The moment Mengguan opened his backpack, he was stunned. What is this? What the heck? Mengguan trembled as he pulled out the enormous fabric from the top of the backpack. Its blood-red color seemed to mock his previous carefree spending. That $50,000 bedsheet. Mengguan was furious. His spare clothes, his warm sleeping bag, his water, everything had been swapped out by his so-called assistant for this massive piece of fabric. It was already unbearable to have someone rummage through his bag, but to actually change his belongings? Mengguan's eyes reddened as he shook the fabric in frustration. But he couldn't shake it loose, and he was too angry to say a word. What in the world had he done in his past life to end up with such an assistant in this life? This wasn't just about losing money. It felt like a matter of life and death. The buzzing in his ears intensified, and his temples throbbed with pain. Fortunately, his friend Zhang Wen took the fabric, quietly spread it out, and wrapped it around Mengguan. Well, it's better than nothing. His friend patted his shoulder and advised, it's not like being at home. Calm down and save your energy. Let's see what else we have. Tears of frustration welled up in Mengguan's eyes. As long as he could go back immediately, get rid of that assistant. The 3 of them rummaged through the backpack, but there wasn't much, mostly warm clothing and food, not enough to make a complete meal, though there was still some water. Mengguan also had a few chocolate protein bars, which were the best food available at the moment. No one knew how many days they would be stuck here, but at least Mengguan's live stream had made many aware of their situation, which helped the authorities confirm their location more smoothly. Trapped in a place with temperatures around -15 or 16 degrees, with no room to move, Mengguan didn't hold out much hope for a few more days, until he wrapped himself tightly in the bedsheet and unexpectedly felt the temperature rising. Shock was beyond what words could describe. During the live stream, his fingers had been somewhat frozen, but now they flexed as he took off the glove from his other hand. In the astonished gazes of the other 2, he explored the temperature of the fabric on his body. It felt warm to the touch, and gradually, it became even warmer over time. Excited, Mengguan pulled at a corner of the fabric, dragging Zhang Wen in beside him. They sat side by side under the covering of the fabric, and Mengguan even covered half of Zhang Wen's head with it. Looking at Mengguan's surprised expression fixed on him, Zhang Wen felt a bit bewildered. Had this big fool finally lost his mind? In Zhang Wen's eyes, Being tormented to this extent by a distant relative assistant was nothing short of foolishness. Zhang Wen decided not to struggle, leaning quietly against Meng Guan to conserve energy. But gradually, he sensed something was off. The temperature around them was slowly rising, and he could distinctly feel that his body was no longer stiff and cold. Even his breath was warm. Zhang Wen struggled to lift his head, mimicking Meng Guan's actions, and removed his glove to touch the fabric. It was real. Unlike Meng Guan, Zhang Wen is engaged in materials engineering research. Although the field of technological fabrics is not his main focus, he is still aware of the developments in the industry. He indeed had not heard of such materials emerging now. What kind of amazing high technology is this? Is it really the warm item that Meng Guan mentioned? Wrapped in the fabric, Zhang Wen couldn't even feel the cold of the ice and snow beneath him. So, does this mean that as long as they endure hunger for a few days, they just need to wait for the rescue team? If this fabric can maintain its temperature, shouldn't they no longer worry about sub-zero temperatures? Isn't the biggest danger no longer present? As long as they don't freeze to death, there is hope. Meng Guan and Zhang Wen exchanged glances and ultimately dragged the guide into the fabric with them. Shrinking under the warm fabric, Meng Guan silently decided to give his assistant an extra year's salary once they made it out alive. However, they still needed to send someone away. The enormous fabric enveloped the three men, and they spent a day and a half like that in the snow. After things quieted down outside, they even took turns digging a path out. After about a day, the three of them cleared the snow blocking the entrance, and Zhang Wen was the first to drag the massive fabric out of the snow cave. He flipped the blood-red side of the fabric outward to alleviate the visual shock brought by the surrounding white snow. On the third day, the rescue team, working tirelessly, finally found the stranded individuals. To be precise, they found that obvious splash of blood red in the snow. It was simply too conspicuous. Almost as soon as Zhang Wen dragged the fabric out of the snow cave, the rescue team locked onto their target. The three were quickly sent to the hospital for examination, and surprisingly, they had no injuries at all. Even common frostbite did not occur. Thanks to the strong promotion from the local authorities and the buzz surrounding Meng Guan, the entire internet was celebrating the success of the rescue. When photos of Meng Guan's rescue were posted online, fans became restless. In the photo, Meng Guan was wearing a thin layer of a windbreaker, holding a piece of blood-red fabric, kneeling in the freezing snow, and crying uncontrollably. Wait, can someone explain what is going on? Did someone bleed to save him? Didn't the authorities say that all three were safe? Who would believe that? Is it like drinking blood? Gradually, unflattering rumors began to circulate online, and the critics' intensity surged. There were rumors that Meng Guan was saved by stepping on his friend's blood. The survival chances in such a scale of avalanche are extremely low. That day, when Meng Guan was discharged from the hospital and re-entered the public eye, he officially announced an explanation online, along with a picture of the red fabric. V. Meng Guan, grateful for the rescue, my friends and the guide are all safe. To all my friends, this red secondhand bedsheet saved our lives. It is truly a miraculous warming item. In the freezing cold, it provided us with endless courage and warmth. Thank you to the classmate who sold it to me, and to the former assistant who put it in my backpack. Classmate who sold me the sheet, please contact me. There will be a generous reward. If anyone knows the origin of the sheet, please let me know. Under this announcement, among countless comments, a few stood out. What kind of look is that? This is clearly a cloak, but how did it end up being just a bedsheet in your hands? A seasoned enthusiast of ancient styles immediately spotted the issue. The stitching looks like a cloak for sure, but the size is really hard to complement, more suitable as a blanket. What is going on, everyone? What exactly is this? Seeking clarification from my sisters, I want to get the same one. A star-chasing enthusiast from a local university quickly came to the rescue. Someone at our school has bought this online. It's super large, but it feels amazing. Beneath this comment, there was a reply from the person involved. Meng Guan where? Give me a link. Chapter 26. What happened to the voluntary agreement? While Meng Guan was still contemplating whether to find Lin Heng and buy a couple more cloaks, Zhang Wen had already used his connections to find Lin Heng's online shop. Zhang Wen, wearing fluffy pajamas, sat by the floor-to-ceiling window after finishing a call with his cousin. In May, the weather was clearly warm indoors. Yet Zhang Wen still wore the thickest pajamas and raised the indoor temperature. He picked up the porridge next to him, blew on it, and took a sip. The incident where he got buried in an avalanche for 2 days and returned without any health issues had already spread throughout the family. Remembering the curious looks from the doctors when he and Meng Guan were sent to the hospital, Zhang Wen shuddered a little. Several doctors surrounded them, examining them thoroughly, and after much effort, they managed to find a minor issue, attempting to keep them in the hospital for 2 more days under the pretext of oxygen deficiency. Both of them refused, while the guide chose to stay in the hospital for observation. Zhang Wen opened his phone to check out the newly found online shop. The small store had no decorations at all, looking quite bare. There were only 2 items in the entire shop: the cloak Zhang Wen had seen before and an apple. The apple was called Mingxiao Linqing, and the name was quite interesting. Secondhand cloak, toys from a giant country. Zhang Wen first clicked on the cloak page and couldn't help but laugh when he saw the description. For simple words, immensely huge. Remembering the fabric that could warm 3 men inside, Zhang Wen gave those 4 words a thumbs up. Stock available, 59 items sold, 5 items after some thought. Zhang Wen decisively ordered 20 pieces. Having personally experienced how amazing the fabric of this secondhand cloak was, he intended to bring it back to the company for the relevant team to use as a reference, hoping to create a product with a similar effect. Perhaps this fabric could perfectly match their company's controllable biological material chip. Their company planned to develop the chip for medical applications. But the fabric that could support it had very high requirements, and they had been researching it for a long time. The hope for a breakthrough was right in front of them. 20 pieces, and Zhang Wen calculated the sizes, leaving a portion of the stock for Mengguan. However, he forgot that Mengguan was a celebrity. Just as Zhang Wen placed the order and refreshed the page, the stock had already been cleared. Staring at the numbers, Zhang Wen froze for a moment, instantly thinking of the crazed fans in the comments under Mengguan's Weibo, all desperately seeking the same item. Thanking himself for acting quickly, Zhang Wen decided he absolutely could not let Mengguan know he got the cloak. It had to remain a secret. Zhang Wen opted for self-pickup for his order, and the online store quickly notified him that the owner had placed the goods in the delivery station. He didn't even need to go himself. He just had to send someone from the company to deliver the items to the RD team. While handling the messages, Zhang Wen clicked back to the online store and opened the product page for apples, which was displayed alongside the capes. The product image showed a cut apple, and the quality of the photo was quite mediocre. At 5 yuan each, the price was on the higher side for apples. The product description honestly stated, "It's just an apple, extremely fragrant." Looking at the phrase extremely fragrant, Zhang Wen inexplicably recalled the huge description from the cape page. Perhaps the owner had a casual naming style, while the product descriptions were down to earth. After some thought, Zhang Wen ordered 20 apples for self-pickup, asking for someone to deliver them to his place. He was a bit curious about how big huge really was and how fragrant extremely fragrant could be. Unfortunately, the online store lacked proper decoration and promotion, which might explain why there weren't many buyers. Zhang Wen was unaware that Lin Heng had set up the online store temporarily and hadn't prepared anything at all. After some consideration, he also bought over 20 apples to give to his cousin, remembering that his cousin had never liked apples since childhood. Soon, a subordinate sent a message indicating that the cape had been delivered to the RD team. Zhang Wen quickly clicked to confirm receipt of the order, left a positive review, and messaged the owner. "Boss, does this fabric come with any after-sales service? We are currently developing smart biological fabrics." Zhang Wen intended to inquire about the fabric source, but reconsidered. After all, the owner was a boss and might not disclose their suppliers. So, he decided to leave a message and see how the owner would respond. With the confirmation of work arrangements going smoothly, Zhang Wen felt relieved and went to rest. The RD team at Zhang's Technology was known in the industry for its high benefits. Although the workload was heavy, the pay was good. So when the overtime notice was issued, the team members just nodded and calmly stuffed afternoon tea snacks into their mouths, each grabbing a notebook to gather in the meeting room. They even had the mood to gossip about the recent changes in the company. The new manager, Xiao Zhang, who was in charge of product development, was said to have a notable background. Since they all shared the surname Zhang, some speculated he might be part of the Zhang family. Could he be an illegitimate child? However, he was genuinely a returnee from studying abroad, reportedly from a prestigious school. So he likely didn't come in through connections. It was rumored that this new RD project was initiated by him. A new official has taken office. TSK. How ridiculous, I saw the notice. We haven't even mastered the basic biological materials, and now we're jumping into developing controllable biological fabrics. Aren't we afraid of biting off more than we can chew? As soon as this was said, no one dared to respond. Team leader Liang was a veteran in the company and was previously considered the most likely candidate for the position of product development manager before manager Zhang's arrival. After all, the team leader was indeed quite capable. For the past 2 months, team leader Liang seemed to find fault with everyone, and his subordinates were reluctant to provoke him. Quickly stepping into the meeting room, only Liang Sheng remained at the back, pacing while muttering under his breath. The conference room was so quiet it felt almost oppressive. The colleagues who had entered earlier were silent, and Liang Sheng, puzzled, peeked into the meeting room after navigating around the hall's decorations. A middle-aged man stood leaning against the conference table, casting a cold glance at him. It was Mr. Zhang. Liang Sheng felt a moment of panic as he walked to his seat, wondering if any of his earlier comments had inadvertently involved Mr. Zhang. This was not a minor manager like Zhang Wen. Zhang Kaidong was the current head of the Zhang family. As Liang Sheng sat down, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, could it be that Zhang Wen was indeed an illegitimate child of the Zhang family? Once everyone had arrived, the assistant promptly distributed the materials. Each person received a confidentiality agreement. Zhang Kaidong's speech was very brief, merely an announcement. He stated that the company would focus all its research and development efforts on this new project, and everyone present was qualified to participate. Presumably, they had all reviewed the project initiation documents, and those willing to participate should sign, while those unwilling could leave voluntarily. Starting tomorrow, the project would officially commence. Led by Zhang Wan. Normally, the head of the company Woon T need to be present for such a project launch, but today was special. With over 30 people in the large conference room, the sound of the door locking echoed, causing everyone to exchange glances. Wasn't this supposed to be voluntary? The sound of the door locking was rather imposing, wasn't it? If it weren't for the good reputation of the Zhang Technology Group, employees might think the company was about to sell them out. Over the next half hour, everyone gradually signed the confidentiality documents. Of course, with such an advanced research project, which had similarities to their previous work, and with funds and partners already secured, the company's benefits were enticing. What other options could there be? Mr. Zhang had made it clear that the future core development would revolve around this project. Why would anyone hesitate to join? After all, they were employees there to make money and build careers, not idealistic scientists. The assistant then distributed specific documents. Each person received a palm-sized sample of fabric and an initial inspection report, with further pages detailing the project plan and partner information. The R&D team members felt the fabric in their hands, discussing the materials that might be necessary, and when they flipped to the partner information, small gasps filled the conference room. Oh my, did I read that wrong? What is going on? ISNT, our headquarters, a corporation? How are we collaborating with a national agency? I think we might have collaborated before, but this time feels rushed. I hadn't heard any buzz about project preparations. What you mentioned was a state-supported project, but this is different. This is a collaboration with a military research institute. No wonder they asked us to sign first. They can't be implying we can't go home, right? That can't be the case, right? It's just fabric. We're not developing missiles. Zhang Kaidong was indeed anxious. Zhang Wen only knew that they were currently working on a medical-related biofabric project aimed at creating lightweight materials that could monitor all bodily indicators in real time, while also making the fabric more cost-effective for widespread use. Zhang Wen, however, was unaware that this proposal originated from a project planned by the Zhang family to collaborate with the military, which was later put on hold due to its complexity. When a batch of second-hand cloaks was purchased by his cousin and sent to the company, Zhang Kaidong received the news promptly and paid a little attention. He roughly knew that his cousin had experienced an avalanche and that this fabric likely had some technological significance, so he arranged for it to be processed normally, reallocating personnel to form a project team to begin research and development. He even found out that the fabric source was from Lin Heng's online store. He felt he should support his cousin's entrepreneurial attempts. However, he did not expect that a subordinate would come to him saying the fabric couldn't be cut. Zhang Kaidong initially thought he misheard. As a chairman, his interest in the project was already a show of care for his cousin. Why would they find him for something like cutting fabric? Had all the secretarial staff outside gone on strike? While Zhang Kaidong was puzzled, his secretary finally arrived. Boss, the material sent by manager Zhang is quite peculiar. Our company's cutting machine can't cut through it. Zhang Kaidong finally understood that the material was too unique. It looked heavy but felt light, appearing harmless. However, neither scissors nor daggers could cut through the second-hand cloaks. The employees responsible for dismantling the cloaks, not believing in the material's toughness, brought a rescue axe to chop it, but that was also unsuccessful. After a moment of madness, the employees remembered the company's laser cutting machine and went through a lot of trouble to apply for its use. But the administrator had cut the power just in time, and the machine was likely destroyed by now. Even at maximum power, they hadn't managed to cut much. It was only after exhausting all options that they reported the issue up the chain. Zhang Kaidong pondered for a moment and suspected that this fabric provided more than just insulation. It could at least withstand the heat of a laser. He suddenly recalled the project that had been unable to continue with the military, ballistic biofabric. Eventually, they took the cloaks to find a hydraulic cutting machine and barely managed to cut out about 40 pieces, all unevenly shaped. Zhang Kaidong checked the information relayed by his secretary, concluding that this fabric had ultimately been broken under immense pressure that exceeded its capacity. He arranged for his secretary to closely monitor Lin Heng's online store, but Zhang Kaidong was uncertain about the background of the other party, who could turn such fabric into clothing and even sell second-hand cloaks. The materials they couldn't develop had already become second-hand goods elsewhere. The immense pressure motivated Zhang Kaidong. He was certain that this fabric had not yet appeared in various aspects of the nation and was definitely a project worth pursuing. He urgently adjusted the project direction, canceled several existing partnerships, and, despite the scolding from several foreign partners, sent a collaboration application to the military. Without experimentation, Zhang Kaidong couldn't guarantee that they could replicate the fabric or that it could indeed be bulletproof. But he pulled out and sent over the videos taken by employees while cutting the fabric. At the very least, this research direction was undoubtedly worthwhile. As expected, The Military Research Institute quickly replied with a very positive attitude. Zhang Kaidong is considering the production of bulletproof fabric, and the military has envisioned various aspects of it. At the same time, both the military and Zhang Kaidong are concerned about the same issue. Such a high-strength biotech fabric is already available for resale? Something feels off. While Zhang Kaidong is fully focused on promoting the project, the military has reached a consensus and decided to investigate. This level of technology does not seem like something that could be developed by civilian efforts. However, if it is indeed not from civilian sources, could it be second-hand goods accidentally leaked into the country from some other nation? Has the country really fallen so far behind in this area? Soon, a top directive was issued to start with customs, enforcing strict checks on imports and exports. Before long, an investigation into Zhang's technology led to Lin Heng. Inevitably, it was discovered that the Special Operations Bureau was also closely monitoring Lin Heng and had had numerous interactions with him. They had even reached agreements. This military investigation also unearthed the Special Operations team led by Xiao Mu, revealing that they had previous dealings with Lin Heng. The military leadership was pleased to exchange information with the Special Operations Bureau and plan future contact with Lin Heng. The military understood that Lin Heng was the starting point of it all, a child raised under the red flag of the country. He has shown stable behavior so far, neither arrogant nor anxious. He enjoys business and trading, but is not greedy for wealth. As for any behaviors that exceed normal expectations, they could be temporarily overlooked. The key point is that Lin Heng is very willing to cooperate with the country in trade. Perhaps soon, Lin Heng will grow into a high-quality exclusive supplier for the country. Lin Heng's background had been thoroughly investigated countless times, and everyone needed to ensure that he was safe and trustworthy before continuing cooperation. Meanwhile, Zhang's firm had long forgotten about their previous partner, a certain biotech company. The representative in charge of negotiations from that company felt vacant after hanging up the phone. It seemed he fully grasped what the other party had said. Zhang's firm unexpectedly terminated the contract, opting to pay rather than continue. What happened? Are the people from that country really so irrational? They actually claimed that collaborating with them was somewhat a waste of time. The exact words from Zhang's firm were that they had more important research directions now and could not simultaneously pursue cooperation with that company. They are a giant in the biotech field. They dominate over 50% of the medical market. Zhang's firm has wanted to develop controllable biotech fabric and perfectly compatible chips for a long time. After missing the opportunity with that company, could there really be a more powerful firm willing to collaborate with them? That company is already at the forefront globally. This is madness. Although the suspension of this collaboration wouldn't significantly impact that company, the market in the country still enticed them, especially the potential huge profits in the future, which they took very seriously. To halt such a major collaboration abruptly, that company decided to send someone to investigate what kind of research project could lead Zhang's firm to discard a cooperation worth billions. Chapter 28. Random whims of transaction methods. At noon, the sunlight spilled onto the edge of the bed, providing a rare warmth and tranquility. Today is Sunday, and Lin Heng has no classes. He is quietly waiting in his dormitory while his roommates are out having fun. The temporary health buff provided by the system is about to expire in 1 minute, and he feels a bit anxious as he opens the system interface and silently waits for the countdown. His phone on the bed keeps buzzing with notifications of new orders from the online store, and Lin Heng is puzzled as to why so many orders are coming in just when he is too busy to manage them. He decides to sit up, cross-legged against the wall on the upper bunk, and wait quietly. He has been extremely busy these past few days to clear his schedule today, so he can observe his physical condition after the health buff disappears. The night before last, after class, he rented an unused factory in the industrial area near the school for just 1 day to trade in wire ornaments. Priced at 10 yuan per jean, he has 300,000 worth of goods, so he found a sufficiently large factory, checked the doors and windows, and confirmed the route before sending the address to Yanlei. Yanlei understood immediately and brought his team to the location. Clearly, he had been waiting for Lin Heng's message, arriving with the contract ready. The two met at the warehouse entrance, and without saying a word, Yanlei handed him the documents. Lin Heng took them and briefly looked through them. One was a dedicated contract specifying that the alloy would no longer be sold externally and would be exclusively supplied to a national research institute. The second was a contract granting priority purchasing rights, meaning that in the future, the products from Lin Heng's side would be prioritized for purchase by the relevant authorities, and the corresponding price would be slightly higher than Lin Heng's selling price. Lin Heng felt a surge of happiness. In his view, this contract clearly indicated that the authorities were willing to trade with him. In that case, if he happened to draw something strange, he could definitely trade with the official channels. However, he still needed to mention to Yanlei that the trading methods might be somewhat random. Lin Heng rubbed the pages of the contract, not rushing to sign. He was uncertain about how to explain to the authorities that his trading methods might be quite unusual. What if the system set some bizarre trading locations, methods, or parties? How would he convince them that his mental state was fine and that he genuinely wanted to complete the transaction? Taking a deep breath, Lin Heng opened the third document. It was a file regarding residential rights. It stated that Lin Heng had the right to a flat, but could not sell it. The location was in a relatively upscale community near his school. Lin Heng had some impression of it. It seemed that quite a few university professors lived there. The university district of the nearby Normal University was newly built, with excellent landscaping, scattered with several high-end communities, and the prices were among the highest in the city. Lin Heng contemplated for a while, and Yanlei leaned in to take a look, quietly asking if there was any difficulty with the house. Lin Heng shook his head. It was a free accommodation, so what was there to be troubled about? Yanlei thought for a moment and explained on behalf of the higher-ups. Lin Heng, you are a sophomore this year. The higher-ups mean that they will give you a different place after you graduate, depending on where you settle down. Lin Heng was still considering how to mention that the trading methods might be random, and he hadn't even thought about the house at all. For Lin Heng, it was great that the authorities had provided him with an enlarged version of a dormitory. It is definitely convenient for him to have a private residence to handle the increasing number of products and online store issues. At his age, where he lives is not that important, and he has more critical system transactions to consider. So he really doesn't care much about the type of house he lives in. Lin Heng pondered for a long time, but found no clues. So he decided to be straightforward with Yanlei. I have no objections to prioritizing supply, but the trading methods might be somewhat random. Lin Heng flipped back to the second contract, tapping his finger on the contract's clauses, leaving scratches on the paper with his nails. Yanlei was a bit confused as well, but the directive from above was to give Lin Heng the maximum freedom. Yanlei found this term interesting. They had already limited the trading objects, proposed prioritizing supply, and narrowed down the living range, so what Lin Heng could freely decide was pricing and trading methods. With this in mind, Yanlei didn't ask Lin Heng for the reason and just nodded, as the instruction from above was simply to provide freedom. No problem. You can decide the trading methods. There shouldn't be any restrictions in the contract. Lin Heng nodded, confirming that there were none. But he still needed to clarify things in advance. Yanlei simply reported and added a clause, printed a new contract, and brought it over in less than 10 minutes. Lin Heng signed his name on the contract and walked into the empty factory, closing the large door in front of Yanlei. The delivery truck team had just arrived, along with experts from a research institute to assess and inspect the goods. When the empty factory opened again, Yanlei heard his subordinates around the factory exclaiming with excitement through his earpiece. Boss, did you see that? It's suddenly full. Damn, Yen, are we going to get silenced? Nonsense, we are professionals. This is outrageous, Yen. They just produced a whole warehouse of mimetic alloy. Yen, the quantity far exceeds the order above. Yanlei faced the factory door, watching as it opened, revealing the interior filled with winding accessories. At that moment, he had only one thought. They had dispatched too few trucks. The entire large warehouse was piled high with various small metal accessories adorned with diamonds, stacked 3 to 4 meters high. Some accessories were well packaged in small bags, while others were just thrown together in a tangle. As far as the eye could see, it was all accessories. After collecting the goods, Lin Heng left directly through the back door. Seeing Lin Heng's message on his phone, Yanlei could only hurry to have someone follow Lin Heng out the back door. He had to go with the old professors from the research institute to inspect the goods. Both groups clearly intended to prevent Lin Heng from meeting with the research institute personnel. As Lin Heng was leaving, he could hear scattered exclamations coming from the direction of the main door. A few researchers seemed to be caught off guard, letting out high-pitched sounds. Oh my gosh, they really came to inspect the goods. A researcher with a serious expression picked up an accessory, trembling as he inserted it into the testing device. Watching the test results appear on the screen with beeping sounds. What is this? Is this really mimetic alloy? All over the place? A young researcher clutched the sleeve of a teammate tightly, causing the other to grimace in pain. Oh my god, am I dreaming? We've worked so hard. Saved every penny, and reused everything we could. It's like this other middle-aged researcher is pinching himself to see if it's real. You're saying there's so much metamorphic alloy? This should last us a long time, teacher. Can we even afford this? If we can't buy it, we might have to ask for more support from our country. It's not too late now. Teacher, please slow down. Chapter 29. The cloak sold at a loss. Watching the countdown on the system interface tick down, Lin Heng soon heard the system's notification sound. The temporary health boost has ended. Please pay 450 energy points. Thank you for your patronage. This price was much more favorable than Lin Heng had expected. He allowed the system to deduct 450 energy points while he focused on experiencing the changes in his body. First, he felt muscle soreness gradually setting in. But when Lin Heng reached out to bend the iron bed's railing, he visibly bent it slightly. Then, a wave of fatigue washed over him, as if all the previously overdrawn energy was being accounted for at this moment. It was bearable, and to Lin Heng's surprise, his strength was still in the enhanced state. It seemed that the increased strength came from the system's basic physical enhancement, while his buoyant mental state was due to the temporary health boost. Once the health boost disappeared, his mental fatigue returned. Judging by previous experiences, the health boost had also shielded him from pain. Now, he still didn't feel the intense pain from his genetic condition, likely due to the physical enhancement. Regardless of which effect was in play, the current situation was very beneficial for Lin Heng. Physical training should be prioritized now. Lin Heng planned to start with some basic exercises, like running. Feeling relieved, he began to focus on the earnings from the tasks he had recently completed. After finishing a task quickly, the system assigned him a new one, which involved a beautiful-looking apple. Task: bright red apple. Eat to avoid illness. Transaction type: unlimited. Suggested price: 5 currency units each. Suggested sales volume: 1,000 units. Task reward: 1,500 energy points, redeemable for 15 days of life duration. Extra reward: concealment function, recommended for the host to eat more apples for health benefits. This price seemed a bit excessive to Lin Heng, but he still listed it in his online store. This was a task with extra rewards, and Lin Heng was eager to invest in some promotional efforts. He even asked the owner of the coffee shop where he previously worked to help sell some apples. The system required him to sell 1,000, and he had sold around 300 so far. Thinking about what made these apples special, Lin Heng recalled the delightful aroma he smelled when he first received them. Swallowing hard, they really did smell amazing. It felt like he had never encountered such fragrant apples in his life. He placed it with the cafe owner, who settled the payment the next day, saying it sold quite well. The owner also mentioned that it smelled so good that he couldn't resist wanting to eat it. So he decided to buy it all. Lin Heng felt envious. He wanted to eat it, but had to wait, either until it was sold out and he could exchange some for himself, or until someone bought it and treated him. Mainly, Lin Heng really didn't dare to challenge the system to see if spending his own money would count as a successful transaction with himself. However, he planned to find teacher Zhou tomorrow to see if Zhou Yi would be willing to treat him to an apple. In fact, Lin Heng was a bit curious if this apple truly had no harmful effects. However, he couldn't test it, so he could only take a photo and send it to Yan Lei to see if the authorities would want it. After all, the authorities had priority for procurement. Clearly, the apple didn't fall under high-risk sensitive goods. While Yan Lei bought the apple for testing, he told Lin Heng to sell it freely, as they wouldn't be so strict even about apples. Yet, as Yan Lei walked away with the apple, he couldn't resist the tempting aroma and ended up eating one. After all, it was his own money, and old Li wouldn't say anything to him. To his surprise, the task for the second-hand cloak was completed quite quickly. Lin Heng didn't expect that within 3 days, the cloak would be sold out. After sending out the last batch in the morning, he received the task reward. Task reward: 800 energy points, redeemable for 8 days of life extension. After the redemption, Lin Heng had 39 days of life left. He had never prepared so thoroughly for a task before. Lin Heng couldn't help but laugh at himself for being overly cautious. 39 days was enough to make him happy for a long time. He could even spend a day just resting. However, the price given for the cloak on the system's exchange interface was quite unfriendly. The second-hand cloak could be exchanged for 5,000 units each, but he was only selling it online for 500. He wondered if the sudden price hike would lead to complaints. Lin Heng decided not to sell the cloak online for now, as the purchase price was 10 times higher than the selling price, making it impossible for him to manage. After completing the cloak task, the new task given by the system had a rather abstract name: Wasteland Manual, Faction Leader Version, Volume 1. The trading method was limited to direct sales, with a suggested price of 50,000 units and a minimum transaction volume of 3 copies, which was enough. How many leaders could there be? Task reward: 2,000 energy points, redeemable for 20 days of life extension. Now, Lin Heng had 2 decent task rewards in hand, especially with one offering an extra reward, and he was a bit curious about what this hidden aspect would do. Lin Heng took out the tin box from beside his pillow, opened it, and found a Wasteland Manual inside, with slightly yellowed pages and looking quite tattered. Besides that, there was a bottle of purple liquid sealed in a glass vial and a round tablet wrapped in tin foil, about the size of a coin. Lin Heng briefly flipped through the contents of the manual, which resembled a guide on how to establish a safe zone in the wasteland from scratch. The problem was that the content was quite perplexing. After thinking for a moment, Lin Heng felt it shouldn't be something the system intentionally used for gaming. It provided detailed instructions on how to prevent radiation and how to treat it, how to avoid radiation diffusion, how to establish safe low radiation or radiation-free zones, how to respond to radiation disasters after a nuclear war, how to survive in a wasteland. There are even discussions on how to treat radiation with medications and how to purify contaminated water sources. Although this style does resemble a script for a mystery game, Lin Heng found it hard to believe the content after reading it. He still diligently took product photos and sent a copy to Yan Lei. So far, no one from other regions had contacted Lin Heng, and he had already regarded Yin Lei as his exclusive communicator. Not receiving a reply, Lin Heng decided not to bother with the other party anymore. He temporarily did not upload this infrastructure manual online. There were only 3 copies, and if they turned out to be genuinely useful, selling them could be problematic. After all, if the content was true, it might mean that the future development for the next few decades would be dictated by his homeland. By chance, Lin Heng saw a comment in his online store asking if the cloak came with after-sales service, stating that this second-hand cloak was similar to the smart biological fabric they were currently developing. Lin Heng didn't finish reading the comment. He picked up his phone and started typing. Shop assistant. Wait, this is just a second-hand cloak. Shop assistant. Dear, after-sales service is not possible. It's a second-hand product. Shop assistant. Dear, we welcome you to visit again. Lin Heng jokingly referred to himself as a second-hand store owner because the after-sales rules for second-hand items were relatively relaxed. In the end, Lin Heng happily checked his bank account balance. The 1 million he previously received had all been exchanged with the system, and the 30,000 for the morphing alloy had been spent on winding ornaments. All cloaks had been sold, but there were still buyers who hadn't confirmed receipt. The total amount that would finally be credited was 34,500. Thinking again about the 5,000 needed to exchange for a cloak from the system, Lin Heng felt a pang in his heart. Apples were 5 each, and so far, he had an income of 1,500, half of which was still pending from online merchants, and the money hadn't reached Lin Heng's account yet. Now, Lin Heng had over 98,000 in his bank account, enough to buy plenty of apples. Just as Lin Heng was about to put down his phone, he heard the notification sound again. Opening it, he saw it was a bank notification. 3 million had been transferred to his account, with the note, "Reward, pleasant cooperation." Reward? Lin Heng took a screenshot and sent it to Yin Lei, who quickly replied. Yin Lei, yes, the morphing alloy at the factory has just been counted, and they probably feared you wouldn't accept it. It should be funds directly arranged by the research institute. I'm not clear on the specifics. Lin Heng, it's been 3 days, and it was just counted? Yin Lei, huh? Lin Heng awkwardly smiled. He knew that moving it out immediately wasn't realistic and that it had to be checked one by one before being loaded. However, he didn't expect it to take 3 days. Lin Heng forgot how many winding ornaments he had left. He rented the largest factory, with a ceiling height of 5 meters. He had exchanged all 30,000 at 10 per pound for winding ornaments. 30,000 pounds, 15 tons. The people from the research institute were there, testing every single item day and night. 3 days was already a tremendous effort to work in shifts and hurry. Yin Lei recalled the embarrassing scene and felt a bit scared. However, putting that aside, he was still quite happy about the 3 million that came in. Although he didn't want to take advantage of the country, that was a different matter compared to receiving a reward from it. Unfortunately, the system's exchange interface still hadn't lit up the icon for exchanging life balance. After checking everything and confirming that nothing was missed, Lin Heng relaxed and planned to find teacher Zhou in the afternoon, hoping to persuade him to treat him to an apple. However, Lin Heng didn't expect that after falling asleep, he would sleep for 2 whole days. In his dazed state, he seemed to hear someone calling him, but he was powerless to struggle out of the thick darkness. His whole body ached and felt exhausted, as if it was magnified infinitely, making him feel heavier and heavier. It wasn't until a long time later, when he seemed to finally settle down, that a faint light shone through his eyelids. Lin Heng slightly opened his eyes, lying still for a while to relieve his stiffness, and after a long time, he gathered enough strength to turn over. This was a strange room. He lay on a large bed. The decor in the room was bright and cheerful. Sunlight streamed through the glass and onto the bed. And outside the window was a clear blue sky. The floor was quite high. Sounds came from outside the room, and soon someone opened the door and walked in. It was Zhou Yi and Yin Lei. Lin Heng wasn't surprised at all. It was highly likely that teacher Zhou had pulled him out from the dormitory. He thought to himself that he must be sick. Lin Heng remained calm, even feeling that he shouldn't have been too happy too early. Seeing him awake, Zhou Yi relaxed a lot and turned to the kitchen to bring Lin Heng a glass of water. Lin Heng calmly took the medicine with the water and thanked him quietly. Yin Lei noticed that his expression was off and seemed to have thought of something immediately. Before Lin Heng lay back down, he handed over the medical record. It was a handwritten case report from the emergency room. Lin Heng opened it, but he couldn't recognize a single word. He didn't dare to guess the doctor's handwriting. You have a cold, and your fever was quite high. Since you hadn't responded for a while, I called Zhou Yi to check on you, and he ended up carrying you out. Cough. Zhou Yi awkwardly cleared his throat. At that time, he thought it was necessary to take someone who was burning with fever to the hospital. He forgot that he was now a well-known teacher on campus, handling 2 completely different main subjects alone. As a result, when he carried Lin Heng out, a large group of students followed along, watching the whole way. Just social death. Yin Lei glanced at Zhou Yi lightly, and Zhou Yi immediately stood up straighter. No joke, he didn't want to get punished for something like this. Yin Lei felt a headache coming on and simply waved his hand to send someone out to buy food. while he continued to explain the situation to Lin Heng. So here's the thing. After a simple checkup, the doctor said you have a normal cold, but since you've been in a daze for 2 days, the doctor insisted that you're in a stupor and there's no danger, so you don't need to be hospitalized. We figured it would be better to bring you here instead. This is the apartment from your contract. Sorry we brought you here without your consent. Lin Heng didn't feel anything was wrong. Life wasn't that complicated. And he should be grateful to those who helped him. Moreover, it was just a cold, and Lin Heng felt relieved. He quietly sensed his body's condition and realized he no longer felt the weakness and exhaustion he had 2 days ago. If it weren't for Zhou Yi going to the dorm to look for him, his roommates would probably have been so scared that they called for an ambulance. Lin Heng waved his hand to indicate it was fine. His throat was dry and hoarse, and he couldn't make much sound. Yanlei looked at this pale-faced college student and thought of the follow-up matters arranged on the other side, sincerely suggesting to Lin Heng, "Why don't you just move in here? This place was specifically prepared for you." Lin Heng nodded absent-mindedly. Moving out would be good. At least it would be convenient to organize the goods. Remembering the goods, Lin Heng gestured to Yanlei about the box. "I brought it with me. It's in the living room now," Yanlei said. "It's the tin box that contains the Wasteland Manual. I saw you carrying it, so Zhou Yi brought it out too," Yanlei said as he handed the box to Lin Heng. But Lin Heng did not take it. Instead, he raised the payment code in his hand. "Here we go again with this familiar routine. How much?" Yanlei consciously scanned the code. 50,000, Lin Heng insisted, using his hoarse voice to state the price. After the transfer was completed, Yanlei took the box and returned to talk to Lin Heng about another matter. "You know that the last batch has been sent to the research institute, and they are now working hard on it. There are already some developments. The higher-ups want me to ask for your opinion." Lin Heng was stunned. What opinion could he have? How could he dare to have an opinion? He quickly shook his head and hoarsely said, No, I'm just a supplier." Yanlei understood. The higher-ups probably knew the situation as well, but it was just a routine inquiry. Yanlei nodded and continued to the next topic. "The second matter is that many medical experts are currently at the research institute, and they want to know your thoughts on going for a checkup. This is your personal privacy, but my superior asked me to advise you to go, as opportunities to get checked by national-level experts are rare." Yanlei said this with a smile, nervously watching Lin Heng's reaction. He knew that Lin Heng's physical condition was somewhat different from what was on his medical record. If the other party intended to conceal anything, he definitely wouldn't want to go. Unexpectedly, Lin Heng decisively nodded. "Of course, I only treated my genetic illness in the province before, and that was to save money. Now that I have the chance to understand the true state of my body, I definitely want to verify it." Although he now trusted the system more, he couldn't observe everything by himself. It would be better to take advantage of the research institute to gain a comprehensive understanding of his body. Moreover, this system was ultimately a trading system, not one focused on body enhancement, so Lin Heng believed there shouldn't be any abnormal situations regarding his health. Chapter 31. Wanting to eat an apple, what bad intentions could there be? Yanlei was pleased that Lin Heng took his advice and was about to leave when he saw Lin Heng take out an apple and place it on the blanket. Staring at him intently, the apple was large and round, with a bright red-orange color, looking extremely appealing. Yanlei felt a bit uneasy under Lin Heng's gaze, so he leaned in to take a closer look at the apple. There didn't seem to be any problem. Lin Heng slowly raised his phone again, illuminating the QR code. Yanlei was confused but quickly scanned the surroundings. His movements were quite swift. 5 yuan. "Thank you for your patronage," he said, just as Yanlei finished paying. Before he could even pick up the apple, he saw Lin Heng reach over and grab the apple, casually rubbing it on his clothes before taking a bite. Crunch. "Thanks for the apple, Brother Yan." Lin Heng swallowed the sweet and juicy flesh, savoring the delightful taste. He finally got to eat an apple. He hoped it truly had health benefits. He needed to find a way to eat more, or quickly sell the required amount to complete his task. The room was instantly filled with the aroma of apples. Yanlei was at a loss, unsure of how to untangle this logic. The enticing smell of apples made him crave them even more, and he had to say, "At least sell me a few more. It feels a bit excessive to watch you eat alone." When Zhou Yi returned with lunch, there were 7 or 8 apples on the bed, and the sweet aroma filled the room, making Zhou Yi swallow hard. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, Zhou Yi grabbed an apple and took a bite, only to be hit by a core thrown by Yanlei. "You're quite self-aware. Hey, boss, where did you get these apples? They're so delicious." Zhou Yi dodged and grabbed another to put in his pocket before running outside. "Where do you think I got them? These are Lin Heng's goods. If you want some, buy them from him." Just as Yanlei turned to shout at Zhou Yi, he looked back at the bed and found that not a single apple was left. Only Lin Heng was left hugging the blanket, looking at him with longing eyes. Clearly, he had hidden them away. Yanlei immediately wanted to complain about how a few apples could cause such a fuss, but as he inhaled the fragrance in the air and smacked his lips, he thought, maybe it really is worth it. Lin Heng had no choice. He wanted to eat but couldn't buy any, so he had to find a way to snag a few apples from Yanlei. It was uncertain whether Yanlei figured out the reason, But when they were about to leave, he insisted that Zhou Yi buy 30 apples just like him, leaving 10 for each of them. Lin Heng appreciated this, and didn't he forget to leave a message for Yan Lei. Lin Heng, Mingxia apple, eating it wards off illness. Lin Heng, has the test result come out yet? Lin Heng, limited to 625, 1,000, hurry up. He was at his new residence, but in reality, he hadn't moved his things yet. Lin Heng also spent some time moving his dorm and saying goodbye to his roommates, handling the checkout procedures. Luckily, Zhou Yi remembered to ask for a sick leave for him. Otherwise, he would have missed classes again. Soon it was time for their appointment, and Yan Lei led the team to pick him up for the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. The institute was located in the capital, and the journey by plane and train took nearly a day. On the way, Yan Lei briefly explained the situation at the institute, where they were unaware that the medicine was sold by Lin Heng. However, the message from the superiors was that the medicine was an ancient formula passed down in Lin Heng's family, and if anyone asked, Lin Heng could explain as he saw fit. Lin Heng had nothing to explain. He planned to remain silent. After all, they had already said it was inherited. If there were any issues, they could take it up with his ancestors. The institute was busy at work, and the staff hurriedly came to receive them, leading them directly to the laboratory's workspace. Lin Heng didn't care about that, and took an apple out of his bag to eat. Seeing Yan Lei's gaze, he decisively pulled out his phone. Yan Lei's mouth twitched slightly as he skillfully scanned the code to receive an apple. It was hard to resist the enticing aroma. Even though he usually didn't like fruits much, the scent made his mouth water, as if the sweet taste was right at his lips. Yan Lei felt that Lin Heng's apples were somehow addictive. Coincidentally, the apples were also sent for testing at the research institute, so he planned to inquire about the results soon. He hadn't asked why at the time. He just delivered them wherever his superior instructed. The two sat in the reception room munching away when suddenly the door swung open. An excited voice came in. "Uncle, I'm really here to deliver the medicine. Look, I delivered it to Grandpa and then left. I've been attending classes properly lately. I didn't skip class." Medicine? Hearing the familiar term, Lin Heng looked up, half an apple in his hand. Ah, it's a familiar face, Su Luofan. Could it be that their family had bought the medicine? Lin Heng quietly checked his phone. The auction site showed that the recipient had confirmed receipt a few days ago. The recipient listed at that address indeed had the surname Su. Lin Heng was curious about the effects of the medicine, so he glanced at Su Luofan a couple more times. Today, Su Luofan's hairstyle was much neater, and he was dressed in a formal suit, but it was much more low-key than at school. The man beside him was slightly taller, around 40, composed and calm, simply smiling and listening to Su Luofan speak. He nodded in greeting when he saw Lin Heng. Clearly, Su Luofan noticed him too, and his brows furrowed slightly. Lin Heng was puzzled. He couldn't remember offending this person, but the man's outfit seemed oddly familiar. Yan Lei, noticing Lin Heng's lack of reaction, was a bit confused and quietly asked, "Don't you recognize him?" Lin Heng paused, also puzzled. "Does it matter whether I know him or not?" "No. The person you saved the other day when the warehouse caught fire, he was one of them." Lin Heng suddenly recalled that there were two people on the ground with their hands tied and unconscious. So it was him. No wonder he looked familiar. He thought he was just seeing him too often in a different context. "You had contact with him before?" Now it was Yan Lei's turn to be curious. "He was in the same year as me. We aren't in the same major, but we occasionally attend large lectures together. That day, Zhou Yi, Teacher Zhou, came to class the day before and took him to the infirmary, right?" Lin Heng remembered that scene. It was quite amusing. Yan Lei took a bite of his apple, thought for a while, and finally connected the dots. "You two have quite the connection. Whether I know him or not doesn't make a difference. We haven't interacted." Lin Heng finished his apple in a couple of bites and pulled another one out of his bag. Over the past few days, he had taken quite a few apples from Yan Lei. In any case, he later transferred the money to Yan Lei, but the latter refused. He was just drawn in by the system's phrase about eating apples warding off diseases, wishing he could have apples for all 3 meals a day. Influenced by him, I have recently been checking on his friends Zhou Yi and Yan Lei occasionally, and I find myself eating apples almost every day. Yesterday, the online store sold a large batch of apples, with one order for over 400, and it turned out to be from a tech company that opted for self-pickup. I didn't pay much attention after Lin Heng delivered them to the station at the school gate. Now that I think about it, there are still about 100 left on this task, and then I can open the redemption page. Lin Heng couldn't help but feel relieved that the system didn't assign him a few hundred more apples for this task. Although he missed out on some reward energy points, he could finish the task sooner and redeem apples for himself. He just wondered what the redemption price would be at that time. As Lin Heng took a bite of the apple, the fragrance wafted through the air again. Su Luofan swallowed hard as he caught a whiff of the apple aroma. Even Su Luofan's uncle couldn't help but glance over at Lin Heng. Lin Heng chuckled and bit into the apple faster. Indeed, no one could resist the fragrance of Mingxia apples. The product description on the website wasn't just nonsense. Chapter 32. Inspections don't delay Apple sales. Watching Su Luofan's smug expression change to one of intoxication as the apple scent filled the air. Lin Heng couldn't help but laugh. This guy was quite amusing. He knew about Su Luofan's hostility, but simply didn't care. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Who had the time to argue with a stranger? If it weren't for Su Luofan holding that jade pendant, Lin Heng probably wouldn't have given him a second glance. As if noticing Lin Heng's gaze, Su Luofan paused with his hand holding the jade pendant. However, his words were quite annoying. What, do you want to see too? This contradictory, dramatic young man made Lin Heng sigh. He wasn't interested. He had carried that jade pendant for 2 or 3 days and didn't feel anything special about it. However, since both Su Luofan and his uncle were watching, Lin Heng simply raised the apple in his hand for them to see. 5 yuan each, want one? These are premium quality. It would be a shame to miss out. He spoke casually, hoping to sell more. Su Luofan had never encountered such a situation and was momentarily at a loss. After all, he was the young master of the Su family. No one would think to pitch sales to him directly. Even if someone wanted to do business with him, it wouldn't be over a 5 yuan deal. He couldn't respond, and, not daring to lose his temper in front of elders, his face turned bright red. At that moment, his uncle stepped forward, naturally scanned the payment code, paid 5 yuan, took the apple that Lin Heng had somehow produced, and handed it to Su Luofan. Su Luofan was left in a dilemma, unsure whether to accept it or not. After a dry thank you, he didn't know what to do next. Su Luofan wasn't a particularly deep thinker. He had an older brother to support him and had been spoiled since childhood. The Su family was wealthy, and he was well taken care of. From kindergarten to university, he had faced the danger of kidnapping more than once. But only during university did he come close to not returning. This time, just back home from the hospital, he had already received a scolding from his father. He indeed hadn't been careful enough, and his uncle's daughter had also been dragged into it. The family said he was rescued by a college student. The Su family has some cooperative relationship with a military research institute, and Xiaomu was actually sent by the military to protect their child while also assisting with an investigation. Regarding this incident, the higher-ups had vaguely informed the Su family about it. The Su family had a faint understanding that a student had passed by and happened to save their son. Upon further inquiry, they found out that the student was of a similar age and even attended the same school. Su's father immediately dismissed Su Ershio's study abroad plans. Why go abroad? Can't you study well at home? Look at someone your age, already making a name for themselves. Su Ershio was thus sent back to school, ordered to pursue a doctorate. Otherwise, he might as well change his surname. A couple of days later, Su's father formally notified his brothers that from then on, there would be no one named Su Ershio in the family. On that day, Su Luofan's uncle came to the house and didn't mention his second brother at all, only telling Su Luofan to visit him more often if there was nothing else going on. With the uncle's visit, it was clear that something significant had happened. Su's father and uncle hadn't been in contact for many years. Su Luofan wasn't naive. He sensed that something was wrong at home and had some inkling but didn't dare to ask too much. He just followed his father's wishes and never mentioned his second uncle again, pretending that person didn't exist. The family business belonged to the eldest brother, and their father wanting him to pursue a doctorate was subtly a way to keep him away from family disputes, also to reassure his elder brother. Not allowing him to go abroad was actually a way to keep him close, hoping his elder brother could lend him a hand. The relationship between the brothers was still quite good, mainly because Su Luofan posed no real threat to his elder brother. Privately, his elder brother often urged him to become more independent. It wasn't that he didn't want to stand on his own, he was just playful. Well, he was simply too lazy to struggle. Staying in the country to study, well, wasn't bad at all. However, he couldn't help but feel frustrated that his childhood friends had all gone abroad, leaving him behind. Originally, he wanted to apply to a different school for the college entrance examination but ended up at a normal university in B province. Although it was also a key institution, it didn't sound impressive when mentioned. Boys are particularly concerned about their image at that age, and he didn't care how many key disciplines the university had nationwide. In short, he felt stifled. This frustration turned into hostility toward Lin Heng on the day he returned to class. He knew he had misunderstood Lin Heng for trying to audit classes, but he couldn't bring himself to back down. However, now, being in close proximity, Su Luofan felt that his animosity was quite childish and ridiculous. Fortunately, he shrank back behind his uncle, holding an apple. He had always felt that he and his uncle were in a similar situation. His uncle was also the younger son who had not inherited the family business back then. But now it seemed that his uncle had firmly chosen his own path and was doing well now. With his uncle willing to take him under his wing, he suddenly felt that it was a good thing. It was as if he had suddenly realized something, and Su Luofan's expression relaxed. Lin Heng looked at Su Luofan, who appeared relieved, puzzled about what the other person was thinking, while he focused on selling the apples as quickly as possible. He carefully arranged more than 10 apples on the table in front of him, then sat back and waited for Su Luofan to pay again. He couldn't believe that the other party would hold onto the apples without eating them. Once eaten, he was sure they would continue to buy more. He was confident about this batch of apples from the system. However, just then, the man who had just bought apples for Su Luofan stepped forward, picked up an apple, and began to examine it closely. Lin Heng did not stop him. He simply displayed the QR code. Soon, the middle-aged man scanned the code to make the payment and called Su Luofan over to grab some apples while he remained where he was. Are there still apples? Yes, there are about 100 left. How many do you want? The man looked Lin Heng up and down and asked, can you carry so many with you? Lin Heng casually pointed to Yan Lei and said, they're in his car. Do you want them? The man nodded decisively. I'll take them all. Naturally, Yan Lei was going to accompany Lin Heng for the trip. The two of them wandered to the yard, where Lin Heng got into the car to retrieve the apples. Yan Lei brought him a large box and waited by the car door. Soon, Lin Heng opened the door and began filling the box with apples. Yan Lei peeked in and saw that the entire back seat was indeed piled high with shiny red apples. The fragrance of the apples wafted out, and Yan Lei stepped back, unable to resist the aroma, feeling defeated. The man from before was named Su Xingliang, who was Su Luofan's uncle. The fire you encountered a few days ago was stirred up by the second son of their family. Yan Lei casually leaned against the car and explained the situation with the Su family to Lin Heng. TSK, family infighting. Colluding with foreign forces to undermine their own business, even bribing a few desperados to eliminate the eldest brother's son. Unable to catch Su Luofan's elder brother, they decided to target him instead, even sacrificing their own daughter to shift suspicion. If it weren't for your passing by that day, the Su family would have already faced a major upheaval. However, since this matter is being handled by a special operations team, we don't have much information. But the Su family should know that you saved Su Luofan and the others, as this invitation for you to come for a checkup was actually initiated by the Su family patriarch. Yan Lei thought for a moment and explained the situation regarding the patriarch. The old man is a renowned figure in traditional Chinese medicine, and their family business is also related to pharmaceuticals, which is why he was invited by the Research Institute to collaborate on studies. He should be coming to check your pulse during your physical examination. Of course, the old man doesn't know you're the supplier who can provide the medicine quickly. He is just using this opportunity to propose finding willing patients with severe illnesses for experimental treatment, mentioning that your condition is particularly suitable. Coincidentally, Director Li and several leaders are also concerned about your condition and suggested you come for a checkup. Chapter 33. Is he going to die? Does he still need me to check his pulse? Lin Heng's genetic disease is actually a difficult case that had been discussed in consultation by his attending physician a long time ago. Most doctors and professors researching this field have probably heard of Lin Heng's case. By the time Lin Heng and Yan Lei brought the apples back, someone was already waiting in the reception area to take him for his medical examination. The Research Institute had many layers and increasingly strict management. Lin Heng underwent a series of various medical tests, both common and uncommon. By the time he was led to the conference room on the top floor, 6 hours had already passed. The large meeting room was furnished with a circle of warm-toned single sofas and scattered tables covered with materials. Some flowers and plants were placed by the window, blooming under the sunlight, creating a very cozy atmosphere. It was evident that this was a frequently used workspace, as the 6 or 7 people in the room had their own areas to work in. The person who brought Lin Heng in briefly introduced him to the people in the room, allowing him to move around freely while waiting for further arrangements. The big shots in the room didn't even look up when he entered. They continued to review their documents. This was just as well, as it allowed Lin Heng to nestle in a corner and check the status of his system tasks. He had just accumulated enough apples, and the system had already notified him that the task was completed during the health check. When Lin Heng opened the page, the system indeed displayed that the task Mingxia apple, eat to avoid disease, was completed. Would he like to exchange the energy points for life balance? Lin Heng decisively exchanged all of it. This task awarded 1,500 energy points, which could be converted into 15 days. Adding the leftover from before, his current life balance was 51 days. It was worth a big feast to celebrate. Flipping to the exchange page, Lin Heng was pleasantly surprised to find that the system exchanged apples at 1 unit per piece. Wasn't this equivalent to eating freely? An additional hidden feature was available. Would he like to activate it? Lin Heng scrolled through the entire system interface, but found no introduction to this feature. So he could only choose to activate it and see what changes occurred. Soon, information and usage instructions appeared on the interface. Notification: the hidden feature has been activated. Please use it with caution. This so-called hidden feature could help him conceal his identity and reduce the attention of those around him, allowing him to escape the spotlight. Specific functions could be explored by the host. Being told to use it carefully while also needing to explore it made Lin Heng silently evaluate that the system was quite troublesome. The system interface then displayed another notification. Host's first order, circumventing accessories, has surpassed the after-sales period without any negative reviews for returns, and a beginner's reward has been granted. The remote logistics function has been activated. According to the system's explanation, it could help him remotely deliver goods, making items appear at designated locations. If someone inquired, they would find a complete recorded logistics process for these items, thus concealing Lin Heng's whereabouts. No longer needing to make deliveries in person, Lin Heng leaned back contentedly against the sofa. However, he forgot to deactivate the hidden feature. He was puzzled as to why the big shots around him seemed not to need to eat. Lin Heng was truly hungry. Yet the big shots present were busy reviewing various reports, with no one mentioning going out for a meal. Sitting quietly in the corner of the sofa, Lin Heng quietly took out an apple and took a bite. Crunch. The few people studying Lin Heng's checkup results immediately smelled the fragrant aroma in the air and their mouths watered. Those with weaker willpower began to look around. One of them was Su Luofan's uncle, Su Xingliang, whom he had just seen downstairs. He wasn't actually craving it. He could tell from the smell that Lin Heng had arrived. After all, he had just bought over 100 apples and placed them in his car. He was very familiar with that scent. Su Xingliang was accompanying an elderly man, who should be the elder of the Su family mentioned earlier by Yen Lei. The medicinal jade from before was now adorned with a red string, worn on the elder's wrist. Before Lin Heng could take a closer look, Su Xingliang had already called out to him, but while shouting his name, he was looking around and not directly at Lin Heng. Is that Lin Heng? Come here. Lin Heng then remembered that the concealment was still on, and hurriedly turned it off. Once Lin Heng sat down, Su Xingliang began flipping through a thick stack of test reports, laying them out one by one on the table in front of him. We have already reviewed your information. There are indeed genetic mutations, but your current physical condition does not match the actual medical findings. Su Xingliang looked at the data, his face showing signs of conflict. Everyone present was secretly observing this direction. According to the examination data, you should have already passed away. This statement could not be made so bluntly, after some consideration. It was the elder Su who spoke up. Come, child, let me take your pulse. Lin Heng obediently extended his hand, a bit curious about how his condition would be defined medically. If it were an ordinary person, they might not dare to come. However, Lin Heng truly felt there was nothing unusual. In such a vast world, his little adventure could hardly be considered anything significant. Thus, he appeared particularly at ease. This ease also led others to feel that something was off. It couldn't possibly be Lin Heng's issue. It must be their own lack of academic proficiency. That was why when Lin Heng entered the meeting room, no one greeted him, and everyone was frantically reviewing the examination data. What a difficult case. This is too challenging. The elder Su took Lin Heng's pulse for a while, and then slowly spoke. No illness. Although Lin Heng looked a bit pale and lacked color, his overall condition did not exhibit any signs of illness. The elder Su's voice carried a hint of confusion that he hadn't felt in a long time. Yet he appeared exceptionally calm on the surface. How can there be no illness? The other doctors in the room also came over to examine him, taking his pulse. After a round of consultations, everyone agreed that there were indeed no symptoms of illness. Those present were either top-level chief physicians from major hospitals with over 30 years of experience or nationally renowned traditional medicine experts who had seen countless difficult cases. There were also seasoned professors with decades of experience in pharmacology, prominent figures in the field of medical research. At the very least, there was Su Xingliang, who had been in medical training for 15 to 16 years, assisting in this endeavor. Everyone was invited by the research institute to study a rapidly improving treatment, which had already shown preliminary results. The treatment had been reconfigured into dozens of new drugs, categorized by their effects into several levels, just waiting for the normal clinical trial procedures to be completed before being put into production. The formulation they were trying to crack, although not nearly as effective as the original, was still a good emergency remedy that would make a significant impact if released. Any one of them could adequately treat Lin Heng's condition. Originally, everyone just wanted to gather here to analyze the case, confirm the situation, and quickly move Lin Heng to the next step for treatment. Unexpectedly, several prominent figures got stuck at the diagnosis step. In the end, the elderly gentleman sighed, wiped his aged face, and called out, Daoist Qi, why not take a look? The middle-aged man sitting by the window turned around leisurely and quietly observed Lin Heng for a while. How about checking his pulse? Someone suggested softly. What, is he dying? Does he really need me to check his pulse? Daoist Qi was clearly straightforward, but fortunately, his young apprentice explained, everyone, as mentioned earlier, there are 4 diagnostic methods: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. In our Taoist medicine, palpation is the last step, generally not used for someone who is about to die. If the first 3 methods can resolve the issue, there's no need for pulse diagnosis. The apprentice was obviously worried that his master's remarks would offend others again. Too much talk. Daoist Qi lightly interrupted his apprentice's explanation and turned to Lin Heng, saying, I observe that your connection with this world is shallow. Lin Heng was quite interested in observing Daoist Qi. The man appeared to be in his 40s, yet his eyes conveyed the wisdom of someone in their 80s or 90s. filled with insights born from life's experiences. Hearing this evaluation, Lin Heng felt surprisingly good and nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too. This was not just idle talk. Lin Heng lost his mother at a young age, and though his biological father was said to be alive, he was essentially absent from Lin Heng's life. He was raised by his adoptive mother alongside her 2 children, growing up until elementary school age, and then attended boarding school. The boarding situation was not due to family reasons. All 3 siblings were raised in this manner. His adoptive mother treated him very well, but as a single mother, she struggled to manage the lives and studies of 3 children. In Lin Heng's view, the lack of companionship was regrettable, but not lacking in financial support was a significant blessing. At least the 3 of them attended excellent schools, progressing all the way to university, and even pursuing further studies without any financial burden. However, this also caused Lin Heng to feel quite distant from those around him, often experiencing a sense of observing the world with cold detachment. Therefore, he wouldn't trouble his adoptive mother again due to his illness. After all, the issues stemming from his biological parents were not something that should cause his adoptive mother to incur additional expenses for treatment. He could even calmly accept the reality of death, opting for the most economical and conservative treatment plan. Lin Heng planned to struggle through to survive, hoping to return home during the winter break to celebrate the new year with his adoptive mother. Of course, the current situation was even better. He had a system, and if he put in the effort, survival was definitely feasible. His adoptive mother was in good health and hadn't retired yet, so he didn't want to add to her troubles. Everything was developing in the best possible way. So when someone mentioned that Lin Heng had little connection with the world, he genuinely agreed. He even jokingly remarked, "My connection with the world is entirely based on working hard to earn money." According to the system's rules, this statement was indeed accurate. Seeing Lin Heng so generous in his acknowledgement, Daoist Qi found it amusing. Elder Su, however, asked with concern, "Daoist Qi, how is this young brother's health?" Daoist Qi looked at Lin Heng for a moment and laughed heartily, saying that if we only talk about lifespan, he would likely live well beyond 100 years. Even a turtle wouldn't outlive him. The people present felt something was off, as if they were being insulted. However, Lin Heng was quite pleased and quickly asked, "Daoist, does that mean I can live a long time?" This was the question he cared about the most, without a doubt. Daoist Qi then stood up and walked a few steps closer, first glancing at the half-eaten apple in Lin Heng's hand, pausing slightly, and then seriously looking at Lin Heng, saying, "Of course, as long as you can follow your path." With that, without waiting for Lin Heng to ask more, Daoist Qi turned and left. "Everyone, I will take my leave. There's nothing to see here, no illness or disaster. It's meaningless." Lin Heng was puzzled, wondering what he meant by path, as he wasn't someone who practiced Taoism. Not knowing how to interpret Daoist Qi's words, he simply understood it as following the system tasks to achieve a long life. Old Su, however, was quite happy. Daoist Qi was renowned for his medical skills, but he treated patients based on fate. If it weren't for the involvement of higher-ups from the country this time, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to invite him. Since he said there was no illness, it meant there truly was none. This indicated that they hadn't misjudged the situation. Lin Heng indeed had no significant issues. Daoist Qi left gracefully, but the others in the room were anxiously restless. They thought they would hear Daoist Qi explain medical principles, but instead, he had declared Lin Heng was fine and left directly. In the end, the esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine unanimously agreed that there was nothing wrong. So Lin Heng should just go home and enjoy himself. The 2 Western medicine professors did not dare to speak up until their colleagues finished sharing their opinions, and then they quietly made their request. "Lin Heng, could we trouble you to measure your physical fitness again?" They explained that although Lin Heng's health was not affected by genetic diseases, his physical constitution was indeed different from the norm. However, it currently seemed to be developing positively. They wanted to confirm the specifics, especially regarding the upcoming research. The 2 professors specializing in Western medicine found themselves with little room to showcase their expertise during this process, merely supporting the basic work, and at this moment, they spoke with less confidence. Having received such good news today, Lin Heng was not only free of illness but also expected to live a long life, putting him in a great mood. He agreed to cooperate and went ahead with the physical fitness test. While he was running and bouncing around for the test, the others had already gathered outside Daoist Qi's resting room. Even the director of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, Qi Xian, heard the news and came to join the excitement. Daoist Qi was invited by him. They had known each other since youth, and whenever Qi Xian's research hit a bottleneck, he liked to consult Daoist Qi for insights. This time, Daoist Qi's extensive knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine greatly refreshed the understanding of the various experts involved in the research. It was a different world of knowledge, more traditional and distinct from conventional Chinese medicine. When the crowd arrived, Daoist Qi was instructing his disciples, saying with a hint of impatience, "If I tell you to go, then go. You have no right to speak out of turn." "No, master, did I do something wrong?" The little apprentice sounded quite wronged. What's wrong? I can't even say anything to you. The sound of someone banging on the table echoed in the room. Okay, you are the one in charge. The little apprentice's voice, filled with both timidity and grievance, came again. After a while, the explanation from Taoist Chi finally arrived. That child looks like someone chosen by the heavens. You can understand it as him working for the will of the heavens. A chosen laborer. If he can maintain his original intention, it's the most basic that he won't face disasters in his life. If he can persist further, it's hard to say how great his opportunities will be later on. So, hurry up and pack your things and go find him. Whether you go to work or do hard labor, anyway, if you follow him for 10 or 20 years, you'll pass this worldly tribulation. Saying he has little connection to the world is because he indeed feels detached from it. It's normal for someone chosen like this. There is not much karmic entanglement, making it easier to remain clear-minded. Of course, he definitely has his own karmic ties involved. Moreover, you do owe him some karma. So consider it a way to repay your debts. I'll help you this far, now go. The Taoist waved his hand and opened the door to let in several important figures from outside. The little apprentice, on the verge of tears, packed up and left. Chapter 35. Drowsiness arrives with a pillow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was just right, and the guard at the gate was dozing off. Suddenly, 2 black cars rushed into the entrance of the research institute. With the sound of tires screeching against the ground, the 2 cars swerved in the middle of the road, blocking the passage. Soon after, 4 or 5 more cars arrived, all low-profile black cars with white license plates, stopping outside the research institute. The staff members who were outside encountered a roadblock as they just arrived at the entrance. They rolled down their windows to shout, but upon seeing the white license plates, they hesitated and swallowed their words back. They retreated back into their cars and obediently reversed into the yard of the research institute. The guard, still half asleep, peeked out and was startled by the number of cars at the entrance, quickly retreating back inside to make a phone call. By the time Lin Heng finished his workout on the treadmill, jumping and completing several physical tests along with strength tests, he was exhausted. All he wanted was to rest. But the 2 staff members in charge of the tests looked thrilled. Lin Heng's physical fitness measured slightly better than average, and if he persisted, he might be able to break through his limits. However, no matter how they coaxed him, Lin Heng remained unmoved. He simply completed the normal test items and turned to run away, soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water. Lin Heng leaned against the reception room door to drink water, his white t-shirt completely soaked through. It seemed the system finally reacted and assigned Lin Heng a new task. Task: Plasma Water Bullet Pulse Exploder, abbreviated as Water Gun, 2nd Generation Replacement. Transaction Method: Limited to ground push. Suggested retail price: 100,000. Minimum transaction volume: 1,000. Is there anyone using this thing when there's no water left? Task reward: 2,000 energy points, redeemable for 20 days of lifespan. System suggestion: handle weapons with lethal force with care. Lin Heng calmly closed the system interface, took a deep breath, and opened it again. The content hadn't changed. Was the system planning to treat him like a fool? A gun? No matter how cool the name sounded, unless it turned out to be a water gun, it was still a serious matter, potentially leading to significant consequences. How could this be sold? Lin Heng didn't have time to ponder the meaning behind the name. He felt that the method of transaction was even more problematic. The system wanted him to do street promotions, face-to-face selling. He, a sophomore, was expected to go out on the streets and sell a weapon? What use was calling it a water gun? In reality, it was still a weapon. If he actually managed to sell it, wouldn't that be a serious issue? Just the thought of turning it in carried risks of detention. Lin Heng quietly closed the task interface, opened it again, and then closed it once more. Was he supposed to ask Yin Lei and the special operations team to help out on the streets? That seemed a bit neurotic. Anyway, he still had 51 days to live. Otherwise, why not just give up? Relying solely on another task for survival wasn't impossible either. Lin Heng glanced at the task panel. The task from the Wasteland Manual also required 2,000 energy points. However, it was easy to end up stuck on both tasks at once. What if the next task after the Wasteland Manual was also something equally troublesome? Wouldn't he be dragged down by the tasks? For this task to go smoothly, he would need some extraordinary luck. Lin Heng felt even more exhausted now. Before he could gather his thoughts, Yin Lei approached him with a serious expression. Lin Heng, there has been a situation. The military wants you to cooperate with them. Be careful. We'll try to coordinate from our end. What cooperation? The military hadn't explained. Lin Heng nodded casually. What was there to be afraid of? Worst case, he'd end up in a small dark room eating apples. He grabbed 2 apples and handed one to Yin Lei. Yin Lei's expression was grim. But he couldn't explain the situation to Lin Heng. The visit had come suddenly, and with special approval documents in hand. It was already a courtesy to convey their intentions. Yin Lei could only contact Director Li to clarify the situation and then immediately inform Lin Heng. It was frustrating to have someone else take charge of his affairs. Director Li from the Special Operations team hurried to investigate the situation. But there was nothing he could do to stop the military from taking Lin Heng. Lin Heng wasn't surprised. He remembered the Wasteland Manual. When he had looked at it, it seemed somewhat like a military-type stronghold. Could there really be something substantial in the manual? Moreover, Lin Heng suddenly recalled the newly refreshed task. Wasn't this the extraordinary luck he was hoping for? Seeing Lin Heng's calm demeanor, even eager, Yen Lei felt a bit relieved as he escorted him to the yard and watched him get into the military vehicle. The military personnel were genuinely polite. And in the car, Lin Heng was the only passenger in the back seat. He had just wiped off the sweat, and he hadn't changed his clothes, looking quite disheveled. However, because he had just finished exercising, his face was still somewhat flushed, making him look healthier. The front passenger seat was occupied by a familiar face. The rugged man who had come to the clinic to buy medicine after the fire incident. Lin Heng found the man familiar and took a few more glances. Hello. I'm Lu Yi, the team leader of Xiao Mu. The man in the passenger seat spoke first. Lin Heng nodded in greeting, but he was too preoccupied to respond. He raised his hand and handed over the apple he was holding. His mind was filled with thoughts on how to seize the opportunity to promote something later. Although he hadn't initiated the trip, he was there in person, so promoting it could be considered valid. Lu Yi was taken aback but accepted the apple, wiped it with his sleeve, and took a bite. Lin Heng wasn't very clear about Xiao Mu's background, but while moving apples earlier, Yen Lei had mentioned that the Special Operations Group was affiliated with the military. Our team just completed a task and has some downtime. I saw there was a task to pick you up, so I came, Lu Yi said, his eyes lighting up after taking a bite of the apple. His friendly demeanor made Lin Heng feel a bit shy about speaking up. He casually mentioned that the task was also somewhat opportunistic. After all, the medicine Lin Heng had bought last time was quite extraordinary. Their follow-up mission involved pursuing a group that was sending spies to a certain family. During the mission, they encountered an ambush and faced a fierce counterattack, resulting in one team member getting injured. Everyone initially thought the injured person's arm would be permanently damaged. However, Lu Yi pulled out the medicine and performed a miraculous treatment on the spot. Their team of about 10 people huddled in a makeshift shelter around the injured member, collectively witnessing a shocking healing miracle. If it weren't for the bloodstains, everyone would have thought the injury was just an illusion. Lu Yi and his teammates were thrilled but dared not make a sound, their faces flushed from holding back their excitement. The injured member, especially, was excitedly waving his arm, ready to shout, but immediately had his mouth covered by a teammate behind him. If he hadn't been a well-respected leader, he might have lost control of the ecstatic team right there. The task of picking up Lin Heng was actually quite timely. Lu Yi felt a bit anxious, worried that Lin Heng might have gotten into some trouble that would warrant a visit. He had promised his teammates that he would buy each of them a bottle of that miraculous medicine upon his return. Once he confirmed that Lin Heng was fine, he was determined to get the medicine. Chapter 36. Where did this come from? The convoy moved swiftly but smoothly. Lin Heng silently estimated the time, wondering if they would be provided a meal at their destination. He was quite eager to grab an apple to eat, as he hadn't had any food all day after just checking things. Soon, the speed of the vehicle slowed down. After passing several checkpoints, Lin Heng leaned against the car window, quietly observing. His perspective didn't allow him to see the whole picture, just stationary figures standing guard. The atmosphere in the military district was serious and imposing. Lu Yi took Lin Heng to a small meeting room on the third floor and then turned to leave. Lin Heng was left alone in the meeting room. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad he wasn't thrown into an interrogation room. It seemed that the situation wasn't too serious. Although he wasn't particularly afraid, he didn't want to experience the feeling of being interrogated. Lin Heng walked around the long table in the middle of the conference room and chose a spot to sit down. After a while, no one came in, so he decisively took out an apple to play with in his hands. He estimated his physical condition. Perhaps it was the sudden movement during the physical test that made him feel a bit lightheaded from hunger. Forget it, he thought, better to eat first. Even if something important was happening, eating an apple wouldn't make it worse. If nothing was wrong, no one would care about what he ate anyway. He casually wiped the apple on his sleeve and lifted it to take a deep sniff. It smelled really good. He even suspected there might be something wrong with the apple's aroma. Crunch. Lin Heng started eating without hesitation. After all, he didn't even know where he was or what he would be facing soon, so it was better to not think about it. While eating, he checked various pages of the system, contemplating what this hidden feature could do. By the time he finished his third apple, the office door swung open, and more than 10 people walked in. Lin Heng was momentarily unsure whether to stand up and greet them or wait for them to speak first. He instinctively took another bite of the apple. Crunch. The sound echoed throughout the conference room. The officer who walked in first couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. According to the documents, this was a sophomore student, and he was surprised by his strong mental fortitude. They had initially planned to let him sit there for a while to facilitate the conversation, but unexpectedly, he had started eating. It was clear that they had searched him before allowing him in. So how could he manage to pull out 3 apples? It was simply outrageous. Zhang Li slammed a stack of documents onto the table with a loud bang. Everyone filed into the conference room and sat down on both sides. Lin Heng conscientiously took a seat at the end of the long table, along with his 3 apple cores. He had no place to throw them away, and leaving them on the table would be impolite. So everyone watched as Lin Heng, holding the 3 cores, walked around to the end of the conference room. For a moment, no one dared to laugh. A serious atmosphere enveloped the entire conference room, as if the sky outside had darkened to shade. Lin Heng gradually realized that it was getting dark. The 10 or so soldiers present were neatly dressed and sat upright, all pretending not to see him. Yet they were clearly paying attention to him. At that moment, Lin Heng suddenly thought that maybe the interrogation room would be better. At least he wouldn't have to face so many people at once. Although no one was targeting him, the inherent pressure from the soldiers still weighed on him. Lin Heng couldn't help but become more serious. Soon, the officer sitting directly opposite Lin Heng spoke up. "I am the person in charge here. We would like to know how much information you have regarding the wasteland." Lin Heng smiled faintly to himself. It was indeed about the wasteland manual. Although Lin Heng wasn't a specialist in nuclear radiation, he had been following the recent suicide attacks in the neighboring country with great interest. Discharging nuclear-contaminated water into the ocean was something only a fool would do. That's why he was particularly interested in this manual and had read through it several times. Deep down, he hoped that the information was genuine, but he still needed to hand it over for proper verification. Now that he can be called in, it seems that the content is likely quite significant. Lin Heng was not mistaken. The information in the Wasteland Manual is not just slightly meaningful, it is extremely significant. The materials were first sent to a national research institute, where they reviewed the content and retained some portions before immediately forwarding it to a nuclear power research institute. If anyone understands nuclear radiation, it should be the researchers in this field. This group of nuclear experts assessed the materials and found them to be highly operable, with most of the required materials being readily available. The few unfamiliar materials could be easily substituted based on the descriptions in the manual. Particularly, the sections about radiation water purification and large-scale self-circulating water purification systems are immediately applicable. This saved them years of trial and error, allowing them to start research from the correct samples. Ultimately, the authenticity of the manual's content was confirmed by a metal box that was sent along with it, containing a liquid that was taken by a pharmaceutical research institute for testing. After thorough examination, it was confirmed to be the anti-radiation agent described in the manual. The potency of this agent exceeds the current technological capabilities significantly. From a pharmaceutical development perspective, the National Research Institute inferred that the environment in which this wasteland manual existed must be a very dangerous nuclear radiation area. Without a high demand, there wouldn't be such a strong motivation to produce a useless agent. Subsequently, reactions were triggered layer by layer, and the information was continuously escalated until the task reached Zhongli. The reason for their tension is due to the explicit mention of a volume in the Wasteland Manual, along with a version label. The one in his hand is the version for the faction leader. Naturally, the upper echelons also want to know if there are other versions or volumes. At the same time, everyone harbors a significant question. How did Lin Heng acquire such important information? Therefore, those with a strong sense of caution suggested bringing him in for a consultation. Meanwhile, after confirming the authenticity of the Wasteland Manual's content, small-scale experiments had already begun. Zhang Li tapped the documents on the table and opened one page to push it toward Lin Heng. "Explain this," he said. Lin Heng looked at the photo, which was an image from the Wasteland Manual. How was he supposed to explain this? He genuinely did not know the more technical details. Would he have to tell the other party, 3 copies, 50,000 each? Seemingly sensing his hesitation, Zhang Li felt that the kid was quite calm and had commendable courage. Zhang Li flipped to another page, which contained photos of the items from the metal box. He pointed to the bottle of liquid with a slightly softened tone. "The product you are selling is too sensitive. For example, this bottle has been tested and confirmed to have therapeutic effects for radiation aftereffects. It should be the finished anti-radiation agent recorded in the manual." Zhang Li then adjusted his finger to point at the round tablet packaged in aluminum foil in the picture. "This tablet has been tested and is for filtering radiation water. Now, may I ask, where did these items come from?" Chapter 37. Conservatives feel radicals are too conservative. Lin Heng truly didn't know how to respond. He had made the situation so obvious, yet they still asked him. At this point, he could only speak honestly. "I'm just a chosen worker, randomly sourcing goods, buying whatever is available. I prioritize selling the items according to the contract. And as for the content, whether it's true or false, that's the job of the relevant research institute. You can ask them." Lin Heng's expression was sincere. Feigning ignorance, he pinched his numb fingers, feeling the coldness at his fingertips and the strong beating of his heart. He was still a bit nervous. It wasn't that he was trying to evade the question. He genuinely couldn't confirm the existence of the system. Looking at the thickness of the documents on the table, Lin Heng knew he had been thoroughly investigated. He felt somewhat bewildered by the current situation. If they had summoned him for questioning, Why were there more than 10 people sitting upright on either side of the conference table? Were they trying to intimidate him on purpose? Random sourcing? How do you do that? Zhongli bit down on the word random, narrowing his eyes with a meaningful look. What other way could there be? Lin Heng, right in front of everyone, exchanged for an apple from the system again. The apple appeared on the table, exuding a rich, fruity aroma. The soldiers had already caught a whiff of the apple fragrance when they entered the meeting room, as Lin Heng had been eating one at that time. But no one had paid much attention. The scent was just too strong. Now, suddenly smelling the sweet aroma again, all eyes turned towards him. There were subtle gasps and exclamations that quickly hushed. Lin Heng nudged the apple, and it rolled to Zhang Li's front. Here, sir, have an apple. Lin Heng shrugged, seemingly adopting a what's the worst that could happen attitude. He even worried that the others might not have seen clearly. So he started placing apples one by one around the table, calling out, "Come on, everyone, one for each of you. These are quite expensive, don't refuse, catch it." The apples rolled around the table, and the upright soldiers eventually reached out to catch the apples rolling towards them. The aroma of apples in the room grew even stronger. Zhang Li, having seen the moment the apples appeared in Lin Heng's hands, held the fruit, momentarily unsure how to react. When he received the task, he had already learned about Lin Heng's situation. Later, he obtained more detailed information from the Special Operations Department, but seeing it firsthand was still a bit shocking. In fact, the 10 or so individuals who could enter this room were more or less aware of the situation. While Zhang Li was pondering, he heard a crunch and looked up to see the boy across from him already starting to eat. Lin Heng was seriously enjoying the apple. He was genuinely hungry, and the 3 apples earlier hadn't satisfied him at all. Besides, he was feeling a bit anxious sitting among a group of soldiers, uncertain of their attitudes. And eating could help alleviate his anxiety. While eating, he pointed to the apples on the table that were shared among several people and said, "It's like this. The goods are sourced randomly, and I don't know what will be sold next. It would be good to get confirmation from the relevant research institute. After all, I just want to make a transaction, not cause trouble." Listening to the sound of Lin Heng eating the apple and smelling its fragrance, Zhang Li expressionlessly picked up the documents and flipped through a couple of pages, the crisp sound echoing continuously. "Do you have any other content related to the Wasteland Manual?" he asked. "Please, be honest." Zhang Li frowned, remembering that the documents above required him to maintain a good attitude, and he adjusted his posture slightly. "This information is very important. Even if you conceal it now, you can't hide it forever." Lin Heng nodded, indicating he understood, and raised 3 fingers. "Just 3 copies, identical. 50,000 each. I have 2 copies left. If you want to buy, I can get them for you. As for other related materials, there really aren't any, up to now. I only have this one version of the Wasteland Manual." Lin Heng became a bit more serious, thought for a moment, and continued, "However, if you need more of the same content, you can certainly order more, without limit. I can only guarantee that I won't sell this item to anyone else." He understood the risks of saying this. The worst-case scenario would be that someone would suspect him. Since he could produce more Wasteland Manuals, would he sell them privately? Sell them to other countries, or keep more important information hidden? Lin Heng decided to take a gamble, hoping for the leniency of his country towards its own people. He believed that his nation would not be completely black and white. According to the system's usual practice, after the task is completed, the exchange price of the goods would decrease significantly. If it could be confirmed that the agents and purification tablets in the iron box of the Wasteland Manual were safe and reliable, just these 2 items alone would be worth tens of thousands. Considering this, if he could sell in bulk to his country, allowing them to apply these 2 items on a small scale before mastering their production, it would actually be a great benefit. Especially since the next batch of nuclear wastewater from a certain country is scheduled for release next month. "Lin Heng, you need to understand the seriousness of nuclear radiation." Zhang Li tapped the table, his tone somewhat intimidating. "I know that, which is why I chose to speak up," Lin Heng replied. Looking at the documents in Zhang Li's hand, his voice slightly tense, but very firm. "If you have seen the documents, you should know that if I don't speak, nobody can find out. Our country's security system saved my life." As Lin Heng finished speaking, he noticed Zhang Li nodding slightly. Indeed, if Lin Heng had chosen to conceal everything from the beginning, it would have been difficult for his country to suspect that he could conjure something from nothing. Then, Lin Heng heard something that left him utterly bewildered. "All right, everyone present, let's discuss how to handle this." "Handle what?" "Handle him?" At that moment, Lin Heng truly felt his mind was spinning. Although he had never served in the military, he had watched television and movies, and had never heard of a military making decisions in front of outsiders. Were they really planning to discuss how to deal with him right here? Lin Heng even doubted whether he had zoned out and missed the command to leave. He began to contemplate whether he should activate the system's stealth function, allowing those present to be unaware of his presence. Zhang Li felt helpless. He hadn't anticipated this task would be so challenging when he accepted it. As the highest authority in this military district, he originally didn't need to be personally involved in this task, but the directive from above specifically requested his presence. It was also noted that he must not intimidate the other party and should maintain a proper balance. He was supposed to exert pressure on Lin Heng, but now he felt the pressure himself. Although Lin Heng appeared tense throughout, he was not afraid. Zhang Li noticed that he showed no signs of fear. Even without receiving any explanations or being treated kindly, he remained unafraid. Half of those present were military personnel from the military academy, and Lin Heng, lacking experience, couldn't distinguish the differences among them. They were responsible for assessing Lin Heng's situation today to decide on the subsequent approach towards him. After Zhang Li spoke, a middle-aged man on his left voiced his opinion. I propose that, given the special circumstances, we should keep a close watch on him. Safety lies in control. The person sitting opposite him slammed the table, protesting, "You're being too radical. What do you mean by control? Such a promising young individual should be recruited into the military and properly trained. Just enlist him directly." This topic led to a heated debate between the two sides. And it was only then that Lin Heng understood. The radicals believed that Lin Heng's existence was exceptionally unique and required strict supervision, while the conservatives thought it was better for him to enlist directly and be kept under their care. What kind of development was this? Now the conservatives felt that the radicals were being overly cautious. What is there to investigate? Just bring him into the ranks. Yet, amidst the lively discussion, Lin Heng sensed something was off. Chapter 38. New Weapon. On-site promotion. Lin Heng's intuition was correct. This meeting was not meant to put him in a difficult position, but could only be regarded as a pressure test aimed at him. The discussions in the conference room lasted about half an hour. Lin Heng's phone had been taken away, and he confirmed the time through the system's life balance display. The system's early warning function had not been triggered, indicating that there was indeed no danger. He sat in the corner, quietly activating the stealth function provided by the system. As the system indicated that the stealth function was on, Lin Heng felt the gaze around him dissipate, as if he had been excluded from the crowd. The officers engaged in lively discussions had shifted their topic from whether to supervise him or recruit him to the sudden impact of nuclear radiation. The abrupt change in topic left Lin Heng dumbfounded. He noticed Zhang Li, seated at the head of the table, frowning and glancing in his direction a few times. But he said nothing. Feeling somewhat relieved, Lin Heng decided to keep the stealth on, munching on an apple while listening to the experts' discussions. Once Lin Heng activated stealth, the military personnel present were still able to stick to the initial plan and discuss his future arrangements. However, the scientists from the military academy gradually drifted into their own specialized fields of discussion. After all, the people from the Military Research Institute came to see if the person who brought the Wasteland Manual had more specialized content on nuclear management. It just so happened they heard that a certain individual had been brought back to the military region, prompting the institute to eagerly gather a few colleagues of similar age for a meeting. At the beginning of the discussion, the scientists were heading down a topic that was 10 times more difficult to rein in. At this point, the individual had already caught on to the nuances. While eating an apple, he listened to the scientists analyze the various dangers posed by nuclear wastewater and the content of the Wasteland Manual that could address these issues. Although he didn't understand some of the specialized content, he still gained a lot from it. The country is at the forefront of nuclear waste treatment technology. In contrast, the scientists here are well aware of how shocking the content of the manual is. Compared to current nuclear waste treatment technologies, the methods in the manual are at least 100 years ahead. They focus not only on the cleanup and separation of nuclear waste, but also on maximizing the reuse of such waste to optimize resource utilization. Moreover, the manual contains intricate strategies for dealing with nuclear contamination. The situation regarding nuclear wastewater in a neighboring country has already reached its 4th round of discharge. According to current data monitoring, it is expected that in 20 years, the entire coastal area will be severely polluted, threatening the entire marine ecosystem and compressing the living space for humanity. If a secondary purification system for nuclear contaminated water, as described in the manual, could be established in several key coastal cities, it would at least ensure the safety of our territorial waters. As for the atmospheric circulation aspect, widespread adoption of such water purification systems may be necessary. Fortunately, there are also more portable water purification tablets, which actually resemble effervescent tablets. I am more optimistic about establishing a complete safety circulation system in low radiation areas. While addressing the water issue can indeed alleviate immediate concerns in the long run, we must ensure the safety of other basic needs besides water sources. It is truly a blessing that this Wasteland Manual appeared at a time of great pressure. We are ahead of other countries by more than 100 years in technology. Currently, the best scenario would be to control nuclear pollution in the ocean and widely promote anti-nuclear radiation technology. Yes, the worst outcome would be that future generations live in safety zones for decades, but that is still much better than death or disease, as it at least ensures safety. Based on the current situation, we are unlikely to reach the worst-case scenario. In fact, the individual found the discussion quite interesting, as it might contain plans for the country's future. However, He was very hungry. It had been over an hour since it got dark. He glanced at the face of his colleague and began to think about how to interrupt the discussion. Quietly, he turned off the system's concealment function and contemplated how to complete the ground task. The individual seated at the head of the table felt he was missing something. He knew the person was right across from him, but every time he averted his gaze, a flurry of thoughts would disrupt him. The 10 or so officers engaged in a heated discussion were completely oblivious to anything amiss, except for a middle-aged officer sitting beside the individual, who had not spoken a word and was furrowing his brow while jotting down notes on paper. Zhang Li quickly noticed Lin Heng's distraction. He slapped the table forcefully, and the meeting room fell silent in an instant. Very good. The other party was not only unafraid, but had also started to lose focus. Lin Heng regained his composure, fiddling with the apple in his hand, and cautiously asked, "Do you mean the content of the Wasteland Manual is too sensitive?" Zhang Li, seated at the front, nodded, his voice revealing a hint of displeasure, though not directed at Lin Heng. "What you've presented in such a short time exceeds the current technological level, and there is no obvious overlap. It's reasonable for us to have our suspicions. The nation also didn't expect that, in such a short time, Lin Heng could come up with so many unfamiliar items." Zhang Li had initially thought Lin Heng would feel some pressure, but he was surprised when Lin Heng pulled out a large sheet of paper from somewhere. Not too much, not too much. Let us take a look at something even more sensitive, Lin Heng said as he produced the instructions for a water gun, spreading it out on the table to about a meter long. When he withdrew his hand, he estimated it to be about 70 centimeters wide. Zhang Li was clearly taken aback for a moment. The instruction manual was made of a particularly thin plastic-like paper, slightly transparent, but extremely durable. Lin Heng couldn't quite understand why a weapon would come with instructions, especially a hand-drawn one. He was just trying to see if he could separate the manual from the gun and take it out individually. The moment he pulled it out, he felt that this time it was truly inexplicable. However, it didn't matter. It was already quite chaotic, and stirring things up a bit more wouldn't be a big deal. Besides, this should also count as a ground push, right? For the sake of the mission, he was willing to give it his all. After a brief pause, he pushed the manual forward and continued with his logic. "I'm not a military enthusiast, nor do I have the time to study high technology. I'm just an ordinary worker chosen by fate. The products I randomly selected and the selling methods I randomly arranged. Whoever buys it, it's theirs. No deception, no theft, legitimate transactions." Lin Heng slightly leaned forward, pushing the hand-drawn manual on the table again. "The items I sell are quite varied, such as accessories, apples, and water guns." From the moment the paper appeared on the table, all the attendees' attention was focused on Lin Heng. Soon after, their gazes were drawn to the content of the manual. It read about the improvement plan for a plasma water bullet pulse detonator. Next to the title was a large crossed-out mark with a hastily written comment that read, "No water? What a joke. Rejected." Chapter 39. First transaction completed. Several military researchers quickly leaned in, and one who was more knowledgeable about weapons glanced at the diagrams in the manual and then couldn't tear his gaze away. Zhang Li, waiting for feedback from the researchers, noticed that no one spoke after a long pause and could only snort coldly as a reminder. After 3 or 4 snorts, Lin Heng felt embarrassed for them. One instruction manual, along with the physical item, totals 100,000. "Thank you for your patronage. I have stock available, 1,000 sets." Lin Heng relaxed and sat down, speaking casually, though his heart was racing. The price for a weapon seems quite high to Lin Heng. 1,000 sets would cost $1 billion. His current action of promoting weapons at the military district feels somewhat reckless. The officers present can't help but admire the young man's strong psychological resilience, as he dares to take the initiative and sell something on the spot. Little do they know, Lin Heng is watching the countdown of his life balance every day, so what is there to fear? Zhang Li remains silent, while others sit quietly at their seats, staring intently at the manual sprawled across the table. Lin Heng feels a bit worried, and before he can think further, he suddenly hears Zhang Li ask him, 1,000 sets, all with manuals? Lin Heng is taken aback and checks the system before replying, "No, just one manual." He had only been focused on how to promote the gun and hadn't really considered this issue until he saw the detailed inventory list in the system. Strictly speaking, there is only one application report for a batch of guns, and it has been rejected. All right, where is this money going? Ultimately, who does it belong to? Zhang Li continues with his second question, his expression slightly relaxing. Ultimately, it belongs to me. It's all in my account. A portion will be used for procurement, and I have the decision-making power. Lin Heng pauses, suddenly realizing what the other party is concerned about. The inquiry about the number of manuals likely affects how subsequent confidentiality measures will be arranged. If there really are 1,000 manuals, most of them would probably need to be destroyed. After all, it wouldn't be wise to distribute one to each person or keep them all stored away. The question about the final ownership of the money likely tests whether there are any other parties behind Lin Heng. Suddenly, Lin Heng recalls whether the funds transferred directly from his account to the system for purchasing items have any legal records. Zhang Li nods after hearing Lin Heng's words, signaling the officers on both sides to check the paper on the table. A few people from the Military Science Academy have already engaged in a heated discussion, and they soon unanimously agree that the weapon design on the blueprint has great feasibility. Although it has some gaps compared to current technology, breakthroughs are possible. However, a weapon powered solely by water? That is unheard of. Lin Heng remains calm and says, "You all discuss it. If you confirm the purchase, I can show you the real thing immediately." Zhang Li, sitting at the head of the table, nods with a stern face and adds, along with the other two wasteland manuals. Someone quickly runs out to handle it and soon returns, showing Lin Heng a screenshot on their phone that confirms the money has been transferred to his account. 200,000, 2 wasteland manuals, and 1 gun. Lin Heng didn't expect the other party to transfer the money directly. He thought there would be some verbal agreement or promise instead. He first takes out the 2 wasteland manuals from their metal case and pushes them toward Zhang Li, who quickly has someone come in to take the case away. Hearing the system prompt that the task is complete, Lin Heng has no time to check and then takes out the water gun. The heavy feel of the gun catches him off guard, and his wrist unexpectedly sinks as he applied any force. Just before the gun could hit the table, an officer beside him catches the grip of the gun, their hands steady on it. Lin Heng let out a sigh of relief and decisively released his grip, allowing the other party to take the gun away. The weight of this weapon was much heavier than it appeared, with an exterior made of a silver metallic material, showcasing a streamlined design reminiscent of futuristic technology. Its overall size was about half an arm's length, and aside from the handheld grip, the front end featured a circular launcher, with the firing port emitting a faint glow, giving it a highly sci-fi look. There was even a pink sticker on the grip that made Lin Heng want to laugh. However, the weapon developers from the Research Institute remained unaffected, holding the gun seriously in their hands and passing it around. In the dimly lit conference room, low gasps of amazement arose one after another. This time, even Lin Heng could easily distinguish between the active military officers and the researchers from the institute. The officers were primarily impressed by the appearance and feel of the weapon, speculating on its effectiveness while comparing it to the manual and trying different stances. Meanwhile, the researchers were fascinated by the materials, design, and power system, eager to dissect and study it after comparing it to the manual. Soon, they applied to test the weapon. Before Zhang Li could agree, several researchers from the institute had already grabbed the gun and the manual and rushed out, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing in the corridor. Zhang Li, with a look of indifference, called out to a soldier at the door to remind the researchers not to forget to file a report. As most of the attendees left, even the 2 parties that had argued earlier went to see the weapon tested, leaving only Lin Heng, Zhang Li, and a military officer beside Lin Heng to support the gun. Everyone who left did not forget to take their apples with them. Lin Heng even saw an officer who, as soon as he exited the conference room, eagerly took a bite of his apple. Zhang Li rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. He understood the higher-ups' actions. After all, Lin Heng was just an ordinary university student, but the items this student presented felt like they were skirting the boundaries. In fact, Zhang Li had seen the materials and knew that not only had the other party brought out important technologies and materials, but they were also being sold at low prices to research institutions in their country. He had a favorable impression of Lin Heng, especially since Lin Heng had maintained a good attitude today, appearing stable and only slightly nervous, without showing any fear. The higher-ups were not necessarily trying to play the bad guy, but rumors had been circulating recently, and the cooperation with a certain tech company had uncovered spies from another country. Fortunately, they discovered it in time, avoiding any major losses. But orders for strict investigations had been issued, especially 2 days ago. They found that a key project of that tech company had its material sources linked to Lin Heng's online store. The higher-ups intended to bring him in for questioning and then release him in a way that would convey to the public that the military had checked and found no issues with Lin Heng. However, he never expected that the young man would be so composed and assertive, instead stirring up the anger of his officers and eliciting such enthusiastic responses. It seemed there was a lack of discipline. He would have to have them stand at attention when they returned. Even a child could outshine them. Now here they were, making him look bad while they rushed off to see the gun. A high-tech water-powered weapon, a plasma water projectile pulse detonator. The higher-up thought to himself. He wanted to see it too. Chapter 40. This apple seems to be not an apple. Lin Heng was indeed not worried at all. He still had some confidence in his country. His own nation couldn't possibly let its own people down. It was just a matter of how to cooperate. He felt at ease doing his trade and enjoying his apple. He took out another apple and took a crisp bite. The aroma filled the room, and the sweet scent of apples enveloped everything. Zhang Li was even more troubled. Do you really like eating this much? What do you call this Mingxia apple? Is it also sold by you? After flipping through the materials in his hands, he couldn't hold back the question any longer. How many apples had he eaten in the last 2 hours? Just look at the pile of cores beside him. Lin Heng innocently swallowed the apple and explained in a low voice, Mingxia apple, It prevents diseases when consumed. It's not about liking or not liking. I haven't eaten anything all day. I was doing physical tests before coming here, and I'm really hungry. I also wanted to ask if you called me here to provide meals. Go eat. Take him to eat quickly. We can discuss other matters later. Zhongli felt both amused and exasperated. This kid was really carefree. Ultimately, Lin Heng was taken to the cafeteria for a meal by an impatient Zhongli. Once Lin Heng left, Zhongli quickly leaned in to ask the officer sitting next to Lin Heng, Professor Zhao, how is it? Not a big issue, emotionally stable. Very attentive to the country, and poses little threat. The previous plan can continue. The low-key middle-aged officer rested his fingers on the table, carefully choosing his words. He has a very strong ability to handle pressure, clear objectives, and should not be easily swayed. Exactly. This is the main focus of this meeting. Zhongli nodded in agreement. The next step was to continue reporting, then sign a few contracts with Lin Heng based on the plan to impose some constraints. Try not to beat around the bush with him. It will be much quicker if demands are stated directly. We still need long-term observation. But he seems like a good kid. Don't put too much pressure on him to avoid disheartening our own people. After saying this, Professor Zhao picked up the apple on the table, wiped it, and began to eat. He had been so focused on Lin Heng that he only now relaxed. Zhongli also nodded in agreement. Of course, the tactics should be used externally. We definitely can't bully our own people. But this is a promising child. Old Zhao, do you remember that guy from the special agency who excels in psychological warfare, especially in interrogations, Yanlei? Professor Zhao thought for a moment and nodded. I remember him. I saw him during an academic seminar. He is also very knowledgeable about criminal psychology. That kid's current task is to follow up on Lin Heng's situation. The reports he submits have also been shared with me. Zhongli relaxed and picked up his own apple to smell it, continuing, you know, your earlier judgment is quite similar. This kid Lin Heng is quite impressive. By the way, this apple really smells good. Lynching is such an ancient term. While the two were still discussing the follow-up plans, the distant research institute was also restless throughout the night. Professor, the apples sent for testing a couple of days ago have some discrepancies in the data. A young tester rushed into the professor's office. Holding the test report with a panicked expression, his lab coat, I'll ask you. He hurriedly pointed at the report content for the professor to see. You see, this thing looks like an apple, but the analysis shows it has nothing to do with an ordinary apple. It seems to be something that doesn't grow naturally. Look here. And here are the data regarding immune enhancement. The content has increased significantly. And this indicator is related to improving sleep quality. Professor, there are still some components we haven't identified yet. This can't be toxic, right? We shared one. The director has already instructed us to send part of the sample to a research institute. The expression of the junior tester looks like he is about to cry. Now, some people over there insist on taking the remaining half of the sample. They are arguing with our project team downstairs, and I'm afraid they might start fighting. Professor, you should go check it out. The old professor's temples bulged with veins, and he didn't know where to start scolding. How can one taste an apple during testing? After a moment of hesitation, the old professor shouted for the student to leave and asked him to call the director, then headed downstairs to see what was happening. Recently, the research institute has been working overtime, and almost everyone is on duty. The old professor held the testing report tightly, getting more agitated as he read it while going down. When he reached the lobby, he happened to hear someone shout, "We have been approved for formal cultivation. The cultivation value is extremely high. Of course, we are taking all of it." The old professor clenched the report and rushed into the crowd, shouting, "No. This apple has extremely high medicinal value. Extracting the relevant components is a crucial step." The surrounding researchers quickly rushed in to support the old professor, trying to pull him back while persuading him. Professor, we can negotiate. Let us not get physical. They haven't taken it yet." At that moment, Su Xingliang, the younger uncle from the Su family, happened to return from outside the research institute. He had just sent his elder to rest and rushed back to continue his own work. As a result, he found a crowd blocking the entrance. Su Xingliang stood there for a while and understood the situation. This was a scramble between the Agricultural Research Institute and the Pharmaceutical Research Institute over a batch of apples. Remembering that he had about 100 apples in his trunk, which had been halved by his elder, and that his silly nephew had insisted on taking more than 20 of them, leaving him with just a few, Su Xingliang suddenly felt furious. He shouted from the back of the crowd, "Can't you just buy some more?" Instantly, everyone in the lobby stopped and turned to stare at Su Xingliang. They all assumed there were only so many samples and had never considered the possibility of buying more. In an instant, the crowd dispersed, and the people from the Agricultural Research Institute hurried to their cars to find their contacts to inquire about the source of the apples. The news of the special apples spread in a small circle, and the effects became more exaggerated as they spread. Various application reports were submitted upwards. Such news was taken very seriously by the upper echelons. In a populous country, people's livelihoods have always been a top priority. If a small apple could effectively improve the physical quality of the population, its impact would be no less than the emergence of high-tech weapons, especially after the pandemic. Addressing the health risks that arose during this period is truly a great thing if it can be achieved by enhancing immunity. If this apple is indeed as the tests suggest, promoting it for 5 to 10 years could significantly improve the physical quality of the next generation in this region. A few leaders in the upper echelons discussed among themselves and recalled Lin Heng's promise of unlimited supply of the mimetic alloy. And they couldn't help but fantasize whether this apple could also be supplied in unlimited quantities. Could it be that now, immediately, they could start promoting it? Its importance is hardly less than that of any critical manual. Soon, the Special Operations Agency received a message, very concise and powerful. Find Lin Heng, apples, large quantities. When Li Li saw the message, he slapped his thigh. Finally, a reason emerged. He had been worried about how to bring Lin Heng out of the military region, and now, there it was, the region needed apples. Chapter 41. Testing weapons after having a hearty meal in the military cafeteria and signing a series of limited supply and confidentiality agreements. Lin Heng was taken underground to the weapon testing site. The entire military area was almost deserted. In the open night, only the footsteps of Lin Heng and his group could be heard. Lin Heng felt a bit anxious. He didn't know if this weapon transaction task could be completed, nor did he know if the water gun would meet the region's weapon standards. However, he understood that as the items brought out by the system became more extraordinary, his future life would be completely transformed. He stood outside the soundproof testing room, with Commander Zhang Li beside him, separated from the soldiers testing the weapons inside by thick glass. The soldiers were in protective gear, moving swiftly and decisively, each step exuding strength and determination. Lin Heng couldn't help but admire the soldiers before him. Their poses and expressions were particularly impressive, coupled with the quality of the guns. The entire scene was filled with a sci-fi atmosphere. Several sharpshooters were eagerly handling the guns, each taking turns to test them while communicating through gestures. Inside the soundproof room, gunshots roared and debris flew. After a massive explosion, someone quickly came up to take over. Hurry, it's my turn. A soldier jogged up to change places, waiting for the indicator light to turn on, eagerly picking up the gun, following the instructor's guidance to pull back the bolt and aim to shoot. There was almost no recoil. 3 water beads shot out, hitting the concrete cover and instantly shattering the target with a loud bang. Before the smoke cleared, the next soldier waiting to test the gun was already prepared. They were initially supposed to select one person to test the gun while the others watched. But the commander was in a good mood and allowed them all to take turns handling the new weapon. The soldiers who had tested the gun gathered at the door, watching their companions and loudly sharing their experiences. They were all sharpshooters from various teams, with high shooting skills. Wow, what kind of weapon is this? Its performance rivals that of demolition teams. Did your commander say anything to you? It's exhilarating to shoot. I wonder when this new weapon arrived. It doesn't even require bullets. Just keep firing. What a strange structure. I wonder what principle it operates on. It must save a lot of money on ammunition if it can't be supplied to the main forces. At least it could be given to the new recruits for practice. Let me tell you, that ammunition, its power can be adjusted. It's so cool. A recently replaced young soldier rushed towards the crowd, excitedly gesturing towards the field and saying, "Look, it's now set to the pulse mode mentioned in the manual. The current effect creates only a small hole, but the penetration power is extremely strong." Outside the soundproof room, there was also a bustling scene. In addition to Lin Heng, many officers were observing seriously, closely monitoring every shooting situation without a hint of carelessness. A few researchers were also present, carefully comparing the actual effects of the weapon with the large manual they held. They were jotting down every detail and data, aiming to capture every subtle change and atmosphere within the soundproof room. The air was thick with tension, and everyone's gaze was focused on the shooting range, eagerly anticipating what surprises and breakthroughs the new weapon could bring. The thunderous sound of explosions was blocked by several layers of soundproof glass, but just by watching, one could sense the power of the plasma water bullet pulse explosive device. The various materials used as targets, including concrete and even the ground, were shattered with a single shot, due to the immense power of the weapon. The people in the field quickly concluded the tests, tidied up, and prepared to move to a more secure location to continue. As there were more specific data and usage methods that needed further exploration, the plasma water bullet pulse explosive device seemed to exceed expectations. Lin Heng's fingers twitched. He also wanted to try it out. The commander stood nearby, his expression hidden in the backlight, but his voice was very kind. "Do you want to try?" Lin Heng decisively nodded, lightly gripping his fingers. What man wouldn't want to test the power of a firearm? Well, just think about it. Zhang Li turned around with satisfaction, his voice fading as he walked away. "It's too late, I won't keep you." After all, the Special Operations Unit was already on its way, and the reasons were very sufficient. Zhang Li didn't want to admit that he felt Lin Heng staying here would be more troublesome. Lin Heng took a fierce bite of an apple behind him, chewing vigorously. He didn't believe it. Well, Maybe it's better not to have the opportunity to use a gun for safety. Recently, various countries have been paying attention to the developments in the Dragon Country. Especially the country that was preparing to stir up friction in the Middle East has slowed down its small actions and frequently inquired about the situation in the Dragon Country. This wasn't due to any shortcomings in the secrecy of the Dragon Country, but rather because of its sheer size. Many details would be magnified, and any slight movement would attract strong attention. Consequently, many spies from other countries began to stir up trouble. Strange rumors circulated, and the Dragon Country took the opportunity to clean up a wave of these spies. The last transaction between the National Research Institute and Lin Heng involved obtaining a full 15 tons of wire-wound decorative items. After dismantling the gemstone decorations, there were still about 7 or 8 tons of mimetic alloy left for researchers to experiment with freely. This metamorphic alloy exhibits outstanding flexibility and toughness, categorizing it as a ductile metal. Even under extreme conditions such as high or low temperatures and intense pressure, it maintains its remarkable stability and elasticity. Unlike the initial research direction planned by the National Research Institute, its metamorphic properties allow it to highly adapt to any material, simulating their external characteristics and properties while also being able to withstand significant bending deformation without damage, enabling numerous experimental possibilities. Many research projects at the National Research Institute that were previously limited by materials can now restart using this metamorphic alloy. The first batch of applicable fields identified include spacecraft, mechanical engineering, and armor, among others. The nation has decisively decided to conduct small-scale trials and has already distributed the materials. On another front, the National Research Institute collaborated with a military science academy, and good news soon arrived. The replication of the metamorphic alloy was successful. Although the properties of the replicated material were somewhat diminished, it was still a significant first step. With a large number of samples available, giving them some time to advance further shouldn't be difficult. All industries related to the metamorphic alloy were reorganized, and major plans were implemented, leading to changes in projects, funding flows, and personnel arrangements, all operating smoothly. Several related military-industrial sectors underwent a complete overhaul, from the small supporting structures on military equipment to the exoskeleton devices still in design, and even extending to the aerospace field, triggering a significant chain reaction across many industries. Other less sensitive high-tech industries, particularly those with clean records, could apply for materials as long as they confirmed that the new metamorphic alloy's properties were suitable and better than the materials they were currently using. Those with outstanding test results could immediately switch to using the metamorphic alloy. Such sweeping actions across various industries naturally attracted close attention from all parties. It wasn't long before someone noticed that recently, there had been a promotional event in which popular accessories were exchanged for flagship smartphones, which had been ongoing for quite some time. Chapter 42. This is not selfishness. It's self-preservation. Hearing the guiding officer Lu Liang say that today's field trip for Lin Heng's military district had come to an end, Lin Heng followed closely behind Lu Liang. After retrieving his phone from the lobby of the office building, he stepped outside without having the chance to check his messages when a few officers surrounded him. Lin Heng, just now in the conference room. That, ahem. One officer seemed a bit embarrassed, unable to finish his sentence as his face began to flush. He was the one who had just insisted on Lin Heng joining the military. Noticing the officer's reddened face, Lin Heng quickly explained, "I'm not planning to attend a military academy. It was a joke. What if he enrolled, and the system assigned him a bizarre task like street vending? That would be disastrous." The military academies in the nation were not yet open for students to casually leave and engage in business. As soon as Lin Heng finished speaking, the officer's face turned even redder, and he repeatedly waved his hands, saying, "Don't worry, we won't force you. I just wanted to ask where you got that Apple product from earlier." The officers were also quite helpless. They were just following orders and did not intend to scare Lin Heng. Moreover, they had just witnessed Lin Heng conjuring an apple out of thin air in the conference room, and they were still in a state of shock, not daring to discuss the matter. When they asked Lin Heng about the apple, they were a bit afraid he would refuse. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng felt a huge sense of relief. He flipped through the QR code for his online store and held it up for them to see, saying that the apple was fine, just scan it. He would relist the apple later, specifically the one called Ringo, which was convenient from the online store. "Great. This apple smells amazing. I'll take some home too." The officer quickly smiled and scanned the code, stepping back to make room for his fellow colleagues. One after another, several cheerful officers finished scanning the code, chatted briefly, and then bid farewell, leaving only the officer who had led them, Lu Liang, to accompany Lin Heng while they waited for someone to pick them up. Lin Heng couldn't help but sigh. The soldiers were indeed tight-lipped, only talking about the apple and nothing else. He tried to probe a few times, but was met with silence. Fortunately, he didn't have anything particularly urgent to know. In any case, no matter how the military decided, he would still be informed. After sending off the group, Lin Heng stood under the streetlight to relax his mind. with Lu Liang accompanying him on the steps. Just as he began to unwind, a rustling sound came from the bushes behind him. Instinctively, Lin Heng stepped aside quickly. A gust of wind brushing past his ear, and he saw a person suddenly approaching from the side, looking exaggeratedly at him. The hair on his back stood up. He felt a cold touch on his arm, which didn't hurt but was chilling. Lin Heng saw that it was a soldier in a military green short-sleeve shirt. He slowly ran his hand through his hair, feeling the tremor in his palm, and took a deep breath, shouting angrily, "Are you out of your mind?" This startled the person quite a bit. "Wow, sorry. I was just greeting you, brother." "Ah, sorry." The person raised both hands, clearly startled by Lin Heng's reaction, and in a moment of panic, shouted back, "Oh my God, Captain! Captain, I can't believe he dodged me." Lu Liang, who had stepped up to block between the two when Lin Heng jumped out, turned to look towards the bushes as he heard the shout. After the rustling in the grass, a figure emerged from behind the bushes. "Sorry, Lin Heng. We meant to wait for you here. But the military district is on lockdown today, and we weren't allowed to stay too long, so we hid back here." Lu Yi, who had come out from hiding, awkwardly greeted Lin Heng. Lin Heng immediately recognized him as the one who had brought him to the military district, the captain, Xiao Mu. So they had been waiting for him here all afternoon, hiding behind the bushes? With such skills, couldn't they find a room to hide in? Lin Heng didn't know where to start with his complaints, and could only smile awkwardly. It was actually Lu Liang, standing in front of him, who spoke up, "Bro, you went a bit too far." Upon hearing this address, Lin Heng peeked at Lu Liang in front of him, and he didn't seem to fit the bill. He hadn't expected him to be a brother too. Lu Yi saw his younger brother and was momentarily at a loss for words. He could only awkwardly wave his hand and kick the teammate who had previously startled Lin Heng to stand behind him, explaining, "This is my teammate, Huzi." Ahem. He just got a bit excited after using the medicine. Lu Yi glanced at Lin Heng, who was hidden behind his brother, and then at his brother Lu Liang. He hesitated about whether to directly mention the effects of the medicine, considering that it was his brother who facilitated Lin Heng's arrival. Lu Liang frowned at his brother, puzzled by his vague speech after not seeing him for a few days. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, he suddenly felt Lin Heng push on his shoulder and step out from behind him. It's fine. He was just a bit too enthusiastic," Lin Heng said as he emerged, immediately guessing the situation upon hearing about the medicine. He looked Huzi up and down, unable to discern where he had been injured, and asked casually, "How's the effect? Is the injury healed?" "It's healed. Look, this medicine is amazing. It's like magic," Huzi exclaimed, excitedly demonstrating by waving his arms. He was thrilled to have someone ask about his experience with the miraculous medicine that had helped him recover from a severe injury. Lu Liang's frown deepened. He was concerned about the strange developments and felt the need to report if they continued discussing odd topics. As Lu Liang's older brother, Lu Yi could tell what was on his mind just by looking at his expression. He quickly leaned in to whisper a few words of explanation. But when he saw the shock on Lu Liang's face, he swiftly covered his mouth and warned him to keep it a secret. Lin Heng was examining Huzi's arm and noticed that there were indeed no traces of the injury. It seemed that everything had healed perfectly. After showcasing his arm, Huzi grinned and directly asked Lin Heng, "Hey, can we buy this medicine?" "What are you talking about?" Lin Heng's expression turned serious as he replied, "I sell the bottles. The name of the bottle is Instant Heal. Don't joke around. Who would privately sell medicine?" Huzi was momentarily taken aback by Lin Heng's sudden change in tone, but he was quick to respond, "All right, whatever you say to sell, just as long as the contents of that ceramic bottle remain unchanged. What's the purchasing procedure?" Hearing them talk about selling medicine, Lu Yi quickly pulled Lu Liang a couple of steps forward. Although Lu Liang wanted to break free, he was unable to overpower his brother, who had always been stronger than him, and it took him a while to pry Lu Ye's hand away. Lin Heng was pleased with Huzi's response and pondered the previous contract to see if he could sell the bottles. It seems that there are no restrictions on that front, especially since it would be sold to soldiers from the same region. There shouldn't be a big issue. While the contract didn't impose significant limitations, Lin Heng was very clear about his intentions. He had no plans to sell this valuable product abroad immediately. He wasn't afraid of being labeled selfish. After all, it wasn't selfishness, it was self-preservation. Chapter 43. Making a quick profit. Lin Heng made a decision in exchange for a ready-to-use small box from the system, handing it over to the other party. There were no complicated rules. It was a straightforward exchange of money for goods. Huzi held the box, momentarily stunned, not expecting it to be this easy to buy. He stammered, "Brother, how much is it? Is it limited? I mean, how many can we buy?" After a brief consideration, Lin Heng revealed the QR code and said directly, "The Research Institute has recently purchased quite a few for study. I don't know if they can develop a new drug. I don't have a limit here. It's 5,000 per bottle. However, these ceramic bottles are not very convenient. Why not check if you can collaborate with the Research Institute?" Huzi only heard no limit and didn't care about anything else. He took out his phone and scanned Lin Heng's QR code, sending over 50,000. Holding the ready-to-use wooden box, he whispered, I heard from the captain that he bought it for 11,000 per bottle. You don't have to give me a discount. I'll buy it from you for 11,000 too. Give me 5, and I'll return 1 to the captain and share with my brothers. I'm not buying more. All right, kid. You're done buying, now scram. I want a few bottles too. And that apple you gave me in the car, I want that one too. It's delicious. Lu Yi released his brother and patted Hu Zi's back. He didn't want to interrupt any further, as the kid was about to cry. Lin Heng smiled and didn't refuse, simply exchanging 4 more boxes for Hu Zi. Lu Yi also came over to pay. He bought a few more since they had just won and wanted to bring 1 for each team member. He also handed 2 boxes to his younger brother standing beside him. Lu Liang, with his hair in a messy state from his brother's ruffling, was unsure whether to feel grateful or angry. After a while, he managed to say, "Brother, I still need to report this." "Report? Report to your grandma. I didn't stop you. If you can get the higher-ups to put in some effort and really develop it, that would be great." Lu Yi kicked Lu Liang lightly, taking Hu Zi back and greeting Lin Heng before turning to leave. If they didn't leave soon, Hu Zi was going to cry. From a distance, Hu Zi's cries could be heard. "Captain, he's really nice." Lin Heng chuckled, while Lu Liang set down the 2 small boxes and adjusted his wrinkled clothes, contemplating how to speak. "I really have to report this. It's my duty." Lu Liang roughly understood Lin Heng's situation, but holding the small box that was said to contain a special effect medicine made him feel a bit embarrassed. Lin Heng waved his hand dismissively with a smile. "You can report it. It's no big deal. This is something the military region should know about, right? Didn't the news reach you over there? It was previously the research institute that had Xiao Mu collect the goods from me. Do you know Xiao Mu?" He asked one of Lu Yi's team members. Little did he know, the military region hadn't thought much about it, assuming it was just part of their work, and the information had stopped with Lu Yi. Lin Heng estimated that the research institute would have news soon, and by then, the various military regions would probably all be aware. Lu Liang nodded thoughtfully, no longer bringing up the matter, and instead began chatting with Lin Heng about today's events. "You really are bold. When we just entered the meeting room, I saw you eating an apple by yourself. Weren't you worried at all?" Lu Liang was genuinely curious. While he couldn't say much about other things, he could still ask Lin Heng what he thought. "I haven't stolen or robbed anything, and I'm cooperating actively. What is there to be afraid of?" Lin Heng chuckled. In fact, there was another reason he didn't mention. The system's danger alert had not gone off at all. Since there was no danger, there was even less to worry about. What followed was a silent wait. Lin Heng lowered his head to open his online store and discovered that the 1,000 apples he had just listed had all been ordered. He was taken aback for a moment, but this time, he decisively adjusted the quantity to the maximum. After all, there was no limit on the apples. However, he couldn't lower the price for the time being. He was afraid of being contacted for after-sales service. If there was any price guarantee agreement, he would have nowhere to complain. So in the end, he made a profit of 4 yuan per apple, albeit with some regret. Recently, savvy netizens had noticed that various media platforms in a certain country had suddenly begun promoting all kinds of metal wire-wrapped accessories. Domestic internet users were puzzled, as the styles being advertised were reminiscent of trends that had been popular in that country a decade ago. This was a type of handmade accessory common abroad, which had only started appearing domestically in recent years. Logically, such handmade accessories in that country could be considered outdated internet fads. Before long, internet users discovered that small ads began to appear on various domestic platforms, claiming to have sales channels from that country, offering high prices to purchase wire-wrapped accessories, especially those marked as national style, encouraging everyone to participate enthusiastically. The promotional photos prominently featured the popular accessories Lin Heng had sold before. Netizens only thought that domestic handmade items had become popular abroad and excitedly celebrated this reverse cultural export. For a time, netizens felt a sense of pride and honor. The information department closely monitoring the trends reported back that the special task force couldn't help but laugh. Thankfully, they had the foresight to conduct a large-scale buyback. And after inspection, all 1,000 wire-wrapped accessories sold by Lin Heng were successfully reclaimed. Although quite a few flagship phones had been exchanged, this profit was worth it, not leaving a single one behind for that country. The streets were very quiet in the dead of night, with only an occasional car passing by. The streetlights cast their glow on the empty roads, occasionally flashing in front of Lin Heng's eyes as the cars moved along. After waiting for more than half an hour in the military district, Yin Lei finally arrived to pick him up after passing through multiple checkpoints. Lin Heng sat in the passenger's seat, resting his chin on his hand, listening thoughtfully as Yin Lei explained the testing results of the apples. As expected, the data was very different from normal apples, and Yin Lei didn't go into detail, only summarizing the situation. Just from the name the system gave to these apples, Mingxiao Linqing, Lin Heng knew they were not that simple. It was highly likely that they were indeed safe to eat, and he thought he should eat more of them. With that in mind, Lin Heng took out 2 apples and was about to hand one to Yin Lei when he suddenly remembered he couldn't eat while driving. so he simply tossed it into the storage compartment of the passenger seat. The current discussion was that if they could ensure a stable supply, they hoped to continuously list these apples for sale, allowing a limited purchase per person, as it would be better if more people could buy them. On this side of the Dragon Country, the Agricultural Science Institute is researching cultivation, but plant cultivation will take at least a year or two to yield results. Before that, you may need to supply more, the more the better, Yin Lei said, glancing at Lin Heng's expression during a traffic light pause. Sure, Lin Heng quickly agreed. Fortunately, he didn't need to handle shipping himself now. He would try out the delivery function of the system when he got back. It shouldn't be a problem. We can also find some wholesale points over there. I can send apples for the official supply at a base price of 1 yuan each. Lin Heng understood the intention of the Dragon Country, which might be hoping to popularize apples nationwide, so he didn't need to profit from this part. Yin Lei nodded and noted it down. Continuing with the next matter, regarding the 15 tons of wire-wrapped ornaments from last time, everything has been arranged. If anyone inquires about these ornaments, just say you don't know. We will handle everything here. Especially recently, there have been many small actions from a certain country, trying to purchase wire-wrapped ornaments online at high prices, hoping to catch a few that slipped through the cracks. Initially, Lin Heng sold these items at night markets, and they were streamed by internet celebrities, so it couldn't be hidden. The Special Task Bureau simply arranged everything, claiming it was a surprise event for a certain smartphone brand, bringing Lin Heng in to sell the ornaments. Now, they want to ask about the large quantity of gemstones that were removed. They look quite good, but have no special value. Do you need them? Lin Heng casually scrolled through his phone and suddenly said, "Are you saying there's a certain country's force recently buying at high prices online? You can hire someone to turn those stones into ordinary wire-wrapped ornaments. Just make them like before, and if someone buys them, sell them to them. It would be a huge profit." Yin Lei laughed upon hearing this, abruptly hitting the steering wheel. "Great idea. I'll discuss it with Director Li when we get back. We must seize this opportunity." Chapter 44. What is the key point? The key point is the power system. After a night of experimentation, the preliminary research report on the plasma water bullet pulse explosive device was quickly produced. "Old Zhang, hurry up. This weapon's power system is a bit strange. We haven't seen similar technology so far." The old engineer in his 60s or 70s rushed into the meeting room where Zhang Li was, carrying a lightweight paper. Two younger technicians followed him, one holding a laptop and the other carrying a stack of documents, panting as they ran behind. The old engineer entered the room and immediately leaned over the conference table, pointing at the paper in his hand and starting to explain. The function of this weapon is to use high-speed, ejected plasma water bullet pulses to conduct explosive attacks on targets. The plasma water bullet pulse is a type of highly ionized water molecule formed through special technology into an energy projectile. When the weapon is triggered, the plasma water bullet pulse is rapidly launched, quickly accelerating and penetrating the air, ultimately hitting the target and explosively destroying solid materials in an instant to achieve the effect of destroying the target. By using the plasma water bullet explosive device, it can easily destroy obstacles like steel and concrete and accurately strike enemy bunkers in combat, demonstrating extremely strong destructive power. "Hey, wait a minute, Duan Lao." Zhang Li hurriedly tried to mute the conference microphone, but it was too late. When Duan Ming entered, he was already connected to a video conference with several military districts, just starting to showcase some interesting weapons he had acquired today. Before Zhang Li could speak, Duan Lao had already revealed everything. Among the participants, there were a few who, like them, were affiliated with military districts and local military research institutes, and they would likely rush to join in on the excitement upon hearing such news. Zhang Li cursed silently and quickly helped Duan Lao to sit down. After all, he was an elder from the Military Research Institute and deserved respect. He hoped that Duan Lao's rapid speech had made it difficult for the others to catch what was said. "Hey, Lao Zhang, you're too polite. You want to share the good stuff right away? Let us take a look." "What? You're sharing with us? Hurry, I'll send a few guys over. They can be there by tomorrow." "Hey, we can be there the day after at the earliest. Save some for us." "Share? Not a chance." Zhang Li waved his hand dismissively. "Absolutely not. We only have this one piece, and we need it for testing. How could we share it with you? If you're eager, you can come take a look yourself." It was a joke. He had already submitted the procurement order and was just waiting for the trial report to come out. If the data was good, he planned to negotiate with Lin Heng for the first batch of 1,000 weapons tomorrow. With so few, he couldn't even share with his own team, let alone let others take advantage of it. Duan Ming was still immersed in the data analysis of the weapons, completely oblivious to the 6 or 7 small boxes on the conference room's large screen, where several high-ranking officials were eagerly waiting for him to reveal more information. At that moment, Duan Lao's 2 students rushed into the meeting room, just setting down their materials and laptops, before being pulled aside by their teacher to continue analyzing the data. Zhang Li was anxious to know the details of the new weapon. It looked powerful, was easy to use, and didn't require ammunition, but he was unsure about other aspects. Not wanting the others on the video call to catch wind of the news first, he decided to say, "We're quite busy here at the moment. So let us do this. Everyone take a break, and I'll contact you again tomorrow." "Hey, you're not being fair." With a sharp sound, before anyone could react, Zhongli abruptly ended the video communication and quickly glanced at the report on his desk. After a while, Duan Ming, who had been absorbed in the data, finally spoke again. The water gun, I don't know who designed this blueprint, but it's really bold and meticulous. I've never seen such a technical principle. Yet it operates so wonderfully. Look here, this gun can adjust the attack intensity by controlling the energy level. According to current test results, the maximum effect is similar to an explosive blast. The minimum effect is that it can shoot through obstacles, leaving a hole the size of a water droplet. Tests have shown that this mode has extremely strong penetration. We've tested it several times, and it really is a water gun. What comes out is indeed water. Duan Ming sighed and continued, "Look at this. This is its effect demonstration. It can not only be used as a combat weapon but also in construction, excavation, and other engineering fields. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we can break through this power system, we could perfectly replicate it. Due to material limitations, we might only be able to achieve about 40% replication. No, I need to take another look," as Duan Ming said. He lowered his head again to examine the large manual that the researcher had uploaded to the computer. Zhongli tapped the paper with his fingers, suddenly thinking of many scenarios where this weapon could be used. Compared to such a large explosive power, this weapon is indeed very lightweight and portable. The soldiers under me told me that this gun has almost no recoil when in use. Duan Lao, let us first check the safety coefficient of this weapon. Can we keep up with the subsequent repairs? Specifically, the design section of the manual is very comprehensive, but the power system is barely mentioned. Duan Lao then pulled out a stack of documents and spread them on the table for Zhongli to see. The pile of charts and data made Zhang Li's head spin. He pushed with both hands and directly asked, "Duan Lao, just tell me the result." "Oh, look at this. So obvious." Duan Lao excitedly patted the table, as if facing a disappointing student. "Look, it has almost reduced the loss to zero. The one we've been testing has only needed water added once in a few days, just about 50 milliliters. It can now be confirmed that this weapon indeed does not require ammunition. According to the manual, this weapon is close to a perpetual motion machine. It can be used as long as there is water, and it indeed works like a water gun, just needing a bit of water occasionally. Moreover, they tested it according to the conditions in the manual, and the gun is indeed waterproof. There is not much else to note. The current focus is on the power system. Power. Do you know this is currently a bottleneck for several military research projects?" Duan Lao, frustrated, pounded the table. His excited movements causing the white coat he wore to flutter, scattering the papers on the table. The two young researchers hurriedly protected the scattered documents, but didn't he dare to stop the elderly man. Tonight, anyone who advised Duan Lao to take a break would be scolded fiercely. For someone who has spent a lifetime working on power systems, finally seeing a glimmer of hope for progress, no one could stop him. Chapter 45. What is scientific or not, as long as it works. Where did you get this gun? And this manual? Who wrote it? Why haven't we invited them over yet? What are we waiting for? The more Duan Ming spoke, the more excited he became, and Zhongli quickly tried to calm him down. "Duan Lao, don't be anxious. We are also following up on this. This thing far exceeds the current level of similar weapons we have." Duan Ming obviously understood. He was eager to meet the designer. Before he could pound the table again, Zhongli quickly stopped his hand. "Duan Lao, the situation is a bit special. I've reported to the higher-ups, and you can know about this. But it can only go to you." As soon as Zhongli finished speaking, before Duan Lao could respond, the two young students behind him jumped up from their chairs, pushing them far back. They grabbed their notebooks, bowed to their teacher, and rushed out the door. It's absurd, working in such a confidential place. When would they need to avoid anything? They are well aware of the protocols. Duan Ming watched the two clever kids, who usually had stubborn ideas when they researched, run out, unsure whether to be angry or amused. Zhongli briefly explained Lin Heng's situation to Duan Lao, saying, "What we can do now is buy 1,000 water guns first. You can take a few to disassemble and study the power device part." Duan Lao frowned in contemplation. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. However, he wasn't an old-fashioned person. After some thought, he asked Zhongli, "You mean, what does he sell? And what does he have no control over?" "That's about it. I've asked the Special Operations Agency in detail. It's like he's in charge of selling goods, but has no control over what goods come in," Zhongli described, feeling this was a fairly accurate way to express it. "Can't you try to see if what he's thinking about will affect the products he has?" Duan Ming said, frustrated at their apparent stupidity. How would I know what he's thinking? Looking at his products, they're either small gadgets or food. Probably nothing much," Zhongli replied, struggling to grasp what Duan Lao meant, and racking his brain over the product list in Lin Heng's file. "Why is everyone so slow?" Duan Ming exclaimed impatiently. "Can't you boldly hypothesize and verify carefully?" You, find out where his school is, put up some billboards on his usual route for him to see every day. Just like those brainwashing ads from long ago. Zhang Li was taken aback, thinking to himself, Duan Lao, are you really a researcher? Sensing his thoughts, Duan Ming slammed the table and rolled his eyes. I'm being practical. Forget about whether it's scientific or not. If it's useful, that's all that matters. With a weapon like a water gun hitting the face, you still want to play science with me? Let me tell you. The field of the subconscious hasn't even been fully explained by science. You all hurry up and try it out. Make it a bit more sophisticated, okay? Don't let those kids find you annoying. Make it fun for them, so they're happily thinking about cool high-tech stuff every day. Duan Lao began to look through the materials again, muttering to himself. These were all fresh technologies, and they were at a level that they could reach with a bit of effort. If they could crack the power device of the water gun and apply it elsewhere, that would be fantastic, Duan Lao thought happily. Zhang Li seemed to be suddenly awakened, his face filled with joy as he thought of some wonderful possibilities. Water guns are indeed high-tech, but they are individual weapons, likely to be prioritized for army use. Once the water guns are fully delivered, they would organize an elite special operations team to test the weapons, arranging specific drills. Like discussing with the brothers from the Southwest Military District to first take them to the southwestern border, maybe to hit a rock or shoot a bird. Very good. The apples just listed in Lin Heng's online store were, of course, purchased by Yin Lei. After all, the reason he could come to the military district to pick up Lin Heng was that he was instructed to find Lin Heng to buy a large quantity of apples. 1,000 of them, he thought. 2 research institutes should be enough, both for eating and research. After all, even apples must have a shelf life. It was nearly midnight when he sent Lin Heng home. Yin Lei quickly confirmed that Lin Heng could deliver these 1,000 apples and then left. Standing in the spacious apartment arranged for him, Lin Heng felt a bit out of place. From the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, he overlooked the main road of the university district, where streams of vehicles flowed like a river, their lights drifting away. However, soon the feeling of exhaustion washed over him, dispersing his emotions. Lin Heng quickly took a shower and comfortably sank into the sofa. He didn't turn on the lights, instead watching the bustling traffic outside in the dark. This day felt surreal. First, he completed the apple task and confirmed his health status. Although Lin Heng didn't wait for the physical examination report, he had gained a new understanding of his physical condition throughout the process. Indeed, his reflexes and strength were superior to average. Then he was taken to the military district, where he sat in a conference room with a group of officers, eating apples for the entire afternoon. He completed the wasteland manual task, even managed to promote a high-tech water gun, and watched a demonstration of new weapons. It had been a busy day, and now that he relaxed, he felt a slight soreness in his body. How could he not be tense? After all, he was taken away by the military, and eating so many apples was not just out of hunger. Fortunately, nothing happened that required a system alert, or he might not have been so calm. After drinking some hot water, he started checking his system page. He hadn't had the chance to look closely at the system status all day and was unsure if there were any new tasks or extra rewards. The apple task was completed, granting him a concealment function, which he had briefly tested twice today. The first time was at the research institute. If it weren't for the smell of apples, Su Xingliang, that uncle from the Su family, wouldn't he have noticed him? The second time was in the military conference room, where the effect wasn't as obvious, probably because everyone present was military personnel. It didn't allow him to be completely unnoticed like the first time. It only helped divert attention, likely causing them to overlook Lin Heng's presence. However, he didn't dare to conduct more tests and planned to confirm the specific functions when he had the chance. Lin Heng was still quite looking forward to the system's concealment function, which could be quite effective. He wondered when the system would introduce new features again. Tapping on the table, Lin Heng fell into deep thought. Chapter 46, The Speed of Delivery. Pointing wherever it needs to go, Lin Heng recalled the sudden notification from the system today, rewarding him with a remote logistics function. This was a great asset, capable of solving delivery issues and saving him a lot of trouble. With this function, if there were no special requirements from the system in the future, the online store could be a key sales direction for his ordinary products. He could even learn how to sell products through live streaming. After all, the most important procurement channels and delivery services for the online store had been resolved by the system. Of course, this assumes that the system has ordinary products. After experiencing the warehouse fire, he never wanted to deliver goods in person again. Apart from apples, Lin Heng completed another task today, the Wasteland Handbook. Judging by the military's attitude, there should be follow-up news on the water gun task soon. For a moment, Lin Heng felt an illusion of ease in completing tasks. He decisively exchanged the 2,000 energy points he earned from finishing the Wasteland Handbook. Lin Heng flipped back to the system's main interface, where his life balance was displayed at the top, 71 days. With a little over 2 months left, Lin Heng took a deep breath, feeling the weight on his shoulders lighten considerably. Very good. It seems he might survive until summer break. For both the Apple and Wasteland Handbook tasks, The system did not provide any extra items, not even for the water gun task, so he still had the previously remaining 950 energy points. Lin Heng decided not to exchange all of it for now. It was wise to keep some energy points just in case the system introduced new features that required them, preventing any last-minute rush. He checked the task list again, and the solitary water gun task was still hanging there, with no new tasks generated yet. Unsure of the task update mechanism, Lin Heng closed the list and navigated to the exchange page. The icons were still gray as usual, and the life balance exchange option was also unavailable. It seemed the system had its quirks. He had no idea what the triggering conditions were, or when he could exchange normally. However, since he didn't have enough money to exchange for even a day's life balance, Lin Heng felt no urgency and decided to ignore it for now. Next, he noticed a new exchange icon for Mingxia apple, priced at 1 unit each. At this price, Lin Heng felt he could eat apples for a lifetime. The Wasteland Handbook, Faction Leader version, was priced at 10,000 for a set. Based on the information he gathered from his trip to the military district today, the iron box of the Wasteland Handbook indeed contained valuable items, making 10,000 a very reasonable price. Lin Heng silently sent the price to Yanlei. If all goes well, the country might continue to acquire the Wasteland Handbook, as the importance of anti-radiation agents and water purification tablets was significant. This was also part of not unnecessarily profiting from the state, so he reported the system's cost directly. A qualified merchant shouldn't always focus on profiting from their own resources. Although Lin Heng was not yet a formal merchant, he was merely a part-time one at best. After checking the system again to confirm there were no new contents, Lin Heng closed the interface. Next, it was time to check his online shop. In the shop, apples had now become the only permanent item and were selling very well. That evening, he listed apples twice. The first batch of 1,000 was bought by Yanlei, reportedly to be distributed to several research institutes. For the second listing, Lin Heng set the quantity to the maximum limit, and 500 to 600 had already been sold. Fortunately, the system had introduced a new feature for automatic delivery. Otherwise, just selling apples would have kept him extremely busy. Remembering this new feature, Lin Heng decided to open the system and give it a try. Following the system's instructions, he paid for an apple and chose to have it mailed to his school address. Soon, a message came through on his phone. Lin Heng scrolled through his messages, searching for the latest one among the numerous spam notifications. It was a notification from the delivery service, informing him that a package from a certain courier had arrived at the station and needed to be picked up promptly. Lin Heng felt a sense of satisfaction with the efficiency. This way, no one would likely complain about his delivery speed. He quickly processed the accumulated orders in his online shop and shipped them out using the system. Lin Heng even casually searched for the courier service and was surprised to find their official website, though it had very little information and a lot of blank space. After checking his account, Lin Heng was pleasantly surprised to discover he now had nearly 700,000 in his account. This included the 200,000 received from the military today, as well as a significant amount from Lu Yi and others who bought medicine, plus the money he had previously, and the recent deposits from customers confirming receipt of their orders. Aside from the apples ordered by Yanlei today, any future orders from the official channels would be at cost price. It meant that only the apples sold through his online shop would yield a profit for Lin Heng. For the time being, the apples from the online shop would likely be his main source of income, with a selling price of 5 yuan, allowing him to earn 4 yuan per apple. If the water gun deal goes through smoothly later, it could mean an income of 100 million. Lin Heng calculated that if the system allowed for converting life balance, it might mean living an extra 100 days, compared to his mere 71 days of life balance. Earning money felt great. As excitement began to fade, fatigue took over. Lin Heng had practically eaten apples all day, only enjoying a proper meal in the evening. He planned to get a good night's sleep and treat himself to a high-end takeout from a local restaurant the next day. The morning light softly filtered into the room, gently covering the bed through the sheer curtains. The fresh scent of apples filled the air, and Lin Heng was awakened by a notification sound. He stretched lazily and checked his phone. It was just 6 in the morning. Yanlei, what's going on with the apples from the Agricultural Science Institute in Suzhou? Lin Heng, didn't you tell me they ordered 100? Yanlei, that's correct. But was there really a need to place the order at night for delivery by dawn? Lin Heng. Yanlei recalled the calls from Suzhou inquiring about the Special Operations Department and wasn't sure where to start. Last night, Yanlei had sent Lin Heng all the orders for apples from various places, and once the payment was made, Lin Heng had assured him that he would arrange for timely delivery. Unexpectedly, messages came in from different locations throughout the night, saying they had all received their goods one after the other. In less than 3 hours, regardless of distance, everyone had received their shipments. This led to inquiries in various places, wondering if there was a special channel for procurement that allowed for such rapid delivery, and whether it could be utilized for research institutes scattered across different locations, assuring they wouldn't take more than their share and would pay as usual. Upon hearing this news, Director Lee of the Special Operations Bureau immediately suspected that it was likely Lin Hung causing trouble again. They didn't have any special channels at the Bureau, so they quickly came up with a plan to say that the supplies had been pre-stocked and delivered to various locations, just waiting for each party to report their numbers for adjustments. After some negotiation, they managed to fill the pit that Lin Hung had dug. At this moment, Lee also found some time to ask Yin Lei whether Lin Hung truly had any special channels. Lin Hung was taken aback when he saw the message, and then remembered that he had received money last night and had casually arranged for the shipment in the system. He only recalled that the system would arrange a discrete delivery route, but he forgot that the system was direct. This really was something. It was straightforward and efficient, and he would have to pay attention to the shipping time issues in the future. Chapter 47. Nuclear Wind Breakfast. It was hard to explain the issue with the Star Refinement Delivery Service right away, so Lin Hung decided not to reply. It was highly likely that the Special Operations Bureau would investigate this courier company. He didn't know if the system could also carry other items through Star Refinement. Perhaps it could even upgrade its functions later on. He could try that when he had time. After tidying up a bit, Lin Hung checked the time and thought it was about right, so he grabbed an apple and went out. His plan was to grab breakfast at the school cafeteria and then head to class, timing it just right. The elevator lobby of his apartment building still smelled of fresh renovations. Lin Hung took a quick glance. It had a 2 units per floor layout, and the elevator lobby was quite spacious. He leaned against the wall while tossing the apple in his hand, watching the elevator's numbers stuck at the ground floor for a long time before finally moving slowly to his floor. When the elevator doors opened, 2 men in work uniforms were inside, carrying tools and changing posters. Lin Hung glanced at the newly replaced advertisement, which was a movie promotional poster featuring the male lead he had seen before, Ming Guan, whom he had bumped into at school. It was a sci-fi movie that seemed to be heavily promoted recently. Lin Hung wasn't too interested and casually glanced at it before looking away. However, one of the workers called out to him just as he was about to step out of the elevator. "Hey, handsome, where did you get that apple? It smells amazing. What variety is it?" "It's called Mingxia, give it a try." Lin Hung tossed the apple to him and casually shared the online store's QR code before waving and leaving. Passing by a delivery station, Lin Hung suddenly remembered the apples he had sent to himself, so he hurried to pick up the package. He took out an apple, wiped it off, and started eating it, feeling quite pleased. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have never washed the apple before eating it, always just wiping it off with his hands before diving in. Fortunately, the apples provided by the system didn't show any strange substances, so they should still be relatively clean. He jogged to school as a form of exercise and noticed that people were handing out flyers along the way. He ended up with a handful of deep blue flyers, which advertised the grand opening ceremony of a sci-fi theme park in the newly opened tech park 3 days later. With promotional offers for the first month, Lin Hung looked at the content in confusion. He remembered the tech park as the recently developed area in the suburbs, but he had no recollection of any theme park being there. Looking at the flyer, it seemed to be a rather large theme park, featuring many water and aerial attractions. It was late spring, approaching summer, and the sci-fi theme park opening now was bound to attract a lot of attention. Casually tossing the flyer into a nearby trash bin, Lin Hung hurried down the small road towards the third cafeteria at his school. His phone had been vibrating continuously, with messages from Yin Lei popping up now and then, repeatedly circling around the express delivery Lin Hung had sent out. Unsure of how to respond, Lin Hung silenced his phone and pretended not to see the messages. He pondered what excuse he could use to cover this up while rushing into the cafeteria. At the entrance, there was a poster for the campus Sci-Fi Month event. Lost in thought about how to deal with Yin Lei's questions, Lin Hung didn't notice he tripped over the poster stand, reflexively grabbing the stand for balance. He glanced at the poster and paused slightly. Another sci-fi theme. Eating was important, so Lin Hung didn't think much and quickly entered the cafeteria. The third cafeteria was conveniently located between the dormitories and the teaching area, very close to the classroom building Lin Hung attended. During breakfast hours, many students usually filled the cafeteria. It was peak time now, with over 20 people in line at each food station, making the entire place lively and bustling. Not wanting to wait in line, Lin Hung scanned the QR code at the self-service ordering window. To his surprise, the menu displayed items like nuclear energy nutrition meal, nuclear-powered breakfast set, and nuclear bomb package. Lin Hung rubbed his eyes, put down his phone, and looked up at the menu board, his mind going blank for half a minute. Everything on the menu seemed normal: meat buns, vegetable buns, dumplings, and soy milk. He picked up his phone again, but the absurd names remained. Perhaps the sci-fi event had gone too far? Lin Hung decided to abandon ordering via his phone and obediently joined the line. After all, he really wasn't keen on trying something called a nuclear bomb package. Even if it came with anti-radiation supplements from a wasteland manual, it was too frightening. Lin Hung preferred to eat something more mundane for breakfast, like a braised pork bun or a char siu bun. After quickly finishing his breakfast, Lin Hung passed by the self-service ordering station again, taking advantage of his height to discreetly glance at two classmates who were ordering. As he walked past, he noticed that both of their phones displayed a normal ordering interface. He paused, took out his own phone again, and scanned the ordering code. After a beep, he received the dreaded nuclear bomb package. Gasping, Lin Heng thought to himself, what a dark culinary prank. This was a nightmare. During the break in his morning professional class, Lin Heng discreetly inquired in the group chat about any activities in the cafeteria that day. His classmates responded that it was the same as always, with large portions and no novelty. Nobody mentioned the bizarre names of the nuclear-themed breakfast items. As a computer science student, Lin Heng suspected there might be an issue with his phone. As a sophomore, even if he excelled in his major classes, he didn't have the time to troubleshoot himself and contemplated whether he should get a new phone. While he was deep in thought, the instructor pushed the door open, slamming it shut with a loud bang. Is everyone here? Go call everyone back. What are you all doing here if there's nothing to do? The instructor, with slicked back hair, walked in with a rigid stride and a scolding tone. What is he here for again? Can't he leave after class? Does he expect us to step out during class? The students muttered loudly, showing no respect for the instructor. The instructor slammed the table and spoke condescendingly. He mentioned an upcoming campus sci-fi month event, a collaborative activity between our department and a tech park in the outskirts, lasting about 3 days, which would count as internship time. Students participating would earn 1 credit. What a joke. They said the same thing last time, and I ended up hauling stuff for days without getting anything in return. A student in the back row shouted out. Everyone in the academic year knew that this instructor often arranged private work, claiming it was social practice. But those activities never went through the school's official channels and were just a way to fool newcomers. By the second year, very few students fell for it. The instructor shot a glare at the back row, but it was too far away for him to see who had spoken. Chapter 48. New task. These students were hard to fool. The instructor glared at the list in his hand, muttering about a student named Lin Heng, wondering what his background was, as the school leaders insisted on giving him a special contribution award along with 3 credits. He had discussed this several times with his uncle, who was a department head, insisting that this spot could have gone to someone more deserving, but his uncle wouldn't listen and scolded him for having a narrow perspective. Humph, the instructor thought. Lin Heng must have bypassed me to get to some school leader directly. A sophomore from an ordinary family with no background, applying for financial aid. The instructor couldn't believe Lin Heng had any real ability to earn that special contribution award. Is Lin Heng in your class? The instructor asked, grinding his teeth. Lin Heng didn't respond, but the class monitor lazily called out. Yes, what's up? The instructor knew this monitor was the son of the vice principal. Leaning against the podium, he forced a smile and softened his tone slightly, saying, it's nothing much. Just that he must participate in this event since the school is preparing to give him a special contribution award. He needs to show some face. Anyone could tell this was a deliberate attempt to put pressure on Lin Heng. Such activities were mostly unappealing, wasting time and disrupting classes. The places they went were far away, and what was called an internship was really just doing some hard labor, with the school getting the reputation while the students did the work. The class monitor, Deng Jizhou, stood up from the back row and searched for Lin Heng. Spotting him in a corner by the window. Lin Heng, are you going? If not, just take a break. If you get worn out, the school will have to beg you not to cause any trouble. It's better to attend class. It's just 3 credits, which isn't hard to earn. Though Deng Jizhou's words were blunt, he was looking out for his classmate. He somewhat understood Lin Heng's situation and knew that the special contribution award came with 3 credits. While the activity the instructor mentioned was likely just empty talk, he didn't care whether Lin Heng won an award or not. But it was a bit annoying for him as the class monitor to see his classmates being manipulated by the instructor like this. He had heard about Lin Heng's situation from the class representative, Tang Jing, who was in charge of organizing class materials regarding scholarships and financial aid. Deng Jizhou glanced at Tang Jing in the front row, and she slightly shook her head, indicating she wasn't clear on what this special contribution was about. This was not easy to help with. Frowning, Deng Jizhou shot a glare at the instructor, knowing that Lin Heng would likely go for the credits. It was bothersome to bring up such thankless matters. Just as he was about to call out to Lin Heng waved his hand at him. I'm doing much better lately. I can go there. I have friends around, so it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Heng seemed to understand what Deng Jizhou meant. Seeing that the distance wasn't too far, he casually tossed an apple over. Deng Jizhou caught the apple and, seeing that Lin Heng didn't look forced, really believed that Lin Heng had friends in the tech park, so he sat down and stopped worrying about him, not even glancing at the instructor's arrogant face. He couldn't stand instructors like that, barking around just because they had a bit of background. Lin Heng felt quite frustrated himself. He certainly didn't want to go. This whole situation sounded troublesome from the start. Today, he had already encountered various sci-fi promotions, and he even suspected that his phone had been tampered with regarding the ordering list. There was clearly something wrong. Moreover, when he was just checking his phone, he suddenly remembered that among the pile of spam messages he received yesterday, There seemed to be something about interstellar mechs and sci-fi writing contests. He figured he should avoid it. But just now, his life extension trading system popped up a new task. Task: Childhood Companion Care Model. Recommended age: 6 to 12 years. Trading location: Tech Exhibition. Suggested price: 10,000. Minimum transaction volume: 200. New product: limited edition. Not much stock. Task reward: 1,000 energy points. Can be exchanged for 10 days of life extension. Special reward: physique enhancement 2. This designated trading location was quite surreal. Even the system was starting to show sci-fi content. Lin Heng felt a sense of being manipulated by the system, but quickly calmed himself with a deep breath. After all, the system was the one extending his life, and it was in charge. What could a working person complain about? Moreover, it offered special rewards. He definitely wanted to get that physique enhancement. Lin Heng had just looked up the latest tech exhibition online. It was happening 2 days later at the tech park. Such tech-related exhibitions might not even happen once a year, let alone in their city. He was genuinely curious to see what this sci-fi event was all about, especially since it was making such a fuss in front of him. However, for safety's sake, he planned to convince teacher Zhou to join him beforehand. He remembered that there was usually a leading teacher for such events, so he would ask Yanlei later if he could arrange something. If any strange situations arose, Lin Heng would definitely want to cling to someone for support. He was just a seller and didn't need to push himself too hard. High-end takeout didn't arrive in time, so Lin Heng took advantage of his lunch break to run back to his place. He needed to check the new products provided by the system to prepare himself mentally. After all, they were meant for sale, and although they were named for children, he hoped they weren't anything too strange. Lin Heng cautiously took out one of the items from the system, hoping it would be normal. It was a brightly colored metal suitcase, decorated in a playful design. It wasn't very large, and when Lin Heng picked it up, he could feel its considerable weight. Along with the suitcase came an invoice. He picked it up to take a look, and it was covered in colorful scribbles. The title said Star Guardian Model, but it was crossed out in red. With a note next to it: didn't he acquire the copyright? Change the name. Below it was a line in black ink. Slightly smaller: second generation improved protective mecha safety type. Also crossed out in red, accompanied by a note: selling to children. Why be so serious? Change the name. Further down was a table listing the name as Childhood Companion Care Model, suggesting an age range of 6 to 12 years, with a stock of 800 units. The bottom part of the paper was blurry, as if it had been soaked in water. 800 units? Lin Heng checked the system and indeed found that there were 800 units available. The task required him to sell 200, meaning that if he managed to sell all 800 models, he would earn a significant amount of energy points. Chapter 49. Does the childhood phase need an attack mode? What a good deal. Lin Heng tossed the invoice aside and began examining the suitcase. The metal suitcase was surprisingly lightweight. When he opened it, he found a mecha model curled up inside. After a few seconds of judgment, he figured it must be a mecha. He took a photo of the curled model and gently lifted it out. As he reached to support the model, it naturally unfurled its body, standing upright. Care mode activated. A crisp mechanical voice announced, sounding somewhat lively. It was heavy. Lin Heng could intuitively feel its weight. It stood about 40 centimeters tall, resembling a mecha warrior he had seen in an animated show, at least 70 similar. However, the color was hard to describe, very bright and colorful, reminiscent of old plastic toys. He placed it on the table, and the mecha model stood very steadily, even adjusting its center of gravity on its own. He pulled out the instruction manual that was pressed against the bottom of the suitcase and frowned as he flipped through it. How should he put it? It was hard to look at. He recognized every word, but the sentences seemed like they had been translated into a foreign language by a machine, making each one sound peculiar. After struggling to read for a while, with text and images, there wasn't much he could understand. The manual unfolded to a large size, featuring a thumbnail image of the mecha in the center, with exploded views of various parts on the back. The specialized terminology was incomprehensible to Lin Heng. He quickly scanned through the names and found that all of them were content he had never heard of. With no other option, he took a photo and sent it to Yanlei, adding a message: I need to go to the tech expo to sell goods, the day after tomorrow. Yanlei promptly replied, event? We'll arrange for someone. Lin Heng was a bit surprised by the cooperation, but didn't he think much of it, as they had signed a contract and the official entity had a priority purchasing right. Since he was going to sell things at the expo, the relevant agency would surely arrange for someone to buy in advance. After a morning of being bombarded with sci-fi content, Lin Heng noticed that the acceptance of mechas was quite high. He did a quick online search and found that toys of this size were quite common in the market. Well, at least the mecha models sold online were much more high-tech than the one in his hand. Sighing, Lin Heng picked up the model again. With this color scheme, how was he going to sell it at the tech expo? Moreover, he was unsure if private sales would be allowed at the expo. He might need to set up a booth. Unconsciously, Lin Heng explored every part of the mecha model, pondering how to sell this item. Following the left arm of the mecha, he lifted the model's arm forcefully and accidentally triggered something. hearing a faint mechanical sound. Attack mode activated. The cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed, causing Lin Heng to gasp in shock. With a zipping sound, a faint red light shot out from his wrist. A slight burning smell filled the air, and Lin Heng trembled, throwing the mecha model away, his spine chilling instantly. The model flipped mid-air, quickly finding its balance. With blue lights illuminating from its back, hovering silently. Without time to be surprised, Lin Heng looked down at his cuff, noticing gray-black burn marks on the fabric emitting a charred scent. Following the direction of his wrist, he glanced back to see his front door. Indeed, at the same height on the door, he discovered a small hole the size of a pen tip. If that had hit someone. He silently turned back to the floating mecha model, mentally complaining. Is this something for a 612-year-old to play with? This could seriously injure someone. Attack mode? It could be renamed assault mode. This was the real deal. It was only at this moment that Lin Heng started to sweat coldly. He cautiously approached the hovering mecha, circling around to observe it closely, and could not find where the weapon was hidden just from its exterior. With no choice, he reached out again. The mecha model obediently returned to his hand without any resistance. He sighed in relief and tried bringing the model close to his suitcase, watching as it automatically curled up and returned to the suitcase. Having switched to standby mode, the cold voice gradually faded away. Only then did Lin Heng feel at ease. Quickly closing the suitcase and sitting on the sofa to clear his mind. What should he do? He couldn't just sell this casually, at the very least. He needed to understand what this thing could do first. Lin Heng frowned slightly. He couldn't even understand the instruction manual himself. So it seemed he would have to rely on the official authorities of a certain country to handle it, at least to see if they could find a safe way to sell it. Moreover, the mecha he had on hand looked very high-tech. At least he had never heard of such silent hovering technology. Perhaps the Research Institute would actually buy this batch of children's toys. However, he needed the Research Institute to act quickly, or for the Technology Expo to be extended for a few more days. Before he could think of a strategy, Yanlei suddenly called. Lin Heng, what are you doing at home? Lin Heng was taken aback. What's up? My new product has arrived, and it seems I broke the door. I was just about to tell you. Lin Heng thought for a moment and briefly explained the situation. What product? Is it another weapon? Yanlei's voice sounded distant yet close. Don't move at home. I'll be there soon. It's just a toy, for kids, Lin Heng said, confused about what was happening. Toy my foot. Tell me the truth. Did you get weapons again? The elevator passed your floor, and there are workers cleaning up. One of them got his arm cut by a laser, and our people are handling it right now. Yanlei's shouting came through. Seemingly because the phone was too far from his mouth, and he was shouting quite loudly. The people I left nearby have already checked the ballistic report. Do you know there are currently no laser weapons of such intensity in the country? Not to mention, there aren't any in the world right now. Luckily, it's just a scrape, not a penetration injury. Lin Heng didn't hear the latter part clearly. He looked down at the mecha suitcase at his feet and silently took 2 steps back. It seemed the item was small, but had a significant impact. Now the problem had turned into how to prevent this mecha from being confiscated and safely keeping it until the expo for a transaction. Troublesome. Lin Heng frowned and decided to carefully examine the instruction manual. Yanlei soon arrived, entering the room cautiously. It wasn't until Lin Heng indicated that the item was secured in the suitcase that he relaxed slightly and first checked the penetration hole in the door. This? You call this a child's toy? Yanlei touched the smooth hole, his tone filled with resignation. Lin Heng also knew the situation was a bit serious. So from the moment Yanlei came in, he prepared to hand over the supply list and instruction manual, emphasizing one thing. I must sell it at the Technology Expo. He was genuinely afraid that the Special Task Agency would come in and just take the item away, if that counted as a mission failure. He didn't know what the punishment would be, especially since he really wanted the special reward for this task. Chapter 50. What do you mean by inventory? This is like entering an arms depot. Yanlei had come to fulfill a task. The exact words from Director Li Li were that as long as the other party did not attack intentionally, there was no need to make things difficult for him. Moreover, it had already been agreed that the other party could freely decide the trading method, and now that there was just a location requirement, there was nothing that couldn't be agreed upon, as long as the item was not dangerous. Yanlei carefully opened the suitcase and was momentarily stunned when he saw the curled-up mecha inside. The brightly colored little mecha looked very innocent, quietly curled up in the suitcase. Is this little thing really a toy? Yanlei was momentarily at a loss, looking again at the instruction manual in his hand. Although the colors are a bit too childish, the functions described in the manual are anything but juvenile. It features a model for companion-based care during the early years. Have you ever seen a description of humanity referring to its early years in such a way? Yanlei accurately highlights the key points and continues reading. The prototype is called Star Guardian, with 4 intended modes of use: standby mode, care mode, supervision mode, and attack mode. At 612 years old, what is it going to attack? Are 2 of them going to fight each other? Yanlei's eyelids twitched as he read. The back of the manual boldly states, nuclear power engine, simplified version, anti-gravity propulsion system, beam energy laser cannon, electromagnetic interference bomb, plasma gathering knife, all-around shield, advanced perception system, each one more outrageous than the last. Is this not dangerous? Why would you bring in such hazardous goods? Yan Lei frowned and shook the manual in his hand, asking, "Did you just bring in an arms depot?" "I'm not, I didn't, don't say that." Lin Heng shook his head repeatedly. "If I could choose the goods, I would definitely pick some miraculous medicine that cures all ailments first." After all, Lin Heng only needed to complete the task to receive the reward, extending his life directly. If he really had the choice, he would definitely select something simple and easy to sell. The manual rustled as Yan Lei shook it, and he took a photo of the details. Deciding to pass the headache on to the director, he decided to move on to the next question. Yan Lei reached out to close the briefcase. It would be better to put this little thing under lockdown until he understood the specifics. Is it absolutely necessary to take it to a technology exhibition? Yan Lei pondered for a couple of seconds and asked a crucial question. Is there a specific time and place for the exhibition? Upon hearing this, Lin Heng had a sudden flash of inspiration, and before he could suggest it, Yan Lei continued, "How about I set up a tech exhibition downstairs?" He planned to designate an area, set up a booth, put up the name of the tech exhibition, and then trade this little mech, sending it to a place that could study it, most likely to a military district. Yan Lei was strategizing and had already pulled out his phone to make arrangements. Lin Heng was naturally pleased. He could not have hoped for a simpler and more convenient way to complete the task. Hearing that Yan Lei was going to set up a booth downstairs, he immediately perked up. If you can hold a tech exhibition downstairs, why not ask if they want to buy it all right away? Lin Heng said as he sat on the sofa and pulled over the briefcase containing the mech. Carefully opening the lid, under Yan Lei's tense gaze, he took out the small mech again. It shouldn't be that dangerous. It normally wouldn't attack. Besides, it can fly, which might have some research value. I still don't know its other functions, but this level of floating shouldn't be ordinary technology, right? However, I must emphasize again, I'm only selling toys. It's 11,000 per set, with a minimum order of 200 sets. You should ask if anyone is interested so they don't have to wait until the day after tomorrow to go to the tech park. They can just buy it directly once the booth is set up. Lin Heng held the mech and watched it extend naturally. Then he gently released it at an appropriate height, observing the bright blue light flickering behind the mech as it slowly floated in midair. Yan Lei stared wide-eyed at the floating little object and decisively recorded a video to send out. He witnessed Lin Heng's actions firsthand, without any unnecessary movements, and couldn't help but feel curious. It was as if the two of them had received some big toy, as they gathered around the floating small mecha to study the manual in their hands. Upon receiving the news, Lili needed to confirm the safety of Lin Heng's product at the first opportunity. After seeing the video and pictures, he was somewhat surprised that beneath such a colorful exterior, there were actually powerful laser weapons. However, given the aggressive nature displayed by this mecha toy, it was essential to notify the military first, especially since people from the nearby military district had previously communicated with the Special Operations Bureau, requesting immediate contact if any ultra-modern technological equipment appeared. The news was relayed layer by layer, reaching not only the military research institutes developing weapons, but also several national-level power research departments. "Old Duan, we have news." Zhang Li personally went to Duan Ming's office to show him the photos, conveying the message from the Special Operations Bureau. This little thing was the latest product, reportedly equipped with highly penetrating laser weapons, and judging by the video sent, this little thing could fly. The photo was, of course, the colorful little mecha Lin Heng had taken out. In Duan Ming's view, a flying toy mecha wasn't particularly noteworthy. However, in the video, this colorful mecha not only flew but could also hover freely in midair, and Duan Ming noticed no external propulsion system, which was intriguing. It turns out my method worked. Relevant products have indeed appeared. The old man chuckled and quickly inquired, "So, when will it be delivered?" "It should arrive before tonight. The procurement for water gun weapons was approved this afternoon, so they can be transported back together. I just wonder how much of the information in the manual is accurate," Zhang Li said, picking up the printed manual photo and pointing to the breakdown sections. "Look here, several key components, including weapons, power systems, and materials, contain many elements beyond current technological capabilities. We'll have to wait until it arrives to check thoroughly. But how can it be only about 40 centimeters tall? That's too small. However, this little fellow seems to have a complex power device as well." Duan Ming watched the video, comparing it with the printed manual, and the more he looked, the more he found the floating mecha in the footage stunning. Even with its colorful appearance, he couldn't help but watch it repeatedly. Lin Heng is truly remarkable. Fantastic. I just wonder if this method will work next time. Zhang Li recalled the command he had just received, and a slight smile crept onto his face. It seemed that Lin Heng's surroundings would soon become lively. No one expected such a simple psychological suggestion method to be so effective. Now, the upper management had already decided to arrange new agricultural promotion posters and related activities. Chapter 51. Bringing back a booth far on the outskirts of the city. The person in charge of the tech exhibition, who was having lunch, was urgently called to the exhibition hall, as someone said the police were looking for him. The person in charge, Fan Pengwei, around 40, was running slowly in a suit, sweating profusely as he strode into the exhibition hall, scolding the employees behind him. What is going on? Didn't I ask you all to pay attention? How did we attract the police? Just send them away. Why do they need to call me? But, Brother Fan, they said they were going to take away an exhibition booth, whispered a junior employee following him. As they entered the hall, they immediately spotted several police officers accompanied by a group of people who had already begun dismantling the booths. Under normal circumstances, participants would start arriving the next day to set up their exhibition areas for the event beginning the day after tomorrow. What could be taken down now were just the booths themselves. The high-tech style stands and partitions, even the flooring, were being pried up. Fan Pengwei was taken aback, thinking there must have been some paperwork issue for the police to show up. Initially impatient, he now realized that they were here to dismantle his setup. With the event starting in 2 days and tech companies arriving tomorrow, how could he explain this to his boss? Fan Pengwei quickly changed his demeanor, rushing over and shouting, "Stop! Where are you from? Why are you damaging our exhibition site? This is company property. What do you want?" To his surprise, the leading officer turned around and handed him a piece of paper. "Hello, Mr. Fan. We notified you in advance. This is the Special Operations Department, and we need to temporarily requisition your booth. If all goes well, it will be returned to you by tomorrow at the latest." After saying this, the officer ignored him and continued dismantling the stand. Fan Pengwei trembled as he looked at the paper, feeling as if he were about to lose his ability to read. His boss had repeatedly emphasized the importance of not making any mistakes with the hard-won hosting qualification, and he had practically been living in the exhibition hall these past few days. Now, just before the event was about to start, a group of people had rushed in. He couldn't determine whether the paper in his hand was genuine, so he looked expectantly at the nearby police officer. "Is it real? You'll return it quickly, right? I've seen your schedule. This booth belongs to Zhang S Technology, right? We've also been in contact with Zhang S Group." The officer kindly reassured Fan Pengwei that their purpose was to assist in communication. Although he was curious about why the Special Operations Department suddenly showed up to dismantle the stand, his professional integrity kept him from asking any further questions. Lin Heng had indeed treated himself to an upscale takeaway from Jiaozhong Pavilion. Initially, he had told Yanlei that he wouldn't wait around since he had a class in the afternoon and would find somewhere to eat first. However, Yanlei slapped his thigh and said, "Isn't the afternoon class taught by Teacher Zhou? I'll have him reschedule it." Lin Heng was taken aback. It was indeed Teacher Zhou's class, but rescheduling seemed a bit excessive. Yanlei ignored his hesitation and made a phone call. Soon, Lin Heng received a notification in the class group from the class committee member, Tang Jing. "Dear students, to better complete the activities for the campus sci-fi month, the classes for the next 2 days will be postponed to next week. The time freed up will be used for each class to organize the registration of participants for the activities. This campus sci-fi month event has set up a total of 15 activity projects with rewards." Lin Heng didn't look into it further. He suddenly felt a bit of excitement knowing he had a strong backing. Without the pressure of time, Lin Heng decisively chose to call for takeout from a local restaurant. The person who answered the phone seemed to have been waiting for him, promptly asking about the number of diners and the address, and carefully explaining the delivery rules. They mentioned that their takeout service operates on a weekly rotating menu and does not support a la carte ordering. Lin Heng was very satisfied. He honestly didn't know what to order. However, unsure of the portion sizes from the restaurant, he simply ordered a meal for 3. Yanlei listened in surprise as Lin Heng managed to place a takeout order from the restaurant. He also didn't expect that the delivery person would be Lu Liang. "Here we are again. I ran into the delivery staff downstairs and brought this for you," Lu Liang said with a smile as he entered the room, completely ignoring Yanlei's frown, and continued, "I'm here representing the Research Institute to coordinate the order for the water guns and today's new products. Is your military district that free? Even a major is delivering takeout now?" Yanlei grumbled as he let Lu Liang in. "Yeah, I didn't expect Lin Heng could get takeout from that restaurant. I hadn't heard they offered delivery." Not long after finishing the meal, Yanlei received news that the exhibition setup downstairs was ready. When Lin Heng went downstairs to take a look, he was amused. It was indeed an exhibition space, with even the floor newly laid, directly positioned at the apartment building's exit, requiring people to squeeze by on both sides. The afternoon sunlight was just right, casting a glow on the gray-blue exhibition sign, filled with a sense of technology. Fortunately, it was working hours, so there weren't many people in the building, which did not disturb the nearby residents. "It's not a big deal. Once the transaction is done, we'll move it away shortly," Yanlei explained as he saw Lin Heng looking around. Compared to the mech Lin Heng was holding, it really wasn't a significant matter. They would dismantle the booth and load it up within an hour after the transaction. Yanlei's team quickly spread out to ensure there were no other people nearby. Lin Heng stepped into the exhibition area, observing the posters and promotional photos for the tech exhibition next to the booth, which looked somewhat presentable on its own. Come, give it a try, 10,000 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. Lin Heng opened the QR code, eagerly watching as Lu Liang leaned in to scan it, while Yin Lei simply sat aside waiting. After all, the items were to be delivered to the Military Research Institute, so having their own personnel come saved on procedures. Soon, a prompt sounded, and 10,000 yuan was credited. Lin Heng tentatively handed the suitcase containing the mech to Lu Liang, silently observing the system interface. The number in the minimum transaction volume field gradually changed. Soon, 200 turned into 1,200. It worked. Lin Heng nodded with a smile. This was incredibly convenient. He quickly asked Lu Liang, did they mention how much they wanted? He was eager to sell everything at once to complete his task quickly. The phone suddenly rang with a notification. Without waiting for Lin Heng to check, Lu Liang pointed at his phone and said, it should be the payment for the water guns, 999 sets, just enough to make it a round number. Lin Heng checked, and sure enough, a deposit of 100 million yuan had been credited to his bank account. This could buy 100 days of life. Previously, it was said there would be 1,000 sets of weapons, but in reality, one set of water guns had been sold to the military district that very day, leaving 999 remaining, which indeed matched up. Lin Heng confirmed once again, everything was secure. Yes, it was received. Just give me the address. The place where you're preparing to sell will do. Also, should we buy more of those mech toys? It would be convenient to deliver them together. Lin Heng's eyes crinkled with a smile, not forgetting to continue promoting the mech toys. Yes, I want them. I've watched the video. And our leader said to bring this back for inspection first. I'll let you know the specific quantity later. Lu Liang was unaware that Lin Heng had a specific delivery location in mind, and simply responded according to his orders. He was a bit curious about how Lin Heng planned to deliver the goods. Hearing Lin Heng mention free delivery, Yin Lei perked up as well. He had been inquiring all morning about how this Xinglian Express worked, a delivery company that truly existed but was completely blank on details. The silent appearance of delivery boxes had led the Special Operations Bureau to review numerous surveillance videos that morning without finding any useful information. Chapter 52, Xinglian Express. Employee benefits. Lin Heng was now focused solely on completing the task quickly. The bright future of physical enhancement was beckoning him. As he entered the shipping address Lu Liang provided into the system, he heard the system's notification sound, indicating that the water gun task was completed. With no time to check the system alerts, Lin Heng quickly asked one of Yin Lei's team members for a piece of paper and wrote an order on the spot. Come on, sign this order. Once you confirm how many you want and make the payment, I'll ship the goods. Reservations should count too, so we won't have to set up the booth again tomorrow. Lin Heng swiftly wrote 2 orders and pushed them towards Lu Liang, explaining that one was for 199 sets and the other for 799 sets, and they could choose one to pay for as needed. Lu Liang hesitated for a moment, as this was slightly beyond his authority. However, after sizing up the makeshift setup, he seemed to understand something and decisively signed the order. With that, Lin Heng's mech task was also settled. He hadn't expected that the Special Operations Bureau's actions would lead directly to this point, practically coming to him to make a deal, even setting up the booth downstairs. This treatment was incredibly thoughtful. Lin Heng was also a bit curious about the full functionality of the mech toys. As Lu Liang was leaving, he asked if he could be informed when the results were available. There was no reason to refuse, and Lu Liang nodded slightly, indicating that a general idea should be known by tomorrow. After seeing Lu Liang off, Lin Heng realized that Yin Lei was still waiting. The latter had asked a lot about Xinglian Express that morning. Lin Heng thought to himself, oh no, I can't avoid this topic now. Moreover, the batch of water guns he just shipped would probably have arrived by now. Cold sweat began to form as Lin Heng pondered over countermeasures. He never intended to deceive the local authorities. He simply didn't know how to explain. Sure enough, when he returned to his apartment, the first thing Yin Lei asked about was the courier situation. We checked the courier company, and it does exist with normal procedures, but we couldn't find any relevant personnel. Not even the legal representative of the company. Lin Heng frowned, and after a long pause, he could only say, I don't know, but it will be here soon. If you really want to ask, just consider it a bonus for my employees. Yin Lei stood by the window, carefully observing Lin Heng's expression, and asked again, who gave you this bonus? Lin Heng shook his head and replied honestly, I really don't know, but I can use it. Maybe it's because my performance is good? If it were based on performance, Lin Heng would indeed be the top seller. Yin Lei didn't press further, he only probed a little. Although they couldn't find out more. If a company could appear out of nowhere to this extent, they would definitely keep a close eye on it. Despite Lin Heng's apparent cooperation, he managed to divert the topic. This morning, it seems my phone was tampered with. Could someone be monitoring my phone? Lin Heng suddenly recalled the menu from the morning and quickly pulled out his phone to find the screenshot he took while ordering food in the cafeteria. Look, this interface only shows up when I swipe. It looks like a prank, but it's quite targeted. Lin Heng was just making up an excuse. It wasn't a big deal. It was probably just a recent prank activity related to the school's sci-fi month, and he guessed it wouldn't be long before others fell victim to it. Yanlei took a look and immediately understood what it was. He cursed the tech department's odd behavior in his mind. Couldn't they just make 2 promotional images instead of coming up with such bizarre food names? He would have them change it when he got back. What is this? Nuclear bomb package? Does this look like food? Yanlei couldn't find an excuse for this content. Feeling somewhat guilty under Lin Heng's gaze, Yanlei quickly reassured him a couple of times before making an excuse to investigate the matter and left in a hurry. It felt a bit like bullying, especially thinking about the strange promotional posters Lin Heng might discover around. Yanlei quickened his pace even more. Lin Heng didn't know why Yanlei left so quickly, but as long as he didn't continue to ask about the courier, it was fine. What he didn't expect was that as soon as Yanlei stopped asking, Lu Liang sent a message. What's going on? I haven't even arrived at the military district, and the news there is saying the water guns have been stored. What did you use to send them? The military district hasn't found any personnel exchanges yet. Lin Heng felt a sharp pain at his temples. He really wished they wouldn't make things difficult for him. He casually brushed it off with a couple of replies and thought that if it continued like this, he could prepare a larger warehouse himself for them to pick up their goods. The next day, Lu Liang brought news that the remaining 799 mechas had been purchased by the military district. Moreover, they were eagerly urging Lin Heng to ship the goods. It turned out this item was just too extraordinary. Yesterday, the small mech that Lu Liang brought back was quickly taken away by Duan Ming from the Military Research Institute. Duan and his entire research team were called to halt their work and gather in the conference room, surrounding the suitcase containing the mech and immersing themselves in the accompanying manual. Unfortunately, the purchase order provided no additional information, but the content of the manual was astonishing. The colorful mech curled up inside the suitcase was currently in sleep mode. How could such high technology fit into a model that was about 40 centimeters tall? Look at what the manual says. It mentions a nuclear power engine. Am I misunderstanding something? Where did this come from? I also saw it mentioned Asun and Jigong Pao, and there was a matching ballistic test report that looked quite legitimate. It has an electromagnetic interference shell. How small must that be? What can it interfere with at this size? An energy-concentrating plasma knife? I wonder if it can even compare to the size of a dinner knife. It's no wonder the researchers were joking around. The mech really doesn't look that high-tech, and its size is quite concerning. The data indicates it's only half an arm's height, which should be quite large for a child, but for these researchers, it's just too miniature. A few of them gathered together, not daring to go against Duan Ming's arrangements. They could only mumble a few words before diving into studying how to use the mech. Because they had been informed in advance that this mech model actually had offensive weapons, there were not only researchers in the conference room, but also several observing officers who handed out bulletproof gear to everyone. Although, based on the ballistic test report, the bulletproof vest seemed of little use. Soon, the youngest researcher in the group stood up to retrieve the mech model from the suitcase. Although the onlookers were skeptical about the power of this small thing, they instinctively stepped back and watched the young researcher's movements. Qingyan, be careful, Duan Ming urged repeatedly, worried that Qingyan might accidentally cause something to go wrong. Teacher, it's so light, Qingyan said, feeling a bit of sweat from nervousness. He thought he hadn't applied much force, but as he gently supported it, the mech extended itself with his motion. Caretaker mode activated, an electronic voice announced. Qingyan gently lifted the mech into the air and slowly withdrew his hand. Soon, a blue light on the back of the colorful mech illuminated, adjusting its posture and hovering in midair. Wow, it's real. Excited gasps filled the office as people leaned in to take a closer look. So cool. It really can fly. The weapons can't be real, right? Qingyan, continue, Duan Ming urged. Among the researchers present, Qingyan was the youngest, having had more exposure to novels and games, and he was the first to think of trying voice control. The manual surprisingly didn't mention any control methods, and the research team speculated that in the promotional context of this manual, voice control might be very common or even a default basic function. Qingyan cleared his throat and cautiously spoke, Star Guardian, activate monitoring mode. Monitoring mode activated. The mech began to move in midair, skillfully rotating, and an electronic voice sounded again, stating that it could not find an appropriate age for activation and could not enable the monitoring mode. Xiao Qingyan paused slightly, not expecting that this mech was indeed a child's toy. He looked to Duan Ming for help, and the elder raised his hand to signal him to continue. After a moment's thought, Xiao Qingyan changed his command, Star Guardian, display weapon, plasma energy blade. He reasoned that while he couldn't activate attack mode directly in the conference room, it should be fine to show the weapon. A faint blue light illuminated the area as the long blade was revealed. The mech raised its right hand, gripping the hilt, and the dark blue blade traced a circle in the air following the direction of the mech's arm. The blade sliced through the tabletop, creating a crack with a sharp sound, and smoke began to rise subtly. Wow, it's real. Xiao Qingyan, standing closest, felt a rush of heat as the tabletop cracked. He quickly stepped back, repeatedly shouting to retract the weapon. The over 20-centimeter long blade gradually disappeared behind the mech's arm, its whereabouts unknown. As the mech hovered silently in the air without further movement, the group in the conference room held their breath, momentarily frozen in place. Xiao Qingyan, lacking any further ideas, decided to reach out and retrieve the mech first. If it caused any more damage, he would be held responsible. As the mech approached the briefcase, it automatically curled up and lay back down, appearing harmless, innocent, and pitiful. Xiao Qingyan, sweating profusely, hurriedly closed the briefcase, losing all interest in watching the spectacle. The officers nearby finally stepped forward to examine the 2-inch deep cut on the table, and the discussion grew increasingly lively. What could be done in 2 days? 2 days were enough for the engineers to assemble the mech from scratch. Although it was a mini mech, it had over 90% fidelity. These tech experts even crafted a life-sized version, though that progress was much slower, just having been assembled up to below the knee. They had actually replicated the exact model purchased from Lin Heng, creating an identical mech, which looked even more appealing with a silver-gray body that had a touch of technological flair. The prototype was merely a model, only having movable joints and lacking the original's mobility and combat capability. After all, the original power system was somewhat complex, and the weapon system had yet to be deciphered. Achieving the external appearance was already a significant effort. As for why they suddenly started a high-fidelity imitation, it was because the military district had purchased 800 units, but only a little over 100 were allocated to the research team. Although researchers confirmed that the original mech model purchased from Lin Heng was not highly intelligent, it had excellent compatibility, strong obstacle avoidance capabilities, and could lock onto voice prints, responding only to commands from a single voice, making it fully capable of following orders. The research value of this intelligent module remained high. Thus, it was prioritized after the power system and weapon system, making the AI intelligence system an important research focus. Not to mention, the material of this frame itself was also a key research subject. In summary, 100 units are far from enough for the project teams in several departments. With the collaboration of other primary research bases, once the updated materials are distributed, they are quick to snatch them back for research at the slightest disagreement. If there's anyone to blame, it's their esteemed leader, who, after confirming that this batch of mecha models was fully stocked, immediately showed off one during a meeting with leaders from other military districts. These are valuable items. With their mobility and attack power, they could be great assets for completing exploration and rescue missions in areas inaccessible to humans. Zhang Li was very serious about showcasing them. Although they might not be as useful on the front lines, they are quite effective for crisis rescue, battlefield reconnaissance, and exploratory tasks. If used well, they could significantly reduce personnel losses in critical situations. What Zhang Li didn't anticipate was that immediately after the meeting, leaders from several military districts inquired further, and upon investigating, they found out that these models were purchased. Zhang Li must have reported this upwards. The price wasn't high, and it was for research needs, so the higher-ups hadn't paid much attention. However, as the major military districts began to inquire based on Zhang Li's claims, their focus gradually shifted toward the military district Zhang Li belonged to. If these models had been developed by his military district's research institute, they might have had no choice but to seek collaboration or purchase a few directly from Zhang Li. But since they were bought, there were no reservations. They simply wanted to share the purchasing channels, which they could afford. After all, if they could truly operate collaboratively, it would be highly sought after, not just by military districts, but also by law enforcement agencies. Unexpectedly, when the inquiry reached the Special Operations Bureau and was relayed to Lin Heng, the response was that the new models required a reservation, with a wait of another half-month. Lin Heng's system indeed stated this. A wait of half a month was unacceptable, and the military districts were quite frustrated, eagerly waiting but only able to see videos of Zhang Li showcasing the mechas. It was too painful. They didn't need many, just a few to start with would suffice. As a result, the remaining 700 mecha models were divided among several military districts and their respective research institutes under the pretext of borrowing. Zhang Li managed to retain around 200, justifying this as necessary for training collaborative operations. He could only watch helplessly as personnel from various military districts rushed in within 3 days to divide the mechas. Chapter 54. The system launched a 1 yuan purchase. The funds for the mecha models quickly arrived in Lin Heng's account. On the night Lu Liang took the samples, he asked Lin Heng if he could order more. Lin Heng was surprised to find that the system's exchange page was a bit different this time. The system prompted that the companion care model for the juvenile stage was a custom new product, limited in supply, and required a 15-day advance reservation. Surprised by this feature of the system, Lin Heng replied to Lu Liang. The next morning, Lu Liang sent a new order, which was quite substantial, for 5,000 units. Moreover, the payment had already been transferred to Lin Heng's account, along with the delivery address. The addresses this time are all over the place. with different order quantities from different locations, most of which are military districts. Lu Liang didn't even bother to inquire about what the interstellar delivery by Lin Heng was about. The other party seemed to be in a hurry, leaving only necessary information and then going silent. Lin Heng didn't mind, as long as the transaction went smoothly. He also planned not to specifically control the delivery issue, since it had already been exposed. He might as well act as if he knew nothing and continue to use it. According to his speculation, it was highly unlikely that the state would pursue him over the delivery matter. This transaction made him clearly feel what it was like to hold onto the leg of a powerful entity. He previously had over 700,000 in his account. And now, with the two recent deposits, the water gun's 100 million and the mech model's 8 million, Lin Heng suddenly felt quite confident. However, when he returned to the system's exchange interface, he saw that the icon for exchanging life balance was still gray. Suddenly, he felt less confident. If it were possible to exchange, a day's life balance would be worth 100,000, meaning 100 million could buy him an additional 100 days. Lin Heng lamented once more that his life was a bit expensive, as the money he had wasn't even enough to last half a year. He planned to temporarily save the money and wait to see when the system would allow him to exchange life balance. Although the energy value was sufficient for now, no one ever complained about having too long a life. The task reward for the water gun was a total of 2,000 energy points, and the mech task gave him 1,000 points. Lin Heng chose not to exchange them directly, but instead planned to stockpile them, adding the previous remaining 950 points. He now had a total of 3,950 points. Looking at the system interface showing a life balance of 68 days, Lin Heng decided to wait until it was less than 30 days before exchanging. For him, being told just half a month ago that he wouldn't live beyond a month, and now not only being able to survive, but also clearly knowing how long he could live, was already a very reassuring thing. Tasks continue, and life goes on. At that moment, Lin Heng felt he had struck a great deal. The system's inexplicably limited transaction location task was resolved quickly, but Lin Heng still had to attend an event at the nearby technology park as he had promised his advisor. Fortunately, after he mentioned it to Yen Lei said he would have Zhou Yi apply to go as a leading teacher. One couldn't blame Lin Heng for being cautious. Recently, the science fiction elements around him had been a bit overwhelming. In just 2.5 days, the posters in his community and school had already changed 4 times. He opened the system interface again, but no new tasks had refreshed yet, finally confirming that his online store was running well. With orders for apples from various places arranged for shipment, Lin Heng put away his phone. The urgent matter was that special reward, physical enhancement. The Campus Science Fiction Month event was a temporary decision by the Education Committee, with several nearby universities participating, featuring a wide variety of projects and generous prizes. Therefore, even though it occupied a lot of students' extracurricular time, many still eagerly participated. After all, some of these competitions were provincial and national level. Securing a ranking could yield significant benefits. However, Lin Heng was not particularly interested in these matters. It was not until Saturday, the day they went to the technology park, that he learned how grand the event was through the class group chat. Early in the morning, the students participating in the internship activities gathered from several campuses. Several large buses headed towards the technology park, and Lin Heng flipped through the just-distributed internship plan. Although it was called an internship, it was mainly about participation and mutual promotion. What surprised him was that the team leader was not only Zhou Yi but also the instructor. It was well known that this instructor typically only got up early for personal gain. He wondered what good things awaited him this time. However, Lin Heng was not particularly concerned. He distanced himself from the passengers on the bus and sat in the last row, feeling the state of his body after the second physical enhancement while checking the system. His system had not refreshed any tasks, but this morning, a new prompt popped up. The host trading task was about to be completed, the after-sales period had passed, and there were no negative reviews for returns, so he would receive a reward. The random procurement mode had been activated. In Lin Heng's system interface, a new options page appeared. He briefly flipped through it. At the top of the interface, there was a procurement list and a clear countdown indicating that there were 3 days left until the refresh time. Lin Heng understood it as a time-limited system store that refreshed its inventory every 3 days. Currently, the system shelf displayed 5 items, each with different stock levels. There was only one used notebook. Recently unsealed snacks were unlimited. Untested drinking water was also unlimited. My Years on Mars, 10 volumes. Alcohol cessation was unlimited. The items offered by the system were always strange, and at first glance, these names seemed to fit the system's style. What surprised Lin Heng the most was the price, 1 yuan each. At this price, what was there to hesitate about? It felt like a gift. He first chose to buy a bottle of drinking water to try it out, as carrying water when getting off the bus wouldn't seem odd. Soon, the system notified him that 1 bottle of untested drinking water had been purchased. The heavy water bottle landed in his hand, and Lin Heng, sitting alone in the back corner, felt the weight and almost exclaimed. This was not just 1 bottle. Given the weight, it could be called a bucket. The round-handled water bucket seemed to weigh about 3 pounds. With such a large bucket suddenly appearing in his hand, Lin Heng was unsure whether he should take it off the bus. He initially thought he could find a way to store it in the system for a while. His plan was to stock up on some items from the procurement interface, regardless of their usefulness, since the system's offerings were always unconventional. He figured that these random items would likely also grant energy points, but he was unsure how many he would need to sell to trigger a reward. While pondering, Lin Heng placed the water bucket beside him, realizing that he really needed to prioritize arranging a storage space. Fortunately, the apartment he received from the country was indeed spacious. After the event today, he planned to tidy up a room to use as a storage area and stock up on these random items. Shopping was such a joy. He couldn't help but feel a bit excited about what kind of rewards other products might offer after the after-sales period, especially before setting off in the morning. Seeing the video of the military's mecha swinging a sword made Lin Heng imagine the possibility of real mechas appearing in the system list. Chapter 55. This notebook looks familiar as Lin Heng expected. This so-called internship was just a formality. Around 9 in the morning, several buses leisurely stopped at the tech park, and supervisors from various companies collaborating with the school were already waiting there. They couldn't even be bothered to make a simple introduction. After a perfunctory greeting, each company called out the names of their assigned interns and hurriedly turned to leave. The instructor accompanying Lin Heng and the others didn't even get off the bus. What is that? Zhou Yi, who got off the bus first, immediately spotted the water bucket Lin Heng was holding. New product. Lin Heng had no time to explain and hurriedly shoved the water bucket into Zhou Ye's hands before being urged by an impatient supervisor to jog along. The supervisor led him to the company's server room on the upper floor, glanced at Lin Heng, casually assigned a few tasks, and left, not really caring whether he was actually working. Of course, Lin Heng had no intention of doing any real work. He took a look around the server room, which was nearly empty. It was clearly a newly moved-in company, and although it was called a server room, it looked more like a storage room, with various cardboard boxes and foam scattered around, indicating they expected the interns to do the work. Leaning casually against the floor-to-ceiling window in the corridor, Lin Heng ate an apple, looking down from the 33rd floor at the expansive view. To be honest, the landscaping in the tech park was quite impressive, with layers of green spread out before his eyes. The building he was in happened to be right above the exhibition hall, which had just opened not long ago, and there was quite a flow of people below. Lin Heng recalled the exhibition booth that had been borrowed by the special services a couple of days ago, which was reportedly brought over from here. That booth had been set up in Lin Heng's community for 2 days, and they had delayed returning it until this morning, just in case he still needed it. It seemed he would have to spend the entire day here today. Lin Heng checked his tasks again, but they still hadn't refreshed. He casually flipped open the newly appeared product page and took the used notebook in his hand to flip through it randomly. The small brown-red lambskin notebook was about 2 fingers thick, slightly larger than a regular diary, filled with writing and hand-drawn illustrations from cover to cover. It was hard to discern the specific content, so Lin Heng leaned against the window and flipped through the illustrations one by one. Just as Lin Heng was relaxing, the fire alarm rang out from the far end of the corridor, getting closer and clearer. Realizing something was wrong, Lin Heng turned to check, only to see a warning message suddenly pop up on the system interface. Danger warning. It is recommended to quickly leave the high-rise area. Lockdown is expected in 3 minutes. Lockdown. Does a normal office building have a lockdown function? Lin Heng frowned and looked up. He could see the elevator in the distance, and the indicator lights had gone out, indicating it had lost power. At 33 floors up, without using the elevator, if he climbed down the stairs, by the time he reached the first floor, the building would have already been sealed off, unless he jumped down. However, even though he had just undergone a second round of physical enhancement, he didn't feel that he could jump down without getting hurt. Moreover, the system's alerts are quite interesting. It only warns of the risk of a blockade without mentioning the fire risk. Lin Heng, on the other hand, is no longer anxious. He is here, and Zhou Yi should also be in the building. According to Yin Lei, there must be personnel from the relevant agency nearby who will bring the exhibition booth back today, so there is no need for him to rush. Perhaps staying put is the safest option. Determined, Lin Heng continues to lean by the window, enjoying the view. However, his plan is soon disrupted. Lin Heng's position is close to the stairway, and he can vaguely hear the sound of someone running downstairs, occasionally accompanied by a few panicked shouts. Although he is not very familiar with his classmates, he recognizes the voice of a girl from his class, Ning Lu. Lin Heng quickly descends the stairs and peeks around the corner on the 32nd floor, where he indeed sees Ning Lu cornered by a man against the hallway wall. The man is pulling her hand, saying something he cannot hear. Ning Lu struggles and pushes back. Lin Heng cannot see the man's expression but can make out some of his movements, confirming that he does not recognize the man. Lin Heng decisively rushes forward and kicks at the man's knee with such force that he himself stumbles back a step. The man stumbles, nearly kneeling, and after a grunt of pain, he turns around and angrily shouts, "Who Lin Hung quickly turns and runs toward the elevator, darting out in just a couple of steps, thinking that he can lure the man away before making further plans. Sure enough, the man instinctively chases after him. After a few steps, seemingly recalling his purpose, the man hesitates and turns back toward Ning Lu. Lin Hung has no time to think and quickly chases after him, closing the gap in just 2 steps, ready to kick again. But suddenly, he hears a dull thud. The man stumbles and hits his head against the wall of the hallway. Before Lin Hung can advance, the man holds onto the wall, covering his head, and runs down the stairs. "Don't chase him," Ning Lu says, her voice trembling. Her hands shaking as she holds a folding chair with bloodstains left from the earlier struggle. The man's eyes are red, and there are bruises on his wrist. But he is dressed neatly, so it seems he is not seriously hurt. Lin Hung nods, surprised that this girl could retaliate so decisively. He had expected her to be panicked. Ning Lu is much calmer than Lin Hung anticipated. She points in the direction of the hallway. Her voice choked with emotion. "There's no one left. When I came back from the restroom, this floor was completely empty." Lin Hung looks back at the hallway. Despite the loud commotion earlier, no one from the nearby offices has come out. Turning back to Ning Lu, he doesn't even have to ask before she continues explaining. "I don't know him. He didn't have an employee badge. He just insisted that I go with him." Ning Lu genuinely didn't dare to follow a stranger. The man didn't explain his identity, only saying he wanted to take her away. "It's fine, let us go upstairs. The server room is up there. We can lock the door and wait. Someone will come looking for me soon." Now it seems safer to return upstairs, especially since the system just alerted him again that only the upper floors of the building have been sealed off. As the two of them discuss leaving, they suddenly hear moans coming from the stairway. It's that man. Ning Lu covers her mouth, looking in shock toward the stairway. Soon, a large figure came in from the stairway, dragging someone along. Lin Hung. The other party paused upon seeing Lin Hung and casually threw the person down on the ground. It turned out to be their class monitor, Deng Jizhou, and Lin Hung recalled that he hadn't participated in this internship. "What are you doing here? What do you have in your hand?" 2 voices sounded simultaneously. Lin Hung looked down at the brown-red notebook in his hand, raised it for the other to see. "And used diary, so what? It's nothing. Just a bit familiar. I think I've seen it before." Deng Jizhou frowned as he looked at the notebook in Lin Hung's hand, unable to recall where the familiarity came from. Chapter 56. It looks like someone's being greedy. Deng Jizhou was a bit speechless. He was supposed to be at school participating in another speech activity for Sci-Fi Month today. However, early this morning, his father called him up, insisting that he quickly catch up with Lin Hung to buy something, some kind of medicine. His father was in a rush, speaking in a jumbled manner over the phone, insisting he leave immediately, claiming they were pressed for time. Deng Jizhou hurried over, just having arrived. He remembered his father's repeated instructions before he set off, urging him to get this done before noon, so he had no choice but to run this errand. He found it puzzling. Couldn't they just make a phone call? If he dared to mention that the customer is always right, his father might very well slap him through the phone. "I'm here to find you." Deng Jizhou glanced at Ning Lu next to Lin Hung and vaguely explained, "My family asked me to find you to buy something, and they were really pushing me." In truth, he didn't even know what he was supposed to buy, just that it was some medicine. Lin Hung was taken aback. He vaguely knew that Deng Jizhou's family was involved in school leadership, so it was unlikely he was here to buy weapons. And there was no need to come to him for an apple. It was highly likely that some good news had spread quickly. "There's no signal here. We need to go outside to talk." Lin Hung looked at his phone, needing to check with Yin Lei about where the good news was coming from, making sure not to sell out the wrong person. "Why did you tie him up?" Ning Lu had not participated in the conversation between the two. She had been staring at the man tied up on the ground, trembling slightly, and was subtly raising the folding chair. Deng Jizhou stopped her. "Don't hit him. When I arrived, I saw him on the first floor, coaxing a child to go with him. I thought he was the one who was taking children. And when the police came, he ran away. Then just now, I saw him being chased down the stairs by Lin Hung." He glanced at the man on the ground, awkwardly waving his hand. "No, I didn't mean to tie him up. I just remembered that he might be involved in kidnapping, and he tried to attack me. So when he fell on the ground, I thought it was quite dangerous, so I tied him up. I saw there were cameras downstairs, and I wanted to call the police, but there was no signal on my phone." Following Deng Jizhou's words, Lin Hung recalled the kick he had just delivered. With his current strength, that blow was probably not easy for the man to handle, especially since he ordered the second round of physical enhancement last night. Lin Hung was in a hurry to gather this morning and didn't have time to test the changes in his physical strength on the way. When he kicked the man, he still held back his strength. The man, bound to the ground by clothes and a belt, struggled weakly for a moment. Lin Hung glanced down and saw he was a bit disheveled but not in danger of losing his life, so it was fine to leave it like this for now. Was there anyone in the building when you came up?" Lin Hung changed the subject, walking to the window to look down. From over 30 floors up, he could only tell that there weren't many people downstairs. "No one. I took the elevator to the 30th floor and waited at the front desk for a while. But no one came out. I asked Teacher Zhou, and the company collaborating with our department rents office space starting from the 30th floor. I saw there was no one downstairs, so I started looking up floor by floor, and that was when the elevator lost power. Deng Jizhou roughly calculated the time. From when I got off the elevator to when I went upstairs to look for people, it was less than 15 minutes. I wonder if there's some event at the exhibition downstairs. Lin Heng wasn't too concerned about where everyone had gone. He leaned slightly closer to the window, using the posture to block his view, and quickly browsed through his system. A prompt had just popped up, and the new task was displayed. Task: Headset Trade Method. Item Exchange Only Suggested Price. None Minimum Transaction Volume. 300 Task Reward. 3,000 Energy Points. Redeemable for 30 days of lifespan. Extra Reward. Warehouse Module Time Limit. 8 hours. Lin Heng repeatedly opened and closed the system interface. The time limit was still active and had already started counting down. Wasn't this a sign that something was about to happen? Where could he find someone to exchange for this headset? The task reward was substantial, and there was a special reward, so Lin Heng definitely couldn't give it up, especially since he still didn't know what the risks of failing the task were. It seemed there was no time to waste in the building. Deng Jizhou was still saying something, and Lin Heng nodded absent-mindedly without responding. He hadn't planned to take any risks. More than 10 minutes had already passed. Given the efficiency of the relevant authorities, they would definitely come looking for him in less than half an hour. By then, it wouldn't matter whether it was a person or a ghost, someone would handle it. However, with the new task being time-limited, he couldn't even stay for half an hour. Before going downstairs, Lin Heng leaned against the corner by the window, took out an apple, and searched his body but couldn't find any paper. Instead, he found a pen. The pen was given to him when he filled out forms at the front desk that morning. He directly used the marker to write down his location and the route he planned to take downstairs on the apple, then attempted to send it through the system to deliver it. The system seemed to lag for a few seconds. Lin Heng tapped it 3 to 5 times before it responded, and the apple in his hand instantly disappeared. It worked. Lin Heng chose Zhou Yi as the recipient, not writing an address, but just entering the recipient's name in the system. He remembered seeing a package drop-off point in the lobby on the first floor of this building when he came up, so he wondered if it would be placed there. Deng Jizhou said a few words, but saw Lin Heng, didn't respond, and was fiddling with something with his head down, so he simply patted Lin Heng on the shoulder. "You're not hungry, are you? Eating something?" He had already smelled the fragrance of the apple. The apple Lin Heng tossed to him that day was really delicious. Lin Heng was taken aback. He only remembered blocking the apple, forgetting how fragrant it was. He had been covering it up for a long time. When he turned around, he noticed not only was Deng Jizhou peeking at him, but even Ning Lu, drawn by the apple's aroma, was curiously looking over. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Heng handed an apple to each of them. Since there was no signal, he thought he would try to see if the system could send the apple with the information. In this situation, it seemed like he wanted to keep it all to himself. Fortunately, Deng Jizhou took the apple without dwelling on the issue, while Ning Lu simply looked at Lin Heng with curiosity. Realizing he didn't even have a pocket, Lin Heng awkwardly coughed and led the way to the staircase. "Let's head downstairs first to avoid running into any strange people. It's almost noon anyway." "Huh. We were just discussing finding an internal phone or computer to try and contact someone. Going downstairs is fine. There should be people in the exhibition hall." Deng Jizhou nodded casually while taking a bite of the apple. Lin Heng was now racing against time, eager to find a crowded place to change his helmet. He didn't explain much and just continued leading the way downstairs. Chapter 57. They haven't even secured controlled nuclear fusion. How could he let anything happen? Zhou Yi realized something was off 3 minutes ago when he received a notification that the area where Lin Heng was located had been automatically sealed off from the refuge floor upwards due to a fire alarm. No signs of fire were found, but there was a power issue in the building that was currently under repair. Moreover, the company where Lin Heng was interning had just sent all staff downstairs to attend a tech exhibition, leaving only the interns in the office. A welfare activity at the exhibition had drawn most of the employees from the upper floors of several companies to the exhibition hall downstairs. Zhou Yi broke into a cold sweat upon seeing this. He was supposed to be waiting in the reception room downstairs for Lin Heng. Today, Zhou Yi's official role was as the team leader. He was responsible not only for his own college students, but also for over 30 students from several other schools. 10 minutes ago, someone suddenly contacted him saying that a student had gotten into a conflict, and the police were involved, urging him to check it out quickly. The student was in a building somewhat far from where Lin Heng was. Zhou Yi initially intended to send the accompanying instructor, Fang Jie, to handle it, but Fang Jie's phone was off, and he couldn't be found. After receiving a second message indicating that the situation with the student was escalating, Zhou Yi had no choice but to make a trip himself. He planned to resolve it in about 20 minutes and informed his teammates waiting outside before hurrying over. It wasn't until Zhou Yi retrieved the apple Lin Heng had sent him that he felt a sense of urgency. The package was placed in the storage area. A square black box with a golden embossed circular logo on the lid and a line of text reading Star Express. Upon opening it, he found an apple with a note that read, a building, 32nd floor, West C area, downstairs in the stairwell, there are injured. Zhou Yi was stunned. How could there be injured people? He needed to use a drone to check the situation and find out what was happening at the company where Lin Heng was interning. He sent a message to team leader Yan. Captain, come quickly. Yan Lei was indeed a bit busy today, primarily because of the situation with Lin Heng. Their small team was initially formed temporarily, but later became established due to Lin Heng's peculiar products. For the past 10 days, he had been juggling two responsibilities, handing over his original work and managing the current situation with Lin Heng, which required communication with various government departments from different regions. The higher-ups in the region were very concerned about Lin Heng's situation. Today happened to be a collaboration meeting between the military district and the Special Operations Bureau, and Yan Lei, being the most knowledgeable about Lin Heng's circumstances, was naturally called to report in front of all the big shots. He received the news just as the meeting had started. The attendees were all influential figures, and their first reaction upon hearing the news was surprisingly unanimous. We haven't even secured controllable nuclear fusion yet. How can we let something happen to him? They exclaimed. Don't dream about things that are impossible right now. The priority is to get him out. A good student should focus on studying, not running off to some company. Hurry up. Our people just left the military district and should be nearby. Let them check the situation. To match the building's exterior, the stairwell also featured floor-to-ceiling glass windows. But since it was on the west side of the building, there was little sunlight at this time. Under the reflection of the deep blue glass, the stairwell appeared dim and gloomy. Lin Heng and the others descended the stairs, peeking at each floor's corridor, which was eerily quiet and empty. The shelter floor was on the 26th level, and starting from there, a locked door had been added at the base of the stairs, making it temporarily inaccessible. Lin Heng released the door handle he had bent. With enough force, he could have broken it. That was careless of him. He quickly straightened it back when no one was watching, as the others were engaged in conversation. We can't go down from here. Should we check the 27th floor? Lin Heng awkwardly touched the slightly deformed door handle. I'm fine with that, but we need to get this guy to the hospital quickly. I don't know if he has a concussion. I'm worried he might have a serious issue. Deng Jizhou was somewhat concerned about the man he was supporting, but didn't dare to loosen his grip. He half-supported, half-lifted the person down the stairs. It was indeed a problem. Otherwise, they could wait for him while he went to check upstairs. As Lin Heng spoke and walked to the stairway, just as he was about to ascend, a massive warning message suddenly popped up in front of him. Warning, danger, move left. The message flashed too quickly for Lin Heng to fully comprehend, so he instinctively stepped to the left and backed away. A dark figure suddenly burst out from the ascending stairwell and crashed into the wall. If Lin Heng hadn't dodged, it would have collided with him. Wow, you managed to dodge that. Who is this? I just checked the corridor, and there was no one there, Deng Jizhou remarked, who was tall and didn't have any issues with visibility as he followed behind. He also noticed Ning Lu, closer to Lin Heng, trembling as she slowly raised a folding chair. No, put that down. Can't you just throw that chair away? We're here, and you still think you need to act? Where are all these bad guys coming from? Deng Jizhou felt a bit exhausted. Ning Lu quietly stepped back against the wall. Yet she didn't want to give up the weapon in her hand. I felt a bit nervous and embarrassed. She explained in a low voice. The person who fell in front of Lin Heng had taken quite a hard tumble and struggled for a long time before sitting up. Lin Heng was also taken aback, unsure whether to help or not, instinctively taking a half step back again. Danger warning, deception. The system's prompt at that moment left Lin Heng even more confused. Could it be that the person who crashed into the wall was here specifically to deceive him? It was a bit funny. Just as Lin Heng was pondering, the man in front suddenly lunged at him, grabbing his collar with one hand and growling fiercely. You shouldn't be here. It's dangerous. Hurry up and follow me. Lin Heng's reaction surprised everyone. He broke free from the man's grip and slapped him hard. He hated people who spoke in riddles without saying anything clearly. Speak up. Who are you? The man covered his face and froze for a moment, and then a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes. However, his actions were completely opposite as he turned and ran. Lin Heng instinctively lunged to grab the man's ankle and yanked down. Ouch! After a surprised cry, the man was dragged in front of Lin Heng, unable to escape. He seemed genuinely scared now, shrinking back and saying, I made a mistake. I mistook you for someone else. He was just a thug hired to do a job and hadn't expected a student to be so difficult to deal with, especially one who struck with such immense strength right away. Lin Heng, also instinctively reacting, dragged the man back and was unsure of what to do next when suddenly there was a knocking sound from behind them. Ah, what is that? Ning Lu was genuinely startled this time. She pointed in shock at the window, where, separated by 2 layers of glass, a colorful mech was hovering. Seeing her look over, the mech slightly tilted and waved. Chapter 58. Yes, the technology has already matured significantly. Outside the 2 layers of glass in the stairwell on the 26th floor, the colorful mech appeared somewhat eerie. Lin Heng immediately recognized it as a childhood companion model produced by the system. What does this mean? Is it released now? Can he also have one? He looked out at the mech's movements in surprise, almost losing grip on the man who was struggling beneath him. Through the deep blue window, the small figure was seriously making some gestures, indicating the position behind Lin Heng and the others. Soon, there was a commotion from behind, and the fire door in the hallway was kicked open, with a team of people streaming in. The 3 or 4 individuals who entered were dressed in black combat uniforms, moving swiftly. The most noticeable thing was that each of them had a bright-colored mech, 34 centimeters tall, flying at shoulder height. Not only Lin Heng, but also Deng Jizhou and Ning Lu were immediately drawn to the brightly colored small mechs. What high-tech is this? Deng Jizhou found it hard to believe. What kind of high-tech weapon could choose such bright and childish colors? The leader, Captain Chun, who entered first, held a walkie-talkie and immediately began communicating with the person on the other end as soon as he saw Lin Heng. Report. We have found the target and are bringing him back now. Someone came to take over Lin Heng, and the man who was pinned down by him was quickly taken away, along with the bound man supported by Deng Jizhou. Captain Chen looked around the stairwell to confirm the target's safety and didn't ask many questions, as he was also temporarily assigned here and didn't he know much more than Lin Heng. Lin Heng's attention was focused on the mecha brought in by this group until Captain Chen greeted him. Hello, Lin. My surname is Chun. The upper part of this building has been requisitioned for drills today, and all other activities have been cancelled. Let me take you down first. Lin Heng knew how much pretense was involved in this drill, but he didn't ask further, as long as it took him to a more populated place. He was fine with it. His countdown for the task was still ongoing. Deng Jizhou simply exclaimed, "Wow, what kind of drill is this? Fire drill?" At that moment, a small mecha flying near Ning Lu performed a salute and circled in the air before flying to Captain Chen's side. Captain Chen pointed at the mecha and said, "We are preparing for an anti-explosion drill related to human-machine collaboration." Ning Lu looked at the mecha's agile movements in surprise. Do we have such advanced robots in our country now? She really hadn't paid much attention to news about high technology, and she didn't expect that during her school time, technology had advanced so quickly. Deng Jizhou, if he knew what Ning Lu was thinking, would definitely tell her that even though he kept an eye on the tech sector every day, he hadn't seen robots of this caliber. A typical research team would have made a big deal out of achieving even 1/10 of this level of performance. Of course, unless it was developed to military standards. However, looking at the design of this mecha, it didn't seem to align with military aesthetics. It didn't even look like it belonged to their country's design style. It was too flashy. Well, yes, the technology is already very mature. Captain Chen nodded seriously, waving for his team to escort a few people downstairs. What else could he say? It had to be very mature. The elevator was still out of service, so they continued down the stairs. Deng Jizhou nudged Lin Heng and whispered, "This mecha is so cool, but it's a pity the colors are too bright. Shouldn't combat mechas be in more discreet colors?" Lin Heng awkwardly shook his head. What could he say? He could only suggest, maybe it hasn't been painted yet, but its performance is really good. Lin Heng had seen the video sent by Yen Lei. Despite the mecha's flashy appearance, it was genuinely capable of combat. Moreover, there was a segment in the video demonstrating its intelligent capabilities, which could indeed reach a level of cooperation with humans. According to Lin Heng's understanding, it could hit where it was pointed without much issue. To avoid prolonging the topic about appearance, Lin Heng interrupted Deng Jizhou. Hey, I have signal on my phone now. Didn't you want to buy something? With that, Lin Heng sent a message to Yen Lei regarding Deng Jizhou's request to buy medicine. After realizing the strong recovery effect for external injuries, he still wanted to confirm where the medicine would ultimately end up. Oh right, I need to get back before noon. I almost forgot. Deng Jizhou quickly took out his phone and scanned Lin Heng's payment code. Do you want to exchange for some goods? After carefully reading Yen Lei's reply, Lin Heng handed the small wooden box that was ready to Deng Jizhou, ignoring the other's surprised gaze, and tried to sell him a helmet. After all, this was a limited-time task. Goods? Does the notebook you have count? Deng Jizhou suddenly recalled the familiar reddish-brown notebook, feeling like he had seen it somewhere before. Lin Heng was taken aback. He had almost forgotten that he was still holding a diary, and although he hadn't finished reading it, selling it to the other party was fine since it was still a product. Sure, the price is up to you. Lin Heng casually handed it over. As long as it could be sold, it would count as a transaction. He was a bit curious about the rewards for selling these random items. Deng Jizhou decisively transferred 100 yuan to Lin Heng. As he received the diary, he eagerly touched the leather cover. I feel like I've seen this somewhere. It feels so familiar, Deng Jizhou added. Lin Heng nodded without saying much and instead asked again, Are you sure you don't need a helmet? You can exchange it for anything. Deng Jizhou was a bit puzzled and tentatively replied, Then can I exchange for one? Come on, give me something, and I'll mail the helmet to your school. Lin Heng cheerfully reached out to ask Deng Jizhou for an item to trade. Deng Jizhou was bewildered, rummaging through his belongings for a long time before finding an old keychain, feeling quite embarrassed. All right, thank you for your patronage. Lin Heng happily snatched the keychain, clicked to ship it in the system, and was extremely satisfied. He was in a hurry. Completing a transaction was what mattered, which only left Deng Jizhou more confused. Lin Heng, is this an exchange? Can anyone buy it? Captain Chen suddenly approached, skillfully nudging Deng Jizhou aside. He was the only one in the team who knew a bit about the situation, but only that good items could be bought from Lin Heng. Since he had encountered this, he certainly didn't want to miss out. Yes, how about a helmet? You can trade anything. Do you have a deliverable address? Lin Heng smiled slightly, thought for a moment, and continued, you can call your team members over. Everyone can exchange for one. At least it has all the basic functions a helmet should have. Since he had never seen this large helmet, he didn't want to recommend it carelessly. However, he still had basic trust in the system. It was reliable. Let me see if this works. Captain Chen rummaged through his pockets and finally found a chocolate bar. All right, I'll ship it to you. You can pick it up at the delivery area downstairs. Lin Heng took the chocolate bar and directly opened it to eat. While they were talking, the group quickly made their way down to the first floor, with the team leader guiding them around the exhibition hall towards a side door. Captain Chen walked briskly ahead, and Deng Jizhou attempted to get closer, but was pushed forward by Captain Chen, who took him and Ning Lu out of the building. They were inexplicably led around to the main entrance of the exhibition hall, walking further and further away. Chapter 59. The film and television special effects are already this strong. Lin Heng was aware, trailing behind the team as they exited through the side door. Returning to the warm sunlight, Lin Heng let out a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't overly anxious or scared, he still felt somewhat troubled. He didn't yet know why the building had been brought to such a state of lockdown. But at the moment, Lin Heng wasn't too concerned about it. While pondering how to get more people to change their helmets, he quietly observed the mechs flying around him. It was unclear who was controlling them. These little machines darted up and down around him, and when they noticed him looking, one even reached out to wave. Lin Heng was extremely curious and reached out to touch the mech flying beside him. However, it nimbly dodged and made a double-cross gesture to refuse his attempt. Such high intelligence. Lin Heng recalled that the mech in his hands had been rather clumsy. Ahem, classmate, the mechs we have are all bound to us. With some basic commands, Captain Chen stopped Lin Heng from trying again, remembering the man he had pinned down earlier, whose wrist was already starting to bruise. This classmate had a bit of a strong grip, and Chen was worried that if the other got hold of the mech, they might end up breaking its arm. All right. It was indeed Captain Chen who was a bit protective of his mech. How about you ask your teammates if they want to trade their helmets for a mech? It would definitely be worth it. Lin Heng was somewhat tempted. If he exchanged one with the system himself, he was pretty sure it would be taken away again. But if someone else could trade with him, he might just keep it. Of course, this was just his imagination, a casual thought. Captain Chen didn't dare make that decision, especially since Lin Heng's helmet could be exchanged for something as trivial as a chocolate bar. Absolutely not. That's national property. He firmly rejected, hurriedly sending the team members away. He lightly nudged Lin Heng. Go on. Deputy Captain Zhou is waiting for you. We really have a drill task to get back to. Goodbye, classmate Lin. Watching Captain Chen jog away, Lin Heng rubbed his fingers together. He really wanted to, but decided to focus on the task at hand. Zhou Yi led him to a small park in the tech park, and the first thing Lin Heng did was ask about the situation with the mechs. Were they really going to be put to use directly? Coincidentally, far away in the military district, Yin Lei was discussing this matter with the district commander. Our current plan is to take this opportunity to publicly announce the existence of this batch of mechs. Anyway, it's also for the purpose of getting some practice in coordinated operations. The main decision maker for this matter wasn't actually the district commander, Zhang Li. It was primarily about a small batch of mechs that had been picked up that morning, which were sent to the special police team. Last night, several special teams had been assembled and brought to the military district, where they spent the night learning how to use the mechs in collaboration, memorizing the manuals all night. And by the next morning, they were all dispatched. The team that came to find Lin Heng was the one that left the military district that morning and passed through the tech park on their way out of the city. It was a pity they hadn't had time to change their color. They had originally planned to modify them after reaching the southwest. In any case, this batch of mechs was extremely sensitive to the image of children, even capable of inferring their adult appearance from childhood photos. The higher-ups planned to deploy a batch of mechs to assist law enforcement in combating child abduction. This special police unit was specifically trained for related operations. Unexpectedly, an incident involving Lin Heng occurred midway, but from the higher-ups' perspective, Lin Heng is still quite young. After all, it's all about saving children. So it doesn't make much difference. They decided to start with this and directly showcase the mechs, gradually allowing the public to accept them while also intimidating those who are secretly watching the nation. Recently, there have been too many movements from the nation, alarming numerous small fish and shrimp lurking domestically, prompting them to come out and gather information. For instance, the personnel at the Research Institute have nearly changed completely. According to the latest news received by Yin Lei, as soon as the mechs made their debut in the tech park, local reporters rushed over. Of course, many others who have been monitoring the nation's movements were also present. At that moment, the crowd near the tech exhibition exceeded the organizers' expectations, leading them to hastily set up some umbrellas and prepare refreshments for the attendees. The problem was that these people were just lingering outside the exhibition, forming small groups without knowing what to discuss, and the actual number of ticket holders entering was quite low. The person in charge, Fan Pengwei, was feeling overwhelmed as his mind raced along with the crowd outside. The tech exhibition itself was not particularly mainstream, and they had estimated that the number of participating units and guests would not exceed 5,000. Yet now, the number of people present outside the square had already doubled. He initially thought the exhibition was truly popular, but then his subordinates informed him that many special police officers with new types of robots were setting up something upstairs. It was only then that Fan Pengwei realized that someone must have thought there were high-tech robots at their exhibition and wanted to see if there were any detailed materials available. Fan Pengwei felt foolish for being so excited. Those who came later realized there were no related materials at the exhibition and naturally wouldn't enter anymore. In the square, several reporters gathered together, whispering and discussing. Are you from the provincial station? Did you capture any footage? They didn't allow us to film when we passed by just now. I got a bit on my phone. It's so cute. That little mech even waved at me. Oh my god. A young assistant was excitedly stomping her feet, prompting her colleague to pull her aside. Wake up. The cameraman didn't even capture it. You're saying you got it in high definition? You'll just get sidelined back at the station. You really never learn. Which station got footage? We'll buy it. Every now and then, someone in the crowd would dart around, asking questions. People have already posted on social media. What about you guys? This is major news. Serious special police, paired with such fantastical colored robots, is just too amusing. Seriously. Hasn't anyone inquired if there's any insider information? Is there any intention to release an official statement? Are these the real deal? Just look at its flying mode. I didn't see any propellers. It really flies. How could it not be the real thing? Domestic reporters had barely received any high-definition videos, while relevant departments from another nation had already received the news. Of course, what they obtained were also short videos from social media. However, the shock conveyed through the video is not small. The small mech hovers in the frame, with agile movements, smooth interactions, and extremely high response speeds, all of which instantly awaken the professionals from a certain country. Could it be that they are pulling a fast one? Have their visual effects already reached such a level? Chapter 60. Teacher Zhou's steady output. The professionals from that country do not believe it, and they want to stir things up. Such a level of robotic application technology and related research and development could not possibly have gone unnoticed. They believe that even if the other side maintains tight security, it is impossible to develop a combat robot that can be put into use without any noise. It's as if it appeared out of nowhere, skipping all experimental phases and going straight into use. This is unscientific. Do they really think such a degree of false information would come to me? Gary Maguire leaned back in his office chair, legs crossed over one side of the desk, and impatiently closed the video interface. What is there to watch? The other side. They wouldn't be able to produce such a thing even in 20 years. The technology we haven't mastered, they shouldn't even think about it. Bored, Gary spun his chair a couple of times, tossed the mouse aside, and got up to rummage through his filing cabinet, while a subordinate behind him hurriedly picked up the fallen mouse. This kind of situation is perfect for sending the group we've trained in a certain region over to the other side. Hey, my friend, I want to watch the fun. Let them create some chaos. Gary's laughter echoed far and wide, leaving his subordinate awkward and unsure whether to continue with the report. Just those few international students and elderly travelers. Just arrange it. Gary still has the authority for this kind of matter. This video was supposed to be sent to Gary's superior, but he intercepted it, and the reason was simple. It was obviously fake. A glance at the false information is enough to file it in the information database. Reporting it would be a waste of time, right? What if they had to work overtime due to false information? Gary confidently tossed the video back into the information database. And this was indeed a development worth a half-day holiday for the cybersecurity department of the other side. After genuinely acting as a university teacher for a few days, Zhou Yi truly regarded Lin Heng as a student within his responsibility. When Lin Heng was sent over, he was on the phone fiercely criticizing a partner, namely the leader of the company where Lin Heng and the others were interning today. Initially, the company owner didn't take it seriously. They just tossed a few interns into unimportant positions, viewing them as mere laborers and a way to promote their company. However, he was suddenly confronted by personnel claiming to be from a certain bureau, who grabbed his arm and pulled him from the wine reception on the second floor to upstairs. When asked about the interns, the owner was completely bewildered. The owner simply thought that there was a problem with this batch of interns until a phone was handed to him. Zhou Yi had boosted his identity, claiming to be their university teacher. When the owner saw that the person on the phone was an irate teacher and then looked up at the several individuals claiming to be from a certain bureau blocking the doorway, he was frightened into repeatedly apologizing. He truly didn't know whether these people's identities were real or fake, but he understood that without an apology, he probably wouldn't be able to leave today. Zhou Yi gave him a stern lecture right off the bat, and then he also intimidated the counselor Fang Jie, who had been found by the field team. Although Fang Jie went off to expand his network for personal gain, he still came with the title of a counselor. Hearing that a student almost got into trouble, he felt a bit shaken and quickly softened, pleading with Zhou Yi not to report the matter, promising he would find a way to calm the students down. His so-called calming was just a way to intimidate and then offer a little favor. Zhou Yi didn't care about his fate. His teammates had already started investigating Fang Jie, and he sensed that the counselor was a bit problematic. He was determined to keep Fang Jie away from Lin Heng. Lin Heng watched as Zhou Yi, with a seemingly gentle demeanor, unleashed a barrage of criticisms directed at leaders, bosses, partners, and counselors, even the college leaders, without using a single curse word. The content was so inappropriate that it would definitely be censored. Teacher Zhou, how can you be like this? Lin Heng silently took a step back, pretending to admire the scenery. This teacher was a bit reckless. In that moment, Lin Heng felt a bit intimidated. He wouldn't admit it was fear. It had to be the natural pressure of the teacher's identity. He quietly took out his phone and sat in the car to eat. However, judging by the situation, it seemed like there wasn't any major issue. It was likely just a misunderstanding. Lin Heng knew well that if there really was a problem, Zhou Yi wouldn't be wasting time chatting about trivial matters. If someone was really causing trouble, Zhou Yi would have already rushed in with the special task force. However, this time Lin Heng was indeed mistaken. Yes, he had actually been targeted. Just moments ago, someone upstairs was indeed making trouble for him. The reason Zhou Yi had the time to make phone calls was that the special task force quickly uncovered the specific situation. After confirming that no one had leaked Lin Heng's information, and that those causing trouble in the building were unaware of Lin Heng's identity as a covert technology supplier, they finally felt relieved. The trouble was simply because he had saved the two children from the Su family. Lin Heng had anticipated this. He thought the matter had ended with the warehouse fire. Given this, Zhou Yi's behavior of appearing as an angry, normal teacher was fitting for his current identity. Of course, the special task force likely had anticipated that Zhou Yi was not just angry, but furious. He couldn't stand by while someone schemed against his student under his nose. He would certainly be ridiculed by team leader Yan. By the time Zhou Yi got into the car and began explaining the situation to Lin Heng, it was already 10 minutes later. The two sat in a discreet black sedan, eating apples and chatting, while outside, arrangements had already been made for blocking devices. It's better to be cautious outside. I'll just give you a brief overview of the situation so you have a general idea. Since Lin Heng refused to leave immediately, insisting he had other matters to attend to, Zhou Yi had no choice but to notify the team leader while explaining to Lin Heng what had happened. You all are quite alert. Those two you caught are indeed not good people. Under Zhou Yi's approving gaze, Lin Heng awkwardly touched his nose. The first man he kicked at least made him see the girl from his class who was clinging to him, and there was a reason for that. But the second person he pinned down was indeed a bit absurd. Lin Heng wasn't feeling guilty, but he was quite annoyed at the time. The other party rushed at him, shouting and pulling, which only made him more irritated. Later, when he saw the person trying to run away, he reflexively grabbed hold of them. Before this, he had worried about accidentally hurting an innocent person. He didn't expect that these two were actually up to no good, specifically targeting Lin Heng. Lin Heng couldn't help but silently criticize them for being unprofessional if they came to find him. Why did the man he encountered upstairs directly harass a girl, while the one downstairs, after getting slapped by him, was scared enough to turn and run? In fact, there were a few more lurking in the shadows. Before they could even see Lin Heng, their plans hadn't even started before this rescue team dealt with them. Lin Heng's current predicament was somewhat related to the recent turmoil in the Su family. Chapter 61. This Su heir might not be very bright. Moreover, it was related to the Su family, with whom he had a slight connection. The first task in the system involved a medicinal herb that was purchased by them. It wasn't until now that Lin Heng learned from Zhou Yi about what was going on with the Su family. The Su family is a renowned medical family, currently focusing on biomedical technology and has many medical research projects in cooperation with the local government. Lin Heng had met the head of the Su family during his visit to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. The current Su family is built on the foundation laid by the elder Su, who started from scratch, and the current head of the family is Su Xinghua, the eldest son of the elder Su. There are 3 children in Su Xinghua's generation, and he has 2 younger brothers, one of whom is Su Xingliang, the youngest son of the elder Su, whom Lin Heng has met. He also has an older brother. And the person causing trouble this time is the mistress of the second son of the Su family. What does this Su heir's mistress have to do with me? Where have I seen her? Did she send someone to lock me upstairs? Lin Heng was already feeling confused. Was this all just for fun? What was the point? To make him late for lunch? Zhou Yi briefly mentioned the information regarding Su heiress mistress, focusing on the fact that her targeting of Lin Heng was to divert attention from the local government. The relationships surrounding Su heir were extremely chaotic. His mistress was actually the cousin of his legal wife. This woman, named Jing Qing, was also a tough character. She didn't even like Su Er, but was there to scheme for the Su family's medical research data. She not only had Su Er firmly in her grasp, but was also behind the warehouse incident. The boy Lin Heng rescued, Xiao Mu, along with another girl, was Su Luofan, the eldest grandson of the Su family, who was in the same class as Lin Heng. The girl was the only daughter of Su Er and his legal wife. Initially, the department investigating this matter thought Su Er had gone mad enough to use his own daughter as bait to harm the younger son of his elder brother, just to force the elder brother to relinquish his power as head of the family. It was only later revealed that he was completely unaware that his daughter had also been kidnapped. Although Su Er didn't like his legal wife, he was relatively fond of his daughter. It was Su Er's lover, Jing Qing, who secretly orchestrated this matter, aiming to eliminate the next generation of the Su family. Initially, when Su Er was captured, he refused to admit that he had hired someone to steal important research data from the Su family to sell it privately. However, upon realizing that his daughter had been implicated, he immediately exposed his lover, Jing Qing. Unfortunately, Jing Qing had managed to distance herself too much from the situation. The special task force had not yet found actual evidence against her and could only enhance control, ordering her not to leave the city or the country. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative to target Lin Heng. Now, regardless of evidence, they could detain her on charges of endangering national security. Zhou Yi would not discuss these complicated relationship issues with Lin Heng, but he emphasized Jing Qing's background. This woman had returned from studying abroad and had seduced Su Er into agreeing to cooperate with her home country. Of course, neither side anticipated that just as they were about to take action, they would be monitored by the security forces from another country. Subsequently, Xiao Mu and his teammates were dispatched to the Su family under the guise of bodyguards. Jing Qing approached Lin Heng because she wanted to use her role as a desperate mistress to absolve herself. She publicly claimed that she was madly in love, and her rationale for confronting Lin Heng was that he had thwarted her plans, which left her resentful. Jing Qing initially intended to hire someone to break Lin Heng's legs, but the individuals she hired were too professional, triggering a fire alarm that led to a lockdown and unexpected complications. Everything went perfectly except for the fact that they couldn't reach Lin Heng. As for the person who leaked information about Lin Heng, it was naturally his good advisor, Fang Jie. This advisor was not discovered by the special task force. It was purely a result of Zhou Ye's criticisms. Zhou Ye's actions even drew the ire of the dean of Lin Heng's college. Unable to bear the humiliation, the dean could not touch Zhou Yi. But he felt free to deal with Fang Jie. Not only Fang Jie, but even his uncle, who was a leader in the college, was reported by the dean without hesitation. The dean was unaware that there was an internship activity collaborating with their college that day, which he found ridiculous, sending students out to work. The school hadn't engaged in such practices for a long time. This infuriated him, and he nearly overturned the college with both old and new grievances. Just as the special task force was about to investigate Fang Jie, they discovered more information, which led them to Jing Qing's involvement. The fact that Jing Qing knew about Lin Heng's connection to the warehouse fire incident was also leaked by Fang Jie. While Fang Jie was unaware of the fire incident, he did know about Lin Heng's special contribution award. The Su family realized that their child had been saved by their younger son's classmate. Jing Qing, upon inquiring around, planned to take a chance with Lin Heng. If she won, she would have a way out. If she lost, Lin Heng would just be one more victim. For the sake of this infatuated persona, she had worked hard for many years, even facilitating her sister's marriage to Su Er. Even the agents from the security department and the relevant officials had to compliment her, saying she was professional. However, no matter how professional she was, when the authorities from a certain country apprehended her, the speed would not be compromised. By the time Zhou Yi clarified the matter with Lin Heng, Jing Qing had already been taken back by the security agency. Currently, the agency has confirmed that all related individuals are under control and Lin Heng is safe. Lin Heng was forced to listen to over 20 minutes of historical anecdotes from the Su family and finally managed to understand the intricacies of the situation. So, this one woman had entangled 2 generations of the Su family? Lin Heng summarized and felt that Su Er from the Su family might not be very bright. How could a son raised by such a prominent family be played by a woman for over 10 years? It is said that the Su family had indeed lost several ancient formulas and 2 pieces of original research data over the past decade. However, Lin Heng soon pushed this issue aside. He was more eager to think about that mech-equipped team. Cough. I mean, if I can ensure safety, can I also bring? No, it's too dangerous. Why would you take an arsenal out? Private gun ownership is banned in that country. Zhou Yi interrupted Lin Heng without a second thought, joking that if he took it out and accidentally swung a knife or shot in a crowded place, it would be chaos. Although Lin Heng really wanted to have a mech flying around him, the immediate priority was to get the helmet sold. What he meant was to sell it. Zhou Yi actually had a way to do this. Chapter 62. Lin Heng's helmet. How could it be an ordinary helmet? Remember that display booth they moved to the bottom of Lin Heng's apartment? It belonged to a certain technology company and had just been sent back to the exhibition hall this morning, reassembled. Zhou Yi took Lin Heng back to the tech exhibition hall, and at the booth of that company, he marked out a small space for Lin Heng. Avoiding the company's logo, set up a small table, and let Lin Heng display a few helmets. The employees of that company had likely received prior notice and were very cooperative when they saw Zhou Yi. On Lin Heng's small table, besides the helmets, there was nothing else for promotion, but the booth's prime location attracted many people to check out the helmets. However, Lin Heng couldn't feel happy about it. Because every time someone inquired and he mentioned that he was bartering, willing to trade for anything, no one dared to try. This tech exhibition mostly showcased conceptual designs, like the technology company that brought a bionic fabric. Those who saw the helmet doubted whether Lin Heng's was also a conceptual model. Looking at Lin Heng's shabby setup, squeezed next to others' booths, with helmets that had no packaging and his young face, many people suspected he was trying to swindle them. Watching the countdown in the system, Lin Heng felt he should think of a way to act quickly. Waiting idly wouldn't work. So, he turned his attention to Zhou Yi. Teacher Zhou, do you want to exchange for a helmet? It can be very safe and should be considered high-tech. Why is it said to be a should? Because Lin Heng only tried on the helmet briefly. He was indeed in a hurry and didn't really study it carefully. Moreover, this product came without an instruction manual or packaging, which looked quite shabby, being both large and heavy, with a strong imitation feel. If it weren't for the system not marking it as secondhand, Lin Heng would have considered it a recycled product. By the time Yin Lei finally arrived, Lin Heng was already tugging at Zhou Yi's clothes, insisting that the other party change to another helmet and claiming that Zhou owed him a bucket of water money. Lin, I remember we discussed that strong-arm buying and selling is not supported in this country. Yin Lei, suppressing his laughter, watched as Lin Heng snatched 10 yuan from Zhou Yi's hand and forced the helmet into his arms. It was a joke, with 5 hours left on the task countdown. Counting Zhou Yi's helmet, he had only exchanged 3 helmets, and Lin Heng was truly anxious. Brother Yen, Teacher Zhou is clearly voluntarily helping students. How can you say that about me? Lin Heng didn't mind how the other party spoke at all. He picked up a helmet from the table and started to pitch it to Yin Lei. Come on, brother. You're my real brother. Let us trade for another helmet. Great quality at a low price. If I can exchange one, I will. Yin Lei twitched the corner of his mouth as he took the helmet, feeling its substantial weight in his hands. The overall gray-black helmet appeared slightly larger than a regular helmet, featuring an open-face design with a beautiful dark visor. He shook the helmet a bit before placing it back on the table and changed the subject, asking Lin Heng, "What is this about Zhou owing you water money? I gave him a bucket of water this morning. It was my new product, and he didn't pay me." Lin Heng spoke confidently, completely forgetting that he had hurriedly thrown the bucket into Zhou's arms at the time. After all, it was a product, and Lin Heng was definitely going to get the money back. Yin Lei immediately recalled receiving a message from Zhou Yi earlier that morning, stating that a bucket of water had been sent to a research institute for inspection. He quickly scanned the payment code Lin Heng had prepared and directly asked, "How much is the water?" Lin Heng waved his hand nonchalantly. "Whatever. As long as the payment was made, the transaction was considered complete, so the amount didn't matter." Yin Lei, feeling speechless, transferred 10 yuan over and leaned against Lin Heng's small table, wanting to discuss the possible arrangements that might follow. "I really have to thank you today. If it weren't for your urgency, I wouldn't have been let out of the meeting room so early." Hearing this, Lin Heng frowned. He didn't want to encounter any more urgent situations. Before Lin Heng could respond, Yin Lei continued, "The higher-ups said that controllable nuclear fusion hasn't been achieved yet. So you absolutely cannot have any issues." Lin Heng blurted out, "Am I some kind of wish-granting turtle? What can I fulfill for you? Controllable nuclear fusion? Why not ask for a Mars base?" Yin Lei, with a look of agreement, left Lin Heng at a loss for words. It seemed reasonable. If one could really live for 1,000 years, they might indeed become a legend. Not waiting for him to say anything, Yin Lei asked again, "So, is it really possible to have a Mars base?" Hearing Yin Lei's question, Lin Heng helplessly replied, "If not, why don't you be a bit more sincere and make a wish to try? If I could really control what goods come in, I'd definitely start with a real-life mech. Right?" Thinking about the recent advertisements, events, and promotions arranged around Lin Heng, Yin Lei was about to say something, but before he could finish, everything went dark as something suddenly bumped into his face from the side. He was taken aback to find that Zhou Yi was handing him a helmet from his arms. Yin Lei suddenly realized it was Lin Heng's helmet. How could it be an ordinary helmet? However, he didn't take the one Zhou Yi offered. Instead, he stood up, rummaged through his pocket, found a pair of sunglasses, and handed them to Lin Heng, saying, "Here, SA helmet." Without waiting for Lin Heng's reaction, he picked up a new one from the table and put it on his head, carefully feeling around it. In his hands, it felt quite heavy, but on his head, it didn't feel that substantial. Yin Lei confirmed that the helmet should have a good ventilation design. Not knowing what he had touched, as he flipped up the visor. A high-tech display slowly opened up in front of him. A large windproof lens blocked his view, and from Yin Lei's angle, he saw a detailed screen. He repeatedly took off and put on the helmet to confirm that this screen could only be seen from inside the helmet. Turning his head slowly again, Yin Lei looked around, watching the detailed data that kept popping up on the screen. He even observed the images in front of him zooming in and out, along with the continuous prompts appearing on the screen. Would you like to bind biometric information? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yin Lei's slightly trembling finger explored the helmet, finding the fingerprint input area, and slowly placed his fingertip on it. Tracking mode activated. As the prompt sounded, Yin Lei saw a map floating in front of him that kept zooming in, showing his exact location. He couldn't understand how this function was realized without relying on satellites. Of course, he also couldn't confirm whether this helmet was connected to satellites. Then another prompt appeared on the screen. Up to 15 users can be bound. Instantly, he thought of the places where this helmet could be used. Yin Lei held the helmet with one hand and tapped it with the other. There was no sound at all inside the helmet, so he tapped a bit harder twice. The action seemed too strange, making Lin Heng look over at him. Lin Heng was happily continuing to recommend the helmet in his hands to others. The new customers seemed very interested, after all. They could exchange for a helmet regardless of what they had. To new customers without technical requirements, this was a fair benefit at the exhibition. Just as Lin Heng was about to take the lighter from a customer who intended to exchange it for a helmet, Yin Lei grabbed his wrist. Sorry, Lin Heng, but you might not be able to sell this. Chapter 63. Exchange purchase line. Yin Lei knew Lin Heng was a bit anxious, probably in a hurry, but he still resolutely stopped him. Sure enough, Lin Heng glared at him, reaching out to push, trying to snatch the lighter back. What a joke. It was right in front of him. Yin Lei hurriedly signaled Zhou Yi to send the customer away while calming Lin Heng, saying, how about this? I'll call someone to help you with the exchange. How many do you have? Let me arrange it all at once. At this point, Lin Heng immediately realized that this helmet might not be an ordinary one. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared, and the first few people he selected to exchange helmets were quite reliable. He couldn't help but feel a bit regretful in his eagerness to complete the task. He forgot to check the condition of the helmet. What if it turned out to be some sort of advanced technology? Thankfully, only 4 had been sold, so it wasn't too much trouble. With that thought, Lin Heng retracted his hand and quickly nodded. All right, hurry up. There are just over 3 hours left. Including UEVE exchanged 4, and I still need to sell 256 more. Come on, get people in. It was definitely not about the helmets running out, but about the task being lost. However, Yin Lei clearly misunderstood. He hurriedly took Lin Heng along with the table back to the Special Operations Bureau's vehicle. Then he arranged for nearby team members to take turns coming to Lin Heng to exchange helmets, specifically instructing them to bring their most valuable items, excluding those with sentimental value. This helmet was not cheap, and they couldn't just give it away to outsiders. Yin Lei then called over the special police team that was currently in training. Captain Chun was a bit speechless. They had just arranged their training when the Special Operations Bureau interrupted them again, but it was said that this time it was for a good reason. Since the Special Operations Bureau had sent a request for assistance, and his superior had agreed, Captain Chun could only bring his team over. When he arrived and found out that the good reason was to exchange helmets, he felt a bit impatient. Initially, he thought it was fun to exchange helmets with Lin Heng, especially since it didn't require any money. Just a chocolate bar could suffice, like entertaining a child. But he hadn't yet collected the helmets that were said to be stored in the delivery area. Naturally, he didn't know that there was something extraordinary about this helmet. Upon hearing Yin Lei say that his team members should bring their most valuable items to exchange for the helmet, Captain Shin immediately felt displeased. Just as he was about to speak up, he was suddenly grabbed by 2 people who placed a helmet on his head. The moment he saw the scene in front of him, all his words were swallowed back. After half a minute of silence, his next words changed to, everyone, find your most valuable items. Exclude those with sentimental value. Anything else is fine. The junior team members exchanged glances. Was their captain brainwashed by the helmet? Under orders, the team members had no choice but to rummage through their pockets, and after some effort, they gathered together some relatively valuable items and handed them all over to Lin Heng. While this was happening, Yin Lei continued to arrange things and called Zhou Yi over. Zhou Yi, who had put on the helmet in the exhibition hall and sensed something was off, hurriedly looked for the captain. Not having had a chance to investigate the helmet himself, Yin Lei gently patted the helmet in Zhou Yi's arms and softly told him, bind it. Otherwise, he couldn't be blamed for not providing benefits to his own people. Of course, Yin Lei didn't forget to remind him to write a reflection when he returned. They had clearly stated before that all products appearing here should be carefully and seriously confirmed. So how could there be a slip-up today? He had forgotten that he had been holding a helmet and chatting for a long time without thinking to give it a try. Soon, more than 50 helmets were distributed, and Lin Heng was very satisfied as he continued to take helmets out of the system, using the car seat for cover. Just a moment ago, Yin Lei had told him to wait a bit, The main group was on their way and would arrive in half an hour at most. With about 3 hours left until the task deadline, Lin Heng felt much more at ease and decided to try a helmet on his head. Wow, Lin Heng sighed. What a good item. It's a pity he couldn't bind it. Once the task was completed, he definitely wanted to get one for himself. Even if it wasn't very useful, it would still be nice to have to look at. Yanlei had continued to gather people. He didn't dare bring Lin Heng along, fearing that the other party might have some special location requirements, especially after the exhibition demands they had just experienced the day before. So, he simply let Lin Heng wait in place. Soon, the crowd gathered in the tech park erupted again. Look, is that a military truck? What is going on? Wow, they surrounded it. Is this really an exercise? Should we hide far away? Hide from what? No one is here to evacuate us. It shouldn't be a big problem. Before long, a group of soldiers appeared, holding up shields to block the view completely. The bold and the curious had already rushed close to the shields, but unfortunately, they could only vaguely see the soldiers lined up at a table, not knowing what they were doing. The line was very long, over 200 people. These soldiers must have received orders before coming. The items being given to Lin Heng were all quite valuable, some even came with cash. Joking that someone would reimburse them later, Lin Heng's hands were getting tired from handing out helmets to the soldiers, who would then run back to the truck, only for the helmets to be taken by other officers. It was a complete exchange line. At this moment, Zhou Yi couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his captain. Luckily, the captain had him bind first, otherwise, he would have had to turn it in two. In any case, it was still difficult to keep such equipment. Meanwhile, as soon as the military truck arrived, team leader Chun had already left with his team and was now arranging for his members to bind quickly. The leaders had reached a consensus at this moment. Soon, a notification indicating task completion sounded. Lin Heng happily exchanged a few more helmets for the soldiers. The redemption price for helmets in the system was very cheap, 500 each, while the items given by the soldiers far exceeded this price. The soldiers began to line up and tidy up the nearby area, while Lin Heng was organizing the items piled on the back seat of the car, which were used for exchanging helmets. He asked Yanlei about Deng Jizhou's medication purchase. Earlier in the morning, when he had messaged Yanlei, he had only said it could be sold and was safe. Because of this, he had traded his notebook and helmet to the other party. But now that he thought about it, he wanted to confirm again. Deng Jizhou has a helmet too. What do you plan to do about that? He also exchanged for a used notebook, but I flipped through it, and it only contains daily entries. You should also have someone check this. However, Lin Heng was not sure either. After all, he had only flipped through a couple of pages. What if there was something strange later on? It would be better to have a professional check it out. Someone would definitely investigate, but they probably wouldn't retrieve it, as his family was somewhat special and received certain considerations. Chapter 64 just received the news. This water may not be drinkable. As soon as Yanlei heard it, he recalled who it was. Regarding Deng Jizhou suddenly coming to Lin Heng to buy medicine, it wasn't because someone leaked the information. Deng Jizhou had an older brother, Deng Xiao, whose identity was special. He was seconded to a certain bureau for a secret mission when he was ambushed and got into a car accident on the highway. According to what Yanlei knew, Deng Xiao was now in ICU, with a steel pipe piercing through his chest. Fortunately, he was in Y province at the time, just as the largest cardiovascular surgery academic seminar in Y province was starting. The bureau politely invited several medical experts back for consultation. The current news was that the person had been saved, but the situation was still unstable, and the second surgery was scheduled for the afternoon. Due to some confidentiality procedures, it would take some time to follow the normal procedures and then find someone to approach Lin Heng. Director Li had long known that the younger son of the Deng family was acquainted with Lin Heng. He simply took a different approach and revealed a bit of the news to Deng Jizhou's father, which led to the urgency for his son to quickly find Lin Heng to buy medicine. After all, personal matters were much easier to handle than official ones. However, as of now, both members of the Deng family still did not know what kind of medicine they were buying, nor were they aware of Deng Xiao's specific condition. The police bundled Deng Jizhou and the group of college students heading to the tech park together and sent them back to school, notifying these students that the event was cancelled and to wait for further notice from the school. As soon as Deng Jizhou got out of the car, the first thing he did was rush home to deliver the medicine to his father. God knows how many calls his father had made since his phone got a signal. It was practically burning hot. After waiting all morning, Deng's father finally got the medicine and began to quietly inquire about Lin Heng. What does Lin Heng's family do? Is there such a significant background? Even at your brother's workplace, they had to find a way to procure it. What kind of special medicine could this be? As the vice principal of the school, Deng Xishu naturally knew that Lin Heng had just received a special contribution award, a document issued directly by the Ministry of Education, which was enough to leave people guessing about Lin Heng's background. There shouldn't be, right? I have a rough idea of his family situation. Deng Jizhou himself was not very certain either. Could it be that Lin Heng's information was all fake? After all, he was just a class monitor. Why would he research someone else's background? It wasn't like he was a girl he could marry. Deng's father wanted to ask more, but was interrupted by the special agent coming to collect the medicine. A small wooden box was rapidly sent to the hospital in Y province, and 3 hours later, it was delivered to the operating room. Just in time for Deng Zhao's second surgery. Throughout the entire bartering process, Lin Heng had been hiding in the car. The soldier who came did not know who he was exchanging the helmet with. He only knew that he could get a high-tech helmet by delivering the items. The leader also promised that anyone who came would have the chance to experience the new equipment, and if luck was on their side, they might even get one assigned to them. Moreover, the items the soldiers were using for exchange were mostly issued by the military district, and some were simply stacks of cash. The main issue was that when the notification was sent, it was too vague, and there was a rush. On the other side, when Zhongli heard the news, he didn't ask any questions and hurriedly sent someone over. He truly believed that the items from Lin Heng were definitely not ordinary. He was afraid that if he was late, he wouldn't be able to grab anything. As the exchanges were nearing completion, Lin Heng quietly asked Yin Lei why they didn't just have one person take everything at once and provide him an address, instead of making it so complicated. Lin Heng was puzzled. After exchanging from noon to afternoon, he was feeling a bit hungry. Upon hearing this, Yin Lei's expression stiffened, and he was silent for a while. Could he say he forgot? He had been so stimulated by the high-tech helmet that he hadn't considered much, fearing that Lin Heng would randomly exchange items. Now that he was calm, he realized it had turned into a misunderstanding. Yin Lei pretended he didn't hear and turned to check on his team members. For Lin Heng, whether it was one person or many exchanging didn't matter. What mattered was that the task was completed and the guests came to him for a transaction, which made him quite happy. It wasn't until all the soldiers left and the venue was restored that Lin Heng fully relaxed, slumping in the back seat of the car, looking around for water. The car was small, and everything was visible at a glance. After searching for a while without success, he decided to exchange for a bucket of untested drinking water from the system, planning to drink from it directly. Just as he lifted the bucket, Yin Lei reappeared, holding his phone, and awkwardly pressed down on one side of the bucket, apologizing. I just received news that the water might not be drinkable. Lin Heng felt like throwing the bucket in Yin Lei's face. He was thirsty and tired, and it was already afternoon. He hadn't even had lunch. Busy with the helmet exchanges. What was wrong with the water? Tested? Not drinking water? Lin Heng didn't doubt the system, since it was labeled as drinking water. It should be safe. Could it be that the drinking water had issues? Was there something high-tech about it? Were there nanobots inside? Some super element? Surely it couldn't contain a virus, right? Since the system claimed it was drinking water, it was likely safe. But then Lin Heng suddenly realized. What if this drinking water didn't meet human consumption standards? He loosened his grip and examined the bucket more closely. The car was too dark, so he got out to observe it under the sunlight, but he didn't notice anything unusual. After thinking for a moment, he noted that the system hadn't issued any warnings. He suddenly thought, what if the water wasn't bad, but rather too good? He was extremely thirsty, so he leaned closer and whispered, not even a sip? I'll treat you. Yin Lei's expression visibly hesitated. Lin Heng took one look and thought that the water must be drinkable, so he pushed Yin Lei's hand aside and took a big gulp of water. What a joke. He was parched, hadn't even had lunch, and now he couldn't even drink water? After swallowing that mouthful, before Lin Heng could drink again, his hands suddenly went numb. Yin Lei cleverly removed the water bucket from him, but instead of confiscating it, he stood up straight and took a sip from the bucket himself. The water was sweet and refreshing. It really was good water, Yin Lei sighed, as the research institute had just sent a message that the water being tested this time was quite special, even better than the existing longevity spring water in Long Country. Under Lin Heng's accusing gaze, Yin Lei passed the water to his teammates behind him, and everyone casually shared the bucket of water. It was only a small 3-kilogram bucket. And with a group of teammates standing behind Yin Lei, he naturally had to grab some for himself. Lin Heng glared at Yin Lei with displeasure, continuing to stare until the latter awkwardly smiled and said, Ahem, let us go. I'll treat you to a meal. Humph. Lin Heng snorted coldly, slammed the car door, and pulled out another bucket of water, drinking it eagerly. He knew that since the system dared to label it as drinking water, it surely wouldn't be deadly. Judging by Yin Lei's expression, this water was likely beneficial for health. If it really was that good, Lin Heng began to consider ways to keep more water on hand. He needed to find a larger, safe storage room to stock up on water. After all, the limited time supply in the system would refresh in 3 days, and he didn't know when he would encounter this drinking water again. Chapter 65. Exhausted together while Lin Heng was figuring out how to stockpile water. The relevant personnel at the research institute were trying to find out where the water came from. Everyone was showcasing their talents. The old director of the research institute felt quite exhausted. Generally, samples sent to them were arranged by the state, and simple inquiries could at least yield some information. However, the water sent today, along with the previously delivered metamorphic alloy, was simply frustrating. After receiving the items, trying to find out more information was met with silence. It wasn't that they couldn't disclose confidential information. Rather, whenever they asked, the response would be, "Please hold on. We don't know. We'll ask now." They maintained a very polite attitude, but there was no information. The old director was extremely troubled. If they had bluntly told him that the information was classified and could not be accessed, he might have felt better. Just this morning, the small bucket of water that was sent arrived with a test report by noon, and now a crowd was gathered around that small bucket, all eager to know where the water came from. It wasn't that it was some miraculous elixir. That was certainly not the case. But if this water could indeed prolong life if consumed regularly, that would be significant. Moreover, although the transparent bucket had no labels or markings, it was clearly sealed and appeared to be a standard product. Since it was a product, there had to be a place to purchase it, right? Thus, on this sunny day, the old director, Meng Shibiao, faced yet another challenge in his career. But who could it be? Can't I just have a peaceful retirement? What is going on again? The noise from downstairs was so bothersome that Director Meng couldn't help but bang the table. With just 1 year to go, he could retire and enjoy his old age, but unexpectedly, things started to get chaotic this month. Let us not even talk about that mysterious alloy from last time. Today, a bucket of water was sent over, and it was like poking a hornet's nest. All morning, people were constantly asking about the water. It really wasn't anyone leaking the test results. It was just the members of the testing team coming to inquire. Just as he was contemplating what to do, someone knocked on the door, and before he could speak, the person pushed the door open and entered. "Director Meng, are you free?" It was Fu Shanqiang, who was responsible for sending the water for testing this time. God knows how angry he was when the water was assigned to their team in the morning and told to expedite it. He was stomping in the hallway, shouting about wasting energy. "Didn't I just tell you I don't know where that bucket of water came from? Why are you back? Have you finished your work?" Director Meng was at his wit's end. He had just managed to placate someone over the phone, and now, less than an hour later, here she was again. "No, Director Meng, you need to tell me the truth. Where did this water come from? Look at these indicators. It must not be ordinary water." Fu Shanqiang shook a stack of test reports in her hand, intending to have a serious discussion with Director Meng. She still believed that he must know something. Otherwise, how could they suddenly have a quality testing task for a bucket of water when their team was already full of work? Director Meng felt even more troubled. He truly didn't know. He had tried to find out, but the contact person from the Special Operations Bureau also had no idea when asked. Rubbing his forehead, Director Meng picked up the teacup on the table and impatiently said, "Didn't I tell you there would be news in a couple of days? But what is there to hide?" Fu Shanqiang slammed the materials on the table, flipping through them one by one and pointing them out to Director Meng. The samples sent for testing contain a high level of many trace elements required by the human body, and the oxygen content in the water is extremely high, especially the high levels of manganese and zinc, which is a rare situation and has anti-aging properties. She slapped the paper down emphatically. The data in the database can match this to Fusion Spring. Director Meng, you remember that place, right? The famous longevity village. The World Health Organization has also published reports about it. You should know how much drug research relies on this kind of water. The water sample sent for testing this time is at least as good as Fusion Spring. Seeing that Director Meng still didn't respond, Fu Shanqiang finally couldn't hold back and questioned, "What exactly is there that you can't say? Since it can be sent for testing, it's clear you don't want to hide it." The main reason she dared to come over boldly to dig deeper was that this bucket of water had been sent in rather casually, without any confidentiality requirements. Director Meng's patience had worn thin. What else could he do? He had asked the Special Operations Bureau all morning. Every time he asked, they were tight-lipped. Director Meng had already requested a different contact person from the Special Operations Bureau. He currently has a headache and just wants to let Fu Shanqiang go. He casually replied, "Of course I know it's good. All right, I'll find a way for you. If the other party is willing to sell, I'll definitely arrange a batch for you." Director Meng didn't expect that just a few days later, the Special Task Agency would indeed open a wholesale bottled water business for him. However, right now, the agency really doesn't have the time to deal with bottled water. Director Li's phone is about to be overwhelmed by calls from the military district, and he is also feeling quite exhausted. Ultimately, it all comes down to that helmet from Lin Heng. Li is puzzled. Why did Lin Heng suddenly start selling things out of the blue, catching everyone off guard? He could have at least given a heads up. Now, the team responsible for Lin Heng at the Special Task Agency has to investigate the sudden fire alarm that led to the lockdown of the building where Lin Heng was participating in an internship activity. Additionally, they have to coordinate with the superior of the Special Operations team involved in the previous Su family situation and the warehouse fire aftermath. Now they also need to help Lin Heng deal with after-sales issues, making it a chaotic situation. Li has already started dispatching personnel to assist. Today, over 300 helmets were exchanged from Lin Heng. Yen Lei quickly swapped a few for their team, then called in the special police team that came to pick up Lin Heng to exchange another batch, totaling over 50. The military district ended up with a total of over 260. Although it seems like the most, there are also many personnel in the military district, and the various military districts attending the meeting haven't left smoothly. Plus, with the research institute and the teams assigned for trial use, it turns out there's simply not enough to distribute. They came to Li to demand clarification on the specific situation, claiming that Yin Lei's team really doesn't need such advanced technology and suggested distributing it to teams that need it. The other party confidently stated that Yin Lei's actions were against regulations and asked Director Li to handle it. The implication was clear. Hurry up and buy more so that everyone has enough, and they wouldn't cause any trouble. Who doesn't understand this? Li couldn't help but scratch his head. Although he still doesn't know the specifics about the helmet, Yin Lei managed to snag about 20 of them, which obviously couldn't be distributed, so he must find a way to buy more from Lin Heng. That kid Lin Heng, truly remarkable, full of potential. Thinking of Lin Heng made Li chuckle again. Just as he was trying to figure out how to distribute the helmets, he received another report from his subordinate. What does the Deng family have? A diary from the future? Director Li was genuinely bewildered this time. Chapter 66. This product service is not up to par. How come the manual wasn't included? This astonishing future diary was actually a used diary that Deng Jizhou traded with Lin Heng when he made the exchange. No one anticipated the diary's contents would be so extraordinary. Lin Heng even thought it was a prank diary. Previously, Lin Heng had mentioned to Yin Lei that his class leader, Deng Jizhou, also traded a helmet and a used diary with him. The Special Task Agency even sent someone to make a special trip for this. Moreover, as Yin Lei mentioned, the people they sent did not intend to retrieve the items. They specifically requested temporary confidentiality and stated that further details would be communicated later. For the agency, they still need to take care of their personnel's families. Therefore, the investigator only symbolically flipped through the notebook, originally not intending to take it away. However, he was astonished to find that the dates in the notebook spanned from today to 3 years into the future. The investigator did not have time to examine it closely and had to say, "I'm afraid I need to take this notebook, but rest assured, if we can confirm the contents are harmless, we will return it." The investigator, following protocol, carefully asked Deng Jizhou why he needed to exchange this notebook. So far, the investigator had been very polite to the Deng family, maintaining a gentle demeanor, until Deng Jizhou mentioned that he had seen a similar notebook at his brother's earlier this year, which was still a brand new diary at that time. In contrast, the one he held was worn out, with only the cover looking decent. The pages were filled with writing, the edges curled and yellowed, indicating it was at least a decade old. The investigator's demeanor became serious. Deng Jizhou was quite certain that the handwriting belonged to his brother, but he did not dare to say so. However, even if he did not speak up, the agency would naturally be able to verify it once they took the notebook back. The investigator carefully stored the notebook and told Deng's father again, "If you confirm that the contents are related to Comrade Deng Xiao, we may need him to return and assist in the investigation. We will contact you with any results." Deng Xiao had participated in many high-risk missions, and his identity was highly confidential, so the investigator did not dare to be careless. After sending off the investigator, Deng's father was uncertain whether to feel happy or worried. Although the arrival of the notebook was strange and might bring trouble, the fact that his eldest son hadn't returned home in a long time and might come back due to this opportunity was a pleasant surprise. After all, it had been a year since their last meeting. The main building of the military district's research institute was usually quite quiet, but today, for some unknown reason, there were various loud exclamations coming from the third floor from the afternoon until evening. This was all caused by the helmet exchange from Lin Heng. When the helmet was first delivered, it was praised extravagantly. The soldier who brought it claimed it was called the Big Helmet and that it contained cutting-edge technology. The researchers frowned upon hearing this. The helmet was indeed larger than normal, and it was very dark, but its appearance did not seem to convey any sense of advanced technology. Although the helmet was not aesthetically pleasing, having seen the latest mechs in their bizarre colors, the researchers remained cautiously observant and respectfully carried the helmet back to the lab. It was not until they noticed that even the leaders of the military district were paying attention to their progress that the researchers truly began to take it seriously. Before starting to test, the members of the research team habitually inquired if there was an instruction manual for the helmet. After receiving a negative response, one researcher quietly complained about the lack of service for this product, wondering how they could not even provide a manual. They had no choice but to start testing the functions one by one, troubleshooting and analyzing from the basics. However, this time, Zhang Li only glanced at the research institute before turning to the large playground to arrange the upcoming work. After all, the helmet is a protective gear without a weapon system, which currently has a high safety factor. While it is being tested at the research institute, the main reliance is still on the first-tier soldiers to use it practically. That is the fastest way to determine its effectiveness. The team members were mainly selected from the batch of soldiers who went to the technology park today to exchange helmets. Li Li arrived and immediately instructed everyone to start the trial according to the plan. The atmosphere on site was serious yet lively, with the younger soldiers happily donning helmets and bumping heads with each other, then following the captain's instructions to bind their biometric information. The usage method they currently had was still provided by CLA. Soon, the trial results were recorded, summarized, and reported. Commander, would you like to try? We are currently testing the biometric data collection feature. An officer jogged over, saluted Li, and handed him a helmet. This one hasn't been bound yet. We have discovered that these helmets can connect with each other and form a team mode internally. The internal minimap can display the positions of all team members. However, we are still testing the upper limit for the number of team members. The internal communication device works quite well too. We reasonably suspect that this feature can ignore physical distance, but it requires further testing. The Military Science Academy sent over the first batch of test reports, stating that this helmet could also collect fingerprint impressions and genetic samples, and could similarly display the location of the other party. Currently, it seems that each helmet can bind 5 different biometric information sets, which cannot be changed within a certain period. The specific situation is still being tested. The Military Science Academy has already begun resistance testing, and detailed information will be sent later. Zhang Li was quite satisfied. He tried on the helmet and looked at the high-tech screen, but ultimately did not bind it. Instead, he took off the helmet and handed it back to the reporting officer. Take it back. Continue testing according to the plan, and let me know if you have any other results. He was in a hurry to wrap up the follow-up work and arrange the next steps. Yes, he already had several plans to utilize this helmet effectively. Of course, there were also several teams from other military districts that were supposed to leave today after picking up mechs, but they ended up getting involved with the high-tech helmet issue. And now the heads of several departments were lingering in the conference room, having witnessed what a childhood companion care model looks like. Zhang Li repeatedly emphasized that what was brought back this time was just a large helmet, which no one really believed. Everyone insisted on waiting to see it for themselves. Without some bloodshed, it seemed unlikely they'd leave. Zhang Li didn't want to be too harsh, so he symbolically allocated a portion to distribute to each military district. However, he couldn't easily agree to share this matter. In any case, the procedures wouldn't be completed until tomorrow. This was a good opportunity to discuss joint exercises with various military districts. Moreover, the higher-ups discussed and arranged some small gifts to be sent to Lin Heng on behalf of the official entity, which would be delivered today. They believed Lin Heng would definitely appreciate them. Chapter 67. The exercise becomes reality. Captain Chun was quite troubled. Their squad's exercise task had been halted for the 3rd time, and he had to urgently bring down several team members who were hanging on the exterior wall of a high building. This halt was due to the helmets they had exchanged with Lin Heng that morning. Because the time was too short, the communication principle of the helmet had not yet been deciphered by the Military Research Institute, and the higher-ups were not very agreeable to using it directly in the military district. Zhang Li had set his sights on the special police action team that had just taken mechas from their military district that morning. After all, this equipment required a lot of practical experience to fully master its functions. Thus, after their action was interrupted for the 2nd time that morning and they were asked to go and exchange helmets with Lin Heng, Captain Chun received a notification for a 3rd task adjustment. Chen Hong, take your team to the designated location immediately. The task details will be sent to you shortly. Bring your gear and set off at once. Just one sentence. And before Captain Chun could say anything, the other party hastily hung up the phone, rubbing his hair. Chen Hong had no choice but to stop the exercise and lead his team away from the tech park. However, there was some good news. If this operation went smoothly, the helmet could rightfully remain with their team. Far over 3,000 kilometers away, in a narrow alley behind a scenic spot in the western border area, a disheveled middle-aged man hurriedly pushed open the door of a corner courtyard. He had no time to close the door and couldn't wait to lower his voice and shout. What is going on? Why was old Tao suddenly taken away? Didn't Tiwi hide everything well? I just arranged your identities, and you were supposed to leave normally tomorrow. Who leaked the information? I warn you, don't cause me trouble. The middle-aged man, Guidan, angrily slammed the courtyard door shut, and the 2 anxious individuals waiting in the yard rushed over. The older of the 2 was equally furious and shouted, Guidan, who the hell are you trying to scare? Stop shouting. We haven't leaked any information. I haven't even gone out since I got here. I'm practically stinking up the place. Every day, just waiting around. Waiting for you. I've been waiting for half a month. What is going on with old Tao? Guidan, who hated being called by his full name, glared fiercely at the 2 men in front of him. I warn you to behave yourself. In the city, and even in the entire region, no one can help you besides me. Of course, this was Guidan trying to maintain his authority. The 2 men in the yard were a father-son duo with the surname Li, and it was unclear why they were in a rush to leave. They needed a very discreet approach. They had found Guidan here half a month ago, and as long as the payment was sufficient, Guidan never asked about personal reasons. He immediately arranged for them to stay in this small courtyard and advised them to behave. Someone would come every 3 days to bring them food and drinks. To ensure a smooth departure, the father and son had not gone outside for half a month. However, early that morning, someone had come to inform them that there had been a change, and it seemed they would have to delay again because the intermediary had been caught. Father Lee can still control his emotions, but his eldest son is clearly terrified, clinging tightly to Go Dan, crying and pleading, "Uncle Go, you took the money. You can't just ignore us." He is genuinely scared. Half a month ago, he watched his father dismember someone right in front of him. Seeing this, Father Lee's veins were about to burst, and he directly pulled his son off Go Dan. "You fool, shut up. Go Dan, the issue now is, you received quite a bit of money, so what are we going to do next?" Go Dan was also furious from being pushed and pulled. Just as he was about to raise his hand to hit someone, he noticed the sinister look in Father Lee's eyes and cursed under his breath. Instead, he casually rubbed his nose. This guy clearly has blood on his hands, and Go Dan didn't he want to provoke him further. "I'll think of a way. If it really comes to it, I'll go beg the old man." Go Dan wore an expression as if he was ready to risk it all, mostly for the benefit of the two in front of him. Although it was troublesome, as long as he didn't get caught, he wouldn't care about much else. Go Dan was preparing to make a run for it. What a joke. The middleman, Old Tao, was caught so suddenly. It was bizarre. Go Dan had already gone to investigate, and the police not only caught Old Tao's men but also uncovered their hiding places, as if they had prior knowledge of everything. How could he keep bearing the brunt of this strange situation? He didn't know if the police had suddenly developed some special abilities with how precise their actions were. Go Dan was actually a bit scared. Just as he was thinking, a voice suddenly asked him, "Who is the old man? You and know?" "He is a veteran in the industry," Go Dan began to reply, but then felt a chill down his spine, his whole body shivering. He had never heard that voice before. He quickly looked up and found that the father and son of the Lee family were looking at him in horror, staring behind him. Turning around stiffly, Go Dan discovered that the courtyard door had been silently pushed open, and armed police stood at the entrance, smiling and greeting him. In that moment, Go Dan's legs went weak. Just as he thought to laugh it off with a joke, he heard a wail by his ear. "I didn't kill anyone. It wasn't me. It was my dad." The son of the Lee family had already collapsed on the ground. Father Lee kicked him hard. "You fool. You should have died outside." Go Dan, pale-faced, was controlled by the special police, and as he was taken away, one thought filled his mind. It was over. He would probably face serious consequences. Now he just wanted to know what had happened. What else could happen? Of course, it was the helmet he had exchanged from Lin Hung that would come into play and score big points. Just moments ago, Chen Hong had pulled one of his team members from under a collapsed bookshelf. "Duan Shengjiang, you little brat, can you be a bit more careful? This is a crime scene. Your rolling around could cost us half a year's salary. Go back and write me a reflection." Chen Hong was nearly furious. Originally, he had received an address from above, instructing him to bring people to this old house to investigate the scene, warning him to be careful and look for biological information left behind by the criminals to see if there was anything useful. He specifically instructed them to wear helmets and to come back after everything was bound. The place they arrived at had just experienced a homicide a few days prior. As soon as they reached the scene, it looked no different from a ruin. Only the study was somewhat intact, with a bookshelf leaning against the windowsill, leaving a triangular gap. Before he could take any photos for memories, someone suddenly rolled out from beneath his feet. It was hard for Chen Hong to describe his emotions at that moment. He immediately went forward, grabbed Duan Shengjiang by the collar, and pulled him back, shaking him as if he wanted to scold him for something. But then he heard his subordinates shouting, "Captain, Captain, be gentle. I found a clue." "Really?" Before Chen Hong could respond, he saw on the interface reflected by the helmet a shared message within the team, and simultaneously, everyone in the squad saw a prompt. "A request within the team has been detected. Would you like to share tracking information?" Below the prompt, a map was faintly obscured, with several red dots barely visible. Chapter 68. This gift hit right at his heart. By the evening, news began to spread wildly online that the law enforcement of a certain nation had upgraded their equipment, and a type of high-tech helmet had been put into use. Various video websites were buzzing with the news. Someone posted a seemingly legitimate video online with the title "Super Police Discovered in a Certain Area." The footage was taken from a great distance, only showing that the team in the video was well-trained, but their specific identities were unclear. There were many comments below, with most people believing what the uploader said. Within half an hour, all kinds of videos and photos flooded various platforms, and several helmet advertisements emerged like mushrooms after rain. Voices began to appear online debunking the rumors, claiming that the original video was merely for testing and promoting the helmet. Information was evolving rapidly, and if nothing unexpected happened, this news would soon be forgotten by netizens. But an unexpected event came as scheduled. Initially, being filmed during an operation was not a big deal. The location they went to was known for having a large population of outsiders, and releasing ambiguous information would only muddy the waters. While certain departments in that nation were flexibly managing public opinion, the official news from Dongxia City suddenly broke. announcing the capture of key suspects involved in a transnational major case that had been under investigation for nearly 3 years. Among those arrested were a father-son duo with the surname Lee, linked to a homicide case in a certain area. The announcement concluded with a formal thanks to the special police in that area for assisting in the operation and providing crucial leads. As a result, the video of the super police from a short while ago resurfaced. Soon, a batch of netizens wielding magnifying glasses appeared under the video, digging up significant news from half a month ago for comparison. At that time, news about the Lee family's homicide case had not circulated widely, but there were photos of the crime scene. Now, merely muddying the waters was no longer effective. Relevant departments were discussing whether to suppress the news or withdraw the video, but unexpectedly received instructions from higher-ups to cooperate with official guidance. This situation is quite obvious with the official backing. Within 10 minutes, it spread like wildfire online that a super soldier equipped with advanced technology had suddenly appeared in the country. Just as Lin Heng finally sat down to eat, he stumbled upon this video. Yin Lei genuinely invited Lin Heng to dinner, and it was the kind that would be reimbursed by the official authorities. Director Lee specifically allocated a budget for him to treat Lin Heng to something nice, while also arranging for the upcoming procurement plans. On the way to the restaurant, Lin Heng casually mentioned, "What about our internship this time? The activities in the tech park will definitely be cancelled. I'll check on the upcoming arrangements when we get back." Yin Lei didn't dare to say too much. In fact, the Sci-Fi Month event they organized was prepared on short notice, with various arrangements coming too suddenly, leaving room for others to take advantage. During today's upper-level meeting, they further refined the related plans. Moreover, it seemed that Lin Heng wasn't very interested in the sci-fi content. There were even suggestions during the meeting to consider changing some activities to see if there were projects that might interest Lin Heng more, which could lead to unexpected gains. These details couldn't be shared with Lin Heng just yet. Yin Lei chose a popular restaurant near Lin Heng's apartment. "Order whatever you like," he said, casually handing Lin Heng the tablet used for ordering. Lin Heng didn't hold back and started selecting meat dishes. He was hungry and wanted something substantial. The restaurant was relatively empty, and not long after they sat down, a person suddenly rushed in, carrying a silver-gray briefcase. The newcomer scanned the restaurant and headed straight for Yin Lei. When Lin Heng looked up after finishing his order, he saw a briefcase placed in front of Yin Lei, and the man standing by the table seemed to be explaining something to him before leaving without turning back. Soon after, Yin Lei's teammates entered in small groups, sitting down at a distance and pretending to be unfamiliar with each other. Lin Heng's gaze fell on the briefcase on the table. It looked familiar to him. Seeing Lin Heng's expression, Yin Lei simply opened the case slightly for him to see. "This was sent over from the military district, specifically a gift for you." From the opening of the briefcase, Lin Heng instantly recognized what was inside. It was the small mech they had previously sold to the military district. However, its color had changed to a deep blue. "For me?" Lin Heng paused slightly, clearly recalling the combat capabilities of the mech. "Yes. It was specially requested by the military district's commander. The exact words were that the country is providing you with a juvenile caretaker," Yin Lei said, chuckling. Imagining the military commander must be quite troubled by Lin Heng, but couldn't do much about it, needing to tread carefully. "Really for me?" Lin Heng didn't care how it was described. The fact that it was given to him meant it was beneficial for him. "Yes, after we finish eating. You can take it with you." The military's research institute had selected several mechs, disassembling their power supplies and weaponry for study. The one Yin Lei had was specially modified for Lin Heng, changed in color and retaining the battery module. All commands except for the attacking weapons could still be used. However, you might want to be cautious when taking it out. Of course, it's reasonable to suggest not to take it outside and play at home instead. "This thing is too eye-catching." Yin Lei slightly opened the gap of the suitcase so Lin Heng could see inside. Sounds good." Lin Heng nodded repeatedly. Even if he could only let it fly around the house, having a mech that could hover around him was incredibly cool. By the time Lin Heng got home, it was already evening. He entered the house and closed the door securely. The first thing he did was take the mech out of the suitcase. This gift was right up his alley. Who wouldn't want a mech, even if it was just a model? Watching the little guy gradually extend its body in his hands. As he retracted his hand, the black mech's back lit up with a blue glow, skillfully changing its posture in the air to maintain balance. Soon, he understood why the other party referred to it as a childhood caretaker. The mech was designed with numerous interactive features tailored for children. Following the usage demonstration video sent by Yin Lei, Lin Heng bonded with the mech and played until the early hours of the morning. After relaxing, Lin Heng sat on the sofa and smiled foolishly for a while. It had been a long time since he felt this relaxed. If it had been before the system arrived, even with such high-tech toys, he might not have had the mood to fiddle with them. Life was truly good. Lin Heng tinkered with the system interface, carefully calculating the rewards he earned from the helmet's tasks. He was roughly familiar with the mech's functions and thought he could inquire about the helmet's features later. Anyway, the task was completed. and he could exchange for one to wear. The system interface showed a life balance of 68 days remaining, and with the energy points from the helmet's task, he had a total of 950 energy points. Lin Heng wasn't in a hurry to exchange them for days. He felt that the current situation gave him a greater sense of security. While checking the system's additional rewards, he planned for the next day, which was Sunday, to take the opportunity to find a safe warehouse for stockpiling. After all, that barrel of water should be a good item. Gradually, Lin Heng fell asleep on the sofa, unaware that he had received several messages urging for supplies, and his small online store had already received its first negative review. Chapter 69. Aesthetic Indifference to Others' Lives. Please live stream selling junk. Lin Heng slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. Sunlight streamed through the window and onto the sofa. The glaring light woke him up. As he opened his eyes, he saw the little mech delivered by the military district yesterday, flying in front of him and stretching like he did. In a daze, he remembered that this little guy had been named Star by Colonel Zhang, whom he had met before it was delivered. In Yanlei's video, their mech model was called Celestial Guardian. As for him, he could only call it Star. Lin Heng covered his face, unsure of what he had done to annoy that colonel. However, perhaps he could swap it out for a different mech model in the system? But then he thought about the potential trouble if he couldn't control that firepower and recalled the colorful, flashy design, so he gave up on the idea. Star it would be. Having it was better than not having one at all. Star, go get a cup. As Lin Heng's voice fell, the black mech hovering in the air flipped and headed towards the kitchen. Opening the system interface, Lin Heng placed a bucket of drinking water on the coffee table and commanded the small mech to pour him some water. He knew very well that the mech could easily lift an adult, but watching the 40-centimeter-tall little guy struggle with the 3-liter water bucket still felt a bit like bullying. Suppressing this sense of guilt, Lin Heng opened the system and began to think carefully. He had been too tired yesterday and had only roughly calculated his energy value. Opening the system again, it showed a life balance of 67 days. First, Lin Heng checked the special reward from completing yesterday's task, the warehouse module. He glanced at it. It was indeed a module, somewhat resembling a construction game, with warehouse doors, windows, walls, and various ventilation, moisture retention, and insulation devices that could be purchased individually and assembled together. Each component had 3 quality levels to choose from, with different effects for each level. The only downside was that this warehouse module was exchanged with energy value and was not cheap. Lin Heng felt a bit reluctant, as he was not saving energy value for this purpose. He decided to set aside the warehouse module for now and continued to check other updates in the system. The task list had been updated, and this time only one task was refreshed. Lin Heng felt a little worried. What if only one task got refreshed from now on? If it involved selling something that was hard to sell, wouldn't he be stuck? He had originally hoped the system would level up and add a few more tasks. Task: secondhand garbage blind box, random, trading method, online live broadcast suggested selling price, 50 yuan minimum transaction volume, 50,000 units task reward, 500 energy value. Redeemable for an additional 5 days of life. What? Lin Heng repeatedly opened the system page. What kind of task was this? Garbage blind box. Sell 50,000 units? Are they crazy? System, have you started slacking off? The name literally screams garbage. Selling garbage for 50 yuan each? Is the system asking him to rob people? Suppressing his frustration, Lin Heng took out a blind box. The box was about the size of a regular Rubik's Cube, a lightweight paper box that, by the time it appeared in his hand, looked battered and deformed. Lin Heng was a bit worried that if he opened it and found it was filled with trash, his online store might not be able to handle such a product. Selling a box of garbage for 50 yuan, just the size of a palm. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Wait, what did the system say? It wanted him to sell it live? He had no idea how to do a live stream. He didn't even watch live streams. While complaining, Lin Heng felt a headache coming on as he checked if his online store had live streaming capabilities. He planned to seriously study how to sell garbage online later. Lin Heng did not open the box in his hand. He was worried that opening a blind box would damage the product. Instead, he decided to take a picture of its exterior and send it to Yanlei. During dinner yesterday, Yanlei had specifically emphasized that he should not forget to send him any new products in the future. Lin Heng knew he was talking about the helmet. And it wasn't that he forgot. Rather, it was because his phone had no signal when the helmet appeared. That task was also time-limited, with the countdown always in front of him, and at that moment, Lin Heng was really anxious. He hoped there would be fewer time-limited tasks in the future. Tasks without time limits were much more comfortable. Soon, Yanlei sent a message. Yanlei, what is this? Do you need any help? Lin Heng. New product. It really looks like this. Lin Heng. This is called a disregard for others' well-being aesthetic. Please appreciate. This blind box was indeed unattractive, and Lin Heng was a bit worried that the other party would think he was doing it on purpose. Unexpectedly, Yanlei responded formally with an address and inquired about the price, saying he would transfer money to him. Lin Heng didn't expect that the special agency would pay for something that looked like a defective product, so he asked Yanlei again. Lin Heng, This is a garbage blind box. I don't know what S inside. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yinlei, just ship it. Lin Heng. Well, I need to live stream to sell it. The other party had already transferred 5 yuan, and Lin Heng didn't hesitate, promptly sent a video over, holding up the box to show Yinlei while mumbling something. Yinlei couldn't hear clearly and just looked at Lin Heng across the screen, making a few gestures, gesturing for a long time, mumbling a few words before ending the video. Lin Heng assumed he was live streaming and quickly sent the blind box to the designated location Yinlei provided through the system. Before he could continue checking the system, Yinlei sent another message. Yinlei, you call that a live stream? Yinlei, truly a disregard for others' well-being. Yinlei, Xiaozhou told me about the message on Apple yesterday. Lin Heng had completely forgotten about this matter until it suddenly came to mind that when he was trapped in the building, he had sent a message to teacher Zhou through the system, writing the trap location and the staircase he was going to use on an apple with a marker. Lin Heng, yeah, I was anxious at that time. He simply didn't explain much and responded with a nonchalant attitude. Yinlei seemed to be pondering something. Lin Heng saw him typing for a long time, but ultimately said nothing. Lin Heng decided to ignore him and continued checking the system. The exchange interface was still the same. The medicine and life balance were still gray. Lin Heng decisively placed a helmet on the table. He might not need it, but it made him happy to have it there. The icon for the childhood companionship care model showed an order of 20,000 units, with a countdown of 13 days until it went live. Last time, the military requested to purchase more mecha models, and Lin Heng had told them to make an appointment half a month in advance. He had already received the payment, and the ordered quantity was slightly more than what the military requested, so he planned to send them all over when the time came. Lin Heng tapped his fingers on the sofa armrest. Money didn't hold much value for him right now, as he didn't need to buy medicine and didn't have significant expenses. The main point was that the system had not yet opened the option to exchange money for life balance, so his focus had not been on money. He was contemplating the products on the exchange interface, wondering if selling more would lead to any additional transaction rewards. When it comes to rewards, Lin Heng flipped to the newly appeared random inventory page. He looked at the 5 items displayed, and the diary, which was marked as sold out, had already grayed out with the label indicating it was no longer available. Behind the icon, it indeed stated a reward of 50 energy points would be granted after the shelf refresh. Lin Heng noticed that there were about 2 days left on the refresh countdown at the top of the page, meaning he would receive this reward in 2 days. He couldn't determine whether the reward was granted for just one transaction or if each item had different rewards. However, he had a way to test it. Chapter 70 Good Water in the Dragon Country. Lin Heng sent a message to Yinlei again. Lin Heng, I haven't received the payment for the water. Yinlei, sure. How much should I send you? The Research Institute wants to discuss the procurement contract and sales channels, and there should also be collaboration on medical research in the future. Lin Heng, a generous 1 yuan. Thank you. Yinlei, all right. Lin Heng, we can't reach an agreement. Not at all. This is a time-limited, unlimited product. For the next 2 days, you can take as much as you want, but after that, it will be gone. Lin Heng quickly. Yinlei, wait for me. As the 1 yuan arrived, Lin Heng indeed saw that the label for the untested drinking water also displayed a reward of 50 energy points. This was also granted after the refresh. This meant that with every sale of the 5 types of products refreshed every 3 days, there was a reward of 50 energy points for each item sold. With 3 items left, Lin Heng planned to sell 1 of each to get the reward. Then, with the upcoming order from the Research Institute for water, he could test whether selling more of the same item would yield more rewards. However, he still didn't know the specifics about the water. Lin Heng, Brother Yin, can you send me the water testing report? Yinlei, sure, just a moment. Lin Heng, is the drinking water listed in the online store? Yinlei, you can come up with a good name to raise the price a bit and make some profit for yourself. Yinlei was worried that Lin Heng wouldn't make money. In the short term, he could maintain this, but he knew the other party was still in a student mindset. Over time, it was hard to say there wouldn't be any complaints, and the Dragon Country was also willing to let him earn a bit more. Otherwise, they wouldn't know what to give him. Little did he know that Lin Heng was focused on survival. Whether he made money or not wasn't important, as long as there were buyers. Lin Heng didn't care about names. He simply titled it Good Water in the Dragon Country and listed it in the online store. Who could say that name was bad? Good Water in the Dragon Country was perfect, without considering the psychological impact on buyers. Lin Heng set the product price at 5 yuan, the same as apples, then pushed it to the homepage while checking the store's status. Amid a pile of official notifications, he unexpectedly found a return request. Lin Heng broke into a cold sweat. The system surprisingly had no page for after-sales service, meaning he would have to discover and handle after-sales issues himself. Remembering the 2 extra rewards that had appeared in the past, the system had indicated that the after-sales period had expired, with no negative reviews or returns. Based on the timing, it was roughly 7 days. This meant that if there were no after-sales issues within 7 days, the system would default to granting the rewards. Although he was unsure if there would be similar rewards for future tasks, Lin Heng did not intend to neglect after-sales service. He planned to meet the system's standards for after-sales service within 7 days as much as possible. Lin Heng clicked in to take a look and was surprised to find a refund request. The evidence provided by the other party was a picture of a box of rotten apples. Not to mention that these apples did not look like the ones he sold. It was unlikely that there would be any shipping time issues based on the system's delivery. The system was supposed to deliver instantly. Recently, Lin Heng had been trying to control the shipping time, delaying it as much as possible. Moreover, the system had not issued a warning when someone applied for a refund, which was quite dangerous. Missing out on additional task rewards was a serious risk. Lin Heng was not clear about the level of his bottled drinking water, but Yin Lei had a general idea. He quickly sent relevant information to Lin Heng and reported the unlimited time situation. He also shared Lin Heng's online store with team members, noting that it was bottled water, a good product worth stockpiling. He needed to take care of his own team. Yin Lei figured that no matter how absurd the other party's name was, it would at least have the word water in it. So when the team members replied, most of them asked if the country had good water, usually followed by a question mark. In Yin Lei's view, it was as if these people were lacking education. Had they not been taught a lesson in a long time to dare question whether their country had good products? Yin Lei was holding back his frustration, completely unaware that this was a huge misunderstanding. He was too busy to check the website. Currently, all matters related to Lin Heng were being handled by him as the team leader, and as the confidentiality level of the information increased, the departments they needed to contact were also growing. Fortunately, many leaders were willing to directly consult Director Li. He was grateful that the director had unknowingly relieved them of a lot of pressure. Otherwise, Yin Lei would not be so relaxed now. Just looking at the constant ringing of phones in the director's office was enough to know. Upon receiving Yin Lei's message, Director Li immediately breathed a sigh of relief and called the National Research Institute. These people had been bothering him all night. They were a bunch of research lunatics. Moreover, the Pharmaceutical Research Institute somehow got wind of it, but did not dare to ask him directly, so they had to beat around the bush. Director Li planned to send Lin Heng's products for testing next time and insisted on adjusting the confidentiality level to the highest. Otherwise, it was just too exhausting. In fact, Director Li could understand, as many of the older leaders were even older than him. Even he felt a surge of excitement when he saw the water quality report. Just now, he received the news and rushed to Lin Heng's online store to place an order for over 100 barrels. After all, they were clear that the offer was time-limited and unlimited in quantity. It's better to act early than late. Water has no expiration date, and it would definitely be great for making tea later. However, Director Li still played it safe. The National Research Institute detected that the water had extremely high medicinal value, reportedly comparable to a famous spring known internationally, and even superior. This news had spread throughout the research community in the country. The famous spring was a well-known water source internationally, highly valued, and its water was natural small molecule water with a high oxygen content. It is indeed possible to activate cellular tissue, promote microcirculation, and enhance immunity. Otherwise, how could it be called longevity water? However, the water from Fujian Spring is special because of its unique geological features, and many scientists have previously investigated the source. But now, there are suddenly waters emerging from a research institute that cannot even disclose their origin, claiming to surpass Fujian Spring based solely on test reports, which outsiders are quite skeptical about. Moreover, water is something you need to drink daily to see effects. It's unrealistic to expect results from just one sip. In this case, if someone intends to profit from it and sends it for testing, wouldn't that lead to exorbitant prices? So most people are just inquiring and observing. It's like the old saying, just quote a price so I can let it go. To everyone's surprise, the price was jaw-dropping. Only 5 yuan. When they opened the webpage and saw the price of 5 yuan per barrel, some began to suspect it was a deliberate scam. That night, emotions fluctuated with the news, and many senior leaders could hardly handle it. They urged their children, students, and subordinates not to get caught up in debates about authenticity, just to hurry and buy it. How could someone of their age need to report to the younger generation for something as simple as drinking water? Unfortunately, online shopping is definitely more familiar to the younger crowd, so most elderly people called the young ones to help them out. Chapter 71. Don't be too superstitious about science. Fu Shanxiong is a researcher at the National Research Institute responsible for testing this water. He naturally has no doubts about his testing report. As soon as the news from Lin Heng came out, the director of the institute, Meng Shibiao, immediately sent him the purchasing website. Without thinking, Fu Shanxiong forwarded it to his elderly father, wanting the water's address not only for research but also to let his father drink some. Upon seeing the price of 5 yuan, which was time-limited, he immediately decided to buy 1 bottle a day for his father for the rest of his life. His father is 85 this year and is also an older generation scientist, having led many national-level research projects. Fu Shanxiong calculated carefully and thought he should buy at least 10,000 bottles first. Before he could place the order, he received a message from his father. Buy me 10,000 bottles. What? 10,000? Fu Shanxiong was genuinely anxious and called immediately. Dad, what are you doing? Are you planning to take a bath in it? Have you lost your mind? You can't be too superstitious about science. Even if it genuinely prolongs life, it can't be done like this. Meanwhile, Lin Heng was already turning the corner as the refund request was still lying in the back end of the online store. Just a refund might not fall under the category of returns as defined by the system. This means even if it doesn't make money, selling the product is sufficient. However, Lin Heng wasn't too keen on testing the system's limits. He still left a message for the customer to inquire what they intended to do. The images used for the after-sales application were clearly not of the apples he was selling. After waiting a while with no response from the customer, Lin Heng decisively rejected the after-sales request, stating that the images did not match the product for sale. Now it's just a matter of waiting to see how the other party reacts. Just as he was thinking, the website backend suddenly began to display information alerts. Lin Heng watched in amazement as the sales of bottled water skyrocketed from 0 to over 100 million, and it was still rapidly increasing. Most orders were placed in batches of 50,000 to 100,000 bottles. The comments left on the orders were quite consistent, with three main types: buy for my grandchildren, please deliver to the elderly, and take it upstairs, and urgent, please hurry. Lin Heng pondered silently. Could it be that he was selling some extraordinary water? Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his hand, accompanied by a notification sound. Lin Heng switched to check and found that it was a water quality report sent by Yan Lei. He quickly scanned through it and jumped up, changing his clothes. He needed to find a warehouse quickly to stock up on water. Initially, he thought that using energy points to exchange for the system's warehouse module was too expensive and not worth it at the moment. But now, looking at this report with such high value, it was definitely worthwhile. Besides, with sales already exceeding 100 million, even after taxes and fees, he would still pocket several hundred million. The system would eventually enable him to exchange the currency of the region for life balance. That icon couldn't just be there to tease him, could it? With that in mind, he might actually make a profit, so he needed to stock up more. Before leaving, Lin Heng remembered to open the system's random purchase page and exchange the remaining 3 random items for 1 each, sending pictures of them to Yan Lei. They were a recently unwrapped snack box, a book titled Those Years on Mars, and a bottle of alcohol. The snack box was similar to a snack blind box sold online, filled with various small packaged snacks. Lin Heng took a quick look and saw unfamiliar packaging. Those Years on Mars consisted of 3 hefty volumes, without an author name, and the cover looked quite dated. He flipped through it casually and tossed it aside. The most ridiculous item was the bottle of alcohol, which was indeed a bottle. The heavy porcelain bottle was about the same height as the mech model sitting next to it, and Lin Heng found it a bit cumbersome to hold with one hand. Such a large bottle of alcohol, named Quit Drinking. Who was it mocking? Lin Heng felt that the system had a knack for naming things, deeply understanding the essence of irony. If Yan Lei knew his thoughts, he would definitely tease him, considering that a name like Good Water in the region didn't sound like something a serious person would come up with. However, Yan Lei was currently busy arranging for the 3 items Lin Heng had sent. The prices for these 3 items were all 1 unit each, claiming to be part of the same batch as the drinking water and were limited time offers. The book was the easiest to handle. Lin Heng had mentioned that only 3 sets of the book were available, and Yan Lei decided to have all of them sent to the Special Operations Bureau. He bought all 3 sets, and if there were no issues during subsequent inspections, he would return them to Lin Heng for sale. As for the alcohol and snacks, Yan Lei ordered several pieces of each, instructing Lin Heng to send them to the National Research Institute and the Special Operations Bureau respectively, since they were limited-time offers. Yan Lei also sought help from Li Li to arrange a fast-track testing process for the items sent to the National Research Institute, prioritizing the testing of these 2 items. After running around, he received information from his subordinates that Lin Heng had gone to an old industrial area near the school. When it comes to finding a warehouse, Lin Heng's first thought was the factory he rented last time in the industrial area, which was quite satisfactory. Although the warehouse area towards the suburban airport is renowned for its professionalism, Lin Heng has a psychological barrier due to a recent man-made fire incident he experienced there. Moreover, this time he would need to visit the warehouse periodically, so it would be best if it were close to where he lives. Between renting and buying, Lin Heng decided to purchase one. The factories near the school in the old industrial area were all dilapidated and outdated, yet did not meet the demolition standards. Many were for sale, so Lin Heng directly contacted a real estate agent for consultation. He wasn't worried about being taken advantage of, as he noticed a vehicle from a security agency following him not far behind when he left. He recognized it from previous encounters. If it weren't for the convenience of transportation, he might have even asked if he could hitch a ride. Lin Heng's requirements for the agent were simple: a large, vacant factory with high ceilings suitable for warehouse use, and clean paperwork with no issues. He had checked the price range for factories beforehand, so he had a rough idea. The rumored situation of young buyers being bullied did not occur. The agent who attended to him switched halfway through their conversation, and when they resumed, the agent straightforwardly marked a location on the map, stating it was the best choice. The price was low, and just 1,000 meters away was a local police station. Although there were many residents nearby, they were all long-time inhabitants, mostly families of those who once worked in the old industrial area. The entire block was known for its good security. If the factory were used as a warehouse, there would be no pollution or noise issues, making it more comfortable for the nearby residents. Importantly, the seller had fully entrusted the sale to the agent, so Lin Heng could simply sign the contract with them. The agent didn't use any sales tactics. They were unusually direct, almost not behaving like a typical agent. Lin Heng began to suspect that something might be off. Chapter 72. Securing the warehouse despite the agent's odd behavior. The factory they recommended did meet Lin Heng's requirements quite well, coupled with the security agency's vehicle still parked outside. Lin Heng had the agent take him to the site for a visit. The factory recommended by the agent was indeed quite good. It was a large facility with a vast area, only 1 story high, and the ceiling was 6 meters tall. Although it had been idle for a long time and the doors and windows were somewhat old, the overall structure was still intact. The walls appeared sturdy. But since Lin Heng planned to renovate it using a warehouse module from a system, he wasn't too picky about the factory's quality. He just needed a suitable space. The factory was located near the edge of the city, and the entrance road was quite wide. The overall condition was even better than Lin Heng had imagined. With at least the electrical infrastructure already in place, and a simple check would make it operational. If there were any downsides, it might be that the yard space was not very ample. However, Lin Heng wouldn't actually hire a truck to move goods, so the size of the yard wasn't a significant concern. After confirming the price, which was indeed similar to the market price Lin Heng had found, he decided to sign the contract with the agent. The intermediary in front of him seemed to be wiping away sweat continuously, unsure if it was due to the heat or something else, yet spoke to Lin Heng with a half-bent posture, showing great respect. Once the contract was signed, the intermediary repeatedly explained that there was no need for Lin Heng to handle any procedures. They would take care of everything and either deliver the documents to him or provide an address for mailing. Lin Heng was completely taken aback by the level of service from the intermediary, who bowed and nodded excessively as he left, while Lin Heng stood alone in the factory. Now, this place was available for his use, and Lin Heng happily began to check how to assemble the warehouse module in the system. First, he needed to replace all the doors and windows. The system indicated that the warehouse module was classified into 3 categories: excellent, good, and poor, with the lowest being poor. And each component required 500 energy points for exchange. Despite feeling a pinch in his heart, Lin Heng first exchanged for a large door. In his view, the system switched screens, forming a 3-dimensional grid that displayed the basic data information of the factory where Lin Heng was located. A prompt appeared, asking whether he wanted to assemble the warehouse module in the current space, and it kindly offered several suggested installation locations. Lin Heng chose to install it in the original position of the front door, watching as the system deducted 500 energy points from him. In a moment that felt like a blur, a wall that matched the current height appeared before him, and in the place of the old door, there was a warehouse door about 3 meters high. Lin Heng opened the heavy warehouse door to examine it closely. He had expected the system to magically replace the old door with a new warehouse door provided by the system. However, he was surprised to find that the system merely installed the door. The old door remained in place, and the system placed a whole wall with the warehouse door slightly inside, right next to the old door. Lin Heng observed it carefully and couldn't help but complain about the system, wondering if it was just applying a film. It was quite tightly fitted. Fortunately, the old door opened outward while the new door opened inward, so their positions aligned. Otherwise, Lin Heng feared he might get trapped inside the factory. The new door had nothing on it, just a solid metal surface with a handle. Meanwhile, Lin Heng's system displayed a control interface for opening and closing the warehouse door. Could it be that the warehouse could be controlled through the system after assembly? That would be fantastic. Lin Heng quickly chose the next item to continue the installation. The windows were similarly part of a wall. However, the system didn't exchange for a single window, but rather calculated a whole wall with windows as one component, also requiring 500 energy points for the lowest level. Lin Heng watched as the system elongated the wall, increasing the number of windows with the length and smartly fitting it inside the old factory wall. Subsequently, the foundation reinforcement, flooring, ceiling, insulation and moisture retention equipment, security devices, and lighting components were all replaced and installed, totaling 4,000 energy points spent. Spending so much made his heart ache. Fortunately, each module could be easily operated in the system, and he could even view the warehouse's surveillance. He vaguely felt that it should also be possible to control this warehouse remotely through the system. If that were true, it would be a huge win. Suddenly, he felt that spending those 4,000 energy points was quite worth it. Finally, Lin Heng inspected the brand new warehouse. realizing that the system had essentially put a new internal layer on the old factory he had purchased. He was momentarily at a loss for whether to praise or criticize it. Fortunately, the concern he previously had about whether the factory would be discovered if it was suddenly refurbished was no longer an issue. Given the current situation, as long as the old factory remained intact, no one would know that a new warehouse had been set up inside. Even the personnel stationed at the entrance of the old factory would probably not guess that such a transformation had occurred in such a short time. The personnel had not anticipated that Lin Heng would suddenly want to buy a factory for a warehouse, and in their rush, they had only managed to select this particular location. When they arrived with the contract, Lin Heng was already at the agency. The person bringing Lin Heng to sign the contract was not an agent at all, but the owner of the factory. The owner, who had just received a call from an official department, was at a loss about how to handle the factory that he couldn't sell. The other party had asked him to find a reliable person to show Lin Heng the factory. Given the unreliability of his own staff, he figured it was better to handle it himself. However, the owner was inexperienced in agency dealings. Apart from discussing the price, he was at a loss for words. This was why Lin Heng felt that the agent he found this time was surprisingly sincere, as if they were not truly trying to sell the factory. The new warehouse did not have any shelves, and Lin Heng was busy planning how much untested drinking water would be cost-effective to stock and how to arrange it properly when he suddenly received a message. Yinlei, I found the person who wrote the diary sold to your class leader. Yinlei, do you have any other completed diaries for sale? Lin Heng, what did you find? What is it? Lin Heng felt as if he were reading a ghost story. The used diary sold by the system had found its author nearby in his province. At that moment, he felt a chill run down his back. What was happening? Was his dream becoming a reality? Where did this system come from? Where did the diary originate? Could it be that it had stolen the diary from somewhere? Lin Heng's scalp tingled, and he suddenly began to ponder why the system had chosen him.